Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 50, Peer. That's simple. Oblivious to the shock and the thoughts going through the minds of the others, Zhang Xian smiles. Even though the Qi Xiong is known for its invincible defense, its body is streamlined like a sharp sword. It specializes in quick assaults and overcomes its opponents through speed rather than strength. From this, it can be inferred that its disposition should be that of a sharp sword rather than a heavy mountain. Given how the painter got the disposition of the savage beast wrong, it is clear to see that it is an interpretation. Master Lu Chen's body sways. It isn't that the other party is inaccurate in his appraisal, but he is too accurate in it. All along, he had thought that since the Qi Xiong is known for its invincible defense, its disposition should be heavy like a mountain. The reminder from the youngster makes him recall an introduction on the savage beast from a book. It mentions that it is extremely fast, killing its opponent without even revealing itself. This is precisely the reason why very few people have seen its true form. One of the greatest taboos of a painter is to mistake the disposition their painting should carry. If even the disposition is unfitting for the subject, then even the most valuable of paintings will be reduced to trash. Zhang Xian is already sparing his pride by saying that the painting isn't bad, instead of saying something more extreme. Excellent. Incredible. With his face flushed red with excitement, Master Lu Chen expresses his high appraisal of Zhang Xian. If it is just a single painting, it is possible that it might just be luck or coincidence. However, to see the crux behind two different paintings in an instant, he can confidently say that the youngster before him might look young, but he is a true master painter. His skills can only be superior to his own. It is easy to make friends, but it is hard to find a soulmate. Throughout his career as a painter, he is unable to find an equal in the entire Tianxian kingdom. Usually, when he deciphers a painting to the others, they would only respond to it perfunctorily and instead, focus their efforts on praising him. No one was able to truly understand the essence of those paintings, needless to say, to point out the flaws in them. Friend kind of soulmate. This is precisely the reason why he feels desolate, and often opens up his residence to encourage diligent juniors in the hope that there will be someone to succeed him. At this moment, upon meeting someone who is able to point out the flaws and weaknesses of a painting, he feels as though he has met a soulmate. How can he not be delighted over it? If not for his strong will and self-control, he might have leaped in joy on the spot. Seeing the master so exuberant, Wang Yu and Bai Sun no longer bicker and stare at one another. Their eyes widen into complete circles, almost popping out from their heads. They have been acquainted with this master since young. He is always calm, and no matter what comes in his way, he never allows it to interfere with his mind. The last time the emperor sent some servants to deliver the harsh land's night illumination pearl to him, a gift that is worth a king's ransom, he didn't even take a look at it before ordering a servant to keep it in the warehouse. Yet, a casual answer from the young man leaves him in such a state. Could it be that his words are true? At this point, the two of them shot their gazes towards the young man. However, no matter how they stare at him, he looks nothing but ordinary to them. Xiao Yu, aren't you going to introduce this Gongzi to me? While she is still struck with bewilderment, Master Lu Chen's words echo in the room. Introduce. Upon being questioned, Wang Yu is taken back. Only now does she realize that she had not asked for the other party's name. Her face turns red and she scratches her head awkwardly as she turns towards Zhang Xian and asks, right, what is your name? Hearing these words, Bai Sun, who is sitting beside her, looks constipated. Just a moment ago, he was still overwhelmed by jealousy, thinking that someone has beaten him to his goddess, causing the urge to beat up this youngster to well up in him. Only now does he realize that Wang Yu doesn't even know his name. If only he knew earlier, he wouldn't have gotten so angry over nothing. However, his dilemma doesn't end here. Immediately after, he hears Master Lu Chen's angry voice, "What do you mean by he? No decorum at all. This little brother here is a peer of mine, you will have to address him as a master in the future." Peer. This time, not only Huan Yu and Bai Sun feel dizzy-headed, even the butler Uncle Qing freezes in shock. The three of them stare at Zhang Xian as though they are looking at a monster. What kind of standing does Master Lu Chen possess? Emperor Shen Jue's teacher, a true emperor's tutor. There isn't a single person in the entire kingdom who dares to claim to be his peer. If one were to do it, it would mean that one is claiming to be the senior of the country's emperor. For a person of such standing to view a youngster who isn't even 20 as a fellow peer of his. Surely I am hearing things. Didn't you all hear my words? Seeing the two of them in a daze, Lu Chen chastises them again. Yes. Bai Sun and Huang Yu hurriedly bow, paying respect to the master. There is no need to be so formal. Zhang Xian didn't expect Lu Chen to be so polite. He nods his head helplessly and says, I am Zhang Xian. I just happen to understand master's paintings out of coincidence. I am not fitting of the title of a master. So it is little brother Zhang Xian. You can't put it like that, manners are manners. You are able to see through the flaws in my work with just a glance. This means that you are well versed in paintings, and you possess an exceptional eye for them. If you aren't worthy of the title of master with your standards, wouldn't that mean that I am unable to live up to my title as a master as well? Lu Chen says. Zhang Xian laughs dryly. It is true that he is able to point the flaws in the paintings, but that isn't because of his abilities in that aspect. He only made use of the cheat called the Library of Heaven's Path. Without this, needless to say appraising it, he might be scratching his head with a confused expression, unable to even identify what is being drawn. All right, stop being so polite. Feel free to reprimand these juniors when you meet them in the future. Unsure about what Zhang Xian is thinking about, Lu Chen casually says. Juniors? Feel free to reprimand. Bai Sun and Huang Yu are on the verge of crying. The heck, we are around the same age and yet you became a senior of our grandfather's generation in an instant. Dude, you are way too formidable. Ignoring the despondent duo, Master Lu Chen looks over in puzzlement. Little brother, to follow Xiao Yu here, you probably aren't here for leisure. May I ask what is it that you require my help on? I have heard that Master has a wide collection of books. The reason why I am here today is to find some Fighter 6 Den cultivation technique manuals to browse through. Hearing Master Lu Chen question his purpose, Zhang Xian hurriedly replies. The main aim of his journey here is this, he mustn't let this opportunity slip him by. My collection of books is quite vast, but they are mainly on painting. I do not possess many books on cultivation techniques here. As for those on Fighter 6 Dan, I only have a couple of them. They are in my study. Come, I will bring you over to take a look. Hearing his purpose, Master Lu Chen strokes his beard with a smile and stands up. Leoi, your study. The butler Uncle Ching quickly walks forward and asks questioningly. Leoi old master. Leoi's study does possess quite a lot of Wonio fake and limited edition books, and each of them are extremely valuable. He has never allowed any outsiders to enter his study, and even Emperor Shenjue was blocked at the door when he came the previous time. There was a maid who wasn't aware of the rules and ran in to clean the room. In the end, she was beaten to death. This is precisely the reason why the study of the Lu residence is the forbidden zone within forbidden zones, and no one dares to enter it. Yet, Leoi intends to bring in a young man who he had just met, leaving him at a loss. The reason why I don't allow others to enter my study is for fear that they would afflict it with their vulgarity. Little brother Zhang Xian is a fellow peer of mine and a master painter. It is an honor of mine to have him enter to offer me some pointers. There is no reason for me to stop him from entering at all. Master Lu Chen's face darkens. Yes. Uncle Cheng retreats in a fluster. He may be ignorant about painting, but even he is able to tell at this point that there isn't a single error in the appraisal of the young man. Otherwise, it is impossible for Leoi's attitude to do an 180-degree turn and act so amiably. Let's go. Master Lu Chen leads the way while Zhang Xian follows behind him. After a moment, they reach a wide room. As expected of a master whom Huang Yu was full of praises for, the collection of books in his study is massive. All kinds of manuals fill the shelves, and there are at least hundreds of thousands of books here. Zhang Xian feels as though he has walked into a library. Walking between the shelves while taking a casual look, it is exactly as the other party said. The books are all on painting, and there are barely any on cultivation techniques and martial arts. Those on cultivation technique are over here. There are only a handful of them. They were left behind from back when I was still cultivating. Master Lu Chen introduces with a smile as he brings Zhang Xian towards the corner of the study. Chapter 51, Heaven's Path Golden Body. By the corner, books are stacked densely on the bookshelves and they are all on cultivation techniques and related subjects. There are manuals on Fighter 1 Dan, 2 Dan, 3 Dan, and 4 Dan. Similar to Hongtian Academy, the higher the tier is, the less the number of books there are on it. As for Fighter 6 Dan manuals, there are only about 10 books or so on it. The number of books may be few, but it beats having none at all. Initially, he thought that it would be like the Compendium Pavilion and that he would be able to find a few hundred or even 1,000 books here for his choosing. Now, it is clear to see that he is overthinking it. However, after pondering over it for a moment, the reason for the difference between the two becomes apparent to him. Everyone has a different physique, and thus the suitable cultivation technique for them differs from one individual to the other. Thus, it is clear that the Academy would require a huge amount of secret manuals and books so as to ensure that there are sufficient resources for the teachers to cater to the needs of their students, as well as to expand their horizons. However, for an individual, they only require 1 or 2 cultivation techniques suited for them. It is already considered a huge collection for Lu Chen to have over 10 books on Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques. Casually picking up the 10 books, he flips through them lightly, walala, and corresponding secret manuals appear in his mind. Why? Are these cultivation techniques too inferior to appeal to you? Seeing the youngster pick those books up, flip through them and put them down before taking a good look at the contents, Master Lu Chen is slightly bewildered. That's not it, I am just taking a casual look. Zhang Xian shakes his head. Scanning the surrounding once again, he affirms that there are only these few books in here. Just as he is about to take his leave from the study, he suddenly catches sight of a pile of manuals placed not too far away from his current position. Curious, he asks, these are? Oh, these are left behind by that disappointing son of mine. He likes brute strength, so he collected quite a few secret manuals on enhancing one's physical strength. In fact, he even went to the kingdom's book collection vault and moved all related books here. Master Lu Chen smiles bitterly. In the cultivation of a fighter, Jinqi is the most important factor of all. One's physical body only plays a small role in it, and it is not worth mentioning at all. Jinqi true essence. Although there is the Pigu realm which tempers one's skin and bones in a fighter's cultivation, what truly matters is still Jinqi. Only when one's Jinqi is pure and concentrated can they be truly strong. In the eyes of most cultivators, the physical body is just an auxiliary tool to one's strength, and is of little importance. Can I take a look? Seeing the thousands of secret manuals on heightening the strength of one's physical body, Zhang Xian feels a little moved. Thus, he can't resist the urge to ask Master Lu Chen for permission to browse through them. He possesses the library of Heaven's Path, so he doesn't need the cultivation techniques in his possession to be profound. With sufficient quantity, he is able to extract the essence of each to authenticate the true and the false and distill the truly useful portions from each of them. Even though training one's physical body may seem to be unimportant, and it may be unable to allow one's strength to soar up rapidly, if there are this many books to correct the errors and point out the correct path, the effects might turn out to be significant. Anyway, he doesn't have sufficient books in his hands on 6th Dan cultivation technique for him to raise his cultivation realm, so he might as well flip through these first. Perhaps, he might even get some pointers on it from the information contained within them. Little brother, feel free. Master Lu Chen smiles. Since he had already brought him in, he wouldn't be stingy about it allowing him to browse through the books. I will be impertinent then. Zhang Xian nods his head and walks over to the pile of manuals. Just like before, he casually flips through them. Walala. Walala. He is. Looking at his actions by the side, Master Lu Chen is bewildered. I thought that he wanted to read the books. What is he doing, flipping through them like that? Could it be that these books do not fit his taste? That makes sense though. Given how he is trying to look for Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques, he is probably already at Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle. Given his current strength, he has already undergone the Pigu realm, and it matters not whether he trains his physical body or not. Perhaps, he might be browsing through them out of curiosity. Coming to a realization, he no longer bothers about it. Casually picking up a treasured painting left behind by a master, he examines it attentively. Zhang Xian finishes flipping through that pile of physical body enhancement techniques within 10 minutes or so. The correct cultivation method. Thousands of manuals appear in the library. Zhang Xian's mind jolts and light envelopes his sight. Then, a flawless manual appears in his mind. Similar to the cultivation technique manuals from before, the book contains the perfect sequence of the correct methods recorded in the thousands of books. Let me take a look. Flipping over the cover, a line of words assaults him and enters his mind. Zhenqi is reminiscent of water, whereas the physical body is the bucket containing the water. With a sturdy bucket, one can fill more water, and the quality of which would be higher. The opening verse causes him to feel enlightened. That's right. Zhang Xian's eyes light up. Previously, his thoughts were like the others. He felt that it is of no importance whether he cultivates his physical body or not, what truly matters is his Zhenqi cultivation. Only upon reading this does he realize how shallow his thinking was. If one loses their skin, where can their hairs lodge into? The same goes for the relationship between Zhenqi and one's physical body. Only a powerful physical body is capable of withstanding violent Zhenqi strength to exert even greater prowess. Feeling as though a door has just opened before him, Zhang Xian can't resist the urge to read on. The more he reads, the more exhilarated he feels. The Zhenqi within his body subconsciously follows the method recorded in the book and flows continuously. Jai. Under the flow of Zhenqi, his physical body, which wasn't weak from the start, evolves once again. His muscle fibers thicken and his skin membrane becomes more sturdy. His body evolves towards a much more correct and rational path. Kacha. As his mind is absorbed in the explanations contained within the book, Zhang Xian isn't aware of the astounding changes that are occurring within his physical body. It is as though an infrastructure has been washed with molten metal. His body is gradually becoming a powerful weapon that surpasses that of ordinary humans. As expected of a technique filtered by the library, it is indeed formidable. From now on, I will call this Heaven's Path Golden Body. An hour later, Zhang Xian finally finishes his book. His Zhenqi has also circulated a single time through his body according to the methods recorded in the book. After he finishes naming the book glows radiantly and 4 large words appear on the cover of the book, Heaven's Path Golden Body. In the future, I will have to make sure to train in it properly. I am already done training. After finishing the book, just when he has decided to cultivate using the methods recorded on it after returning, he realizes that he had unknowingly completed the cultivation of this body enhancement technique while looking through it. That is to say, he has mastered this body enhancement cultivation technique. There are no errors in the cultivation techniques of Heaven's Path, thus the pace of training is swift. Even though I knew this beforehand, never would have I expected that I would be able to master Heaven's Path Golden Body unknowingly like this. With the experience from Heaven's Path Divine Art, he knows that a flawless cultivation technique is much more effective and allows one to cultivate at an extremely rapid speed, thus he had expected the cultivation of the Heaven's Path Golden Body to not be too difficult as well. Just that, he never imagined that he would complete the cultivation just by reading through the contents of it once. At this moment, he doesn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Forget it, even though I wasn't able to find sufficient Fighter 6 Den cultivation techniques, my strength should have increased significantly with this set of physical body enhancement cultivation technique. Coming to Master Lu Chen's house, he might not have accomplished his objective of finding sufficient Fighter 6 Den cultivation techniques, but in exchange, he received the Heaven's Path Golden Body, so it is still a meaningful trip. Just that. The physical body is different from Zhenqi. Zhenqi can be easily quantified and it isn't difficult to gauge how much strength one possesses after one is done with one's training. On the other hand, muscles are hidden beneath the skin, so it is hard to measure one's improvement clearly. That's to say, even though he has mastered Heaven's Path Golden Body, he has no idea how strong he has grown, or even whether his physical body had grown stronger or not. Of course, this isn't important. Since he has successfully completed his cultivation of it, he can simply find a strength-measuring rock pillar when he returns to test his strength. What is little brother Zhang Xian doing? At this moment, Master Lu Chen, who accompanied him here, has his mind filled with question marks. While reading his book, he sneaked glances towards the other party occasionally. After flipping through the manuals, this fellow has been standing on the spot without moving at all for 2 whole hours by now. What the heck is he doing? Could it be that he has read too many books and went berserk? It isn't like this kind of situation has never happened before. In the past, there was an extremely talented genius in Tianxian Kingdom. The cultivation techniques and battle techniques that took other people 2 to 3 years to learn, he only took 2 to 3 days. This is precisely the reason why he wanted to learn all of the cultivation techniques and battle techniques to piece them together so as to create a set of new skills. In the end, before a new mystical cultivation technique could be born, he went berserk. The youngster before him was able to raise his level of cultivation to Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle at such a young age. At the same time, he possesses a master-level competency in painting. Could it be that, just like that senior, he got greedy and some problems popped up within him? Little brother. Filled with suspicions, he can't hold it in any longer. Thus, he steps forward and tries to interrupt Zhang Xian's thoughts to prevent him from sinking in even deeper. Just as Zhang Xian is impressed over the might of the Heaven's Path divine art, he hears a shout, and following which, a palm nudges his body. Oh, Master Lu Chen. Returning back to his consciousness, he hurriedly turns around and his shoulders accidentally bump into the ladder. A deep echo and Master Lu Chen is sent flying instantaneously. His back knocks onto a bookshelf, and the books scatter on the floor. Chapter 52, Master Lu Chen on the verge of tears. He didn't turn around that quickly, neither did he use that much strength. Why did Master Lu Chen fly backward? Could he be jumping around for fun? Master. He rushes forward to help the other party up. He places his palm on the back of Master Lu Chen's body to support him up. I'm fine. Before his words can escape his mouth, Master Lu Chen feels his entire body go weightless as he somersaults forward. His head knocks into another bookshelf, causing his face to be showered with books. The master is on the verge of tears. Are you playing with me? Must you use so much strength to help me up? Seeing his current state, Zhang Xian rushes forward to continue helping him up. Upon seeing the sight, Master Lu Chen hurriedly struggles upwards and says, You. Don't come over. I can do it myself. Zhang Xian can only stop on the spot. He blinks his eyes as he looks at the elderly before him doubtfully. He can't help but ask the question that has been plaguing his mind, Master, are you jumping around for fun? Jumping around for fun. Master Lu Chen almost cries on the spot. The heck, you are the one who is jumping around for fun. Your whole family is jumping around for fun. I am a master painter, an elegant person. How bored must I be to be jumping around for fun? Besides, even if I wanted to play, I won't be doing it here. My collection of books, my treasures, are here. Master Lu Chen feels a stifling sensation in his chest which causes him to be short of breath. Why? Are you feeling uncomfortable in your chest? Zhang Xian walks forward to aid him, and he pounds his back to relieve his discomfort. No. Before Master Lu Chen can finish his words, Zhang Xian's fist lands on his back, causing his eyes to narrow. So. He flies forward and crashes into the wall of the study, creating a huge crevice in it. Seeing him charge ahead, Zhang Xian scratches his head in bewilderment. What is this master trying to do? Jumping backward a moment ago and jumping forward now, is he afflicted with epilepsy? If his epilepsy is acting up, it won't do for Zhang Xian to ignore his current situation. He immediately rushes forward towards Lu Chen to try to help him up again. Don't come over here. Master Lu Chen wipes the fresh blood off the corner of his lips and hurriedly retreats. He stares at the youngster before him as though staring at a monster, and he looks as though he could cry at any moment. I only felt a coldness in my heart, I am not trying to seek death. Your pound. Io, my old arms, my old legs. Master, what is going on? Seeing him in such a state, Zhang Xian asks. You acted so maturely a moment ago, so why would you pounce and leap around suddenly? What are you trying to do? What is going on? Master Lu Chen stares at him fearfully as tears threaten to fall from his eyes. You don't know what is going on. Fearing that you might have gone berserk, I came forward to remind you out of goodwill. Yet, with a single turn, you sent me flying. Then, you ran over to push me forward. The final blow was the most vicious of them all, a straight pound at my back. If it weren't for the slight cultivation that I possess, I might have lost my life already. Yet, you dare to ask me what is going on. Right when he is about to lash out, he sees the puzzled look on the youngster and he doesn't seem like he is lying. A thought flashes through his mind and he recalls something. With his eyes filled with disbelief, he asks, You Could you have just achieved a breakthrough? Indeed. Mastering the Heaven's Path Golden Body should be considered as a type of breakthrough. But even if it's a breakthrough, it is impossible for one to improve so swiftly. Master Luchin finally understands what is happening, but he still dares not believe it. There are a few people who use special means to allow their cultivation to leap in an instant. After the gigantic soar in strength, their bodies are unable to adapt to the difference in strength in the short run, causing them to be unable to control their might. What seems like their normal exertion of strength would become an attack of full strength in the eyes of others. When one who possesses 100 kilograms of strength exerts a tenth of their strength, it would be only 10 kilograms. With such strength, they are able to freely lift cups and such without much hindrance. However, if one tries to use the same ratio of strength to lift a cup after his strength has suddenly surged to 10,000 kilograms, the overwhelming strength of 1,000 kilograms would exceed the durability of the cup and cause it to shatter instantly. It is very possible that this is the case with Zhang Xian. As the person in question isn't even aware of how much his strength has grown, thus it is natural that Lu Chen would be unable to take it when he is using his previous strength ratio to operate. He has read of this condition in books before, and it will take a period of time before the person in question is able to adapt to the difference in strength. Initially, he thought that it was only a legend. Never would he have thought that such a thing really exists. Just that, he finds it unbelievable that the strength of this fellow would surge by simply after flipping through some books and daydreaming away afterward. Could this be a sudden leap due to his deep accumulation? He might have happened to read something which caused his enlightenment, allowing him to break through in an instant. If that was the case, then his luck is really way too bad. Follow me to the lounge. While holding doubts in his mind, Master Luchin doesn't say anything more and instead leads the way back to the lounge. It is easy to tell whether the situation is as he suspects. He only needs to find a strength measuring rock pillar for Zhang Xian to test his strength on. Since the youngster is seeking for Fighter 6 Den cultivation techniques, then he surely has yet to break through Pishue realm. Since he had not reached Fighter 6 Dan, then as a Fighter 5 Den pinnacle, he could only possess a maximum of 4 ding of strength. If his strength were to exceed this amount, this would mean that he has improved significantly. If so, the situation back then can be explained. In the lounge, Huang Yu and Bai Sun have yet to leave. They are still sitting in the living room as they stare in the direction of the study anxiously. They came here with a request, but Master Luchin took Zhang Xian away with him right after he finished testing him, not even giving them an opportunity to speak. At the same time, it isn't appropriate for them to leave abruptly, so they could only continue waiting patiently. Xiao Yu, just now that Master Zhang Xian, has he really reached Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle? Bai Sun no longer views Zhang Xian hostilely as he did previously. On the contrary, his voice held a tinge of excitement. Actually, he isn't interested in painting at all. If it wasn't for his father coercing him, he definitely would not have come here. What truly interests him is cultivating. He only feels excitement upon meeting powerful people. All along, he had thought of himself as a genius. Despite being just 18 this year, he has already reached Fighter 5 Den pinnacle. There aren't many in the capital who can compete with him in terms of cultivation speed. Yet, he didn't expect that a seemingly average young man who isn't much older than him would have reached such a realm as well. How can he not feel excited over this? I'm not sure as well. I've already told you that he only came to my store to buy books. I don't know much about him as well. However, since he is looking for Fighter 6 Den cultivation techniques, he should have already reached Fighter 5 Den pinnacle. Huang Yu says. As Zhang Xian has yet to make a move, they aren't very sure about Zhang Xian's exact prowess. However, since he is looking for 6 Den manuals, it is very probable that he has already reached 5 Den pinnacle. Otherwise, there is no point to him looking for such a high-tier manual. To be able to reach such a level at a young age, I wonder how powerful he is. Let me try it out myself later. Bai Sun titters. He is a battle maniac, and his heart can no longer suppress the urge to duel with someone of the same age who has attained the same level as him. Da-da-da. Just as the two of them are speaking, someone walks over. Turning around to take a look, the both of them are taken aback. Master Lu Chen, who was still incomparably elegant a moment ago, is currently extremely gloomy and red blood fills his entire face as he walks over disheveled. Chapter 53, Bai Sun's Breakdown. The crowd stare at one another, dumbfounded. This is Master Lu Chen, the Emperor's tutor. Who is the one who dared lay his hands on him, beating him into such a state? Besides, didn't you two go to the study? Why did he return, like this? Could it be that they didn't go to the study to read books, but to fight? The elegant Master Lu Chen has such interest. I'm fine. Master Lu. Chen waves his hands awkwardly. After all, he can't possibly say that. Zhang Xian has just achieved a breakthrough and unintentionally injured him due to lacking control of his strength. He also knows that it will be difficult to explain. Thus, Master Lu Chen walks over to the main seat, then turns to look at Uncle Cheng and says, "Ah Cheng, go and fetch a strength-measuring rock pillar over." He is a master painter, not a fighter. Thus, no strength-measuring rock pillars are placed in his lounge. However, as this item is related to one's cultivation, there are still a few of them in his house, so it will be fine bringing one over. Yes. Despite being unsure of what his master is up to, Uncle Cheng nods his head and retreats out of the room. Master Zhang, have you really reached Fighter 5 Den Pinnacle? Upon seeing the room turn silent, Bai Sun can't resist walking up towards him with an excited expression. It might be inconvenient to speak of it in the academy, but it isn't any secret here, so there's no need for Zhang Xian to conceal the fact. I'm also on the same level. May I exchange some blows with you? Hearing the young man's confirmation, Bai Sun's eyes burn with enthusiasm. Bai Sun, what are you doing? Look at where you are. Taken aback, Wang Yu quickly tries to advise him otherwise. Master Lu Chen is an elegant person, and he hates people arguing and fighting before him. Don't you think that it's a joke to be issuing a challenge in his lounge? It is just as Wang Yu said, Lu Chen doesn't like others to be brandishing their spears and swords before him. However, while the strength-measuring rock pillar isn't here yet, the best way to test whether Zhang Xian has improved is through Bai Sun. He is aware of the fact that the latter has reached Fighter 5 Den Pinnacle. With the same level of cultivation, he should be able to see whether Zhang Xian's strength has surged. At this point, he raises his head and says, I don't have any objections if it is just ordinary sparring. However, don't go too far. Great. Initially, Bai Sun thought that Master Lu Chen would object to it. However, contrary to his expectation, he approves. Bai Sun almost leaps up due to overwhelming excitement. With a delighted expression, he takes 2 steps towards the center of the lounge and with a cool pose, he beckons Zhang Xian. Come. Zhang Xian has just completed his cultivation of Heaven's Path Golden Body and he is curious to know how far his strength has progressed as well. Thus, he doesn't reject the other party's challenge and walks over to the center of the lounge as well. The strength behind my fists are great, so be careful. With hardened eyes, Bai Sun no longer has the gentlemanly look he usually has and replacing it is the aura of a powerful person unmatched by anyone. As Fighter 5 Den Pinnacle, in terms of strength, he is above even Shang Bin. After gathering his might, Bai Sun steps forward. With his strength as a sword, the shock wave of his punch as a blade, he sends a jab straight towards Zhang Xian. To test his level of cultivation, Zhang Xian doesn't bother to look at the flaws on Bai Sun compiled in the library of Heaven's Path and instead, he faces his fist with one of his own. The 2 fists connect midair and Zhang Xian frowns. Why is the strength behind his fist so lacking? Could it be that he isn't Fighter 5 Den Pinnacle? Zhang Xian's fist goes straight through the other party's fist without slowing at all, completely overpowering him, as though a stone has met with a bubble. Thinking that the other party isn't well prepared and has yet to exert his full strength yet, Zhang Xian quickly reduces his strength by half. Even so, Bai Sun's face pales and he is sent flying like a rubber ball. So. He only comes to a stop when his back crashes onto a pillar forcefully. Why aren't you using your full strength? Retracting his fist, Zhang Xian walks forward and stretches out his hand to help the ladder up. Don't. Upon seeing this sight, Master Lu Chen's eyes narrow. He immediately tries to stop them, but he is too late. Bai Sun, who was pulled by the young man, flies away like a kite who had its string snapped. With a whistle of the wind, he flies in the air once again. Paji. After flying for a dozen meters, his face crashes into the wall and fresh blood spurts out from his mouth and nose. Woo! Bai Sun almost cries on the spot. Big brother, I know that I'm not a match for you, but you don't have to be so merciless. My dashing features, my face. Why are you Seeing Bai Sun fly away with a pull of his, Zhang Xian scratches his head with an innocent look. What are they doing? First Master Lu Chen, and now Bai Sun. Is it really all right for the both of you to be leaping around? If the two of them were to know the thoughts that are running through his mind, they would have surely vomited blood on the spot out of depression. You are the one who is leaping around. We were thrown by you, all right. This fellow. Standing by the side, Wang Yu's eyebrows twitch and she finds her head unable to cope. Bai Sun can be considered one of the outstanding ones among the younger generation. Except for a few others, he is practically unmatched. This is precisely the reason why he cultivated a competitive, but reluctant to admit defeat personality. He thought that the latter would not be able to match up to him in a duel, but never did he imagine that he would be sent flying with a single punch. He lost thoroughly. This fellow looks ordinary, how can he possess such overwhelming might? Are you all right? Unsure of what the others are thinking about, Zhang Xian walks up to Bai Sun with an apologetic look. Bai Sun struggles upwards and pats the dust off his clothes. As Fighter 5 Dan who has tempered his bones and skin, small wounds like these do not pose a problem. Great. I realize that you have not used your full strength previously. How about this, let's spar once more with you using your full strength. Zhang Xian says with a serious expression. Again. Bai Sun's face twitches and he almost cries. If we were to continue fighting, I might die here. He immediately waves his hand and says, no need, Master is indeed stronger than me. I don't think there's a need to continue sparring. There's no need to be courteous, it is just friendly sparring, so you don't have to be so restrained. Also, don't call me Master, that sounds so distant. Zhang Xian thought that the other party was acting cautiously due to his identity as Master Lu Chen's peer, causing his reluctance to give his all in the spar, thus resulting in his weakness as perceived by Zhang Xian. When his cultivation had just reached Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle, he crossed blows with Yao Han, and the latter gave him a lot of pressure through his formidable strength. Yao Han's cultivation realm is higher than Bai Sun, but as there isn't too much of a difference between the two, he thought that it would be the same as when he faced him. Yet, Bai Sun was sent flying with a single fist. Finding it unbelievable, he attributed it to him not exerting his full strength. Otherwise, with his 8 ding of strength, it is impossible for him to send a Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle who possesses 4 ding of strength flying with a single fist. Spar. Bai Sun trembles in fear. You call this sparring? With just that single fist of yours, I almost ascended to the heavens, you know that. Besides, as a fellow peer of Grandpa Lu Chen, what do I call you if not Master? A thought flashes through his mind and his face twitches, seemingly on the verge of tears. Since you said that it feels distant calling you Master, then why don't I call you Grandpa? Grandpa Zhang, I admit my mistake, okay. I shouldn't have been so hostile towards you, so I beg of you. Stop asking me to spar with you. The strength measuring rock pillar is here. At this moment, Uncle Ching walks over and sees such a sight unfolding before him. Upon hearing Bai Sun's shouting plea, he petrifies on the spot. What? Chapter 54, Hongjin Pearl Fruit. Who is this? The sole son of the #1 authoritative subject of Tianxian Kingdom, Jinan Wang. For him to be crying Zhang Xian as his grandpa. Surely I am hearing things. Uncle Ching only feels his vision blurring before him and almost loses consciousness. I just stepped away for a moment to grab a strength measuring rock pillar. What happened? Can anyone enlighten me? Cough cough, all right. Little brother Zhang Xian, there are plenty of opportunities for the both of you to spar in the future. Bai Sun is injured and needs to regulate his cultivation for a while. Anyway, since the strength measuring rock pillar is already here, I think it would be best for you to try out your strength first. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Master Lu Chen quickly steps in. All right. Seeing that Bai Sun is unwilling to spar, Zhang Xian shakes his head in disappointment. He looks at the strength measuring rock pillar which is just inserted into a crevice on the ground and walks over to it. With a slight smile, he says, actually, I have tested my strength yesterday and it was about 4 ding or so. There probably won't much of a difference testing it today. It was just this morning that he had beaten Yao Han into a pig head. Before that, he had tested his strength and had ascertained it to be 8 ding. He had been busy the entire day. Furthermore, without a cultivation technique for him to cultivate, not a single one of his acupoints have been broken through yet. Thus, there shouldn't be a rise in his strength. Although he has cultivated the Heaven's Path golden body, in Zhang Xian's opinion, even if there was an improvement with his physical body, it can't possibly rival up to the significance of Zhenqi in determining one's might. As for why he said that his strength is 4 ding, it is because this is the standard strength a Dingli realm pinnacle would possess. He doesn't want to reveal too much of his secrets. At worst, he just has to hold back half of his strength when testing it later on. Since the pillar has been brought here, give it a try. Master Lu Chen says. All right. Zhang Xian smiles as he accepts the offer. With the intention to only use half of his strength, his fist flies towards the rock pillar before him. His fist propels forward as though a lightning strike, and the shock wave of his fist causes the wind to rustle. Light shines from the pillar and figures start to slowly appear on it. Look, as I said, 4 ding. Seeing the figures that had floated onto the surface of the pillar, Zhang Xian waves his hands and turns around to look at the others with a smile. However, before he could finish his words, he sees Bai Sun, Wang Yu, Master Lu Chen and Uncle Cheng look at him as though he is a monster. Every single one of their eyes are almost popping out of their sockets. What's the matter? Zhang Xian frowns. He lowers his head to look at himself. There shouldn't be anything off about him though. Look at the strength measuring rock pillar again. Huang Yu says in agitation. What is wrong with the strength measuring rock pillar? Isn't it just 4 ding? Do you all have to be so shocked? Turning around to take a look, Zhang Xian's body staggers and he almost falls to the floor. Unsure of when it happened, but the number 9 had appeared behind the number 4 that he saw previously. Putting it together. 49. The fist that I just threw had the strength of 49 ding. Zhang Xian is also astonished. When he tested it this morning, he only had 8 ding of strength. Furthermore, he intentionally restrained half of his strength when striking on the rock pillar, so how could he have possibly reached a might of 49 ding? Doesn't this mean that if he didn't contain his strength, his fist could hold a might of almost 100 ding behind it? A fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm pinnacle possesses 4 ding of strength, while the strength of a Pishue realm pinnacle expert wouldn't exceed 80 ding. To be capable of hitting 100 ding with his fist, doesn't this mean that his strength is equal to a fighter 6 Dan Pishue realm expert, surpassing the latter even? Could it be that the strength measuring rock pillar is malfunctioning? A thought flashes through his mind and Zhang Xian can't resist raising his doubt. The rock pillar isn't malfunctioning. Didn't you achieve a breakthrough in the study previously? It caused your strength to soar. Furthermore, you have yet to adapt to your newfound strength, that's why you thrashed Bai Sun so overwhelmingly. Seeing his thoughts being verified, Master Lu Chen explains. Initially, he wanted to say that he himself was beaten into a pulp by Zhang Xian, but he stopped at the crucial point. After all, no matter what, he is still a master and has to consider his reputation. A breakthrough. An inflation from 4 ding to 49 ding. It can't be that you broke through 45 acupoints at once. It is one thing to not hear his explanation, but the moment they hear it, Bai Sun and Huang Yu almost faint on the spot. Surely you are jesting. At Fighter 6 Den Pishue realm, one opens up his acupoints to raise one's cultivation. For every acupointment opened, one will gain 1 ding of strength. It is said that there are a total of 108 acupoints in the human body. However, only 72 of which can be opened. Furthermore, there is a specific order to opening these acupoints. Due to the difference in physique for every individual, they require a different sequence in breaking through them to achieve the optimal effect. If one fails to find the ideal sequence, they could possibly only end up opening 30 to 40 acupoints in their life and find themselves unable to advance forward. Normally, one breaks through them one by one, and one's strength will increase slowly 1 ding at a time. For Zhang Xian's strength to increase by 45 ding in an instant. Dude, you are about to bash through the heavens. It is not that I have never seen people breaking through, but I have never seen someone break through in such a way. Actually, it isn't just the others who are giddy and in a state of disbelief, even Zhang Xian himself doesn't know what is going on. Was such a massive improvement induced just from cultivating Heaven's Path golden body? Allowing his strength to increase by 90 ding instantaneously. Normally, when he casually sent Master Lu Chen flying and defeated Bai Sun, he should have understood how much of an improvement he had made and how much his strength had grown by, and not be as ignorant as he is now. However, as a transcender and someone who has just started cultivating 2 days ago, it is already incredible that he is able to control his cultivation to exert the correct amount of strength. Going into the specifics to control his strength, so as to manipulate it as he pleases, is simply expecting too much of him. This is just like an ordinary person who is suddenly granted superhuman strength. He wouldn't be able to get used to it initially, and, perhaps, might even feel slightly lost about the matter. This is exactly the situation that is occurring with Zhang Xian. Initially, he only possessed 8 ding of strength. However, it suddenly increased by 90 ding, an increment of more than tenfold. Furthermore, as this increment originates from his physical body, it is undetectable. Rather, it would be weird if he knew it in advance. It is already a blessing for him to not have reduced Bai Sun into a lump of meat. Little brother Zhang, you can't possibly have opened 45 acupoints just now. Seeing him in a daze, Master Lu Chen asks slowly. It is unheard of to open 45 acupoints in an instant. But if that isn't the case, where could have the sudden boost of strength possibly came from? I am still Dingli Realm Pinnacle. My cultivation has yet to advance, just that, my physical body grew stronger by a bit. Zhang Xian says. Physical body. Master Lu Chen is astounded, not daring to believe what he has just heard. I have heard that there are some treasures in the world that allow one's physical body to rival steel when consumed, giving one the strength equivalent to a Pishue realm pinnacle. Could it be that it is possible to reach such a level through cultivating one's physical body as well? Keng. I seem to have eaten some unidentifiable fruit today. Initially, I felt my body heat up after eating it, but I didn't pay much heed to it. Perhaps, that could be the reason for the sudden increase in the strength of my physical body. Zhang Xian says. As a member of modern civilization, he understands the logic that possessing a treasure beyond one's ability will attract calamity. If he were to acknowledge that he has reached such a level through cultivation, innumerable people might go read and try to extort him of his cultivation technique. Perhaps, some might even kidnap him to research on. Since Master Lu Chen had mentioned that there are some treasures that can induce a massive enhancement in one's physical body, he decided to go along with it. Fate, this is truly fate. Master Lu Chen doesn't doubt Zhang Xian's words at all. Actually, it isn't that he isn't doubtful, but even if he is, he has no choice but to believe Zhang Xian's words. For one's physical strength to increase by a few dozen ding through 2 hours of cultivation. Isn't this daydreaming? It is as laughable as trying to get a male to bear children. Rather than believing that nonsense, it is more probable that he might have consumed some treasure. May I know the appearance of the fruit that little brother ate? Master Lu Chen continues asking. Appearance. Zhang Xian scratches his head. He was spouting nonsense, so how could he have possibly known how it would look like? However, since they have already gotten to this point, keeping silent would seem much more suspicious instead. Thus, he replies, it is a red-colored fruit. Previously, when he was flipping through the books in the Academy's Compendium Pavilion, he recalls seeing a record of a fruit similar to what Lu Chen has just described. The book is an epic of a person's travels, and a character in it had eaten a red-colored fruit and had his strength raised massively. At this moment, he could only blindly try his luck. Red-colored. Could it be crimson-colored? Indeed, it is that thing. Master Lu Chen seems to have thought of something and his breathing hastens. Master knows of it. It is the Hongjin pearl fruit. Legend has it that consuming it will allow one's physical body to soar rapidly, granting one the strength that even a Pishue realm pinnacle expert is unable to withstand. Master Lu Chen says excitedly. Hongjin pearl fruit. Zhang Xian says with a bizarre look on his face. Could it be that such a thing really exists? Chapter 55, Surrounded, 1. Chatting for a moment longer, Zhang Xian was questioned on where he obtained the Hongjin pearl fruit from. He casually replies that he got it from the market, causing Master Lu Chen and the rest to exclaim at his fortune. Right, brother Zhang Xian, are you a local or? Lu Chen asks. I am a teacher at Hongtian Academy. Zhang Xian replies. No wonder you possess such strength and a deep understanding towards painting. Master Lu Chen praises him. He turns around to Huang Yu and Bai Sun who are sitting by the side and says, painting can mold a person's personality and train their character. Don't let fighting and killing occupy your mind all day long. Since brother Zhang Xian is a teacher of the academy, Go and visit him to learn from him whenever the both of you are free. I will consider giving the person who learns a thing or two from him a pass and give them what they want. Huang Yu replies with a bitter expression, whereas Bai Sun's eyes are glittering with excitement. Through their crossing of blows, he understands that Zhang Xian's current ability far surpasses him. To be able to learn from such an expert is definitely much more interesting than simply just learning boring painting. At the very least, he feels more relaxed learning from him than Master Lu Chen. My apologies for the sudden intrusion today. It is getting a little late, so Master, I will be bidding you farewell. I will visit you another day. After accomplishing what he came for, Zhang Xian decides to take his leave and clasps his hands together towards Lu Chen. This time, you came here to look for fighter sixth and cultivation techniques, but it is a pity that I don't have many of them here. I will speak to Shenjue about this matter a few days later to bring you to the kingdom's book collection vault to browse through them. It just happens that he seems to be out hunting these few days, so he isn't in the capital at the moment. Master Lu Chen says. You have my utmost gratitude, Master. Hearing these words, Zhang Xian's eyes light up. It is impossible to find more than a few fighter sixth and cultivation technique manuals at any ordinary location. However, in the kingdom's book collection vault, the location that is reputed to have the most complete collection of books in Tianxian Kingdom, he is surely able to find many of them. If he is able to enter the vault to browse through the fighter sixth and cultivation techniques, he might be able to form Heaven's Path divine art and break through successfully. You're too courteous. Lu Chen nods his head with a smile. Leaving the master's residence, Zhang Xian heads towards the academy. The sun had already set when he was still having dinner with Shen Bairu. At this moment, the moon hangs high up in the sky, illuminating the ground with a cold silver glow. Going by the clock of his previous life, it should be around 12 already. Despite the time, he doesn't feel fatigued in the least. Instead, his eyes are glowing with exhilaration. The trip to the master's residence was truly worth it. Compiling the Heaven's Path golden body has propelled the strengthening of his physical body, causing his prowess to soar. With his current cultivation, even if he were to meet with a Pishue realm pinnacle expert, he would be able to easily subdue them. Besides, he also found a dozen books or so on fighter sixth and cultivation techniques. Even if it is insufficient for him to compile a complete version of Heaven's Path divine art, it should still be beneficial to his training. My physical body has already reached 90 ding of strength. If I were to find higher-tier physical body enhancement techniques, will I grow even stronger? There may be many different secret manuals on training one's physical body in Master Lu Chen's study, but they were the simplest and most basic cultivation methods. If such books could possess such effects after being compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path, does this mean that if he were to assemble together a set of more profound physical body cultivation manuals, the book compiled would be even more incredible? If this is true, his physical body will probably play a significant part in his battle prowess in the future. Just as he is immersing himself in his delight, his ears suddenly quiver. The growth and strength of his physical body has also caused his hearing and vision to sharpen. He suddenly realizes that someone is stalking him. His footsteps sway and he comes to a stop. Those friends who are following behind me, come out. Hee hee, I didn't expect that you would be so wary. What is the use of being wary? Lad, you made us lose money, don't even dream about escaping from us today. Walala. As his voice trails off, a few human silhouettes dash out from the darkness and surround him. Every one of them look at Zhang Xian coldly, as though staring at a corpse. It's you all. Zhang Xian recognizes them. He recognizes two of those in the group as Master Mo Yang, who was exposed in the market earlier today by him, and the artifact dealer who was working with him. The remaining few should be the supports who were hidden within the crowd. At this moment, Master Mo Yang's face is swollen red and the skin around his eyes is bruised black. A few parts of his clothes are torn off and he no longer possesses the serene and enlightened disposition and appearance from before. In fact, if one were to claim that he is a beggar on the street, people would believe him. Looks like after being exposed, those victims didn't let him off the hook so easily. But that's to be expected as well. After all, which of those who were able to engage in the expensive sport of treasure speculation didn't come from extraordinary families? After realizing that they were scammed, they can already be considered to be kind for not killing him on the spot. The artifact dealer doesn't seem to be in a much better state than him. His two eyes are bruised black and two sausage-like swells hang by his mouth, causing his speech to be indistinct. Glaring at Zhang Xian, the resentment and anger in their gazes are clear to see. This was a ploy that they spent a fortune to set up, only for it to be wrecked by this young man here. Not mentioning how they had to spit out the meat that was already in their mouths, they even almost got beaten to death. Thus, it is understandable that they would feel intense resentment against him. You little bastard, you sure ran away fast back then. Let's see where you can run off to now. A maniacal gleam flashes across the eyes of the artifact dealer. You all want to kill me. Noticing the aura of the surroundings growing eerily cold, Zhang Xian frowns. If you have to blame it for your big mouth for saying things that shouldn't be said. In your next life, remember to keep your mouth in check. Master Mo Yang sneers savagely as he clenches his fists, causing jia sounds to echo in the surroundings. The reason why their fraud failed was due to this fellow. It took them a while before they managed to find him, so naturally, they wouldn't allow him to escape easily. I'm sorry, but I don't wish to die for now, and neither do I wish to keep my mouth in check. Zhang Xian says. You don't wish to die. Ruthlessness flickers across in the eyes of Master Mo Yang. This isn't up to you. Brothers, kill him, slice him apart and feed him to the dogs. Roger. With a cold snort, one of the support steps forward and lifting his arms up, he sends a palm down towards Zhang Xian. The moment he makes his move, his cultivation realm is made apparent. Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle. No wonder he could still escape to Tianxian Kingdom to conduct fraud even after being outlawed by Liuzhu Kingdom. He does indeed possess some capabilities. If it was yesterday night, even if Zhang Xian was able to emerge victorious against this fellow, he would have to utilize the strength of the Library of Heaven's path to exploit his weakness. However, with an overwhelming progress in the strength of his physical body, possessing nearly 100 ding of strength now, Dingli Pinnacle means nothing to him now. Chuckling softly, he sends a slap towards his attacker. You're courting death. Number 4's nickname is Metal Palms. His hands are capable of splitting rocks. Back then, in Liuzhu Kingdom, a Pishue realm primary stage was killed by a single palm of his. Yet, this fellow dares to exchange blows with him without any preparation. The ignorant sure are fearless. To think that we were done in by such a fellow, what misfortune. Seeing that fellow going against number 4 without dodging at all, Master Mo Yang and the rest sneer. This support may not seem unexceptional, but his strength isn't for show. His palms are capable of even striking through metal. What does a young man who isn't even 20 mean before that? To face it head on, what else can he be doing other than courting death? Just when they thought that Zhang Xian will be crippled by the blow, they see the one whom they call number 4 Metal Palms being as weak as a slab of tofu. Unable to withstand Zhang Xian's blow, his bones shatter and his rib cage sinks in as he is blasted away by the force of the blow. His head stabs onto the ground first, causing him to look like a bulb of wild onion. Chapter 56, Surrounded, 2. So it seems that he isn't weak, no wonder he is so arrogant. Seeing number 4 being sent flying by a single palm, Master Mo Yang freezes for a moment before his expression turns even more savage. Waving his hands grandly, as though he is in control of the entire situation, he says, however, your luck ends here. After which, he turns to look at the artifact dealer by the side and says, end it fast. We still have matters to attend to. The artifact dealer nods his head and advances forward. Before he even strikes, he emanates an aura from his body. It is similar to the mountains and the oceans, immeasurable. If one were to close their eyes, they could clearly feel 10 acupoints in the other party's body absorbing and exuding spiritual energy, each of them bright as though the stars. Pishue Realm Expert. Zhang Xian is taken aback. At Fighter 6 Den Pishue Realm, one starts to open up the acupoints within their body to absorb the spiritual energy from the world and refine it for their own usage. At this level of cultivation, regardless of whether it is reaction speed or strength, they would be enhanced significantly. In Hongtian Academy, this is the level of strength an elder possesses. It is beyond his expectations that a scammer would possess such strength. Are you afraid? If so, kneel down, apologize and compensate our losses. Otherwise, death awaits you. Noticing Zhang Xian's astonishment, he thought that he is apprehensive of his strength. Thus, with a long cry, he steps forward, reminiscent of a god who governs over life and death. Kneel down. Apologize. Compensate your losses. Zhang Xian shakes his head. I am not that free to be apologizing and compensating to a scammer. If you all have such an interest, you all could kneel down to me instead and compensate my losses from your assault today. This way, I can consider letting you all off the hook. What did you say? Is this fellow mad? Master Mo Yang and the artifact owner start to suspect whether this fellow is insane. Our people far outnumber you. Furthermore, we have Pishiware realm experts on our side. Yet, you expect us to kneel down to a lonesome young man like you. What are you trying to act cool for? Besides, compensate your losses for the assault. You have losses my ass. The head of our number Furi still lodged into the ground. If we are speaking about losses, ours are significantly greater, okay. Stop spouting nonsense with him, just kill him. Master Mo Yang gestures. The artifact owner nods his head. Exerting force on the soles of his feet, he charges towards Zhang Xian with his fingers wide open. In the shape of a palm. Hoo-hoo. Before he could get close, the rustling of the wind could be heard, as though an eagle trying to prey on a rabbit. It gives others an oppressing sensation, a massive pressure that they are seemingly unable to withstand. It is number 2's battle technique Soaring Eagle. This battle technique can be considered to be superior even among those in the mortal intermediate tier. Isn't it a little too excessive to be using it to deal with a young lad? Hee, it isn't excessive. This lad is able to smack away number 4 with a single palm strike of his. This shows that he is pretty capable as well. However, his luck has come to an end, now that he is facing number 2's Soaring Eagle. Seeing the artifact dealer executing such an incredible technique, the crowd nod their heads in approval. Soaring Eagle is in the forefront even among the mortal intermediate tier battle techniques. The moment it is executed, one will emit a majestic aura, reminiscent of an eagle hunting down a rabbit, leaving his opponent with the impression of mountains and oceans, as well as a feeling of helplessness before such overwhelming might. Even if their leader, Master Mo Yang, were to encounter it, he would have to retreat temporarily so as to avoid facing it head-on. Soaring Eagle. The moment the other party executes his battle technique, a manual appears in Zhang Xian's head and written on it is the flaws and the history of this artifact dealer. Scanning through it with his consciousness, Zhang Xian imprints this information into his mind and suddenly, a bizarre expression appears on his face. Due to the lack of time, it isn't the time for him to be pondering. The battle technique executed by the artifact dealer is already right before him. A battle technique allows one to better unleash their strength, thus bringing them to greater heights. As a Pishiware realm expert who has opened 10 acupoints, the artifact dealer isn't weak at all. Complemented with the mortal intermediate-tier battle technique, he carries with him a very powerful and oppressive aura. Die. A savage smile appears on his face is similar to the radiance of a flower. However, before this flower can finish blooming, his eyes narrow and a ghastly cry sounds, ah. A tragic howl echoes across the night sky, as though a stone grinder has crushed the ears of a dog. What happened? At the very start, Master Mo Yang and the rest thought that Zhang Xian will be crushed in an instant by the strength of number 4. However, they didn't expect that the latter would end up so tragically. Recalling the defeat of number 4, they swiftly turn their heads to take a look and the sight before them causes their face to twitch and they almost pass out on the spot. The young man before them totally ignores the magnificence of the artifact dealer and sends a kick upwards toward his dignity as a man. Kacha, the sound of egg breaking apart causes everyone's face to twitch uncontrollably. So. The next moment, the artifact dealer is sent flying as though a rubber ball, crashing into a wall not too far away, forming a word. Initially, it should have been a word, but from the looks of it, there probably isn't a chance for it anymore. Incredible. Seeing how he was able to easily kick away the Pishiware realm artifact dealer who was in the midst of executing his battle technique, Zhang Xian nods his head in approval. Even though his physical body is significantly stronger than the other party is skilled in fighting techniques and possessed great speed. Zhang Xian would have to resort to several means to cripple him, and even so, it would have taken several blows to do it. However, with the Library of Heaven's Path, he is able to clearly see through the flaws of the other party. As such, subduing him became an easy task. With a single kick, the bird flies away and the egg shatters. Even if he is a Pishiware realm expert, he is not too far off from death from that kick. Something is amiss about this lad. Let's attack him together. Seeing Zhang Xian smack number 4 into the ground and kick number 2 to the point that he no longer possesses his lower companion, no matter how foolish Master Mo Yang could be, he clearly understands that the lad before him isn't simple, and his previous contemptuous gaze hardens. Upon hearing the orders, even though the remaining few are sweating profusely and a numbing sensation pervades their crotches, they dare not disobey the orders and step forward to encircle Zhang Xian. Go! A bellow and the remaining few immediately charge forward. All kinds of powerful attacks fall relentlessly onto Zhang Xian. Their zhenqi gushes through their meridians and the might of their attacks generate powerful shock waves. Just like the previous number 4, the rest of them are all Fighter 5 Dandingli realm experts. Despite the fact that they outnumber Zhang Xian, due to his ability to see through the flaws of others and his Pishue realm pinnacle level fighting prowess, they do not pose a threat to him at all. Something is not right. Why are there only these few attacks? Parrying all of the attacks that come flying towards him, a thought suddenly flashes through Zhang Xian's mind, causing him to pause for a moment. The artifact dealer, who is only number 2 in their midst, possesses the strength of Pishue realm. Logically speaking, the fake Master Mo Yang should be significantly stronger than him. However, why is he not attacking with the rest of the lot? If he were to attack, perhaps Zhang Xian might have a difficult time coping with the attacks. Just as he is bewildered over the bizarre situation, he notices a figure who had already retreated 10 meters away. In the midst of his run, he shouts, "You all kill him, I'll be back soon." Ah! Hearing these words, the attacking crowd stagger. There is no need to guess the situation. It is clear to see that their boss, upon sensing that the situation has gone awry, has abandoned them and fled. Shameless! Zhang Xian shouts in surprising harmony with the rest of the supports. Just a moment ago, he was still bellowing so righteously. Yet, at the next moment, he turned around to flee, leaving his subordinates in a lurch. No wonder he was able to escape the pursuit of Liuzhu Kingdom, he is simply way too shameless to be caught that easily. Chapter 57, Storage Ring. You won't get away that easily. This fellow had Zhang Xian surrounded, and demanded him to kneel down and compensate him. Naturally, Zhang Xian can't possibly let him off the hook so easily. Zhang Xian does a quick job out of the several Fighter 5 Dandingli realm pinnacle supports, and turning his body around, he heads straight for the Master Mo Yang ahead of him. With the significant breakthrough in the strength of his physical body, Zhang Xian's body movement is reminiscent of a frog. Every single time the base of his foot comes into contact with the ground, he will fly forward 10 meters. Despite not possessing any footwork techniques, his speed is swift like a rock. The heck? The frantically escaping Master Mo Yang turns his head, just to see the other party flitting towards him with large strides, his movement similar to that of the immortals. The overwhelming shock causes him to forget to breathe for a split moment and he almost tumbles over. He thought that Zhang Xian is a lamb that he can easily squeeze to death, so he fervently hunted him down to wash away the shame from the incident earlier this day. Yet, never did he expect that he would run into a lion's den. If only he knew that Zhang Xian was that formidable, he would have never come looking for him. Judging from how young that fellow is, even if he started training inside his mother's womb, it is still illogical for his strength to rise that quickly. Master Mo Yang feels endless regret, to the point that even the thought of suicide pops in his head. If only his mouth wasn't that inauspicious for him to pick out that fellow out of the entire crowd when he was scamming the others in the treasure speculation hall, the other party would not have exposed his deeds and he could have walked out of the hall pompously under the gazes of respect from the crowd, despite scamming their money. Even after his ploy was exposed, he could have just escaped the capital, and nothing would have happened. Yet, he just had to decide on exacting vengeance. Now, not only did he fail to exact vengeance, on the contrary, he became the one who is being chased like a weakling. What the heck is this? Truly, if one doesn't dedicate his soul to committing suicide, one wouldn't die. Ah, my heart. Despite being just 19, Zhang Xian had cultivated the Heaven's Path Divine Art and Heaven's Path Golden Body. His body had been nourished by zhenqi, cleared of impurities, and his bones had been tempered and forged anew, causing him to look younger than his real age. At one look, he looks barely 17 or 18. At such an age, an average person would only be at Fighter 1 Dan or 2 Dan. Yet, the moment they all made a move, it is clear to see that not even with all of them combined could they match up with Zhang Xian. Thus, it would actually be more bizarre if he didn't choose to escape. Stop. While complaining in his mind, he feels a stifling sensation in his chest. Following which, a flat voice sounds from his back. Before he can turn around to counterattack, he feels a sharp pain at the center of his spinal cord. He stumbles forward and with his face in contact with the ground, he flies forward, creating a deep gorge on the ground in his track. My face. Master Mo Yang is on the verge of tears. Without taking a look, it is clear that his face is already ruined. As though not sparing the moment for him to wallow in self-pity, a foot steps on his head. You should have thought of the possibility of such an outcome when you came for my life. Zhang Xian steps on the head of the other party with an impassive expression. He had only been an ordinary librarian in his previous life. However, ever since becoming a part of this world, he had comprehended the logic of might reigning supreme here. If his strength turned out to be inadequate today, he might have possibly died already. Don't kill me. Lord, as long as you do not kill me, I am willing to hand over my years of savings to you. Clearly feeling the other party's ability to crush his head by exerting force through the foot that's on his head, Master Mo Yang trembles uncontrollably. Comparing money with life, it is clear that the latter is much more valuable. Oh. Show it to me then. I'll see if it is sufficient to buy your life. Zhang Xian replies blandly. Yes, yes. Hearing the other party's words, Master Mo Yang hurriedly takes off his ring with trembling fingers and presents it to Zhang Xian. Everything is inside. I beseech Lord, to take a look. Inside. Zhang Xian frowns. What can be fitted into a ring? However, as an expert, he can't be posing such an inquiry to the other party. His mind jolts and a book appears. Loadier storage ring. Possesses 3 meters square of space within. Flaws, inferior method of creation. The book describes the details of the ring thoroughly. Storage ring. To think that a giant fraudster like him would possess such a good item. Looks like I've made a huge earning this time. When browsing through the books on the Academy's Compendium Pavilion, he became aware of the existence of the mountain in a seed, mystical treasure. Initially, he thought that it was a treasure that was far from his reach, to think that this fellow would possess it. Even though it is a loadier storage ring, it should be worth at least 500,000 gold coins. Even the elders of the Academy might not be able to afford such a luxury. He can't help but feel surprised by a fraudster possessing such an item. However, after giving this matter some thoughts, he comes to a realization. Without this item, how can he bring away the money he earned? If he were to carry the stack of money around, it would just be a matter of time before he gets discovered, caught and executed. Looks like this fellow had spent much of his fortune just to buy this. As Zhang Xian expects, a face of heartache appears on the face of the other party as he passes the object over. Recalling the details of storage rings in the book he read regarding it previously, he drips a drop of fresh blood on it. With a jolt of his mind, a 3-meter square space appears in his vision. It is filled with gold coins, numbering up to 100,000. His character may be subpar, but he does have quite a bit of saving. Lord, since you have accepted the item, I beg you to spare my life. Seeing the young man, Master Mo Yang hurriedly says. Spare your life? It is not impossible for me to do that. If you hand over the banknotes that you have secretly hidden on your body, sparing you is just a small matter. Zhang Xian looks at him with a bright smile. You. With narrowed eyes, Master Mo Yang looks as though he had met a ghost as disbelief shrouds his features. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As an experienced scammer, he has already prepared a course of action in case he gets captured. Thus, when he was running away, he secretly moved to his body the banknotes he had accumulated throughout the years. This is also the reason why he generously offered his storage ring over. The goal of it is to numb the other party so that he wouldn't conduct a body search on him. As long as he was able to get away safely, even if he loses the storage ring and the wealth stored within it, with such banknotes in his possession, he is able to live without worries as a wealthy man and start anew. He thought that his actions were extremely covert. He couldn't have imagined that this young-looking man had seen through his actions from the start. How did he know? Even if he is powerful, it is impossible for him to see through his clothes and notice the banknotes hidden within. Can't be bothered to argue with the other party. With a claw, Zhang Xian rips apart his clothes, and in accordance with his expectations, 10 banknotes expose themselves between the tattered clothes. Each of them is worth 100,000, and they added up to a massive sum of 1 million. Looks like I have made a huge profit this time. Delighted to see the enormous amount of money, Zhang Xian's eyes radiate light. I have given you all my money, so you can let me go now. Seeing how the other party is aware even of his hidden stash, Master Mo Yang becomes disconsolate, his previous haughty aura gone without a trace as cries threaten to escape from his throat. He. Yang Mo, an apprentice appraiser. A scammer in Liuzhu Kingdom who made his name as an appraiser, notorious for his frauds to earn wealth and the favor of women. Skilled in voice of allurement, which beguiles the mind of others through words, making it easier to convince them. Zhang Xian's foot remains firmly on his head as he revealed the information compiled on this master from the library with a smiling face. You. How did you know? Who the hell are you? Master Mo Yang's eyes narrow as his whole body trembles intensely, as fear reflects on his face. Chapter 58, How did he do it? A moment ago, when his hidden stash was exposed by Zhang Xian, he panicked, but a portion of it was still feigned. However, the current fear that he is expressing on his face at this very moment is completely real. He feels a chill rushing down through his body, threatening to freeze him into a snowman. It wouldn't be weird if the other party could identify him. After all, he can be considered a wanted serial offender, so there's always the possibility of an attentive person seeing through his disguise. However, the fact that he practices the voice of allurement is something that not even Lao and the rest are aware of. Furthermore, he had not dared reveal the fact to anyone, so how could this fellow be aware of it? This was a secret manual that he attained with much difficulty during a chance encounter. He had hidden this fact in the depth of his heart, and he could proudly declare that not a second person in this world knew of this secret. Yet, the other party was aware of it. The overwhelming shock he is feeling at the moment is about to scare him to death. There are many kinds of secret manuals. There are those on the physical body, battle techniques, cultivation techniques. However, most of these can be found easily. If one had to talk about the most valuable secret manuals in the entire kingdom, most probably, the position would have to go to those regarding secret arts that affects one's psyche. Voice of allurement is an extremely low-tier psyche secret art. However, no matter how low-tiered it is still an attack on one's psyche. Once it is executed, no matter how powerful a person is, if they are unprepared, they will still fall for it. Previously, he had been captured by a fighter 7-den expert. He relied on this to coax the other party into sparing his life. The reason why he intentionally begged for his life is to numb the other party through such a method. Never would he have expected that not only was the other party unaffected by his tricks, he seemed to be omniscient, as though nothing about him could escape his notice. Before Zhang Xian, he feels his facade falling off, and that he is standing buck naked before him, without a single concealment. How can he possibly not feel anxious? If he was afraid a moment ago, right now, he is feeling terror-stricken. You don't have to bother how I was made aware of these, you just have to know that these aren't the only things I am aware of. Your Mingmen and such, I am also cognizant of them. I can spare you, but from today onwards, if I were to find out that you are still scamming others, bringing harm onto others, death would be the only thing that awaits you. Stopping there, Zhang Xian kicks the other party's body. Gotcha. The sound of an egg shattering. The scammer Yang Mo senses a resounding blast from his dantian, and strength derived from his many years of cultivation seeps away. Without strength, he dares not scam others even if he wanted to. My cultivation. Sensing the loss of his strength, Yang Mo is filled with hatred, but he does not dare to snap at him. The other party is simply too frightening. He is no human, but a demon. How can he possibly dare to retaliate when it's a demon who broke his dantian and ruined his cultivation? Scram. After receiving his benefits and dealing with the scammer, Zhang Xian walks back to the academy with widened strides. The other party is just a scammer, he isn't worth soiling his hands over. It is already around 1 in the morning by the time he reaches his dormitory. However, Zhang Xian isn't fatigued at all. Too many things had happened tonight, with events coming one after another. If it wasn't for the godly cheat library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian would had been at a loss for dealing with those situations. Let's see if I can organize those fighter 6-den cultivation technique manuals that I got from Master Lu Chen. Back then, he was too preoccupied with cultivating the Heaven's Path golden body, so he has yet to take a good look at the fighter sixth and cultivation techniques. Now that he has free time, it is a good opportunity for him to examine them. Soon, the correct cultivation method of the dozen or so secret manuals are extracted. However, taking a look at it, Zhang Xian feels his head bloating up. They aren't connected with one another in the least. If I were to cultivate this, my cultivation would definitely go berserk and I will die. Zhang Xian shakes his head helplessly. He might have a dozen secret manuals in his possession, but there are still too many flaws in it. Even if he were to extract the correct methods from them, he is still unable to form a complete cultivation technique set. In fact, the cultivation technique set formed would be filled with even more gaps, making it impossible to cultivate it. Forget it. I better find a way to look for more manuals first. Knowing that the cultivation technique cannot be used, Zhang Xian doesn't panic. Instead, he recultivates the cultivation techniques of the first 3 dawn compiled by the library. Only after ensuring that his cultivation has completely integrated as one does he go to sleep. Zhang Xian doesn't know that in the period that he went to the market to purchase items, in the academy, Elder Shang Chen's backyard is on the verge of exploding. "Grandfather, you have to redress my grievances." With tears and snot flowing down his face, Shang Bin's cry tremors even the heavens. As the grandson of an elder, he is born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Furthermore, being talented, he has always been respected by others. Yet, he had suffered all the setbacks he had never suffered in his whole life today. It is already a great blessing that he has yet to go insane. When bringing trouble upon someone, a lunatic dashed out and beat him up to a pighead. When going out for dinner, he sees his goddess dining happily with that lad. He could still take it if his framing fails and if he embarrasses himself, but... "Grandfather, didn't you say that this sky-shattering lion is very obedient? I ordered it to teach that useless Zhang Xian a lesson, but not only did it not obey my orders, it even beat me up instead." The more he thinks about it, the more furious he gets. At this moment, Shang Bin is full of tears for himself. This sky-shattering lion before him has been squandering off his family, yet, at a crucial period, not only did it not obey orders, it even helped an outsider to assault him. He feels like tearing his hair out whenever he thinks about it. It is usually rather obedient. Shang Chen feels a little awkward. He looks at the sky-shattering lion on front of him with a puzzled expression. He is just a normal beast tamer, and his expertise in the field isn't particularly high. Even if he were to tame savage beasts, he could only interact with them on equal footing, and not that of a master and servant. This is precisely why the sky-shattering lion needs not bother about his emotions and second-guess his thoughts whenever it wants to do something. However, no matter what, they are contractually related to one another. After asking it to protect his grandson, why did it listen to the words of the outsider and assault Shang Bin instead? Upon noticing Shang Bin, the sky-shattering lion holds its head up high with a proud expression on its face, seemingly proud of its deed. Seeing the expression on the sky-shattering lion, Shang Bin receives another 10,000 damage internally. When it was with Zhang Xian, it licked the other party's hand affectionately and treated him respectfully, as though a pug. Yet now, it is acting as haughty as a king. The heck, is my grandfather your owner or he is? Cough cough, I'll persuade the sky-shattering lion later when I get back. Seeing his beast pet behaving like this, clearly rejecting cooperation with him, Elder Shang Chen's face turns red as he waves away the matter. "Grandfather, this time, you have to teach this Zhang Xian a lesson in my stead. It would be best if his teaching license is revoked and he is chased out of the academy." Knowing that his grandfather is of a relationship of equals with the sky-shattering lion and is unable to teach it a lesson, Shang Bin doesn't dawdle on the matter and gritting his teeth, diverts the topic towards Zhang Xian. A trash who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination had caused him so much embarrassment and left innumerable wounds all over his body, causing him to almost die even. This kind of grudge cannot be washed away even by the rapid flow of the river. Rest assured, I will settle this matter. But this Zhang Xian, who knows what kind of luck did he stumble over, he actually managed to recruit 5 students. Without a reasonable excuse, even for me, it will be difficult to expel a registered teacher. Elder Shang Chen says. Registered with the continent's teacher guild, Zhang Xian can be considered formally as a teacher. Even as an elder of the academy, the head of the education bureau, as long as the other party doesn't sin deeply, he has no rights to expel him. While shaking his head, doubt flashes across his eyes. As a fellow who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination, everyone thought that it would be impossible for any student to acknowledge him. Yet, contrary to their expectations, not only did students acknowledge him, there were 5 of them. Furthermore, a few of them were within the top 100. No one would have thought it possible if they didn't witness it for themselves. In fact, despite seeing the results compiled by the Education Bureau, he still finds it unbelievable. This fellow, how did he do it? It is totally irrational, isn't it? Chapter 59, The Frenzied Students. I have already found an excuse for grandfather to take action. Chao Xiong Laosher has a student named Lu Yang, and this Lu Yang was coerced by Zhang Xian to become his student. Chao Xiong Laosher has already applied for an enlightenment will trial, which will be conducted tomorrow. By then, as long as grandfather makes a move, it would be an easy task to strip him of his license. Shang Bin squeezes these words through gritted teeth. The deception Chao Xiong spoke of turned into coercion through his words. There is a world of difference between these two words. Deception only means that there's something wrong with that person's personality. On the other hand, coercion is a matter of morals. Coercion. Are you sure? Elder Shang Chen is taken back. I'm sure. Shang Bin nods his head affirmatively. If that's the case. How about this, tomorrow, I will invite Elder Mo over for him to witness the process. If the result of the enlightenment will trial shows that Lu Yang did not willingly become his student, then there is the possibility for him to be stripped of his teaching license. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Shang Chen says, "Thank you, grandfather." Excitement shines in Shang Bin's eyes. With the presence of teachers comes qualifications, and the organization that protects the identity of teachers is the Teacher Guild. The guild has the authority to inspect the actions of teachers, as well as to strip them of their license. There was a similar organization called the Ministry of Education in Zhang Xian's previous world. Teachers are role models. To guide a student along their path, they must first make the students concede to them, so that they are willing to learn from them. If they were to coerce them, thus causing the student to be jaundiced, it is possible for their licenses to be revoked. As for how to gauge whether one is truly willing to become the student of a teacher, the enlightenment will trial is the most impartial method. Brat, you might be gleeful now, but let's see how you can continue being so arrogant when your teaching license is revoked tomorrow. Upon the thought that he would be able to exact vengeance for all of the grudges in the past, Shang Bin clenches his fist subconsciously and a surge of exhilaration runs through his body. Zhang Xian doesn't know that someone has already set up a ploy against him. After a night of rest, he feels energized. Looking into the mirror, he notices that after cultivating the Heaven's Path golden body yesterday, his body became even whiter and smoother, similar to that of an infant. There isn't a single scar or such on his body. Overall, he looks much younger as well. Those who are oblivious to his identity might even think that he is a student. Not bad, he says before heading to the classroom with giant strides. Arriving at the classroom, the first thing he notices is that the interiors of the room has been cleaned spick and span by his 5 students, and even the drinking water has already been boiled. Wang Ying, Lu Yang, Zheng Yang, Zhao Ye, and Yuan Tao are all energized. All of them stare at Zhang Xian with looks of reverence and excitement. Initially, these few students had all thought that they were deceived into acknowledging a fellow who was last in the teacher qualification examination as their teacher. However, after the lesson yesterday, they realized that even though his reputation is terrible, he is, indubitably, an incredibly capable figure. This feeling resonates especially so for Wang Ying. After reciting those theories her teacher spoke of to her father and the elders of the family, they were all filled with praises for him. In fact, there were even some parts of it that they were incapable of comprehending. After which, they insisted in bringing Wang Tao over to acknowledge him as his teacher. From this incident itself, his standards are clear to see. How can one not feel excited upon having such a person as their teacher? Seems like everything is in order today. Zhao Ye, take this medicinal herb, crush it into powder and swallow it along with water. Also, this is a cultivation technique that I have just handwritten. If you cultivate by the methods written on it, you should be able to fully recover in 3 days or so. Seeing the expressions reflected in everyone's eyes, it is impossible for Zhang Xian to not know what they are thinking. Nodding his head, he passes the frigid sun mother grass, which he bought yesterday night, and a book to Zhao Ye. Zhao Ya's illness was caused by her cultivation of a pure yin cultivation technique. After browsing through all of the books in the teacher's compendium pavilion, Zhang Xian used the Library of Heaven's Path to derive a solution for a problem. Even though the cultivation technique pales far in comparison to his Heaven's Path divine art, it is still a skill derived from the extraction of the essence of 10 different books, and it is still extraordinarily valuable. There are still flaws within it, but the remaining ones don't really affect the whole situation. Yes. Zhao Ya grabs the medicinal herb and places it into her embrace before casually flipping open the book. She notices that the ink is still fresh, and it is clear that it was just written. After taking a brief look at it, her eyes narrow and she looks at him in disbelief. Zhang Laoshi, although I am new here, I have heard of most of the renowned secret manuals in the academy. This manual is several times more incredible than my white jade pure maiden skill. Why have I never heard of it? Furthermore, why isn't there a name on this book? As the daughter of a city lord, Zhao Ya has a massive collection of books in her home. She has browsed through many different secret manuals, which help to build her eye of discernment. This book in her hand is clearly several folds stronger than the white jade pure maiden skill that she cultivated before. However, why has she never heard of it? Whenever one copies a cultivation technique, one would always write the name of the creator on it. However, not a trace of information on its creator can be seen on this book, causing Zhao Ya to be puzzled. Oh, this book is something that I have just compiled and wrote down based on your physical condition, so there's no name for it. If you find it difficult to refer to it like that, you can name it as you like. Zhang Xian says. The Library of Heaven's Path extracts the correct portions of each secret manual and compiles them into a book. The book that is compiled by the library does not have a name, and he can't be bothered to name it either. Thus, he passed it to her right after he casually copied it down. He didn't expect for Zhao Ya to ask about it, thus he answers it casually. What? Teacher, wrote it himself. This means, this is a cultivation technique created by teacher. Not only Zhao Ya was taken aback, the others also narrow their eyes and all of them nearly pass out on the spot. Every single one of those who managed to successfully create a cultivation technique were grandmaster-level figures, experts who left a mark in history. For their obscure teacher to be capable of creating a cultivation technique. Not to mention, such an advanced one, are you for real? You can say so. The Library of Heaven's Path cannot be explained, and these books came out of nowhere. Thus, it doesn't matter whether Zhang Xian says if he is the one who created them or not. Thinking nothing about it, he casually nods his head. Incredible. White Jade Pure Maiden Skill. This skill was created by a fighter 8 Den Zhongshe realm expert in our family. For teacher to be able to create a cultivation technique of much higher tier than this so easily, exactly how strong is he? Seeing him admit to it, the 5 students find themselves on the verge of going insane. Since the inception of Hongtian Academy, there had been less than a few who had successfully created a cultivation technique throughout its century of history. Every single one of them were reputable and influential figures. Yet, their own teacher is capable of the very same feat as well. They find themselves giddy-headed from the reverence they are feeling towards him. Furthermore, the most important of all, what did Zhang Laoshi just say? He said that, if you find it difficult to refer to it like that, you can name it as you like. The heck? Every master went through a lot just to create their own cultivation technique. Thus, they view it as their treasure and only pass it down to their main disciples. Yet, after creating a cultivation technique, not only did this Zhang Laoshi freely gift it to others, he is even lazy to name them, allowing his students to name them as they please. One must know that the future generations tend to only remember the one who names the skill, rather than the creator himself. Such an opportunity to leave his mark in history, but he isn't bothered about it in the least. Isn't he way too indifferent to material successes? One's conduct can't get any nobler than that. No wonder Zhang Laoshi still remains as an obscure figure despite being so capable, even carrying the notoriety as the worst teacher in the academy. To think that he would be such a noble person, a person who views fame as dirt. Zhang Laoshi. Upon thinking about these, the eyes of the 5 students redden. They are so moved that they are on the verge of bursting into tears. What's wrong with you all? Seeing his students who were still acting normally a moment ago suddenly staring at him with reddened eyes, Zhang Xian is confused. These students, could they have gone mad at the same time? Chapter 60, The Greatest Person. Zhang Xian is a transcender, so how could he have known that creating a cultivation technique would result in such astonishment and commotion? As such, he is unable to understand the reason behind the expressions of the students. With a calm face, he takes out another book. Lu Yang, this manual is something I just wrote based on your situation. Cultivate according to it, and your right hand should recover completely within half a month or so. Before anyone can even react, he takes out a few more books again and passes them over. Yuan Tao, you have good defensive abilities. The book I passed you the previous time is your fundamental cultivation technique, while this one is aimed at improving your defensive abilities. Wang Ying and Jing Yang as well, I have compiled your unique characteristics and wrote a book for you two each. If you two were to train according to it, your cultivation should rise swiftly. Since they are all his students, naturally, he can't favor one more than the other. Thus, there is a gift for every one of them. These cultivation techniques are made from combining multiple secret manuals from the Teacher's Compendium Pavilion using the Library of Heaven's Path. They are tailored specially for Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and the rest of them based on their physical conditions. There are still flaws in there, but there are significantly less of them compared to the other secret manuals. These secret manuals. What an impressive cultivation technique. Regardless of whether it is Wang Ying, Lu Yang, or Jing Yang, they are all people who are capable of telling the value of a manual. Just by taking a look at these nameless manuals, all of them tremble vigorously in agitation. The manuals can be said to be tailored perfectly to them, not to mention how incredibly high-tiered they are. Comparing the manuals they just received with the ones they cultivated before, the other ones are like trash among the trash. There is totally no way to put the both of them together. Teacher, these books, we are allowed to name them. Unable to hold it in anymore, Wang Ying asks. Feel free to do so. Zhang Xian waves his hand. Ah. His students stare at one another, their fists subconsciously clench tightly together. Writing a single cultivation technique is already an incredible feat, yet, to write 5 of them, and every one is tailored for each of them, even allowing them to name their technique themselves. This capability and this generosity. It is unheard of in the entire Hongtian Academy. The crux of it all is that these cultivation techniques are made specially to cater to their needs. No matter how vast one's knowledge is and how enlightened one is towards the path of cultivation, they would have surely expended a lot of effort to create them. It is very likely that he hasn't slept for the entire night. Their teacher stayed awake for the entire night to toil on these cultivation techniques for them, and yet they doubted if their teacher possessed the abilities to guide them. This is too. The eyes of the crowd turn red again. This sentiment is equivalent to changing their entire lives. Thank you, teacher. The 5 of them kneel down simultaneously. Staring at Zhang Xian, who is standing before them, unwavering determination appears in their eyes. Zhang Laoshi, rest easy. We promise to never divulge these cultivation techniques outwards. Whoever divulges them will receive any type of punishment you mete out willingly. Never divulge them. All right. These cultivation techniques created using the Library of Heaven's Path pale far in comparison to the Heaven's Path divine art, so Zhang Xian isn't too bothered about it. At this moment, hearing his student say these words, he agrees with it nonchalantly. This is the disposition of a true master. Seeing Zhang Laoshi indifferent to this matter, the students concede to him willingly. What is a master? This is a master. Who is the greatest person? He is to be capable but humble, misunderstood but unfazed, humiliated but composed and calm in the face of sudden situations. To have such a teacher is a tremendous blessing of theirs. Zhang Xian doesn't know that in this moment, he has already ascended from the ranks of a mortal to a god within the hearts of his students. After instructing everyone to cultivate as soon as possible, Zhang Xian is free once more. A teacher should not be keeping a watch on his students, but rather, allow them to train and learn by themselves. A teacher is only responsible for pointing out their faults and direct them towards the correct path. Now that all of them have suitable cultivation techniques, as long as they cultivate as per normal, they will be able to achieve acceptable results. Hesitation appears on Shen Bairu's flawless face. However, thinking about the wonders the young man showed her yesterday, her curiosity burns once more and she determinedly walks over. She is the goddess of the academy, the idol of all male teachers and students. Every day, the number of flowers and presents the teachers and students gift her is countless. Even so, she is nonchalant to it and never tries to approach a teacher of the opposite sex on her own. However, the young man yesterday attracts her as though a mystery, causing her to walk over without any say on the matter. In fact, she wasn't even able to conduct a lesson properly this morning due to it. I'm just going over to expose him. There isn't any other reason to it. Finding an excuse for herself, she heaves a sigh of relief and proceeds forward in large strides. Speaking of this Zhang Xian Laosher, she has known him since a long time ago. However, as she never really interacted with him, she isn't too knowledgeable of his affairs. Even so, based on the descriptions of others, there are only 3 adjectives to describe him. Worst. Worst. And finally, still worst. He is reputed for being the worst teacher in the academy. All along, she has thought so as well. However, yesterday, her thoughts were overturned. He could remember all the contents of a book just by casually flipping through it. Despite scoring a 0 in his teacher qualification examination, he is able to come up with multiple answers for the questions in it. Just by eating a meal, she realizes that he is a gourmet. Furthermore, to be able to persuade the sky-shattering lion to listen to him so easily. What used to be the worst teacher in her eyes became an enigma. Incomprehension clouds over her no matter how she contemplates over it. Forget it, I will stop thinking about it. Today, I will definitely get an answer out of him. Harumphing coldly, she raises her jade-like face. Only then does she realize that she is already standing right before Zhang Xian's classroom. Just as she is about to enter, she sees a mummy-like person standing outside the door. Yao Han is in a dilemma. Yesterday, when he made a move and roared publicly at Zhang Xian in the classroom, he was reprimanded by the young mistress when they returned. After which, when he returns back to his dwelling at night, he thinks about the matter and rage wells up in him. The origin of this mess is that trash of a teacher, Zhang Xian. If not for him committing something indecent to the young mistress, causing the young mistress to be blackmailed by him, how could her face blush completely red as she insists on becoming his student? If not for that, he wouldn't have been beaten up to such a state when he went over to assault him at night. Unable to persuade his young mistress, his original intention was to inform the city lord of the matter, so that he can step forth and settle the issue. However, Bayou City is a long distance away, and even the best horse would take at least half a month for a two-way journey. If he were to really leave? What if that beast of a teacher were to do something immoral? If so, even if he were to die, it would be hard for him to swallow the blame. What should I do? Young mistress would definitely be unhappy with me if I were to barge in right now. However, if I do not barge in, she might get bullied and hurt. Just like that, Yao Han stood at the entrance for a very long time, perplexed. Who are you? While he is still in a dilemma between the two course of action to take, an Oriole-like voice sounds. Lifting his head to take a look, he sees a beautiful lady standing at a short distance away looking at him with a puzzled expression. This beautiful lady is around 20-year-old or so. She is dressed in a light purple robe which brings out her elegant figure perfectly. With skin as smooth as cream, despite not moving much, she is still absolutely gorgeous. I don't think that there's any need for me to tell you who I am. No matter what, Yao Han is a veteran who has experienced the harsh world. Thus, he recovers quickly and harumphs. You are just a little girl while I am the butler of Bayou City Lord's residence. Are you worthy of having me report my identity to you? Besides, most importantly of all, how can I dare to proclaim my identity in such a state? Refusing to identify yourself? What do you intend to do here by covering your face then? The beautiful lady frowns. Gidding, her heart suddenly pounds and a thought flashes through her mind. This fellow, it can't be that. He is hired by Shang Bin to teach Zhang Xian a lesson. Chapter 61, She Loves Me. After inviting Zhang Xian out for dinner yesterday, they ended up meeting with Shang Bin. For him, the grandson of an elder and a high-level teacher of the academy, to be pummeled to such a state, it would be bizarre instead for him not to seek vengeance. However, since the academy bans private duels between teachers in its compounds, could it be possible that the fellow sent someone else to intentionally mask himself so as to assault Zhang Xian here? It is no wonder that Shen Bai-Ru would think so. After all, Yao Han's dress-up is way too bizarre. A thick layer of white cloth covers his entire face, revealing only his eyes. At a glance, the impression he gives others is of one unwilling to reveal his true identity. Furthermore, he refuses to answer upon being questioned. Thinking about it now, the reason why Zhang Xian forbade her from following him yesterday was because he knew that Shangbin would be unable to take it lying down. He knew that Shangbin would definitely find someone to take revenge on him. A cold gleam flashes across Shen Bairu's narrowed eyes. She is the cause of this entire situation, so naturally, it isn't right for her to be watching by the sidelines. Do you know the punishment for attacking a teacher in the academy? Attacking a teacher. Yao Han doesn't expect the beautiful lady to ask such a question. He is first taken aback, but he soon recalls the event with Shangbin yesterday. In an instant, realization strikes him. Could it be that you are that Shen Bairu? The cause of Shangbin pummeling him was due to Shangbin getting jealous of Zhang Xian, as the both of them were vying for Shen Bairu's favor. He will never forget this incident even if he is beaten to death. Yet, at this moment, a beautiful lady suddenly pops up and asks him whether he knows that attacking a teacher can result in a penalty. Who else can this beautiful lady be other than her? Looks like she is here to seek vengeance for Shangbin after he pounded her pursuer yesterday. That's right. Shen Bairu puts on a wary expression as her fists clench tightly together. Her aura billows, if you want to avoid any trouble, leave right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Being a fighter 5 Dan pinnacle, she exerts intense pressure on others upon releasing her full strength. Impolite? Aren't you here to find trouble with me? What a lousy excuse. Seeing how she is preparing to make a move when the both of them had barely spoken a few words, Yao Han's face darkens to the extremities. As a butler of Bayou City Lord Residence, he is a powerful figure in Bayou City. No matter who he meets, they would always show some deference to him. Yet, over here, he was first beaten to a pulp by someone, and now, a lowly ordinary teacher doesn't even show him respect. Rage surges through him. How can he still tolerate it after hearing these words? His complexion darkens as he clenches his fist. Without a word, he charges forward. The moment he makes a move, the rebuke that Shen Bairu is about to direct towards him chokes in her throat. With no other choice, she can only face up to him. Pang pang pang. In a moment, the both of them start crossing blows. Shen Bairu might just be fighter 5 Dan pinnacle, but she possesses incredible stamina and profound techniques. Furthermore, even though Yao Han's fighting prowess surpasses her, due to his injury, he isn't able to take her down within a short moment. Shang Xiaoya, what did Elder Shang say? On the pavement in the academy, Chao Xiong can't resist the urge to ask the young man walking over. Rest assured. As long as that student of yours did not willingly acknowledge Zhang Xian as his teacher, he is dead meat this time. Shangbin sneers coldly. This morning, Elder Shang ran over to the teacher guild to find Elder Mo and invited him here. As long as he brings Zhang Xian and his student to the Enlightenment will tower, the latter's reputation will be ruined and he will be expelled from Hongtian Academy. That's great. The moment Zhang Xian is expelled from the academy, Shen Laoshe would definitely give in to Gongzi's persistence. By then, it would be difficult for her to stay away from you. Chao Xiong flatters him with a smile. No doubt about it, Shen Bairu was deceived by that lad's flowery talk yesterday, that's why she gave in and had a meal with him. As long as that lad scrams from the academy, I don't believe that my efforts to woo her will remain in vain. The moment Shen Bairu flashes through his mind, self-confidence wells up in Shangbin once again. He is the grandson of an elder, as well as a high-level teacher, not to mention that he is tall and dashing. Regardless of which aspect one is speaking of, he is countless times more outstanding than Zhang Xian. In the entire academy, only he is worthy of an enchanting lady like Shen Bairu. As long as he persists on, who else can she fancy other than him? Then, I will be giving my blessings to Shang Xiaoya to bring the beauty home soon. Chao Xiong quickly follows up with a fawn. Rest assured, if I were to become a couple with Shen Laoshe, I will make sure to reward you greatly. Shangbin wanted to laugh heartily, but the next moment, he accidentally tugs on his wounded muscles and excruciating pain surges through him. Also, other than Zhang Xian, I will not forgive the one who beat me up yesterday, Yao Han. So what if he is the butler of Bayou City Lord Residence? This is Tianxian Royal City, not a place for him to do as he pleases. That fellow pounded his face in public, leaving him disfigured. How can he possibly forgive him? Naturally. Chao Xiong nods his head. Suddenly, he freezes before quickly pointing forward. Shang Xiaoye, quickly, look. What happened? Shang Bin is bewildered. Unable to hold in his curiosity, he turns to take a look. In that instant, his eyes narrow. Isn't that Shen Laoshe? Why is she battling with someone else? That is Yao Han. Right outside Zhang Xian's classroom, the two are fighting intensely. One is the goddess that he thinks of even in his sleep, Shen Bairu, while the other is the person whom he just spoke of, the one who makes him grind his teeth in resentment, Yao Han. The two of them aren't acquainted with one another, why would they be fighting? Shang Xiaoye, could it be? Shen Laoshe found out that you were beaten up by this fellow, so she felt angered and wanted to take revenge for you. After hesitating for a moment, Chao Xiong suddenly thought of a possibility and comments. Is that true? Shang Bin is taken aback. Indeed. Otherwise, there is no reason for the two to be fighting one another. Shen Laoshe has a gentle personality and treats others kindly, she doesn't get into fights easily. You should be well aware of that as well. Right after you were beaten up, she gets into a huge fight with him. If she didn't do it for Shang Xiaoye, I can't think of any other plausible reason behind this. To be willing to go so far for you, I dare to confirm that Shen Laoshe has some feelings for you, and very possibly, it could be love. Chao Xiong says. She loves me. Shang Bin's body freezes, as a wave of happiness gushes through his heart. That's right, there's no other possible reason for Shen Bairu to fight with that guy. Never would he have thought that this woman, despite refusing his dates and keeping her distance from him, she would actually love him so much, and care so much for him. Even going to the extent of battling a fighter 6 dan expert despite being at fighter 5 dan. This cannot do. I cannot allow her to get injured because of me. Agitation fills his heart. Shang Bin feels as though he has been revived and fighting spirit gushes through him. The debt that is the hardest to bear is one from a beauty. The other party has already gone this far. What does he have to hesitate? If he continues hesitating, then he wouldn't be a man anymore. Shen Laoshe, I am here to help you. With a furious roar, Shang Bin rushes upwards. Yao Han is in the midst of battling with Shen Bairu. After testing her out for a few dozens of blows, he has already grasped onto the offensive methods of the other party. He is confident that as long as he gets serious, he is able to defeat her within a few blows. Just as he is about to execute his ultimate technique, he hears a shout and Shang Bin appears before him. As I expected, they are a team. Damn it, damn it. Seeing his arrival, Yao Han's rage flares up once more. He was suspecting whether the incident might just be a misunderstanding a moment ago, but by the looks of it now, the heck it is a misunderstanding. It is obvious that these two are in it together, and they are intent on finding trouble with him. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. As such, he no longer holds back and strikes down mercilessly upon Shang Bin. Shang Bin rushes in all of the sudden spiritedly and in the turn of an eye, he starts crossing blows with Yao Han. Shen Bairu is unable to react to the sudden change of situation. Upon seeing the two of them battle one another, she can't help but to be taken aback. Can it be that I have guessed wrongly, and this man isn't sent by him? The moment such an idea pops into her head, another possibility flashes through her mind and her face darkens. I see, he is trying to kill two birds with one stone. No wonder I found it weird. If this masked fellow wanted to find trouble with Zhang Xian, he could have just rushed in straight. There is no reason for him to be loitering around the entrance. From the looks of it now, it seems that he wants to play out the act of a hero rescuing the beauty so as to attract my attention. Chapter 62, Shang Bin on the brink of collapsing. No matter where a beauty goes, she would always attract the attention of males. For her, many have came up with all kinds of methods just to make her spare them an additional glance. This kind of hero rescuing the beauty is one of the lousiest tricks in the book. In such a play, either he would showcase his incredible prowess, or he would allow the other party to bash him up, thus inducing her to feel pity for him. From then on, the pity would slowly give rise to love. In any case, regardless of which, those are doings with purposeful intentions and it incurs her irritation. Upon coming to this realization, Shen Bairu retreats from the circle of battle. Since the both of you are doing it purposely, I won't bother with it then. You can carry on doing whatever you like. Seeing his nemesis charging in frenziedly, Yao Han gives his all without showing any mercy whatsoever. In just a few moments, the fearless and resolute Shang Bin is beaten to a pulp once again and fresh blood trickles down his face. Yao Han isn't any better either. Blood permeates through the layers of cloth on his mummy-like face. Such realistic acting. Go on with it, Shen Bairu comments with arms akimbo. Shen Laoshi, help Shang Xiaoye quickly, he is on the verge of losing. Seeing Shang Bin beaten to the verge of death, Chao Xiong can't resist stepping forward to persuade her. Being just fighter 4 Den Pigu realm, he pales far too much in comparison to the two who are battling at the moment. He will just be courting death if he interferes in the fight. As such, the only viable solution is to plead with the Shen Laoshi standing before him. Is it all right for me to help him? Seeing the other party's support coming up to her, Shen Bairu sneers coldly. Yes, if you don't save him, Shang Xiaoye will definitely die. Unable to see through her cold intentions, Chao Xiong hurriedly says. Fine, I will go then. Shen Bairu steps forward. Seeing her walking over to join the fray once more, Yao Han pushes Shang Bin away with both of his hands, causing the latter to retreat 2 steps. Then, he steps out of the battle and says, very well, I will remember this. Your nobility, as well as the favor the both of you have showered me with, I will make sure to return it in the future. He is wounded at the moment, just Shen Bairu herself is already pushing it for him. Furthermore, even if he is able to defeat the both of them, they are currently in Hongtian Academy. The longer the battle drags on here, the more likely troublesome matters will come his way. If the other party has prepared some scheme beforehand, he might even find himself unable to escape then. Thus, after hesitating for a moment, he decisively chooses to leave. The two of them might have failed to exact vengeance upon him, and the other party has been reduced to quite a pitiful state by him as well, but this grudge has been established. It is just a matter of time before he returns it back to them. After which, Yao Han turns around to leave. In an instant, he disappears from the vision of the crowd. If a fighter 6 Den Pishue realm expert were to flee, even Shen Bairu will be unable to catch up with him. Besides, she doesn't have the intention to pursue him either. At this moment, the cold intention on her face deepens. The moment she is about to step in, the other party flees. What does this mean? Simple, it means that the show has come to an end. Naturally, he would have to leave. Shen Laoshi, I didn't expect that you would treat me so well. I understand your intentions. Seeing Shen Bairu charging ahead to save him, Shang Bin is filled with joy. He turns his completely swollen red face over, smiles and strikes a pose that he finds dashing. Actually, I love you as well. Still furious with him, she is curious to see what kind of lousy tricks this fellow would use to attract her attention. Hearing these words, Shen Bairu almost explodes from rage. My intentions. My intentions your head. You hoodlum. Shen Bairu spits through gritted teeth. Pa. A slap flies over. After mustering his courage to confess, just as he thought the beauty would leap into his embrace, he feels intense pain on his face. Uncontrollably, his body staggers and he knocks onto the metal gate. Shang Bin's eyes spin and he almost faints on the spot. The heck did you slap me for? Didn't you battle with someone else for me? He is almost going crazy. What the heck is going on? Friendly at one moment, furious at the next. Spring at one moment, winter at the next. Did I offend you or what? Gee. Just as Shang Bin's heart has broken down and he is still trying to comprehend the situation, the door to the classroom slowly opens. Zhang Xian walks out and frowns upon seeing everyone else. I am in the midst of my lessons, it is unbecoming for you all to be making a ruckus here. Zhang Xian, you came at the perfect timing. Just as his heart is in the midst of crumbling, upon seeing Zhang Xian's appearance, Shang Bin's rage immediately flurries. Chao Xiong Laoshi has already submitted an appeal to the school, accusing you of using deception to coerce his student, Lu Yang, to become your student. The academy has already approved the usage of the Enlightenment Will trial, so I advise you to quickly bring Lu Yang over. Enlightenment Will trial. Zhang Xian is puzzled for a moment. Then, recalling the memories of his previous self, he comes to a realization and frowns. Indeed. Right now, I am passing this message to you as a representative of the Education Bureau. If you don't go, that would be disobeying the rules of the academy and similarly, you will be fired as well. Shang Bin sneers coldly. He might be unable to defeat Yao Han, and he doesn't dare to say too much to Goddess Shen. Thus, he can only direct all of his wrath onto this trash of a teacher. Zhang Xian Laosher, don't go, Shen Bairu's beautiful eyebrows knit together. She might not know what tricks Shangbin has under his sleeves for doing this, but regardless of what, this is definitely a ploy directed towards Zhang Xian. The moment he agrees and a problem occurs with the Enlightenment Will trial, not only will he lose his teaching license, he might even get fired. However, before she can finish her words, Zhang Xian interrupts her with a hand gesture and says, "All right, I'll go." It is true that Lu Yang felt indignant upon becoming Zhang Xian's student before. However, at this moment, Lu Yang is already completely impressed with him. Even if the latter were to tell him to jump off from a tall building to practice movement techniques, he would most probably agree to it without any hesitation. With such level of trust, what does he have to fear from an Enlightenment Will trial? Given how confident this fellow is, let's see who will be the one to be embarrassed in the end. If you dare not go, I will inform the security bureau in the academy and have them take you. Thinking that Zhang Xian would be resistant to it, Shangbin goes on shouting righteously when the situation finally strikes him. "Ah! What did you say? You will go?" Zhang Xian doesn't reply. With a faint smile, he turns around and walks to the entrance of the classroom. "Lu Yang, come with me." "Yes." Lu Yang walks out from the classroom. Not expecting the other party to be so cooperative, traces of hesitation appears on Shangbin's confident face. "Shang Xiaoye, don't be worried. This Lu Yang is a student that I brought in specially. I am confident that he wishes to be my student," Chao Xiong says with a suppressed voice. Hearing his guarantee, Shangbin nods his head and walks forward with large strides. "Let's go." Seeing the young man agreeing so recklessly, Shen Bairu feels anxious. The Enlightenment Will trial is a method of settling disputes when two teachers have fallen out with one another but are still unable to settle the matter. The moment the trial starts, the side that is proven to be guilty of deception will receive a severe punishment. How can such a thing be accepted that easily? No matter what, he should try to push it down and ideally, settle it peacefully. Otherwise, he could be in deep trouble. It's nothing much. Knowing that the other party is worrying for him, Zhang Xian smiles lightly. Without explaining anything, he lifts his leg and follows behind Shangbin towards the academy's Enlightenment Will tower. This fellow. Seeing how the young man takes her advice for granted, Shen Bairu is furious and anxious. As a beauty, others would always happily listen to her own words. Yet, not only does this fellow ignore her advice, he charges towards what she is warning him against. Isn't this courting death? One must know that Shangbin's grandfather is the head of the Education Bureau. If he dares to do so, then he must have already prepared a trap beforehand against him. Leaping into misfortune on your own accord, you deserve it if anything happens to you. Shen Bairu stomps her leg furiously. However, after a slight moment of hesitation, she still quickly catches up with the lot. Towards Zhang Xian, she only feels curiosity. Love is not in the equation. However, she is the reason why Shangbin is going against him. No matter what, she can't just stand idly by the sidelines. Chapter 63, Elder Mo Xiang. Elder Mo Xiang. In the lofty Enlightenment Will tower. Elder Mo, I will be depending on you this time. Elder Shangchen looks at the elderly who is sitting by his side. An elder from the teacher guild, Mo Xiang. Elder Shang, there is no need to be so formal. After all, we are already old friends. Elder Mo Xiang is in his 50s and a sparse gray-colored beard can be seen on his face. Worry not, if this teacher really resorts to coercion, and forces others to become his students, I will definitely report it up to the guild to strip him of his teaching license. Sigh, it is negligence on my part. Elder Shangchen shakes his head. With a bewailing look, he laments, when this teacher scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, I gave him an ultimatum. If he doesn't recruit any students, he would be fired immediately. Perhaps due to pressure, he resorted to such means. It is all my fault. He sighs. Elder Shang, you shouldn't blame yourself. Out of sheer kindness, you gave him another chance. Yet, this fellow knows no gratitude and, instead, he chooses to commit such despicable actions. He is truly shameless and vile. Elder Mo's face darkens as he exudes a forceful aura. As a teacher, instead of pondering on how to better nurture others, he spends his time on such underhanded tricks. I would like to see who is the one who gave him the guts to resort to such means. Elder Mo Xiang is well reputed for his hatred towards villains and villainous acts. Upon hearing about a teacher coercing the students, he is on the verge of erupting from anger. If it wasn't for Chao Xiong Laosher's righteousness in reporting the incident to say that his student has been coerced by the teacher, even going to the extent of applying for the Enlightenment Will trial to resolve the issue, I would still be oblivious to all these happenings. With both of his hands behind his back, Elder Shang Chen shakes his head continuously. His contemplating eyes are directed towards the empty sky, as though he has committed the world's greatest negligence. If Zhang Xian is here, he would definitely be surprised. This fellow's ability at Zhuangbi is far more superior than him. Zhuangbi acting cool, putting on an act. Although the Enlightenment Will trial wounds the harmony and camaraderie between teachers, it is still worth it if it weeds out the poisonous ones of the lot. Don't blame yourself too much. Seeing his expression, Elder Mo Xiang is secretly impressed. Often, a student whom several teachers favor at the same time would appear in the academy. At such a moment, everyone would try to settle the issue privately. This way, not only is the fellowship between colleagues not wounded, order is also maintained in the institution. Only when the problem is truly unable to be settled privately will they apply for such a method to resolve it. Enlightenment Will trial, just as its name dictates, is a test on the heart of the student, allowing him to make a choice based on his true will. However, this means that the relationship between the competing teachers will become totally hostile, thus wounding the harmonious spirit between teachers. This is the reason why in the century since the inception of Hongtian Academy, there are only slightly more than 10 applications for the Enlightenment Will trial. They didn't expect that they would be able to encounter such an incident as well. After feigning contemplation, Elder Shang Chen secretly chuckles upon seeing that he has managed to rile up the rage of the other party. He gestures with his hand and passes down an order, "Let them enter." Immediately after his words sound, the heavy doors slowly open and Zhang Xian, Chao Xiong, Shang Bin, Shen Bairu and Lu Yang walk in. Chao Xiong Laosher, are you the one who has applied for the Enlightenment Will trial? The moment everyone stops in their footsteps, Elder Shang Chen asks with raised eyebrows. I beg of Elder to redress my grievance. Chao Xiong cries loudly. This Zhang Xian coerced my student, Lu Yang, who has already acknowledged me as his teacher, thus violating the rules of fair competition among teachers. As such, I specially applied for the Enlightenment Will trial so as to bring Lu Yang justice. At the same time, I hope that the Academy can punish this shameless fellow. Bring justice. Lu Yang is oblivious to what was going on as he was simply ordered to follow the group here. Upon hearing the words of the other party, he finally understands that Chao Xiong is trying to make use of him to deal with his benefactor. As such, he hurriedly sends a gaze towards Zhang Xian, teacher. Before he can finish his words, he sees fluster flashing across the Zhang Laosher, who was calm and formidable a moment ago in the classroom. Indignantly, he says, Chao Laosher, you are spouting nonsense. Lu Yang is willing to become my student. I had never coerced him. His voice carries a trace of unconfidence and panic, as though his lie has been exposed. Unable to believe his sight, Lu Yang blinks his eyes. After 2 lessons, he is already completely impressed with Zhang Xian, even to the extent of thinking that he is omnipotent. He feels that becoming his student is a result of fair competition between 2 teachers and that it can be explained easily. How did the situation evolve to such a point all of a sudden? Zhang Xian's eyes are filled with fear and his body trembles slightly, as though he was caught red-handed in the bed with someone else. Lu Yang is unable to make heads or tails of the situation. Which nerve of Zhang Laosher's brain is convulsing for him to behave like this? Teacher, Lu Yang looks over, but before he can voice out the doubts in his heart, he sees Zhang Laosher turning over to Harumph. Lu Yang, you better explain it properly. Did I coerce you or not? As he says so, he secretly blinks his eyes. No. Lu Yang hurriedly shakes his head. No matter how dim-witted he might be, it is clear to see that Zhang Laosher is trying to pull one over the other party. It will do as long as he cooperates with him. The both of them are aware of what is going on, but in the eyes of others, it seems as though Zhang Xian is threatening Lu Yang to say something against his will. Otherwise, why would Lu Yang answer so hesitantly? As expected, upon seeing this sight, Elder Mo's complexion turns slightly awful. You must be Zhang Xian. I will give you one more chance. As long as you obediently cancel the lessons of this Lu Yang and allow him to come under Chao Laosher's tutelage once more, I can choose not to proceed ahead with the Enlightenment Will trial. Cancel lessons. Zhang Xian scratches his head. Lu Yang has acknowledged me as his teacher out of his own will. It would be unfair to him if I were to push him away. Unfair? Own will. The corner of Elder Mo's lips twitch. Don't you feel embarrassed for saying these words? You are just a teacher who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination. He can't be happier to push away your lessons, yet you speak of unfairness. Where did your self-confidence come from? Just as he is about to continue speaking, he hears Chao Xiong and Shang Bin shouting simultaneously, Elder Mo, this won't do. Why? The Enlightenment Will trial is something very troublesome. The moment it starts, someone has to be punished. Otherwise, if everyone were to follow through with this process, the Academy would be unable to upkeep with the expenditure. Initially, Elder Mo intends to have this incident resolved peacefully. Upon hearing the obstruction of the duo, he turns around and looks at them. Elder Mo, Chao Laosher has already applied for the Enlightenment Will trial and the Academy has already agreed to it. If it were to stop abruptly at this moment, doesn't this mean that the Academy's rules are being taken lightly? Shang Bin hurriedly says. It wasn't easy for them to set up this situation to push Zhang Xian off the cliff. If they were to settle peacefully, doesn't this mean that all their efforts would be in vain? If so, wouldn't the humiliation he was put under yesterday be in vain? Indeed, Elder Mo. I am also thinking in the stead of the student. I hope that he can follow his own heart and choose the teacher that he favors the most, rather than being coerced into making a choice. Chao Xiong hurriedly says. His words are righteous and emotional. If not for the crimsoned palm print from Shang Bin's slap yesterday, he would surely be able to impress many. All right then. Upon hearing the words of the two, Elder Mo nods his head, no longer holding up the process. Since you all have chosen the Enlightenment Will trial, then naturally, I will have to list the rules out clearly first. After the test is completed, whoever the examinee Lu Yang ultimately chooses to acknowledge as his teacher will be victorious in this trial. Of course, the one who loses will be punished. Thus, let's clarify the punishment first. At this point, the quiet Elder Shang Chen surveys the surroundings before saying, this time, Chao Xiong Laosher has chosen the harshest punishment, that is, upon the end of the trial, the losing side will be expelled from the Academy. Zhang Xian, do you have any objection to it? Upon hearing that it is the harshest punishment, Zhang Xian looks over in disbelief. With a sincere face, he says, there isn't a deep grudge between me and Chao Laosher, to have him expelled. Isn't it going a little too far? Upon hearing these words, Elder Shang and the others freezes. They turn and stare at Zhang Xian as though they are looking at an idiot. Is there something wrong with the head of this fellow? You are the one who is going to be expelled, all right. Regardless of your opinion, you will have to agree to undertake the Enlightenment Will trial. It is already too late to turn back now. Thinking that Zhang Xian is spouting rubbish to reject the trial, Chao Xiong sneers coldly. I am really doing this for your good. I still think that expelling straight away is too harsh. How about this? Zhang Xian hesitates for a moment before saying, why don't we drop with the expulsion? We will just strip the losing side of his teaching license then, add in another 100 god-slaying flogs. Strip teaching license. 100 god-slaying flogs. The crowd blink their eyes simultaneously and stare at one another. Every single one of them feels as though they are going mad. It seems as though the losing side has managed to retain his position so that he won't end up jobless. However, in reality, this is much harsher than a direct expulsion. Are you sure that you didn't misspeak? Chapter 64, Trust Level. If one is expelled from the school, at the very least, he would still be a teacher. Even if not in Hongtian Academy, he can still teach at other academies. On the other hand, if one's teaching license is revoked, it would mean losing their identity. No matter where they go, it will remain as a stain on their history and they would suffer from the mocking of others. That's precisely the reason why Elder Shang Chen got Elder Mo from the teacher guild here. After all, despite being the head of the education bureau in Hongtian Academy, he doesn't have the qualifications to strip a teacher of his teaching license. He didn't expect that, before he could even talk about it, this fellow has already brought it up. Furthermore, adding 100 god-slaying flogs into the mix. God-slaying flog is a unique object created specially within Tianxian Kingdom. One's flesh will tear apart and they will feel excruciating pain when beaten by it. Yet, it doesn't hurt their core. No matter how powerful a person is, they would probably be half dead by the time the sentence is completed. Do you find the punishment insufficiently harsh, or do you think that you aren't dying fast enough? Everyone looks at the young man as though he is an idiot. Zhang Xian Laoshe, you. From behind, Shenbai Ru Laoshe barely managed to avoid fainting on the spot. Are you really unable to tell that this is a trap Shang Bin and Chao Xiong specially dug out for you? Their purpose is for you to leap in. Initially, being expelled from the school is already harsh enough. Yet, not only do you not try to push it down, you even raise the stakes up higher. Have you really gone insane? Don't blame anyone else since you are courting death. Harumphing coldly, Chao Xiong looks at Shang Chen, who is standing in the middle of the crowd. Elder Shang, I concur with Zhang Laoshe's suggestion. I hope that the Academy can grant our request. Seeing him accept it so readily, Lu Yang slaps his forehead and looks at him with eyes of sympathy. Zhang Laoshe is really evil. He first feigns guilt so as to boost the other party's confidence. After which, he makes use of the situation to up the stakes. Most probably, Chao Xiong Laoshe won't even know what is going on even after he is played to his death. It is fortunate that he became my teacher. Otherwise, my life would be over. Upon recalling how he almost became the student of this Chao Laoshe, Lu Yang shudders and cowers backward. All right then. Since both parties have agreed on the stakes, then let's start the process. Elder Shang Chen nods his head. 2 crystal balls, about the size of a watermelon each, are brought forward and placed on a stone pedestal. Completely transparent, they radiate warm light. These are crystal balls made of Will Inquisition stone. Zhang Xian and Chao Xiong, both of you will drip a droplet of fresh blood on one of them each. After which, Lu Yang will touch them and the crystal balls will reflect the true thoughts in his mind in the form of trust level. The one whose trust level is higher, he will emerge victorious. Are there any other questions? Elder Shang Chen asks. None at all. Zhang Xian and Chao Xiong nod their heads. The Enlightenment Will trial is actually a simple process. It only involves making use of the Will Inquisition stone to peer into the innate world of the student. Whichever teacher the student trusts more, that teacher wins. The rules might be simple, but the Will Inquisition stone is an expensive commodity, not to mention that it is the type of product that is exceptionally rare. Furthermore, it is a single-use consumable. Thus, unless required, the Academy is unwilling to use such means. As for the expenditure required for the process, normally, it is compensated by the losing side. In the eyes of Chao Xiong and the rest, Zhang Xian is just an incapable trash who had scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination. How can it be possible for Lu Yang, a student among the top 100, to become his student willingly? He is bound to lose the moment the trial starts. By then, not only will he be expelled from the Academy shamefully, he will be bankrupt as well and his reputation will be in the gutters. Truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Let's begin. Seeing that the two have no objections to it, Elder Shang Chen gestures with his hand. Zhang Xian and Chao Xiong walk upwards to a crystal ball each and drip a droplet of their fresh blood on the crystal balls. A warm glow radiates and their faces reflect in the Will Inquisition crystal balls. Go. Elder Shang Chen says. Lu Yang walks over and places his left and right hands on a crystal ball each. The crystal balls immediately light up and their radiance envelopes his entire body. The Will Inquisition stone has hypnotic abilities. The moment one comes into contact with it, one will descend into an illusory realm. In there, all actions done will be a result of one's true will, and no external factors will influence one's will. If one was truly forced to become a student, not only will one not hold any trust towards his teacher, one might even hold feelings of abhorrence towards him. As such, the Enlightenment Will trial is the most straightforward and accurate method to differentiate whether a student is truly willing to acknowledge a teacher. Gazing upon Lu Yang, who had already closed his eyes and descended into the illusory realm, Elder Mo Xiang slowly says. Indeed, trust level represents the level of trust one holds towards another, and the maximum of which is 100 points. Every 10 points is a demarcation zone and 0 points means an absolute lack of trust. 10 points means slight trust, 20 means average trust. The relationship between a teacher and student tends to be around 30. It is said that the more incredible teachers can make a student's trust in them reach 50. That is considered an extremely fearsome result, and it is extremely rare for such results to appear, even considering the entire Tianqian kingdom. After all, a child's trust towards their parents only hovers around 60 or such. Elder Shangchen strokes his beard as he continues. The conversation between the two is, in fact, telling the others about the concepts behind the Enlightenment will trial. Humans are thinking creatures and each of them has their own thoughts. It isn't that easy a feat to have one trust in another. Not mentioning others, even one's parents, who have lived with them since young, are unable to reach 100 points of trust. Needless to say, a teacher. Only through long periods of interaction can one's trust level in another slowly rise up. Yet, it has been barely 2 days since the start of school. Furthermore, given Zhang Xian's horrid reputation, how can he induce trust in any of his students? It is clear to see even when thinking with one's toes. Right, Elder Mo, I heard that one of the prerequisites to become a master teacher seems to be the student's trust level. May I know if it is true? After explaining the process, Elder Shangchen remembers something and is unable to hold in his curiosity. He asks. Teachers can be divided into low-level, intermediate-level, and high-level. Zhang Xian belongs to the bottom category, low-level, whereas Shenbai Ru and Shangbin have already attained the ranking of high-level. Most people's journey comes to an end as a high-level teacher. The two famous teachers of Hongtian Academy, Lu Sun and Wang Chao, are also at this level. Master teachers are a level above that of high-level teachers. Master teachers aren't just famous for their reputation, they possess their unique insights into cultivation. One can only become stronger under the tutelage of such a person, allowing them to eventually becoming a heroic figure of a territory. Emperor Shenjue is neither the queen's son or the eldest son. By logic, it is impossible for the crown to be passed down to him. However, it is said that during his youth, he once studied under a master teacher for a few days, causing his strength to increase by leaps and bounds, thus becoming the strongest of the younger generation. Eventually, he even became the #1 expert of the royal family, therefore forming the basis for him to inherit the throne to further the country's greatness. It is the dream of countless people to study under a master teacher. Teachers can only be considered as a lower occupation of the upper 9 paths. However, if one were to become a master teacher, then even among the numerous occupations among the upper 9 paths, they are without a doubt, and indisputably, a member of the #1 occupation. This is especially so, given the occupation's frightening ability to rally people. Even the popular occupations, apothecary, blacksmith, formation masters, aren't able to compete at all. Teachers are known to have innumerable students all over the world. This is even more true for master teacher. It is very possible for any expert one sees or hears of to be his student. The moment something happens, many people will answer to their calls, to the point that even those in authority dare not offend them. It is said that there was once an emperor from a great kingdom who offended a master teacher. With a single call, dozens of fighter 8 Den Zhongshe realm experts surged in, and in less than a day the entire kingdom was destroyed. The royal family was completely purged, not a single descendant of their bloodline remains. This is precisely why it is a known fact among cultivators that one can offend anyone, just not a master teacher. Who knows how many students he has? Who knows how many experts there are in their midst? Offending them is equivalent to stirring a hornet's nest. Even if one doesn't die, he will be crippled. Of course, the title of a master Tiakhirm isn't that easily attainable. There are many conditions and prerequisites to it, and earning a student's trust rapidly is one of it. Chapter 65, 10. Indeed, one of the requirements to becoming a master teacher is to have a student's trust in him exceed 60. This is a standard prerequisite. Otherwise, they won't be qualified. Elder Mo Xiang nods his head. 60, Elder Shangchen can't help but be astonished. This level of trust is equivalent to the position of their parents in the heart of the students. Despite being together for their entire life, the trust level between parents and children are only 60. It is clear to see how difficult it would be for the relationship between a teacher and a student to reach such a level as well. It is no wonder that there isn't a single master teacher in Tianqian Kingdom. The prerequisites are simply too harsh. If Lu Sun and Wang Chao of your academy were to maintain this standard for 30 years or so, there is a possibility of them becoming an associate master teacher. Elder Mo strokes his beard. There's no need for master teacher to do everything by themselves. Sometimes, they would delegate tasks to their assistants to help them. The role of an associate master teacher is just like an apprentice. It is a path one must walk on if they intend to become a master teacher. Associate master teacher. Elder Shang Chen gasps in surprise. For them to be able to become associate master teachers, this clearly shows the standards Lu Sun and Wang Chao possess. I wonder what the trust levels the students the both of them are guiding have towards them are, he can't help but ask. Throughout these years, they have garnered quite a positive reputation. Those older students whom they have guided for many years should be able to reach up to 40. However, it will be difficult for it to rise any higher. Elder Mo shakes his head. Being an elder from the teacher guild, he is knowledgeable about the circumstances of many teachers. That's true. Shang Chen nods his head. It is difficult to accrue trust and yet, it falls exceptionally easy. Often, it could be torn apart by just a small incident. If that isn't the case, Master Teacher Wang possess such tremendous reputation. I've heard that a genius young lady has appeared in our teacher guild. Despite being just 18 or 19 this year, she has already become a low-level associate master teacher. Upon recalling a news, Elder Shang Chen can't resist asking. She's the daughter of our guild leader. She is indeed a talent. Upon bringing up this person, Elder Mo strokes his beard and nods his head in commendation. Associate master teacher can be split into low-level, intermediate level, and high-level as well. To join one of their ranks under 20 is a fearsome accomplishment, even considering the fact that she is only a low-level associate master teacher. Upon receiving confirmation of the fact, Elder Shang Chen nods his head in commendation. He might be the head of the Education Bureau of Hongtian Academy, but in reality, he is just a high-level teacher. He doesn't have the qualifications to become a low-level associate master teacher. After which, Shang Chen doesn't go on further on the topic. Instead, he looks at Zhang Xian and Chao Xiong. Elder Mo, how much trust level do you think the both of them will receive? It's best for you to leave now. Leave Hongtian Academy and never come back. Seeing the young men stand there foolishly to await the results of the Enlightenment Will trial, Shen Bairu can't help but to walk forward and direct these words to him with a suppressed voice. In her perspective, Zhang Xian and Shang Bin are two people from completely different worlds. If it weren't for her, there is no way the two would mix together. Such a circumstance has arisen because of her. If Zhang Xian were to be beaten 100 times by the god-slaying flog and have his teaching license revoked, she will definitely feel guilty about his plight. You wish to leave now? It's a little too late. Seeing his goddess showing concern towards another man, Shang Bin spits these words through gritted teeth. You don't even show the slightest concern when I am reduced to this state, and yet, you worry about this fellow who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination. Damn it, damn it. His face turns savage and he is so angry that he might explode at any moment now. That's right, the Enlightenment Will trial has already begun. You wish to leave? Dream on. Chao Xiong walks forward and reveals a face of enthusiastic savagery. The results are about to be out. By then, you will understand how foolish your actions were. Are you that certain that you will achieve victory? Seeing how confident the other party is, as though the winning ticket is in his hand, Zhang Xian shakes his head and asks. Hee hee. Staring at the young man as though he is a fool, Chao Xiong sneers coldly, let me tell you the truth then. This Lu Yang was specially invited here by me. I have been living with him for half a month and our trust level should probably exceed 20. What about you? Do you think you are capable of reaching 10 points? After deceiving him over to your side for me forcefully, I think it is very possible for your score to be negative. While 0 means no trust whatsoever, negative means resentment. The greater the resentment, the more negative the number will be. He still clearly remembers Lu Yang's lingering and reluctant gaze when he was pulled away from him. How can someone who has guided a student to go berserk make this proud fellow concede to them? It is very probable for the relationship between the two to still be frosty, so how can Lu Yang not bear any resentment towards this fellow? Hongtian Academy is the #1 academy of Tianxian Kingdom. If a student were to really hold a trust level below that of 10 points towards his teacher, his teacher will probably become a laughingstock and the event will be known across the entire kingdom. Shang Bin laughs mockingly. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Since your reputation is already as bad as it can get, there is no need for you to worry about becoming a laughingstock. You all. Seeing the two of them putting him down, Shen Bairu's angry face flushes pink. Just as she is about to refute them, she notices that the person in question, Zhang Xian, is still maintaining an impassive and calm face towards their insults, as though he isn't bothered by their mocking at all. To tell the truth, Zhang Xian really doesn't care about it. These fellows can talk as much as they can now. When the result comes out in a while, it will be interesting to see them cry. The two of them. Hearing Elder Shang Chen's words, Elder Mo Xiang hesitates for a moment before deducing, this Lu Yang was recommended here by Chao Xiong Laoshe, so his trust level towards him should be slightly higher. Even so, in my opinion, it should only be around 18 or 19. After all, 20 is a large hurdle to overcome. As for Zhang Xian, if he truly coerced Lu Yang, then it is likely for the trust level to be negative. If the trust level turns out to be negative, Hongtian Academy will be embarrassed. At that moment, I will be depending on Elder Mo. Naturally. Elder Mo's eyes are bright and stern. As an elder from the Teacher Guild, I will not allow such scum to appear in our midst. If it turns out to be negative, then there is no doubt that Lu Yang has been coerced into acknowledging him. I will report the incident up to the guild and adamantly push for Zhang Xian's teaching license to be revoked. Hearing the other party's promise, Elder Shang Chen smiles. Then, his eyes twinkle and he points forward, look, the results are about to be out. The moment his voice sounds, the light the two crystal balls are emanating from the center of the room starts to waver and gradually dims. In the Enlightenment Will trial, the person who is involved in the trial has to go through all kinds of illusory realms before they are able to make a choice from the bottom of their heart. At this instant, the fading of the light means that he has already undergone the experiences required for the test, and the results are about to be revealed. Numbers lightly waver into existence on the crystal ball by the left. The results are out. Misfortune is about to befall you. Seeing the numbers slowly floating into existence on the crystal ball, Chao Xiong's excited eyes gleam. This time, not only will he be able to accept Lu Yang back under his tutelage, he will also be able to throw Zhang Xian out, and earn the favor of Shang Bin Xiaoya. With such a pillar of support, won't his future in the academy be smooth sailing? Probably, in less than a few years, he will be able to rise through the ranks successfully to become a high-level teacher. Just as he is getting excited over the scene playing in his mind, the numbers in the crystal ball finally stop wavering, and they appear before the crowd. His trust level in me definitely exceeds 20. Roaring, Chao Xiong hurriedly turns his attention to the crystal ball. Yet, with a glance, his excitement chokes in his throat and he feels like a duck who is grasped at its neck. His eyes widen to the point that they are about to fall onto the floor. How can this be possible? The results unfolding before him drives him to the brink of insanity. This is something he dares not to imagine. Lu Yang is a student whom he personally invited over. Furthermore, the two even accompanied one another for half a month, giving rise to their close relationship. How can he possibly only hold such a level of trust towards him? The giant numbers on the crystal ball are clear and conspicuous. As though a long sword, it stabs into his heart 10. Lu Yang's trust level towards him is a mere 10 points. Anything below 10 means a lack of trust. 10 is right at the boundary, but it isn't too far off from it. Just a moment ago, he even narcissistically boasted that the trust level would be at least 20. Yet, the result slaps him hard in his face. Is this the basis of your confidence? Zhang Xian looks over. Chao Xiong fails to catch his breath and almost faints on the spot. I had gone through so much trouble, traveling the distance to find you and bring you over. After which, we even spent so much time together. Yet, how can your trust level be so low? Brother, what is wrong with you? Looking at Lu Yang, the thought of suicide even flashes through Chao Xiong's mind. Where is the trust? Where is the basic trust between humans? Chapter 66, This Can't Be True. Only 10 points. Not only does Chao Xiong feels himself going insane, even Elder Mo and Elder Shang Chen can't help but blink their eyes in disbelief. To apply for an Enlightenment Will trial with just that meager trust level. May I ask, where did your self-confidence come from? If you wish to take a student off the hands of another teacher, you should at least possess unparalleled standing in the heart of the student. Otherwise, you are just making a fool out of yourself. Initially, we thought that his trust level towards you should be able to reach at least 20. Even though it isn't a really high number, it is still within an acceptable range. Yet. The heck, 10. Are you sure that you aren't joking with us? Elder Shang Chen's face darkens. An inauspicious omen looms in his mind. One doesn't fear a godly opponent, only a pig-like teammate. It is clear that the pig-like teammate has already appeared. By the side, the corners of Shang Bin's mouth twitch and white foam almost spills from it. Before we came here, you declared proudly that Lu Yang would definitely be willing to come under your tutelage once more. With this level of trust, tutelage it was you said. Tutelage your head. The heck? You are trying to fool me, aren't you? So what if his trust level in me is just 10? Lu Yang has a skeptical personality and he doesn't believe anyone easily. His trust level in me might just be 10, but as long as you fail to exceed that, I will still be the victor. A moment later, Chao Xiong recovers and howls at Zhang Xian. Skeptical personality. If he truly has such a personality, then the situation makes sense. Elder Mo nods his head. Humans differ from one to the other. There are a few who are born trusting, while others are born skeptical. Northwest matter how close and amiable a relationship one possesses with him, he can't help but be suspect of them. This has something to do with the situation one grew up in. If one is born in a treacherous place full of schemes, it won't be an easy task to establish trust with them. Based on his judgment, Lu Yang should possess a trust level of around 17 to 18 towards Chao Xiong. Yet, it turns out to just be 10. If it is true that the former has this kind of personality, then everything fits together perfectly. That's right. As long as his trust level towards you does not exceed 10 points, then it is still unknown who the one laughing at the end will be. Shang Bin's eyes light up and he nods his head. He decides to place his trust in Chao Xiong once more. Chao Laosher might not be famous in the academy, and he isn't a star teacher either. However, he has many good reviews. When put against Zhang Xian, it is like the difference between a delicacy and dung, totally incomparable. If the former only has 10 points, the latter is bound to have far worse results. At this point, the crowd continues staring at the other crystal ball. The light has yet to fully fade from it yet, and it is still shrouded in a thin layer of light. Why isn't the result out yet? Shen Bairu frowned slightly. Different illusory realms appear in the tests of the Wu Inquisition crystal, so naturally, the time taken for each of them will be different as well. It is normal for some to be faster than the others. Hearing the words of his goddess, Shang Bin steps forward and putting on a knowledgeable look, he explains. As the grandson of the head of the Education Bureau, he knows quite a lot more about the Enlightenment Will trial than most of the other teachers. Normally, this kind of acting cool can attract quite a lot of screams, given his dashing looks and extraordinary aura. Just that, it is a pity that the areas around his eyes are bruised black and his face is swollen red. His lips are as though two hanging sausages and he isn't much different from the hunchback from the clock tower. In fact, it seems as though the word dashing has nothing to do with him at all. Then, will the results be better if the test is completed faster, or if it is completed slower? Ignoring his attempt to act cool, Shen Bairu continues asking. Of course faster is better. If the trial is completed faster, it shows that the student undergoing the trial trusts his teacher from the bottom of his heart to the point that there is no need to even ponder over his instructions. On the other hand, if the trial takes a long period of time, it means that the student does not trust his teacher, and a negative score could very possibly appear. With his hands behind his back, Shang Bin smiles faintly. With a confident look, he says, Shen Laosher, trust me. I might not have undergone the Enlightenment Will trial, but I have read numerous books regarding it. For Lu Yang to be coerced by Zhang Xian Laosher to acknowledge him as his master, he is bound to hold some resentment against him. It would be normal for him to score a -10 or so. Just as he is declaring proudly, rationalizing the reason behind the theory out for Shen Bairu, he feels a tug on his shirt, interrupting him from his recount on the ending he expects to occur. What are you doing? Shang Bin knits his eyebrows together in displeasure. It was hard to him to gain an opportunity to perform before his goddess. Yet, someone just had to interrupt him at such an untimely period. Turning around, it is Chao Xiong. At this moment, Chao Xiong Laosher's eyes are filled with fear and his body trembles uncontrollably. The confidence he had a moment ago has completely faded. He points forward and says, "Shang Xiaoye, look." Looking towards the direction of the finger, the glow from the crystal has finally disappeared without a trace, and a line of numbers has floated to the surface. Why? Could it be that his score isn't a negative? In the midst of his words, Shang Bin glances at the numbers that have appeared on the crystal, and in that instant, he almost bites his tongue to commit suicide. How is this possible? This. I don't believe it. Shang Bin is about to go crazy. The numbers are clearly displayed on the crystal ball, 64. This means that the level of trust has reached 64 points. A fellow who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination actually managed to get his students' trust in him to reach the level of a master teacher, comparable to that of the trust between a child and his parents. How is this possible? Shang Bin looks at Chao Xiong. At this moment, the thought of killing him even flashes through his mind. He feels a stifling sensation in his chest and blood seems to be welling up at the back of his throat. It was difficult for him to find an opportunity to act cool before his goddess. He proudly declared that one's results will get worse as time goes by, only for such a situation to occur. The heck, are you playing with me? Furthermore, Chao Laosher, can you be a bit more useful? Didn't you say that this student has a skeptical personality? My ass, he has a skeptical personality. How can someone skeptical hold 64 points of trust towards others? Didn't you say that you are confident of winning? 10 points against 64 points. The heck do you intend to win like this? Tears streaming down his face, Shang Bin feels a stinging sensation on his face. It feels as though his face has been slapped mercilessly by someone else several times. At this moment, he wishes fervently to find a hole to hide in. 64. Different from the disbelief and mental breakdown of the other two, Elder Mo stands up abruptly and trembles in agitation. This level of trust has already reached the standards of a master teacher. Even for him, it is the first time he has seen such results. A fellow who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination could actually induce such trust from his students. How did he do it? Furthermore, it has just been 2 days since the start of school. Even if this Zhang Xian Laosher and Lu Yang had stayed together throughout the entire period, at maximum, they could only have 30 hours of interaction with one another. In such a short period of time, to get one's trust level beyond 60. Even the legendary one-star master teacher will find it difficult to achieve such a feat. There are also different tiers to master teachers. 1 star is the lowest of them all. Even so, the prestige and influence they hold are sufficient to drive others insane. The two elders, is this considered as my victory? Can't be bothered with the stunned Shang Bin and Chao Xiong. Zhang Xian directs his gaze towards Shang Chen and Mo Xiang. Impossible, there must be a problem with the crystal. Otherwise, how can he have such a high trust level? I will not accept this result. Chao Xiong howls. It is no wonder that he is unwilling to accept it. It is as though a beggar he has been interacting with suddenly turns out to be an emperor. As someone who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, he thought that the results would definitely end up as a negative. Yet, not only is it not a negative, it turns out to be an overwhelming 64, surpassing all teachers within the school. His will can already be considered rather strong given that he has yet to go insane at this point. I also agree with Chao Laosher's words. How can he induce such a level of trust in his students? If it is true, doesn't that mean that even Lu Sun and Wang Chao are incomparable to him? Shang Bin steps forward and says through gritted teeth. Hearing the words of the two, Elder Mo is about to say something when he sees Lu Yang, who has just completed the trial, walking over to Zhang Xian with glowing eyes that are filled with reverence. Chapter 67, The Arrival of the Wang Clan. This reverence comes from the depth of his heart. There is no way to feign those bright and clear eyes. That gaze is indubitably the gaze that one directs at someone whom he is impressed with. There isn't the slightest impurity in his gaze. With a single look, Elder Mo Xiang knows that Lu Yang truly reveres this Zhang Laosher, and that it isn't a fault with the crystal. Shut up. Knowing this, Elder Mo's face darkens. Cold intentions exude from his glare. The Will Inquisition crystal tests one's heart, forcing them to make the most correct decision in their opinion. Never has a problem occurred with it, and it is impossible for it to malfunction. If you continue on with this nonsense, I will throw you both out. Seeing Elder Mo so angry, Xiang Bin and Chao Xiong go mute, not daring to say a single word more. How did you do it? Upon seeing this result, Shen Bairu covers her mouth in shock, unable to believe that such a result is possible. A trust level of 64, even the star teachers of Hongtian Academy who have led their students for several years can't possibly obtain such results. From yesterday, this young man has been bringing her countless surprises. She didn't expect that the surprise today would be even greater. No wonder he is fearless. Looks like he has already known that he would win. Since I have won, should we carry out the terms we had agreed on, stripping Chao Laoshe of his teaching license and lashing him with 100 god-slaying flogs? Zhang Xian looks over. Since he started the affair, then he should have realized that the same could happen to him as well. I am a transcender from the modern civilization with a gift pack. Do you think that I will allow an ancient person like you bully me? Elder Shang Chen is in a dilemma. He had intended to help his grandson vent his anger, yet not only does he fail to vent his anger, he is slapped in the face once more. With an awkward expression, he is at a loss of what he should do. Let's not let things go too far. Zhang Laoshe, since you have won, let's just let this matter drop. After a moment, Elder Shang Chen says, let this matter drop. If I was the one who lost, Elder Shang Chen probably won't be saying such words. Zhang Xian frowns. If he was the one who lost today, it is within expectations that the Education Bureau would pursue this matter to no ends. It would be impossible for him to not be expelled. Yet, now that he has won, he actually wants to try to settle this with just a few words. What kind of joke is this? Audacious. Elder Shang Chen's face darkens. Mind your identity. You are just a lowly low-level teacher who managed to stumble upon some luck that allowed your students' trust towards you to grow rapidly. This is just a one-time exception. Is there anything about it to be gleeful about? If you are truly capable, then raise their cultivation realms before we talk about this matter. You have only earned the trust of a single individual. What significance can this hold? That's right. This Zhang Xian is born with the innate ability to deceive others, but so what if the trust level towards him is high? If I'm not wrong, the reason why the student he had taught previously went berserk is because he had trusted him too much. That's why he was deceived, causing him to regret his entire life. Hearing the chastise, Chao Xiong Laoshe quickly reacts and pushes on. Trust level is just a criterion to evaluate a teacher's standards. It isn't reflective of their true abilities. There is only one way to prove a teacher's capabilities. That is, to make their student's strength grow rapidly. So what if your student trusts you as though you are their parents? If you don't have the ability to guide them along, you still aren't a qualified teacher. Berserk. Elder Mo frowns. Elder Mo might not have heard of it, but this Zhang Xian has once caused the cultivation of his student to go berserk. Due to this incident, all of his students fled from him. That's also the reason why his teacher qualification examination ended with 0 marks. Chao Xiong says with a savage expression. I suspect that the reason why Lu Yang trusts him so much is because he used some special deception methods. Otherwise, how can a fellow who has scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination raise the trust level of a student to be above 60 in just 2 short days? It isn't impossible for the words that they speak of to be true. In the past, there was a teacher that used a special method to delude a student so as to take the examination to become a master teacher. The method he used is similar to hypnotism, causing even the subconsciousness of the student to think that he is worthy of trust. However, these methods are limited by time. After the duration ends, the student's psyche will be severely damaged. Could it be that this Zhang Xian has used a method similar to that? If that's truly the case, it would mean that he doesn't care about the safety of his students at all. Not only is he an unqualified teacher, he would be a criminal as well. A teacher should concentrate mainly on nurturing others. If one were to win the trust of his students, yet not possessing the relevant knowledge to impart to them, his students will only be misguided, causing an even greater catastrophe. That's precisely the reason why no one in or out of the academy trust him, and why he is unable to recruit many students. His results this term are better than the previous one, but even so, he had only recruited 5 students. Shang Bin interrupts the conversation contemptuously. Only recruited 5 students. That number is indeed a little low. Elder Mo nods his head. Regardless of the number of students I have recruited, and whether I am able to teach my students well or not, this is the Enlightenment Will Tower, and my student and I are here to participate in the Enlightenment Will trial. We have already come to an agreement on the stakes beforehand. Now that I have won, do you all intend to go back on your words? Zhang Xian says. There's no use rambling on about those useless things, the other party is clearly trying to divert the topic after their loss. Audacious. How can a teacher's teaching license be revoked so easily because of a gamble? Aren't you taking this too lightly? Ever since Chao Xiong Laosher joined our academy last year, he has been working diligently. He has nurtured a fighter to Den intermediate stage, and innumerable talents joining our ranks had identified him as the teacher they want to acknowledge. He has brought glory and honor to our academy. What about you? You are the only person to have scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination in the 100 years of history of Hongtian Academy. What rights do you have to be spouting nonsense here? Elder Shangchen flings his sleeves and says, all right, let's just end the matter like that. We will talk about it when you are able to cultivate a student to fighter 2 Den intermediate stage and when more students are willing to acknowledge you as their teachers. Elder Shang. Shen Bairu raises her eyebrows. Initially, she didn't intend to say anything, but never did she expect that an elder would actually help Chao Xiong Laosher to cheat. Fury rages in her heart. They shouldn't have made this gamble if they were afraid to carry out the punishment. They were the one who proposed the gamble, and yet now, they are trying to push away the consequences upon losing. Aren't they being too shameless? Shen Laosher, my grandfather is right. No matter what, Chao Xiong is a respectable teacher of our academy. It is making a big fuss to have him expelled over such a minute affair. Besides, firing such a talent is a loss to our academy. Shang Bin says with a bright smile. You are being unreasonable. Shen Bairu's face flushes red. Just like what Zhang Xian said, if he had lost, will you all let him off just like that? What does he count as? Can he be compared with Chao Xiong Laosher? Can he nurture a fighter 2 Den student? Can he attract countless students to the academy through his reputation? Shang Bin sneers coldly. Dong dong dong. Before he can finish his words, knocking sounds echo from outside the hall. Is there anything? Elder Shang Chen frowns. Following which, Zhou Laosher, the teacher on duty today, pushes the door open and walks in. Elder Shang, there are people outside seeking an audience. They claim to be clan head Wang Hong and elders of the Wang clan of Tianxian Royal City. The teacher says. Clan head Wang Hong. Hurry up and invite him in. Upon hearing that clan head Wang Hong had come personally, Elder Shang Chen stands up abruptly, his eyes twinkling with enthusiasm. The powers in Tianxian Royal City are complicated. To become one of the 4 great clans and remain standing even after 100 years, their accumulation through the ages and strength is one to behold. In fact, the standing of clan head Wang Hong is in no way inferior to their vice principal. For a person of such standing to pay a visit to him along with the elders of his family, just the honor from the act itself is enough to send him into a frenzy. If word were to spread out, it will definitely add a beautiful and powerful stroke to his reputation and qualifications. Chapter 68. Paying respect to teacher Zhang Xian. Grandfather, I have heard of clan head Wang Hong. He is listed in the potential Zhongsher board and he ranks within the top 10 most influential figures within the kingdom. His cultivation has already reached Fighter 7 Dan Pinnacle, just a step off from Zhongsher. Why would a person of such standing pay a visit to you? Shang Bin's eyes shine in excitement, although he still finds the situation before him unbelievable. In Tianxian Kingdom, those who know of the royal family are aware of the 4 great clans as well. Clan head Wang Hong, as the strongest individual in the Wang clan, has already reached Fighter 7 Dan Pinnacle and his name spreads far and wide. Normally, it is impossible to fawn on such a person even if one intended to. Yet, today, he specially made the journey to pay a visit to his grandfather. If it weren't for him hearing the news firsthand, it would be hard for him to think of it to be true. Haha, it must be Wang Tao. Elder Shang Chen chuckles. Wang Tao Xiaoya. That's right. Wang Tao is the eldest son of clan head Wang Hong and eventually, he will succeed his position in the Wang clan. Not only did I accept him as my disciple, I even successfully brought his strength up to Fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm. Thinking of it now, the clan head might be aware of my efforts to nurture him, thus, he came here specially to express his gratitude. Elder Shang Chen strokes his beard, indescribable gleefulness can be heard from his words. Wang Tao is his student. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Xian is taken aback. He is aware that Wang Ying's brother was accepted as a disciple by an elder. However, never would he have imagined that the elder would be him. Yes. Shen Bairu nods her head, although her complexion is still awful. It would be better for you to expend your energy on thinking of a solution to your problem. Elder Shang Chen is obviously against you, and now, he has the Wang clan behind his back as well. In the future, he will be even more domineering. Even if you were to stay in the academy, you will be in for a difficult time. We'll talk about it in the future. Zhang Xian doesn't care about it at all. Even if the other party were to pick against him, he isn't someone that can be bullied so easily. At most, he just has to reveal his strength and settle the matter with strength. After all, with the Library of Heaven's path which allows him to see through the flaws of others, it is hard to say which one of them will emerge victorious. Seeing the fellow behaving so nonchalantly, Shen Bairu stomps her feet furiously. She has been worrying about him, and yet he doesn't care about it at all. How infuriating. Let's go and welcome them. Gleefully, Elder Shang Chen hurriedly leads Shang Bin and the rest to the entrance of the academy. A personal visit from the clan head of one of the 4 great clans, it would be worth the effort even if they had to welcome him from outside the academy, needless to say, its entrance. If he can strike a connection with them, then it is possible that he might even become a candidate for the position of vice principal for the selection that is going to be held next year. Elder Shang. Before reaching the entrance, a group of 7 to 8 people walks over with widened strides. The one leading the group is a middle-aged man. There is an authoritative tone between his brows. It is clear with one look that he has been in an esteemed position for a long time. The clan head of the Wang clan, Wang Hong. There are a few elderly following behind him, and every movement of theirs exudes the strength of one that is at minimum Pishue realm. Without guessing, it is clear to see that they are the elders of the Wang clan. At the very back, there are 2 youngsters. One of them is Wang Tao while the other one is the grandson of the second elder, Wang Yan, who was just admitted into the academy this year. It is said that he has been admitted as a student of Lu Sun Laosher. Possessing decent talent, he is favored by him. I am flattered by the personal visit of clan head Wang. If there is any matter, you can always just pass a message to me. Coming over like this, I am very honored. Elder Shang Chen hurriedly says. There is no need to be so formal. To tell the truth, I do have a matter that I require your help on, clan head Wang Hong replies with a smile. Clan head Wang, feel free to speak. Elder Shang Chen quickly responds. If he is able to do him a favor, then surely he would be able to successfully climb on the massive tree known as the Wang clan. I'm sure Elder Shang has already heard of my youngest daughter, Wang Ying. I've heard that she had acknowledged a teacher named Zhang Xian, clan head Wang Hong speaks slowly. Zhang Xian. Is clan head Wang here to find trouble with him? Shang Bin's eyes twinkle. He almost leaps from the overwhelming elation upon hearing those words. Previously, he saw Wang Tao Xiaoya outside Zhang Xian's classroom, and he knows that Wang Ying was deceived into becoming Zhang Xian's student. It is within his expectations that the Wang clan would not allow such a thing to happen. However, not even in his dreams would he have expected that the other party would make a move so swiftly, even having their clan head to come in person to settle the issue. Clenching his fists tightly, Shang Bin roars frenziedly in laughter in his mind. So what if you have won the Enlightenment Will trial? This is the Wang clan, one of the 4 great clans of Tianxian Royal City. Not mentioning how you are the worst teacher of the entire academy, even if a reputable teacher like Wang Chao were to offend them, he will also be in for a ride of misfortune. Given that Shang Bin is able to think of such a possibility, naturally, Chao Xiong also arrives at the same conclusion. His entire body trembles intensely in excitement, as though he is afflicted with epilepsy. Shut up. This isn't the place for you to speak. Hearing his grandson interrupt clan head Wang's words, Elder Shang Chen quickly chastises him. Even though he is the head of the Education Bureau, he has too much work that requires his attention. All he knows is that Zhang Xian has recruited 5 students, but as for who the 5 are, he is completely oblivious to it. As such, he didn't know that Wang Ying is also his student. Don't worry about, clan head Wang Hong waves his hand to show that he isn't bothered by Xiang Bin's interruption. However, halfway through his words, Wang Tao steps forward and shouts, "Father." "What's wrong?" Clan head Wang Hong frowns. "That person there is Zhang Xian Laosher." Wang Tao points. Upon walking into the Hall of the Enlightenment Will Tower, he spots and recognizes Zhang Xian. He is Zhang Laosher. Looking over, clan head Wang Hong's eyebrows shoot up. "That's right, this person over here is our academy's Zhang Xian." He never thought that Zhang Laosher would be so daring to even deceive Wang Ying. A gleam flashes across Elder Shang Chen's eyes as he introduces him with a smile. Hee. This time, he is in for a tough time. Clan head Wang is decisive when it comes to killing others. He isn't as law-abiding as us teachers. He deserves it, to dare to even deceive the precious daughter of clan head Wang. Aren't his guts a little much too inflated? Seeing clan head Wang Hong turning his attention to Zhang Xian the moment he walks into the hall, Xiang Bin and Chao Xiong laugh heartily in their hearts at his misfortune. Which of those who managed to become a clan head of the 4 great clans aren't vicious? As the academy's worst teacher, he is courting death for trying to coax the daughter of such a person. Just when the two thought that Zhang Xian is doomed this time, an incredulous spectacle suddenly unfolds before them. They only see clan head Wang Hong taking 2 steps forward to stand before Zhang Xian. He isn't as angry as they expected him to be, neither does he assault him as they expected him to. Rather, with an excited expression, he bows deeply and carefully. Wang Hong pays his respect to Zhang Xian Laosher. His attitude makes it feels as though he is paying respect to some great leader, fearful that his abrupt appearance and words will incur the displeasure of the other party. Surely my eyes are mistaken. This. How can this be? Xiang Bin and Chao Xiong spasm simultaneously, and the both of them almost lose consciousness on the spot. This isn't how the script should go. Shouldn't clan head Wang Hong roar at Zhang Xian upon catching sight of him, then pummel him while he's at it? Why did he suddenly bow, and even pay respect? It might just be a formality, but not even his own grandfather, Elder Shang Chen, has the privilege of being greeted like this just now. What rights does a fellow with a score of 0 in the teacher qualification examination have to be entitled to such a greeting? Calm down, clan head Wang Hong. Being angry hurts one's liver. The worst teacher in the academy isn't worthy of your wrath. Cough cough. Initially, Elder Shang Chen had wanted to play the role of a good person so as to pretend to persuade him otherwise. However, halfway through his words, he sees that sight unfolding before him. In this instant, he feels as though he has eaten a dead rat. His smile freezes on his face and he almost chokes to death on his saliva. Didn't you say that Zhang Xian deceived Wang Ying to become his student? Didn't you say that clan head Wang Hong is here to find trouble with him? Can someone tell me, what the heck is going on here? Chapter 69, Withdrawing from Tutelage. Clan head Wang, you. Not just the crowd is shocked, even Zhang Xian is slightly bewildered by the current situation. Even if he had taught Wang Ying, there shouldn't be any need for him to specially make the journey to visit him. You treated my daughter's legs and imparted to her incredibly profound knowledge. It is only fitting for me to come in person to show you my gratitude. Clan head Wang nods his head. The issue with Wang Ying's legs has always been a weight on his heart. Not only did this teacher treat her disability, he even brought about a rise in her strength. His capabilities are already comparable to a master teacher. Before a master teacher, even his identity as the head of the Wang clan means nothing at all. She is my student, so it is natural that I have to guide her well. This is where my responsibility lies, so there's no need for you to be thankful to me. Zhang Xian nods his head. The responsibility of an educator is to impart knowledge, impart skills, and clarify doubts. In his previous life, although he might have just been a librarian in a high school, he was still a member of the teaching faculty. As such, he holds high respect and love towards this occupation. Since Wang Ying is his student, there is no reason for him to feel smug for solving her problems to allow her to cultivate better. Upon seeing the calmness he speaks with, the crowd goes insane once more. This is the head of the Wang clan. It is like a beggar meeting a billionaire. How can he still remain so calm, not anxious in the least at all? This is where my responsibility lies. Good, good. Taking the scene into sight, Elder Mo strokes his beard and he nods his head in approval. As the winds of the world change, the ancient values gradually corrode. In the pursuit of fame and benefits, many teachers have already forgotten their primary objective. It is respectable for this Zhang Xian Laosher to be able to remain true to his core. With this kind of mindset, along with Liu Yang's high level of trust and clan head Wang Hong's commendation and respect, could Elder Shang Qin be mistaken? At this point, doubts start to bloom in Elder Mo's mind. Before he came, he had heard many criticisms about Zhang Xian Laosher from Shang Chen, causing him to think that he is truly a useless trash who is only capable of deceit, flattery, and bringing harm upon others. However, by the looks of it now, this doesn't seem to be the case at all. However, he chooses to keep his misgivings to himself and continues to watch over the situation. Clan head Wang, please proceed in. As expected of an elder, Shang Chen's awkward expression recovers swiftly as he invites the group from the Wang clan to their respective seats. Clan head Wang Hong. Elder Mo clasps his hand. Oh, it is Elder Mo Xiang from the Teacher Guild. What kind of wind brought you here today? Only noticing Elder Mo now, Wang Hong quickly stands up. The Teacher Guild is the #1 guild, rising above that of the Apothecary Guild, Formation Master Guild and many others. Even if the cultivation of the elders in the guild is not comparable to his own, they still aren't people that a mere Wang clan can afford to offend. There is some minor matter that requires my attention. Elder Mo casually replies. Then, with a puzzled look, he gazes over. Even if Wang Xiaojie were to acknowledge Zhang Xian as her teacher, there shouldn't be any need for you to come over personally to pay a visit to him. Xiaojie Miss/young mistress. Who is this person before him? The clan head of one of the 4 great clans, an incredible expert who lords over a formidable power. Even if his daughter has acknowledged Zhang Xian as her teacher, and Zhang Xian had treated the disability that had been plaguing her for a long time, the situation still shouldn't warrant a personal visit on his part. Looks like Elder Mo is still as wise as always. Indeed, I have something that I need to trouble Elder Shang Qin for. Clan head Wang Hong nods his head with a smile. Oh. Trouble me. Clan head Wang is too polite. Feel free to speak whatever you need me. As long as it is within my abilities, I will try my best to accomplish it. Hearing that the other party has something to ask of him, Elder Shang Chen's self-confidence recovers. He looks at Zhang Xian gleefully as he strokes his beard, putting on an attitude of superiority. You just happened to treat Wang Ying's disability by coincidence, thus impelling clan head Wang to spare you an additional glance. However, if we were to look at the situation carefully, regardless of identity or the ability to nurture others, you still pale too much in comparison to me. Look, clan head Wang has something to ask of me. It's like this. My son has been under your tutelage for these few days and he has been under Shang Laosher's care. I apologize for not coming over personally earlier to express my gratitude to you. With a hand gesture from clan head Wang, an elder walks forward and presents something. This is a token of my appreciation for the concern you have shown my son these few days. Clan head Wang, there's no need to be so polite. Teaching and nurturing the young generation is the duty of a teacher. I dare not accept your present. Elder Shang Qin quickly rejects it. Given that Elder Mo from the Teacher Guild is here, even if he wanted to accept the presents, he would need the guts to do so. Elder Shang's upright character is worthy of admiration. Upon the other party's refusal, clan head Wang Hong waves his hand as he drops the matter. Then, he hesitates for a moment before continuing. Actually, there is something I would like to discuss with Elder Shang today. Recently, my son has been facing some problems in his cultivation. He realized that Elder's lessons weren't compatible with him. So, can you withdraw him from your tutelage? Withdraw from my tutelage. Upon hearing these words, the calm on the surface but gleeful on the inside Elder Shang Qin staggers and almost falls down. Withdraw from my tutelage. Why would you want to withdraw from my tutelage all of a sudden? A student withdrawing from a teacher's tutelage is equivalent to slapping him in his face, as this means that the teacher's ability to impart knowledge is subpar. Initially, he thought that clan head Wang Hong was here to delegate some task to him, so he was feeling gleeful about it. In the end, the reason for his visit turns out to be this matter. The heck, if news of it were to spread out, he might even lose his position as head of the Education Bureau. He could very well die from the shame. Indeed. I hope that Elder can fulfill this request of mine. Clan head Wang Hong says. This, Elder Shang Chen feels a fiery sensation on his face, as though someone slapped it. He feels like throwing a temper, but at the same time, he dares not to. After hesitating for a long period of time, he squeezes out a smile and says, Clan head Wang, don't worry about it. Since your son has already made his decision, then I will grant his request. After which, he takes the identity jade token from the other party and drips a droplet of his fresh blood on it. His lessons plan on it has been erased. My gratitude, Elder Shang. Clan head Wang Hong nods his head in satisfaction as he passes the jade token to Wang Tao. There's no need for such words. The relationship between a teacher and a student should be mutual. If he is unable to adapt to my teachings, it is perfectly normal for him to want to withdraw from my tutelage. Just that, may I know which teacher Wang Tao wants to acknowledge after withdrawing from my tutelage? As his heart bleeds, Elder Shang Chen squeezes out a smile. Wang Tao is an extremely famous student under his wing. He is an incredible existence that is able to score within the top 10 in the level examinations every year. For such a person to withdraw from his tutelage. Just by thinking about it, he feels like pulling his hair out. At the same time, he is also perplexed. Since clan head Wang Hong is adamant to have his son withdraw from his tutelage, who will he have him acknowledge? He is an elder, as well as the head of the Education Bureau. He might not be the best teacher in the entire academy, but he is considered as a star teacher. There are many people who would squeeze their way to come under his wing. He truly can't think of anyone who could make the head of the Wang clan specially make the journey here to help his son withdraw from his tutelage and switch to that of theirs. Oh, I already have a candidate in mind. Clan head Wang Hong stands up and walks over to Zhang Xian. Courteously, he asks, Zhang Laoshi, is it possible for you to accept my son, Wang Tao, under your tutelage? Can you accept him as your student? This shouldn't be happening. To withdraw from Elder Shang Chen's lessons, just to become Zhang Xian's student. Seeing his actions and hearing those words, the entire Enlightenment Tower goes deathly silent. Everyone has gone insane. Especially Elder Shang Chen, he almost pukes a mouthful of blood and dies on the spot. Clan head Wang Hong, you must be joking. Withdrawing from my lessons just to come under the tutelage of a fellow who has scored a 0 in his teacher qualification examination. Shang Bin and Chao Xiong are dumbfounded. The trash teacher whom they had viewed contemptuously before actually made the head of a clan personally step forth to persuade an elder to withdraw his son from his tutelage so that his son could come under his wing. The great heavens and the vast earth, can you be any more unreasonable? However, before the crowd could recover from their insanity, they hear the faint voice of a young man echoing in the room. My apologies, but I refuse. Gudong. Everyone falls to the floor. Chapter 70, Doubts. Refuse? Brother, are you serious? Shang Bin, Chao Xiong, and Chen Bairu tug on their hair, every single one of them on the verge of going mad. The thrill that they have experienced today is much more than what they have experienced in their entire lifetime. Who is Wang Tao? One of the top 10 geniuses in the academy. There isn't a single teacher who isn't vying to pull him under their wing. Back then, Elder Shang Chen only managed to rope him in through exploiting his identity as the head of the Education Bureau. A genius like that, accompanied with the personal plea from the Wang clan's head. The hell, you actually refused it. Shang Bin and others feel as though they have just incurred 10,000 damage, and they find themselves unable to catch their breath. Just a moment ago, he just criticized him for being unable to recruit students. Yet, the next moment, the Wang clan's head sends his son over to him. However, what is the most shocking of all is that, he refuses to accept him. My heart, my liver. Elder Shang Chen feels fresh blood coursing erratically around his throat, threatening to spurt out at any moment. Is there still justice in the world? Is there still law in the world? I am an elder, not to mention the head of the Education Bureau. It is one thing that you withdrew from my tutelage to acknowledge a fellow who scored 0 in his teacher qualification examination as your teacher. The worst of it all is that he refuses to accept. Elder Shang Chen feels as though his face has been torn off violently, ground and scattered onto the floor. At this moment, he wishes fervently for a hole to appear in the ground so that he can conceal himself in it. Too embarrassing. He feels as though his dignity has been thrown away all the way to his grandmother's house. Standing by the side, Elder Mo Xiang's eyeballs are also about to fall to the floor. Just a moment ago, his opinion of Zhang Laoshi has improved, but by the looks of it now, it seems that it is still insufficient. Refuse. Awkwardness reflects on the face of Wang Clanhead. He immediately shoots a glance at his son. I beg Zhang Laoshi to accept me as your disciple. Wang Tao hurriedly steps forward, kneels on the floor and looks at Zhang Xian with a sincere expression. It is true that he has looked down on this Zhang Laoshi before. However, upon seeing his younger sister's legs being healed and an explosive surge in her strength, as well as recalling how his sword was clamped by 2 mere fingers of the other party, he is already impressed with him from the bottom of his heart. I refuse. Zhang Xian waves him away. A student can choose his teacher. Similarly, a teacher can also choose his students as well. Yesterday, this Wang Tao barged into his classroom. Not only was he disrespectful, he even pointed a weapon at him. How can he possibly accept such a student under his wing? Back then, even though Zhao Ye had only challenged him verbally, she was still punished to clean the washroom. If a teacher were to not have any dignity, his students will look down on him. If that's the case, how can his guidance bear any results on them? I know that I was rash and I had offended Zhang Laoshi, but on the account that I am still immature and ignorant of etiquette, I hope that you will not hold it against me. Knowing the reason behind his refusal, Wang Tao hurriedly speaks. The dignity of a teacher cannot be sullied. After he wielded a sword to attack Zhang Xian, it is one thing for the other party to not to fuss over the matter. Yet, at this moment, he still hopes to be admitted under his tutelage. It is no wonder that his request would be rejected. Indeed, my son is ignorant of teacher's greatness, so he was a little rash back then. I hope that you can forgive, Clanhead Wang Hong quickly explains. Wang Clanhead, there is no need to say these. I don't think that this is the reason why Zhang Laoshi refuses to accept your son. At this point, an abrupt voice echoes in the room. Tracing the source of the voice, it came from the one who had just lost in the Enlightenment Will trial a moment ago, Chao Xiong. If it was just a moment ago, with Elder Shang Chen's prestige and standing, he is surely able to annul the punishment for him. If that fails, he can also think of methods to drag the punishment out, allowing the agreement to gradually fade out of view. Yet, at this moment, the clan head of the Wang clan, Wang Hong, came over to beg Zhang Xian. It is very probable that he would be unable to escape the punishment from the Enlightenment Will trial if the situation were to continue on like this. In any case, the situation is already irreversible. There is no need for him to worry about souring his relationship with Zhang Xian even further. Hearing someone interrupt his words, clan head Wang Hong's face darkens in displeasure. This Zhang Xian only has the strength of a fighter 3 Denjinchi realm, whereas Wang Tao Xiaoya's current level of cultivation is fighter 4 Denpigu realm. Since his strength is unable to match up with him, how can he guide him or give him pointers? The reason why he is reluctant to accept him as his student is because he is aware of it as well. With a savage expression on his face, Chao Xiong roars. Indeed, his strength doesn't even match up to Wang Tao Xiaoya. To think that he would even consider accepting him as his student, what a joke. Shang Bin immediately reacts and hurriedly adds in. Clan head Wang, please reconsider your decision. It's all right for Wang Tao Xiaoya to withdraw from my tutelage, but if he were to acknowledge someone whose cultivation realm is lower than him as his teacher, it would be difficult for him to raise his cultivation level in the future. A gleam flashes across Elder Shang Chen's eyes as well. That's right, the Zhang Xian standing before them only has the strength of a fighter 3 Denjinchi realm. This is a fact well known by everyone in the academy. A fighter 4 Dan expert acknowledging someone weaker than him as his master, this in itself is a joke. Gidding, clan head Wang Hong's heart beats. He has heard of Zhang Xian's incredible theories from Wang Ying's mouth, but he doesn't know his exact level of cultivation. Although Wang Tao had attacked him before, as he had never told him about it, he isn't aware of it either. If what the other party says is true, and this Zhang Laoshi only has the strength of fighter 3 Denjinchi realm, then he is truly incapable of teaching Wang Tao. It is true that a teacher who is knowledgeable in theories can impart them to his student, but only by cultivating it and testing it out firsthand will he have a greater comprehension of it. If the teacher himself has yet to reach such heights, then it is unlikely that he is able to teach them well. This is just like in Zhang Xian's previous life. If the teacher himself is incapable of solving a problem, then how can he teach his student to do it? There are many matters that a teacher is required to be precognizant of so that the student can take note of them while cultivating. Otherwise, no matter how many incredible theories a teacher might wield in their brain, they are just like a reflection of the moon on the lake, unable to come to be of practical use. Zhang Xian, even if you wish to teach Wang Tao Xiaoye, do you have the ability to? If you don't, stop putting on an act here. With your strength as a fighter 3 Dan, you might be able to muddle some freshmen who have just entered the academy, but don't dream about doing the same with the older students. Seeing Zhang Xian remaining silent, savagery and excitement gleam in Chao Xiong's eyes. Indeed, clan head Wang. What Chao Xiong Laosher says makes sense. Zhang Xian himself has yet to break through to fighter 4 Dan, so it is natural that he is unsure of the method of cultivation at that level. How can he guide a student's Pigu realm cultivation like that? Regaining his confidence once more, Elder Shangchen says as he strokes his beard. No, your words are wrong. Hearing the mocking of the crowd, Wang Tao hurriedly stands up to explain. Who says that Zhang Laosher's strength is unable to match up to me? Yesterday, when I unintentionally offended him, I attacked him with my sword using my full strength. Yet, he managed to catch my sword easily with just 2 fingers of his. Such a feat is impossible if he is only at Jinqi realm. Catch with 2 fingers. Haha, Wang Tao Xiaoye, even if you wanted to spare him some dignity, you need to come up with something more believable. Chao Xiong sneers coldly, you are a fighter 4 Den Pigu realm expert and your strength exceeds 700 kilograms. Furthermore, given the weight and the speed of your blade, even a Pishue realm primary stage expert will find it hard to take it on barehanded, needless to say with 2 fingers. You can't be trying to tell me that our Zhang Laosher, who scored 0 for the teacher qualification examination, has reached Pishue realm, just like the elders of our school. A sword is light and flexible in its movements, and the full-strength attack of a Pigu realm advanced stage expert is fast as lightning. If the other party isn't well versed in the opponent's swordsmanship and know precisely where the attack is going to land beforehand, even a Pishue realm primary stage expert will find it hard to catch his attack. Yet, Wang Tao actually said that the worst teacher in the academy managed to catch his attack easily. You must be joking. I've seen it too, teacher used 2 fingers to hold his sword in place. Lu Yang explains in a fluster as well. He has seen the situation that day with his own eyes and there isn't any falsehood in his words. However, given his high trust level in Zhang Xian, the moment he says it, it seems as though he is helping him to cover up the lie. Clan head Wang Hong, you are a great clan of cultivators. Ignoring the explanations of the 2, Elder Shangchen sneers coldly. Do you think that someone who isn't at Pishue realm intermediate stage is capable of catching Wang Tao Xiaoye's full-strength attack? This, clan head Wang Hong hesitates. Catching Wang Tao's attack at full strength with just 2 fingers, this is a feat that average Pishue realm experts will find difficult to accomplish. This Zhang Laosher might have incredible theories, but to reach Pishue realm intermediate stage at such a young age, even he finds it hard to believe. After all, it is too shocking. Wang Tao Xiaoye, I understand that you said those things intentionally to bring up Zhang Xian's reputation because you want him to accept you as his student. However, there is a limit to everything. Sometimes, going too far isn't good. Seeing Wang Hong stumped, Elder Shangchen opens up his arms majestically and speaks with a wise demeanor. Just as he is about to continue chatting casually with clan head Wang Hong and bring up some profound theories to prove that what Wang Tao said was untrue, he hears the voice of the teacher on duty sounding from beyond the room once more. What's the matter? Elder Shangchen frowns in displeasure. Didn't you see that I am in the midst of acting cool? How can one be so incapable of reading the situation? There is someone outside who is seeking an audience with Zhang Xian Laosher, the teacher on duty says in a fluster. Looking for Zhang Xian? Who? What's going on today? Why is everyone looking for Zhang Xian today? It is, the son of Jinan Wang, by Sun Xiao Wang Ye. The teacher on duty says. Chapter 71, The Arrogant Young by Wang Ye. By Sun Xiao Wang Yi. Xiao Yang. Everyone in the room is taken aback. This Baisun may be young, but he is a martial arts genius. At just 17 years old, he has already reached Fighter 5 Den Pinnacle, causing his name to spread far and wide in the entire Tianqian city. Emperor Shenjue once commented that it is very possible for him to become the youngest Pishue realm expert in the kingdom. Jinnan Wang is preoccupied with guarding the southern borders and thus, he doesn't reside in the capital. As a result, this young Wang Ye doesn't attend classes at Hongtian Academy. However, due to his outstanding results, he managed to be admitted into the even more incredible Beiwu Academy. Beiwu Academy is a school with a one-star master teacher in it. All those who are able to pass the examination to join its ranks are all famous geniuses. These few days, Jinnan Wang returned to Tianqian City to report on his duty. As such, Baisun followed him to the capital as well. Just that. What is he doing here, looking for Zhang Xian Laoshe? One is the worst teacher in the academy while the other one is a supreme genius, son of an influential and powerful official. There is no way to compare the two at all. Is it possible for the two of them to know each other? But their social positions are way too different. Hurry, invite him in. Elder Shangchen may not know what is going on, but he dares not to be discourteous to him. As such, he quickly gestures for the teacher on duty to escort him in. After a moment, a white-clothed young man walks in with large strides. There are a few retainers following behind him. They are all equipped with metal armor and their eyes are cold. The young man may not be advanced in age, but he exudes a powerful aura. The might of his entire body radiates as though the sun, exerting an intense pressure upon others. Despite being Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle experts as well, just by the aura itself, it is clear that he is much stronger than Shang Bin and Chen Bairu. Paying respect to Xiao Wangye. Shang Chen, clan head Wang Hong and the others stand up from their seats at the same moment. The Wang clan may be titled as one of the four great clans, but compared to the powerful official who is tasked with the duty of guarding the kingdom's south, they are still lacking. Regardless of when and where, those who are in command of military might are always the ones who have the loudest words. Ah! Master Zhang, you are here indeed. Casually waving them away, he ignores the respectful Shang Chen and the others and scans the surroundings. He suddenly catches sight of a familiar figure and excitedly rushes forward to Zhang Xian. Why are you here? Master Lu Qin has asked you to learn from me, but you don't have to be so obedient to really come knocking. My dad will be leaving after he is done reporting on his duty, so I can't remain in the capital for long. Thus, I have to make use of every second to learn from Master so that I can pass the test. Baisun explains. Master. How did Baisun Xiao Wangye get acquainted with him? Furthermore, they seem to have a close relationship. Isn't his title a teacher? Why did he call him a master instead? Upon seeing that Baisun is indeed here to seek Zhang Xian and that the both of them seem to be in a close relationship, everyone is dumbfounded once more. They actually know each other. Isn't Zhang Xian a teacher? Master. What does this title mean? Furthermore, Zhang Xian, what's with your attitude? Didn't you see that even Elder Shang and clan head Wang bow upon seeing the young Wang Ye? Not only did you not bow, you even frowned. Frown your head. Who gave you such guts? Audacious. Elder Shang Chen can't hold it in anymore. He walks forward with an intimidating aura. Zhang Xian, how can you speak to the young Wang Ye like this? Hurry up, bow and pay your respects to him. To think that you would be oblivious to basic etiquette despite being a teacher. Such a lack of propriety, you are truly a disgrace. After which, with a face full of smiles, he turns to Baisun, Bai Xiao Wangye, don't get angry. This Zhang Xian possesses weak strength, not to mention that he is clumsy and ignorant of etiquette. Before he can finish his words, he sees Bai Xiao Wangye's eyebrows knit tightly together. A frosty aura appears in his eyes and he seems as though a lion whose hair is standing on ends, ready to strike. Who the heck are you? Scram to the side. Going by seniority, Master Zhang Xian belongs to my grandfather's generation, yet you dare to speak of such words. Are you trying to court death? Grandfather. Everyone falls to the floor once more. What the heck is with this method of addressing? Bai Xiao Wangye's father is Jinnan Wang, who is a peer of Emperor Shenjue. Yet, you say that his seniority is equal to that of your grandfather. Doesn't that mean that he is of even higher standing than Emperor Shenjue? Elder Shang Chen, who was incomparably arrogant a moment ago, trembles uncontrollably, nearly passing out from shock. What the heck is going on? What in the world happened? Especially for Shang Bin and Chao Xiong, the both of them feel as though they are going psychotic. Grabbing bunch after bunch of their hair out, their eyes seem as though they are about to leave their sockets at any moment now. Even Elder Mo, who has been watching the situation with composure all along, feels an ache on his chin. Unknowingly, he has torn his beard out. That's right. Grandpa Zhang is a master painter of an era, and his prowess is incredible to the point that even 3 of me are incapable of matching up to him. Yet, you dare to say that he is audacious and weak. The heck, you must be tired of living. Or perhaps, you are trying to look for a sparring partner. Bai Yang. Bai Sun gestures his subordinate forward. Your humble subordinate is here. Immediately, a middle-aged man steps forward from his back. Slap him. Bai Sun commands. The middle-aged man wasn't conspicuous in any way when he walked in. However, at this moment, when he lifts his eyelids, a bloodthirsty aura gushes out instantaneously, as though a demon that stepped over 1,000,000 corpses to climb out of hell. He might be the same cultivation realm as Elder Shang Chen, the both of them being of Pishuer realm, but his aura is much stronger compared to the latter. Supreme Soldier. The hearts of the crowd skip a beat. Such bloodthirsty aura can only be tempered from countless life and death situations. Soldiers possessing such an aura are termed as Supreme Soldiers. Every single one of them possesses unwavering will and incredible prowess, capable of dueling with those who are of higher cultivation realm than them. After leaving everyone flabbergasted by his bloodthirsty aura, the middle-aged man, Bai Yang, dashes forward. In an instant, he appears before Elder Shang Chen and sends a slap to him. A crisp sound echoes throughout the hall. Before Elder Shang Chen can even react, he rotates like a top, turning a complete round before falling to the ground. Fresh blood spurts out of his mouth and a dozen of his teeth can be found in a puddle of blood. Steadying his figure, Elder Shang Chen is on the verge of erupting. As an elder of Hongtian Academy, a Pishuer realm expert, to think he would be slapped publicly. However, he can't do anything about it despite being so angry. After all, the other party is the sole son of Zhenan Wang, Bai Xiao Wangye. If he really dares to do anything to him, Zhenan Wang will probably come killing in and flip the entire academy upside down. It is not like he has never done such a thing before. Back then, a person who had backing comparable to the Wang clan went looking for trouble with Bai Xiao Wangye and wounded him. This infuriated Zhenan Wang and he led his army into their residence and purged their entire household. In the end, not only did Emperor Shen Jue not chastise him over the incident, he even conferred his son the title of Xiao Wangye to appease him. Otherwise, even though he is the sole successor to the family, he doesn't have the qualifications of being called Xiao Wangye. This is all Zhang Xian's fault. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. He can only direct the rage he dares not vent on Bai Sun towards Zhang Xian. If not for this fellow, how could he possibly be embarrassed like this today? Why, are you unhappy with my actions? Seeing his awful complexion, Bai Sun raises his eyebrows and asks haughtily. I dare not to. Elder Shang Chen's heart is bleeding, but he still squeezes out these words through gritted teeth. It is best if you dare not to. Let me tell you the truth, I am actually saving you. If my Grandpa Zhang were to make a move personally and if he were to fail to control his strength properly, you would be dead by now. Upon this, Bai Sun recalls the spar he had that night and his body shudders subconsciously. What he speaks of is true. This Master Zhang, just by his physical body itself, has a strength of more than 40 ding. What's worse is that he is unable to control his strength. He might not feel anything when he sends a slap over, but you will be gone by then. Chapter 72, Unable to be Revoked. Save him. Unable to control his strength. Based on Xiao Wangye's words, Zhang Xian Laosher's strength is superior to Elder Shang Chen. How is this possible? Without taking too much time, everyone manages to process the events that just occurred. This is especially so for Shang Bin and Chao Xiong, who claimed that Zhang Xian is weak and that Wang Tao is lying. The both of them are unable to believe the situation unfolding before them. In the previous examination, Zhang Xian is confirmed to be only Zhenqi realm pinnacle. This is something that the entire academy is aware of, and there aren't any news of him breaking through. If so, how can he be stronger than Bai Xiao Wangye? Furthermore, based on his words, it seems that even Elder Shang Chen is incapable of matching up to him. It might be bizarre and unbelievable, but no one thinks that Bai Sun is lying. Everyone knows that not only is Bai Xiao Wangye incredibly talented, he is also fond of competing and sparring with others. He will feel uncomfortable if he doesn't spar a couple of rounds every day. Since he is so in awe of this Zhang Xian, does that mean that he really possesses the strength he speaks of? At this point, every single of them widens their eyes to look at the young man whom they thought was trash previously. There is nothing spectacular about him, except for his white and smooth skin, which makes him look even younger than his actual age. How can he possibly be an expert? Cough cough. Upon seeing the doubtful gazes of everyone else centered on him, Zhang Xian shakes his head helplessly. He is probably unable to hide his true strength any longer. But after scoring at the bottom for the teacher qualification examination as a Fighter 3 Denjinchi realm, to become comparable to a Pishue realm expert after a short break. No one will believe it. Is it that difficult to keep a low profile? Zhang Xian feels a migraine working up. He wanted to hide his strength, keep a low profile and secretly zhuangbi from the shadows. Initially, he thought that Bai Sun is completely unrelated to the academy whatsoever, so no one else here will learn of it. However, never in his dreams did he expect that in just a single night, that fellow would come rushing over. After making such a huge ruckus, it is impossible for him to hide his strength any longer even if he wanted to. Such ill-fortune. Just as he is still perplexed over the situation, he sees Bai Sun Xiao Wangye's face popping up right in front of him with a fawning expression on it. Hee, Master Zhang, Grandpa Zhang, did I settle the matter well? However, he can't blame Bai Sun for behaving like this either. Master Lu Qin has already said it clearly that whether he is able to pass the examination or not depends heavily on him. It is natural that he would intentionally try to please him so as to get in his good books. That's the reason why he woke up so early, and upon hearing that Zhang Xian is here, he barged in along with his subordinates. Still acceptable. Since what's done is done, Zhang Xian can only acknowledge it. Thus, he nods his head. Zhang Laoshi, accept me as your disciple. Aware that Zhang Xian's strength isn't just Jinqi realm, clan head Wang Hong does not hesitate anymore. He signals to Wang Tao with a glance. Wang Tao steps forward once more and kneels before him. Acknowledging Master Zhang as your teacher, who do you think you are? I haven't even acknowledged him yet, and you want to vie with me. How about we spar for a little bit? Before Zhang Xian can even speak, Bai Xiao Wangye glares at him. I dare not. Wang Tao is startled. Even though Bai Sun is around the same age as him, his strength has already reached Fighter 5 Den pinnacle. Given that he is several times stronger than him, sparring with him. What's the difference between it and seeking death? Fine, Wang Tao, you can listen in by the side of my class tomorrow. If you perform well, I can consider accepting you as my student. Afraid that this Bai Xiao Wangye will stir up trouble once more and pummel Wang Tao's life away, Zhang Xian immediately interjects. Thank you, Zhang Laoshi. Clan head Wang Hong sighs in relief and hurriedly thanks him. Wang Tao isn't Zhang Xian's student yet, but from the looks of the current situation, this is the only way to settle the situation now. After all, who can he blame for the disappointing actions of his son, barging into the classroom of the other to kill the teacher? No teacher would accept such a student after meeting with such a situation. However, even though he is just listening in by the side for now, as time goes by, as long as he performs well, he is surely able to become an official student. Listening in by the side. Elder Shang Chen is on the verge of tears. He is an elder of the academy, as well as the head of the education bureau. Normally, he is the one picking students out from the lot. It is one thing if someone withdraws from his tutelage to acknowledge another teacher. But he goes on to listen in by the side of the lessons of another teacher instead. Not to mention, the worst teacher of the academy. Elder Shang Chen feels as though his old face is being stepped on repeatedly, and not a shred of his dignity remains. His dignity has been thrown all the way to his grandaunt's house. Why not his grandmother's house? Because he has already passed by it. Master Zhang, is there anything else that you need me to settle? If so, I will help you. After which, teach me painting. Bai Sun turns to look at Zhang Laoshi. There is still some things I need to settle. Zhang Xian turns to look at Xing Chen. Elder Shang, the results of the Enlightenment Will trial are already out. Isn't it about time we fulfill the terms of the bet we agreed on? The reason why he is here is because of the Enlightenment Will trial. After the trial has ended, many things have occurred, but it is about time for the bet they have decided upon to be carried out. Zhang Xian, there's no need to be gleeful about this. I lost the Enlightenment will trial, but at most, I will only suffer 100 God-slaying flogs. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to strip me of my teaching license. Knowing that he is unable to escape from this any longer, Cao Xiong chooses to face it and he walks forward with a ferocious expression. Don't have the ability. Zhang Xian frowns. Indeed. I don't have any bad track records and I didn't cause any of my students to go berserk either. Even though my result in the teacher qualification examination is subpar, it is still a pass. To strip my teaching license just because of a bet, even the teacher guild doesn't have the authority to do so. Cao Xiong howls frenziedly. Is this true? Unsure of the rules and regulations, Zhang Xian looks at Elder Mo doubtfully. He is an elder of the teacher guild, so he should know of these matters. What he says is true. Elder Mo nods his head. A teacher's teaching license is issued after numerous verifications by the teacher guild. If the person in question does not have a bad track record, it is difficult to revoke his license. Is that so? Zhang Xian frowns. He recalls those who are in the education industry in his previous life. Over there, even if a teacher were to be inadequate in their job, the school doesn't possess the right to fire them. In fact, even the Ministry of Education doesn't have the right to do so, unless they have done something that goes against the morals and values of a teacher. It seems that the situation over here is similar as well. Then, why didn't you say so when we were deciding upon the bet? Zhang Xian can't resist asking. Back then, when he was raising his stake, he thought it would be possible for his teaching license to be revoked, so he brought it up casually. If only he knew that revoking one's teaching license is that difficult, he would have just chosen to expel him from the academy. Cough cough, I thought that you would lose. Elder Mo says awkwardly. Not only did Zhang Xian score a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, he had also caused the cultivation of a student to go berserk. If someone were to pursue the matter, it is possible for him to be expelled. As Elder Mo thought that Zhang Xian would definitely lose, he didn't point the matter out. He didn't expect for Cao Xiong to lose so thoroughly to him. It is impossible to fulfill the conditions of the bet, unless, Elder Mo speaks but hesitates halfway through. Unless what? Unless, there is a master teacher or an associate master teacher personally testifying that he is unqualified to remain as a teacher, and the testimonial is reported upwards to the teacher guild, Elder Mo says. Master teacher. Associate master teacher. Where do I look for these? Zhang Xian shakes his head. Regardless of whether it is master teacher or an associate master teacher, they are figures high up in the education circle, so how can it be possible for him to be acquainted with one? Furthermore, even if he is acquainted with one, it is impossible for the other party to bother themselves with such a minor bet. Zhang Xian frowns. At this moment, the teacher on duty, Zhou Laosher, walks in once more and clasping his hand together, his voice echoes in the room. Shangchen Laosher, there is a lady outside who has identified herself as Huang Yu looking for Zhang Xian Laosher. Chapter 73, Cao Xiong's Counterattack. Xiao Yu is here too. Bai Sun's eyes light up. Right after Master Lu Chen tasked them to study under Zhang Xian yesterday, he rushed here early in the morning. If so, how can Xiao Yu lag behind him? In the midst of his words, an elegant figure walks through the doors. Her light yellow top brings out her slim and delicate figure perfectly. Her skin is as white as snow and she doesn't pale in comparison even to Shen Bai Ru. Paying respect to Zhang Laosher. The moment she enters the room, she heads towards Zhang Xian and bows deeply. Knowing that the other party is here for the same motive as Bai Sun, Zhang Xian's head hurts and he rubs his glabella. Glabella center of eyebrows. Actually, he knows nothing about painting at all and all he can do is to point out the flaws in them. He doesn't even know where he should start from to teach them about painting. Paying respect to young mistress. Just as he is conflicted over how he should confess this to the other party, Elder Mo walks forward and courteously, he clasps his hands and greets Huang Yu. Young mistress. A thought seems to have flashed through Elder Shang Chen's mind, causing a feeling of weakness to grasp his legs, resulting in him stumbling backward. With a face devoid of color, he asks, Could she be the daughter of guild leader Huang of the teacher guild, the genius who managed to become a low-level associate master teacher despite not even reaching her 20s? Just a moment ago, he was still chatting with Elder Mo about the genius in the teacher guild who became a low-level associate master teacher at a young age, and he was thinking about how she is even more incredible than an old man like him. Never in his dreams did he expect her to be this Huang Yu Xiaojie, and from the looks of it, she seems to be close with Zhang Xian. Xiaojie Miss/young mistress. Heavens, what is going on? The moment when he accused the other party of being incapable of imparting knowledge to nurture others, the Wang clan sent their son over to him, even withdrawing him from his tutelage to do so. The moment when he said that the other party is lacking in strength, Bai Xiao Wangye ran out to verify the strength of the other party, claiming that he himself isn't a match for him. The moment when he says that only a master teacher and an associate master teacher can revoke Chao Xiong's teaching license, an associate master teacher comes running over. The heck? Zhang Xian, the heavens must have specially sent you here to deal with me. Elder Shang Chen only feels disconsolate, and even suicidal thoughts run through his head. Chao Xiong, who was still arrogant a moment ago, pales in fright and cowers backward. A moment ago, he was at least reassured by the fact that the other party would be unable to revoke his teaching license. However, at this instant, he is truly frightened. Isn't he just a trash who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination? Why does he know so many people? Why do they all respect him? I will not accept this. Chao Xiong grits his teeth and howls frenziedly in his mind. Before today, the other party meant nothing in his eyes. He isn't even qualified to compete with him, yet now the other party has already become a tall mountain that he can only look up towards. Shang Bin's teeth are also clattering. At this moment, Zhang Xian seems to have transformed from an ant whom he could crush whenever he pleases into a giant dinosaur. Such a transformation is beyond his wildest imagination. You are an associate master teacher. Hearing Shang Chen's astonishing words, Zhang Xian looks at the lady in uncertainty. This lass is even younger than him. For her to be an associate master teacher, it is indeed true that one should not judge a person by their appearance. I just happened to catch Lu Shi's eyes, and he brought me in to assist him. Huang Yu smiles. Her words might be humble, but self-confidence radiates clearly from her eyes. Sure, somewhat a shorter version of Lao Shi. To become an assistant master teacher, first and foremost, one needs to have talent surpassing others. Secondly, one needs to be granted an opportunity. Even if you possess overwhelming talent and your ability to guide your students and impart knowledge is incredible, if you are unable to gain the recognition of a master teacher, it is all just empty talk. Huang Yu, as the daughter of Tianqian Kingdom Teacher Guild's head, she had the privilege of going through a good education from young. Furthermore, given the contacts her father possesses, becoming an associate master teacher isn't beyond expectations. It is great that you are an associate master teacher. This Chao Xiong Lao Shi has lost to me in an enlightenment will trial, and he refuses to fulfill his end of the bet. Previously, Elder Mo has said that Chao Xiong Lao Shi's teaching license can be revoked if an associate master teacher speaks up for the case. Against those who are out against him, Zhang Xian will not let them off the hook so easily. To think that there would be such a matter. Huang Yu frowns. As a teacher, to hold grudges over such a minor affair, even resorting to using the enlightenment will trial to frame your colleagues, he will only soil the name of teachers if he were to remain as one. Elder Mo. Elder Mo steps forward. I believe that he doesn't have the qualifications to be a teacher. Go and settle the procedures required for it now. Huang Yu says authoritatively. Yes. Elder Mo nods his head. Turning to look at Chao Xiong, he shakes his head. As an associate master teacher, Huang Yu is of esteemed position, not to mention that she is the daughter of the guild leader as well. With just a few words, she has sealed Chao Lao Shi's fate. Those who possess the identity of a teacher are respected no matter where they go. If a teacher is stripped of their teaching license, that can only mean that there is a problem with his conduct. With such a track record, no one would employ him no matter where he goes. Hearing the verdict, Chao Xiong collapses onto the floor, his ashen face shrouds in despair. He has spent so much effort just to attain this teaching license. To think that it would be revoked just like that. Just because he challenged a trash who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination. I won't accept this, I refuse to accept this. Right, Chao Xiong stands up once more. He looks at Zhang Xian savagely. Zhang Xian, you haven't won yet. You scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination and caused a student's cultivation to go berserk. As long as this matter is reported to the teacher guild, after a thorough investigation, you will be stripped of your teaching license as well. Zhang Xian may have scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, but that is actually an internal examination within Hongtian Academy and isn't authoritative. Even so, if the matter is reported upwards to the teacher guild, and once the matter is proven to be true, he can be stripped of his teaching license because of it as well. Furthermore, he has a case of a student's cultivation going berserk under his records. Just this itself crosses the bottom limits of a teacher. That's right, Zhang Xian, you need not be gleeful over this. You might have gotten Chao Laosher's teaching license revoked, but you won't keep yours for long either. I will report this matter up to the teacher guild right now and have them carry out an impartial adjudication on the matter. Upon hearing Chao Xiong's angry roar, Shang Bin's eyes light up and flames start to burn in them once more. The relationship between him and Zhang Xian has already torn asunder. Now that the other party is proven to possess a strong backing, he probably won't be able to live in peace in the academy anymore with him here. Thus, he cannot allow Zhang Xian off the hook. Furthermore, even the goddess is speaking up for him now. If he allows himself to be beaten without making a move, how can he lift his head in the future? Shang Bin glares at Zhang Xian as cold intentions emanate from his gaze. Aren't you incredible? Lu Yang's trust level in you exceeds 60. The Wang clan urges you to accept Wang Tao. Things might be going well for you now, but let's see how you will fare after you lose your teaching license. Let's see what rights do you have to remain in Hongtian Academy and what rights do you have to teach your students. Zhang Xian Laosher's capabilities and morals are indeed doubtful. Associate Master Teacher Huang Yu, Elder Mo, the words that the both of them speak of are true. This Zhang Laosher has driven the cultivation of a student berserk, and he has scored a 0 in the previous teacher qualification examination as well. I hope that the guild can handle this matter impartially and rid the academy of this cancerous tumor. In an instant, Elder Shangchen regains the glow on his face. With a straightened and dignified stature, he speaks. He might not be able to save Chao Xiong, but he will not allow Zhang Xian to get away scot-free either. Chapter 74, The Education Bureau has falsified results. This. Hearing the howling of the three, Elder Mo and Huang Yu glanced at one another before turning to look at Zhang Xian. If what they said was true, the teacher guild would have to look into the matter. If the results of the investigation were in line with their claims, it was quite likely for this Zhang Laosher to be stripped of his teaching license. Seems like I have underestimated them. They are also skilled at using rules to their advantage. He didn't expect that after suffering so many consecutive blows, they would still be able to make a counterattack. Zhang Xian frowned. It seemed that regardless which world one was in, some things never changed. If a despicable person were to lay their fangs on someone, they could only await their death. 2. Speak of the truth, the mess that his previous self had left him was indeed troublesome to deal with. If the academy didn't bring it up, he would be safe and he could continue on conducting his lessons. On the other hand, if the academy decided to bring it up, they could report it to the teacher guild and he would face the danger of having his teaching license revoked. If he was stripped of his teaching license, his situation would not be any better than Chao Xiong. Thus, no matter what, he mustn't let them succeed. However, it was a fact that he had scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, and he did indeed send a student's cultivation berserk. This was the doing of his previous self, and he was unable to undo it even if he wanted to. That is to say, the mess that his previous self left him with was potentially his downfall. Even if he was able to nurture powerful students through the Library of Heaven's path from today onwards, it would still be difficult for him to become a master teacher and earn the trust of others. He must find a way to resolve the problem. Rubbing his glabella, Zhang Xian felt helpless. His transcension was something he had no power over, and he was unable to decide the timeline where he would transcend into. Besides, if not for the failings of his previous self, he would be unable to transcend over as well. Could he just stand idly as they report the incident up to the teacher guild and have his teaching license revoked? Absolutely not. Aren't I unable to explain the reason behind the sudden surge in my strength? What a coincidence, I can make use of this. Just as he was at a loss of what to do, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind and an incredible idea popped into his head. Looking at Shang Chen and Shang Bin once more, the corners of his lips crept upwards. Since neither of you are willing to leave a path for me, I will be apologizing in advance then. Zhang Xian, aren't you gleeful? Let's see how you can continue being so gleeful after you are summoned to the teacher guild. Sensing Elder Mo and Huang Yu's hesitation, Shang Bin laughed in anticipation. However, before his laughter could come to an end, he caught sight of Zhang Xian. His hands were behind his back and he looked over hesitatingly, with dilemma reflected in his gaze. There seemed to be something bothering his mind, and he was contemplating whether he should speak of it or not. Why? You want to beg for mercy? Seeing Zhang Xian behaving in such a manner, exultation filled Shang Bin. However, it's too late now. Beg for mercy. Zhang Xian shook his head. You're thinking too much about it. I am just considering whether I should speak of it or not. Sigh. At this point, he sighed. His frustration and pain, as well as sorrow and dilemma, could be felt from his sigh. All in all, it was clear from his sigh that worries plagued his mind, and that he was a sorrowful man with a story behind his back. Speak of it. Speak of what? Unsure about what he was up to, Shang Bin frowned. Forget it, since that is the case. Ignoring his words, Zhang Xian shook his head. With a bewailing look on his face, he hesitated for a moment longer before speaking. Initially, as colleagues and fellow teachers, for the sake of the reputation of the academy, even if you have done something overboard, I should keep the big picture in mind and let it go. From the looks of it now. At this point, with his hands behind his back, his eyes gazed upwards, seemingly filled with pain. What do you mean? Seeing him sigh and shake his head, the attention of the crowd focused on him. Shang Bin and Shang Chen exchanged gazes, unsure of what that fellow was up to. What are you putting on an act for? You are about to be fired at any moment now. The fact won't change no matter how superb your acting is. I think he is just intentionally spouting bullshit to divert our attention. Don't be fooled by him. Shang Bin harumphed. Scoring 0 for the teacher qualification examination and making a student go berserk were facts about him that everyone in the academy knew. No matter what he did, it was impossible for him to clean the stain off his name. So what if you are eloquent? You are unable to deny these facts. Even if you try to deny it, there are archives of your doings. Let's see how you can round up your story then. Master Zhang, is there something that is bothering your mind? Elder Mo and I are here, so feel free to speak up. Huang Yu said. Indeed. Zhang Xian looked at the other party in commendation as he nodded his head. Putting on an act for so long, what he had been waiting for were these words. Now that she had finally posed the question, he could proceed with the story. Actually, I didn't want to expose this. Zhang Xian shook his head bitterly and a sorrowful expression overlaid his face. Taking 2 steps over to the strength-measuring rock pillar in the center of the hall, he clenched his fist and sent it straight at the pillar. Light flashed on it and a string of number floated into appearance. 55 ding. He only used half of his strength, but after recultivating the first 3 dawn of his cultivation technique, the Jinqi in his body became even purer, causing his 49 ding of strength to rise slightly. 55 ding. Pixue Realm Pinnacle. If he possesses the strength of a Pixue Realm Pinnacle, then why does the examination reflect his strength as Jinqi Realm? Despite hearing from Baishao Wangye that Zhang Xian was stronger than him and the crowd had already prepared themselves mentally for it, they were still filled with disbelief upon seeing how much strength he held beneath his fists. Gasps of shock floated in the room as the lower jaws of everyone in the room seemed to be falling to the floor. Fighter 6 Den Pixue Realm, for every A appointment broken through, one's strength would be increased by 1 ding. Most people only ended up opening 30 to 40 acupoints in their lives. Even at Pixue Realm Pinnacle, their strength didn't reach such heights. To possess such strength with just a single fist, this clearly showed that he had reached Pixue Realm Pinnacle. But the examination he had undergone before the break clearly showed that he only had the strength of a Fighter 3 Dan Jinqi Realm Pinnacle. For his strength to jump several realms in the duration of a break, this was impossible. This was unheard of, even with the most incredible geniuses in the history of the kingdom. Bewildered, everyone looked at him as they awaited his explanation. During the examination that was conducted before the break, I was only Jinqi Realm. I'm sure everyone is curious to know how I became a Pixue Realm expert all of a sudden. After taking in everyone's reaction, Zhang Xian slowly explained, "Actually, my cultivation didn't soar within just a week. Just like everyone else, I trained through the conventional method. Even though my strength did not reach 50 ding before the break, I wasn't too far off from it." "You already possessed such strength before the break?" "No, that can't be right. Back then, during the teacher qualification examination, your cultivation realm was evaluated to be." Halfway through his words, clan head Wang Hong suddenly paused. A thought flashed through his mind and he continued, "Hongtian Academy's teacher qualification examination is held under private conditions, and the results of individual teachers are released by the Education Bureau. One wouldn't know how another fares in the examination other than through the results released by the Education Bureau. That means, the examination results of you possessing the cultivation level of Zhenqi realm from the Education Bureau is not true." Hearing his words, everyone came to a realization. Regardless of whether it was his teacher qualification examination results or his level of cultivation, they were evaluated and released by the Education Bureau. During the examination, no one else was at the scene. That is to say, it was highly possible that the Education Bureau falsified the results. Chapter 75, Shang Chen Pukes Blood. Before, when I discussed several questions in the teacher qualification examination with Zhang Laoshi, not only was he able to answer them clearly, he was able to come up with 7 to 8 answers for each of them. Furthermore, I was unable to come up with some of the answers he proposed. His comprehensive knowledge is indeed worthy of respect. Back then, I was puzzled over how he was unable to score a single mark in the simple teacher qualification examination. Turns out that, the results being released were falsified. Shen Bairu suddenly recalled something and interjected. Rage could be seen in her beautiful eyes. Yesterday night, she tested Zhang Xian and the other party managed to answer her questions easily. Back then, she thought that it was weird. Now, upon hearing the conversation, she came to a realization. He must have answered those questions correctly, but the Education Bureau didn't give him the marks for it. That was to say, there was nothing wrong with his paper, but the teacher from the Education Bureau marking his paper gave him 0 marks. Why? Why did he do so? It is no wonder that Zhang Laoshi refuses to speak up. After all, you are all colleagues. If he were to reveal the truth, not only will it sunder the relationship among you all, it will affect the reputation of the academy as well. Just for this, he is willing to carry the burden of being labeled as trash. The more clan head Wang Hong pondered about the matter, the more he comprehended and came to a realization of the situation. Didn't you see how Zhang Laoshi was hesitating just a moment ago over revealing the truth? If it wasn't for him being forced to a corner, he might very well have concealed this secret deep in his heart for the rest of his life. Even if he was misunderstood by everyone else, he would bear this burden silently within. In fact, despite all of your efforts to oppress him, all he did was to display his cultivation without explaining a thing. We even had to guess the details of what happened. What was an exemplary role model? This was. What was a non-materialistic and noble teacher? Once the issue of the bias of the academy were to spread out, everyone will start to doubt the authenticity of the results of the academy's teacher qualification examination, and uncertainty will be cast over the other teachers' ability to teach. If that's the case, the academy will descend into chaos. He would rather be misunderstood by others and bear the burden of it by himself silently than to speak of it. This magnanimity and selflessness. An elder from the Wang clan got more and more agitated as he spoke. To think that there would be such a noble teacher in the world. It was laughable that we even thought that he was incapable of anything, and that he was a useless trash. As they spoke, the furious eyes of the crowd turned towards Elder Shang Chen. Look at him, then look at yourself. You are both teachers, but why was there such a gap between the conduct of you two? Zhang Laoshi valued friendship and he would rather take all the insults by himself than to betray his own colleagues, yet you all. Shang Chen was about to go frenzied. The heck, what was going on? What falsifying results? What? Value friendship. You were indeed Jinqi realm the previous time, and your written paper is a mess. Not getting a single mark at all was perfectly normal given those standards. I personally reviewed the papers myself, so it is impossible for a mistake to occur. How did it turn into me oppressing you? Zhang Xian, you are really despicable. I dare you to clarify everything up. Elder Shang Chen only felt a mouthful of fresh blood swirling in his mouth, ready to spurt out at any moment. Zhang Xian was shocked upon seeing such a commotion break out. Actually, what I meant to say is that the Education Bureau made a mistake while marking the examinations. Why did the situation get so out of control? All of your imaginations are way too wild. However, cough cough. I kind of like the way things are going. There should at least be a reason for me to oppress him. As the head of the Education Bureau, an elder of the academy, there's no reason for me to oppress a low-level teacher. As expected of the head of Education Bureau, Elder Shang Chen swiftly found a dissonance in the situation. There was always a motive and reason behind every action. Given his esteemed identity, there was no reason for him to scheme against an ordinary teacher. Does anything more need to be said about the situation? Your grandson, Shang Bin, wishes to aim for the position of the star teacher of the younger generation, but due to the existence of Zhang Laoshi, who possesses an incredible level of cultivation and capability at such a young age, he is unlikely to emerge victorious over him. Thus, in order to prevent such a situation from occurring, you decided to eliminate him from the race. The one who spoke this time was Elder Mo. The more he spoke, the more furious he got, to the point that his beard was being blown into the air by his breath. I might not have concrete proof on this incident, but I have been looking over the situation today from the start to the end. The enlightenment will trial, the bet, and the oppression. Shang Chen, you are indeed incredible. To think that I was friends with you for so many years, I, Mo Xiang, must truly be blind. Elder Mo viewed villainous acts and villains with contempt. Due to the words of the other party, he made the journey here today to clean up the scums of the teaching circle. Yet, all he saw was Elder Shang using all kinds of methods to oppress Zhang Xian Laoshi. On the other hand, Zhang Laoshi kept using facts to prove his innocence. Wasn't it clear that there was a problem here? If even this much was insufficient to prove anything, then wouldn't that mean that I, Mo Xiang, was blind? I can also testify that I saw Elder Shang Chen intentionally oppressing Zhang Laoshi with my own eyes. For him to do it so apparently before us, who knows what kinds of methods he resort to behind our backs? One really can't judge a person by his cover. To think that the head of the Education Bureau would commit such atrocities for his grandson. He is a beast. The moment Elder Mo opened his mouth, many people started to chirp indignant in Zhang Xian's stead. Elder Shang Chen felt faint-hearted and he was on the verge of going crazy. I really didn't oppress him. It's just that he trampled on my dignity today, that's why I am finding trouble with him. If I said that I didn't know much about him before today, only that his standards as a teacher was inadequate, would you all believe me? However, judging by the furious expression of everyone else, he knew that there was no use trying to explain his way out of it. The current him was as though mud had fallen into his pants, it was feces regardless of whether it was true or not. Turning around to look at the one who started all these, Zhang Xian, his hands were still behind his back and a bewailing expression covered his face, as though he was unwilling to reveal this secret. The heck you were unwilling. This was all because of your bullshit. You were the one who were incapable and scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination. Why did it suddenly turn into our Education Bureau falsifying your results and me oppressing you? How was this incident, in any way, related to me or the Education Bureau? Pooh. Unable to suppress it any longer, the fresh blood welling in his chest spurted forth. Humph, to think that you still have to cheek to vomit blood after committing such shameful actions. If it was me, I would have long crashed my head on a pillar to commit suicide. How shameless. How did someone like you become the head of the Education Bureau of Hongtian Academy? Not to mention, he is an elder. There is a problem with his character. I think that we should revoke his teaching license. Upon seeing him spurt blood, not only did no one sympathize with him, their words grew even harsher. How did this happen? Shang Bin and Chao Xiong were dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, the winning ticket was in their hands and they were about to achieve victory. How did the situation get reversed so suddenly? What the heck was going on? After spurting out a mouthful of blood, Elder Shang Chen felt more comfortable and his head cleared up as well. He gazed at the surroundings and his hand trembled. Then, looking at Zhang Xian with undisguised hatred, he said, I am unable to vindicate myself of the claim that you scoring a 0 in the teacher qualification examination is oppression on my part. However, what about the student who went berserk? This incident happened in your classroom, how are you going to explain it then? You might have millions of reasons and excuses, but a student going berserk in your class is an irrefutable truth. Let's see how you will explain that. Getting Zhang Xian's heartbeat. Chapter 76, The Student Who Went Berserk. The student's cultivation going berserk was something that had already happened and cannot be changed. No matter how much you try to argue otherwise, no matter how glib your tongue is, it is all futile. Elder Shangchen knew that no one would believe him no matter how hard he tried to explain the incident with the teacher qualification examination. Even if he were to produce the papers, others would just accuse him of falsifying the papers as well. As such, he decided to bring this entire matter out of the way for now. Zhang Xian didn't know how to respond to his words. Are you trying to deny the incident? Baiyu Laoshe, go and invite Zhao Yanfeng from Lu Sun Laoshe's classroom. Elder Shangchen said. Zhou Baiyu was the teacher on duty whereas Zhao Yanfeng was the student whose cultivation was driven berserk by Zhang Xian previously. How did this student end up in Lu Sun Laoshe's class? Upon hearing Shang Chen's arrangement, everyone looked at him in puzzlement, even Zhang Xian was carrying a face of bewilderment. Based on the memories of his previous self, ever since that fellow's cultivation went berserk, he had never been to his class. As his previous self was too ashamed to look into the matter, he didn't know that he had gone to Lu Sun Laoshe's class. Besides, who was Lu Sun Laoshe? Hongtian Academy's #1 star teacher. Even Elder Mo had said that there was a high possibility of him becoming an associate master teacher in the future. There were countless students who wished to come under his tutelage, so why would he pick someone whose cultivation had once went berserk as his student? Upon going berserk, Zhao Yanfeng's fundamentals are damaged and originally, he had intended to withdraw from the academy. However, he was noticed by Lu Sun Laoshe and eventually, he was accepted as his student. After a few months of guidance and nursing, not only is the damage he sustained from going berserk gone, his cultivation has also reached Fighter 1 Denjushi Realm Pinnacle, ready to break through at any moment. Elder Shangchen said. Accepted as Lu Sun Laoshe's student. His luck is way too good. To be able to remove the damage he sustained from going berserk within a short period of time, even inducing a rise in his cultivation level, Lu Sun Laoshe is indeed incredible. Upon hearing Elder Shang's words, the crowd was astonished. Going berserk created great damage to a cultivator, and it was very easy for one's fundamentals to be wrecked in the midst of it. Cultivation was just like building a house. If the fundamentals weren't in place, it was difficult for the building to rise up high. To be able to treat the damage a student sustained from his cultivation going berserk so quickly and even pull him up to Jushi Realm Pinnacle, this Lu Sun Laoshe was indeed as formidable as the rumors put him out to be. Not too long later, the teacher on duty, Baiyu Laoshe, returned with a student behind him. Around 16 to 17-year-old, he had a slim build, but spirited eyes. This was the unlucky student who was taught by his previous self. Zhao Yanfeng. Elder Shang. Walking straight up to Elder Shang upon entering the room, he was bewildered to see so many people in here. Zhao Yanfeng. Do you recognize this person? Elder Shang pointed at Zhang Xian. Zhao Yanfeng turned around and noticed Zhang Xian. His calm face immediately became agitated. Unknowingly, he clenched his fist tightly, as though trying to suppress the rage in his heart. He is my previous teacher, Zhang Xian. These words seemed to have been squeezed out through gritted teeth. Through his actions, it was clear to see that he still held great resentment against Zhang Xian. However, that was to be expected. When a student learns from a teacher, he places his trust in him unconditionally. That was equal to entrusting his fate as a cultivator into his hands. If the teacher didn't take responsibility for him, that would be equal to ruining his student's entire future. His previous self caused the other party's cultivation to go berserk, nearly destroying his future as a cultivator. This made Zhao Yanfeng extremely hostile against him. If it wasn't for his position as a teacher, he might have already made a move on him. I've heard that he had once caused you to go berserk. Is that true? Seeing Zhao Yanfeng behaving in such a manner, delight surged through Elder Shang's mind as he continued to question him. That's true. If not for Lu Sun Laoshe saving me, I might already be a cripple. Zhang Yanfeng said. Great. Upon hearing his confirmation, Elder Shang didn't continue posing questions to him. Instead, he turned to look at Elder Mo and Huang Yu with a savage expression. Associate Master Teacher Huang, Elder Mo, you should have heard the conversation. Let's not touch on the matter of the teacher qualification examination first. I believe that one day, the truth of the incident will come to light. Instead, let's touch on the matter of him causing the cultivation of his student to go berserk. The victim is here, and if you all have any doubts, you all can continue to question him. Despite being a teacher, he harmed his own student. Just this by itself forms the basis for his teaching license to be revoked. Huang Yu and Elder Mo looked at one another with brows tightly knitted together. What the other party said was true. The responsibility of a teacher was to clarify doubts and lead his students down the right path. Causing a student's cultivation to go berserk was one of the greatest taboo a teacher could commit. Even if they wanted to help Zhang Laoshi, there was nothing that they could do. Zhang Laoshi, what else do you have to say for yourself? If you feel indignant, you can argue your way out. However, you will have to get past this Zhao Yanfeng first. Seeing the two of them remaining silent, Elder Shang Chen finally felt as though he had returned the humiliation Zhang Xian had caused him back to him. He turned around to look at him mockingly. So what if you were powerful? So what if you have won the Enlightenment Will trial? As long as this weakness stays with you, you will lose your teaching license. Without that amulet to protect you, I will be able to do as I please with you. Even if I were to kill you, no one will say anything. Elder Shang Chen had brought the victim over, and the victim had already ascertained it to be true. The eyes of the crowd gathered onto Zhang Xian to see how he would respond. Just when everyone thought that he would try to explain the situation and the reasons behind the incident, the young man simply shrugged and said, indignant. What do I have to feel indignant about? It is true that I caused his cultivation to go berserk. I knew that you would try to argue your way out. However, Zhao Yanfeng will recount the incident back then clearly. Elder Shang Chen thought that the other party would try to defend himself, so he was prepared to refute him. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly came to a realization and looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief. You admit to it? This. To think that you would admit to it so readily. Could it be that he had prepared something beneath his sleeves? He was already frightened of the other party at this point. After getting slapped in his face consecutively, there was already a trauma at the back of his mind. Of course I would admit to it. After all, why would I not admit to something that I have done? Zhang Xian nodded his head. Causing a student's cultivation to go berserk was a doing of his previous self, it was impossible for him to argue his way out of it. Rather than wasting time arguing about it here, he might as well just come out clean. The crowd was stunned. His admittance meant that all that was said were facts. If so, the teacher guild would be able to establish this case and strip him of his teaching license. Besides, driving a student's cultivation berserk wasn't something to be proud about. To speak of it so brazenly. Where did your self-confidence come from? It is good that you have admitted to it. Associate Master Teacher Huang, Elder Mo, the both of you should have heard it. As a teacher, not only does he feel no remorse over causing a student to go berserk, he even talks about it so brazenly. Such a person is unworthy of being a teacher. Shang Chen roared, but before he could finish his words, Zhang Xian stepped forward and waved his hand. Enough, how big of an issue is this for you to keep babbling on about it? You are already advanced in age, and yet you still get excited over minor affairs so easily. Aren't you worried that your heart might be unable to take it, causing you to die just like this? Elder Shang Chen staggered. You are the one who gets excited easily, your whole damn family gets excited easily. Zhao Yanfeng, you have been studying under Lu Sun Laoshi. You should have improved considerably. Come, show me your punching routine. Can't be bothered with the furious Elder Shang, Zhang Xian turned his gaze towards the young man. Chapter 77, Innate Sealed Meridians. Show his punching routine. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, everyone became stunned. Everyone is concerned about you causing the student's cultivation to go berserk. And yet here you are, trying to get him to execute a punching routine. What are you trying to do? A peculiar expression appeared on Elder Shang Chen's face. Punching routine. We are in the midst of investigating the matter of you driving your student's cultivation berserk, can you not change the topic? Cough cough, Master Zhang, I think it would be better for you to explain the details behind him going berserk. Perhaps, your teachings may not be wrong, and it is due to some other reasons. Huang Yu couldn't help but to remind him of it. there were many possible reasons behind a person's cultivation going berserk. It could be due to the misguidance of the teacher, or the student comprehending the teachings of his teacher inaccurately and cultivating through the wrong method. If it was the latter, the teacher was still partly responsible for the incident, but it wouldn't come down to a punishment as harsh as stripping him of his teaching license. This teacher here, back then, I cultivated based on the method Zhang Laoshi imparted me without changing a single bit of it. In the end, my cultivation still went berserk. After which, when I consulted Lu Sun Laoshi about it, he said that the cultivation method is wrong and that one's cultivation would definitely go berserk if one were to cultivate according to it. Aware of her thoughts, Zhao Yanfeng said. He still carried deep hatred towards Zhang Xian. Knowing that this was an opportunity to strip him of his teaching license, there was no way he would allow it to slip by him. Master Zhang. Upon hearing the victim say such words, there were no other possibilities that Huang Yu was able to come up with to absolve him from blame. As such, she could only look towards him helplessly. Try executing a punching routine. Let me see if you have improved. Ignoring the persuasion of the other party, Zhang Xian continued to gaze at the young man. Do as Zhang Laoshi says, try executing a punching routine first. Upon his insistence, even though Huang Yu was perplexed over what he was trying to do, she still turned around to instruct Zhao Yanfeng so. Yes. He might not know of Huang Yu's identity, but judging from how respectful Elder Shang Chen treated her, Zhao Yanfeng dared not disobey her instructions. Nodding his head, he walked to the center of the hall. The wind whistled along with his forceful fists. That fellow might be young, but the control over his strength was not bad and he was adept in his battle technique as well. He could be considered a good bud. Not bad, looks like Lu Sun Laoshi has really rid him of the damage he sustained when he went berserk. It is truly not bad for him to possess this level of strength at such an age. Most of those who were in the room were experts on cultivation. Upon seeing Zhao Yanfeng's punches, they nodded their head in approval. Elder Shang Chen secretly sneaked a glance towards Zhang Xian. Since Zhang Xian was the one who instructed Zhao Yanfeng to execute his punching routine, he thought that he would be carefully analyzing his punching routine, so as to come up with an excuse for himself. Yet, this fellow had closed his eyes, and a tranquil expression appeared on his face. What is he up to? Question marks appeared on Elder Shang Chen's head. It couldn't be that this fellow knew that he would be unable to find any evidence or excuse to absolve himself of blame and go insane. Is this enough? Very quickly, the punching routine came to an end. Upon seeing that the Zhang Laoshi that he hated had his eyes closed, not even looking at his punching routine, Zhao Yanfeng was on the verge of erupting from the accumulated rage as he spat out these words through gritted teeth. Zhang Xian opened his eyes. All right, let's stop wasting time. Since you have already admitted to causing Zhao Yanfeng's cultivation to go berserk with your guidance, and he himself can testify for it, then why don't you just confess to your crime? This way, we can skip on a lot of trouble. Afraid that the situation would go awry the longer this was dragged on for, he said. Calm down. Zhang Xian interrupted his word. Sweeping the surroundings with his gaze, he said, since all of you are interested in listening to my explanation, then I will explain the incident to you all. Everyone's attention jolted and focused on him, curious to hear what he would say. Even Zhao Yanfeng couldn't resist turning his gaze over. Actually, I intentionally drove his cultivation berserk. Zhang Xian's voice echoed in the room. Ah. Intentionally. Everyone stood dumbfounded in their spot. What kind of joke was this? There's no way to go back once you say such words. You will surely be stripped of your teaching license like this. Ha. Elder Shang Chen didn't expect that the fellow before him, after making so many mysterious and baffling actions, would actually confess to it so brazenly, even phrasing his words in such a manner. His eyes radiated with excitement. It is good that you have confessed to it. As a teacher, to intentionally guide a student erroneously and putting him in danger, you have truly transgressed beyond what a teacher should ever do. If he isn't stripped of his teaching license, it will be hard to appease the furious masses. Associate Master Teacher Huang, Elder Mo, there should be no problems this time, right? Huang Yu stared at Zhang Xian helplessly. His admittance left her without a single means to help him. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Zhao Yanfeng clenching his fist tightly and gritting his teeth. He glared at Zhang Xian with undisguised hatred reflecting in his eyes as he said, I wonder how I offended Zhang Laoshe, for you to find the need to push me off the cliff. I am your student, but you intentionally guided me erroneously, causing my cultivation to go berserk. What kind of resentment do you hold against me? Everyone else seemed to have thought of the same point, and one by one, their gazes turned towards Zhang Xian. Clan head Wang Hong was also starting to contemplate whether having his daughter and son to come under the tutelage of this teacher was a correct choice. So what if his theories were profound and he was proficient in teaching others? What if he suddenly threw a temper and intentionally taught them erroneously? If so, the lives of his children would be doomed. A fighter one Dan going berserk could still be saved. However, the more advanced one's cultivation was, the harder it would be to save them when their cultivation went berserk. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and the gaze of one who was unable to comprehend the world reflected in his eyes. Sighing, he lamented, "Sigh. Looks like you have yet to understand." Understand. A dark line appeared across Zhao Yanfeng's face. If it wasn't for his weak strength, he would have dashed forward to bash him. Understand what? You intentionally drove my cultivation berserk and you still expect me to understand? Understand what? Understand death. Do none of you really comprehend? Zhang Xian looked at Huang Yu, Elder Mo, and the rest of the crowd. Comprehend. The one sentence left the two of them dumbfounded. You intentionally guided someone erroneously. What did you expect us to comprehend from that? Comprehend. How you played your student to his death. All right, since none of you can tell, then allow me to explain. Zhang Xian shook his head. Sweeping the faces of the crowd, he said, I wonder if any of you have heard of the physique known as innate sealed meridians. Innate sealed meridians. Huang Yu frowned. Then, recalling something, she said, I have heard of it. This isn't an innate body type, but a type of disability. Those who possess this type of physique have many points of constrictions along his meridians. As though a river blocked by silt and mud, Jinqi is unable to flow through them easily. Even if one is able to cultivate, there would be a limit to their achievements. Fighter 1 Dan would normally be their upper limit, and Fighter 2 Dan is an impossible goal for them. Hearing this explanation, the crowd nodded their heads. Innate sealed meridians might be a rare physical condition, but there were cases of it. As teachers and leaders of powerful factions, most of them have heard of such a physique. Zhang Laoshe spoke of innate sealed meridians. Can it be? Mo Xiang Laoshe suddenly thought of something and he turned to look at Zhang Xian with widened eyes. Indeed, Zhao Yanfeng possesses this kind of physique. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Me. I possess innate sealed meridians. Zhao Yanfeng was unable to believe it. That is impossible. I have never felt shackled when I cultivate, so how can I be afflicted with innate sealed meridians? Never felt shackled. Zhang Xian looked over with a meaningful smile on his face. Then, let me ask you, before your cultivation went berserk, did you feel short of breath when you cultivated in the past? Every time you gather spiritual energy, did you feel as though your entire body was being severed apart? You. How did you know? Initially, Zhao Yanfeng did not pay any heed to Zhang Xian's words, thinking that he was just spouting nonsense. However, upon hearing the latter part of his words, his eyes narrowed and his body froze. Chapter 78, I will make you break through in an hour. The words that the other party spoke of were completely true. Before his cultivation went berserk, he did meet with such a problem. Gathering spiritual energy was an exceptionally difficult task for him, and he would feel pain as though his body was ripping apart. All along, he thought it was due him cultivating in the wrong manner. Could it be that it was really due to him possessing innate sealed meridian? It was said that one who possesses innate sealed meridian would feel as though their meridians were shackled, causing their blockages in their breathing. If one were to try to forcefully cultivate, it would generate pain as though their body was being ripped apart. This breathing probably refers to their body. However, he had never told of it to anyone, not even to Zhang Xian when he was his student. In fact, even his parents were oblivious to it, so how did he know it? Upon seeing Zhao Yanfeng's expression, everyone shuddered. Could it be that what he said is true? Stop trying to force logic in here. So what if Zhao Yanfeng possesses the physique of innate sealed meridian? What does it have to do with his cultivation going berserk? Elder Shang Chen harumphed. Innate sealed meridians was a disability that one was born with. There was no way to cure it, and those who possessed such problems were fated to be unable to cultivate. Even if Zhao Yanfeng had this kind of problem, he would only lack the potential to become an expert at most. There was Northwest need to intentionally drive his cultivation berserk. You think that it has nothing to do with it? Zhang Xian chuckled softly. Then, let me ask you, what are the symptoms of one's cultivation going berserk? Going berserk? One's internal energy will go on a rampage and become uncontrollable, causing one to lose his sense of self and going into a deranged condition. At this point, Elder Shang Chen stopped abruptly. His eyes widened into perfect circles in disbelief. It can't be that. You are trying to use the symptoms of berserk to break through the constrictions in his meridians so as to dispel his innate sealed meridians. How is this possible? He wasn't the only one who arrived at this conclusion. The others have also thought of it, and their mouth opened wide in shock. When one goes berserk, the energy within their body goes out of control. It was true that one was able to execute strength several times beyond what one was capable of usually, but that was a state of derangement. It was easy for one's cultivation to be completely crippled. No one had tried it, and no one dared to. To actually try to use berserk as a means to overcome innate sealed meridians. Are you for real? If that's true, then you are way too bold. Such a notion will revolutionize the entire world of cultivation. Indeed. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Then, he turned to Zhao Yanfeng and questioned, "Let me ask you, ever since your cultivation went berserk, have you felt the sensation of your body ripping apart whenever you cultivate?" This. Zhao Yanfeng's body trembled stiffly. With a quivering voice, he replied, I haven't. Back then, he felt intense pain whenever he cultivated, as though his body was going to explode. Yet, after he went berserk, he had never felt such a sensation anymore. Previously, he attributed it to Lu Sun Laosher's guidance. Could that really be the case? When going berserk, the internal energy of one flowing through his body will be incomparably violent, allowing them to exert a might beyond what they are usually capable of. Even though it is incapable of resolving innate sealed meridians, it can alleviate the situation, allowing one's spiritual energy to flow through. Back then, when I induced your cultivation to go berserk, I was trying to solve the hidden problems within your body. Initially, I had prepared some steps afterward to allow your cultivation to go on more smoothly, so that you would be able to reach greater heights. Yet, not only did you leave without bidding me farewell, you even viewed me with hostility. At this point, Zhang Xian shook his head and sighed. Solitude reflected in his gaze. Ever since Zhao Yanfeng awakened from his berserk state, he had never visited to Zhang Xian's classroom. Even so, he treated him as his mortal enemy, spreading malicious rumors about him everywhere. Even if Zhang Xian were to seek him, the latter would not have trusted him. Seeing Zhang Laosher's expression, everyone could almost feel the burden and pain he felt in his heart. However, under such pressure, he didn't try to explain himself. Rather, he shouldered it silently, bearing with the mocking of others. In an instant, the figure of Zhang Xian grew massively in their heart. Rubbish, how can that be possible? Besides, even if it was true, if you explained the situation to him clearly beforehand, Zhao Yanfeng wouldn't have left. Elder Shang Chen gritted his teeth. If one was able to control the process, then it wouldn't be called berserk. If I were to inform him of it beforehand, given Zhao Yanfeng's fearful character, do you think that he would be willing to take the risk? Zhang Xian flung his sleeves. One would become uncontrollable upon going berserk. If one knew that they will go berserk during their cultivation, they would start to feel fearful and cower from it subconsciously, making it hard for them to successfully go berserk. No matter how well you put it, you cannot prove that him going berserk had resolved the issue of his innate sealed body. In any case, I don't believe your words. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Shang Chen harumphed. I know that this incident is much too unorthodox and shocking, but it doesn't matter whether you all believe it or not. Zhang Xian turned around to look at Zhao Yanfeng. I've taken a look just now and you have already reached Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm Pinnacle. You are just a step off to breaking through. If you were to train normally, how long do you think it will take for you to break through? 6 months. Lu Laosher told me that if I were to put in effort, within half a year, it is possible for me to break into Fighter 2 Dan Dantian realm. He was still a little doubtful to the words of this Zhang Laosher, but his tone had become much more respectful and he answered his question seriously. Mo Laosher and clan head Wang Hong nodded their heads in agreement. They have seen Zhao Yanfeng execute his punching routine previously as well. Given their experience, they could tell that Lu Sun Laosher's judgment was accurate. Zhao Yanfeng's talent could only be considered as average, and to be able to break through within half a year could be considered as good progress. Half a year? There's no need for that. I can help you break through within an hour. Zhang Xian looked over. An hour? How is that possible? It is hard to tell whether he is even able to break through within half a year, and you said to help him break through in an hour. This. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, everyone went insane. None of them dared to believe his words. Cultivation, unlike eating or drinking, cannot satisfy one at one go. It has to be done a single step at a time. One can only progress after countless accumulation over time. Even for Zhao Yanfeng, who is already Jushi Realm 1 Dan Pinnacle, if he isn't able to control the spiritual energy adeptly, he is unable to open up his Dantian. This accumulation is an extremely slow process. Without accumulation of experience over time, it is impossible for him to succeed. Yet, Zhang Xian claimed that he is able to do it within an hour. This. Even if you wanted to brag, you shouldn't brag about something so impossible. Be careful of your nose reaching the heavens. Why, you all don't believe me? Ignoring the shocked crowd, the corners of Zhang Xian's mouth crept upwards as he continued gazing at the young man before him. Zhao Yanfeng was hesitant. He felt that what the other party said about him possessing innate sealed meridians was true, but about helping him break through Fighter 1 Dan in an hour. This was like a dream to him. If he was really able to break through Fighter 1 Dan within an hour, then this Zhang Laosher was really way too incredible. That would also mean that his decision to induce his cultivation to go berserk to break through his innate sealed meridian was a success, as well as a correct decision. After all, why would a teacher who could help others break through their cultivation realm so easily lie about such a minor matter? Since he was able to come to this conclusion, others were able to as well. Each of every one of their gazes slowly gathered onto Zhang Xian. I don't blame you for not believing in me. After all, your cultivation have gone berserk once upon listening to my words. Zhang Xian flung his hand and a look of pity appeared in his eyes. However, if you pass by this opportunity, you will need to take half a year, or perhaps even longer. It's your own choice. Zhao Yanfeng stood on the spot with clenched fists. After a period of time, he lifted his head and determination could be seen in his eyes. Zhang Laosher, I want to give it a try. Chapter 79, Teacher Acknowledgement Fever. Just as what Zhang Laosher said, the moment he passed by the opportunity, he would need to take a significantly longer period of time to break through. Once he was a single step behind of others, he would always be a step behind of others. He didn't want to be chasing after the footsteps of others all the time. He didn't really trust the words of the other party, but with so many teachers here, he doubted that this Zhang Laosher would cause his cultivation to go berserk once more. Good. I will rejoice over the decision you made. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian's gaze swept around the surroundings before retrieving a box of silver needles. Then, he instructed, sit down with crossed legs. Don't allow your thoughts to wander. I will use the silver needles to help you open up your acupoints so as to increase the speed of your accumulation of spiritual energy. You just have to try to break into the Dantian realm. All right. With his determination resolute, Zhao Yanfeng didn't hesitate for long before he sat down with crossed legs. Zhang Xian walked forward and retrieving a single needle, he placed it into one of the acupoints of the other party. At the same time, a surge of Zhenqi gushed in. As he cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, his Zhenqi was as clear as mineral water. The moment it entered the other party's body, the shackles in his acupoints were immediately broken through. The acupoints of an average cultivator were similar to small holes filled with silt, and the murky Zhenqi was similar to muddy water. It was impossible to wash their acupoints clean with Zhenqi filled with so much impurities. On the other hand, superior Zhenqi was equivalent to clear water. While others might not be able to wash their acupoints cleanly even with 2 years of effort, he was able to do it easily. The moment the acupoints were opened, the surrounding spiritual energy immediately gushed in frenziedly. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. With hands as swift as the wind, he consecutively jabbed another 8 silver needles onto the body of the other party. The 9 silver needles opened 9 acupoints on Zhao Yanfeng's body. The spiritual energy that had been flowing like a small stream in his body instantaneously turned into a torrential river and gushed through his body before gathering at his spiritual sea. Zhao Yanfeng felt as though an explosion had happened in his brain. The withdrawn dantian in his abdomen was broken through in an instant. As though a massive basin, it accommodated all spiritual energy that came flowing in. Standing up abruptly, Zhao Yanfeng pressed his palm against the strength-measuring rock pillar not too far away. 150 kilograms. Fighter 2 Dan Dantian Realm Primary Stage. I. Upon seeing the numbers float into appearance, Zhao Yanfeng was stunned. Initially, he thought that it would take at least half a year for him to successfully advance into the next realm. Yet, with Zhang Laosher's assistance, he managed to succeed within a few moments. It seemed that it didn't even take an hour. Thank you, Zhang Laosher. Pada. All of the doubts Zhao Yanfeng had of Zhang Laosher cleared from his mind and he immediately knelt before Zhang Xian and kowtowed continuously. In this instant, from the depths of his heart, he was convinced that all the other party did was for his welfare. How could a teacher, who was able to help others break through so easily, teach erroneous theories and cause a student's cultivation to go berserk? To think that he doubted such a noble teacher, even insulting him. He was worse than a beast. He must have been blind then to leave this teacher before to acknowledge Lu Sun Laosher. If a chance presented itself, he would withdraw from his lessons and return back to him. He really broke through. To help a fighter 1 Dan successfully break through in slightly more than 10 minutes. Surely there's something wrong with my vision. How did he do it just by jabbing a few needles? While Zhao Yanfeng was feeling conflicted and remorseful, clan head Wang Hong, Elder Mo, and the others who had taken that scene have their eyes widened and mouth agape as they felt the world around them crumbling. They thought that Zhang Xian was just bragging and assumed that it was impossible for him to succeed. Yet, viewing personally what they deemed impossible occurring, the striking visuals left them on the verge of tears. Looking at the other party once again, this time, their eyes were burning passionately. Back then, when they broke through 1 Dan, they had to go through numerous troubles and struggles. Yet, looking at Zhao Yanfeng, he seemed to have taken as much effort as it took to eat or drink. Why didn't they meet with Zhang Laosher back then? Zhang Laosher, please accept me as your student. Wang Yan, who came with Wang Tao and the others, walked forward and knelt before him. Back then, he thought that Lu Sun Laosher was the superior one, and thus, he didn't agree with the decision of the clan head and his grandfather. Yet, upon seeing Zhang Laosher helping Zhao Yanfeng break through within 10 minutes or so, he was unable to suppress the temptation any longer. Zhang Xian blinked his eyes. I know that Yenner's talents are average, but I beseech Zhang Laosher not to reject him. The second elder from Wang clan walked out. With a face full of smiles, he continued, as long as Zhang Laosher accepts him, I am willing to be your disciple as well. I'm sure that Zhang Laosher's name will spread far and wide upon accepting a Pishue realm student, no one will dare to doubt you. Second elder, can you have some decency? To think that you would try to bargain and do a buy one get one free, how shameless. The grand elder flung his sleeves and looked over respectfully. Zhang Laosher, ignore them. The second elder is lacking in decorum. Cough cough, how about me? I am a Pishue realm pinnacle expert and I would like to acknowledge you as my teacher as well. If you find it inconvenient due to my identity as an elder of the Wang clan, I can always retire. What is there to compete about? Each of you are already old enough to be his grandfather, and yet you still want to acknowledge him as your teacher. Don't you all feel embarrassed? Not expecting the grand elder and second elder to act so shamefully, clan head Wang Hong reprimanded them. Upon being reprimanded of the clan head, the faces of the two flushed in embarrassment. Indeed, they were no longer young and their bone structure have already solidified. It wouldn't be an easy task for them to break through. Wang Tao and Wang Yan turned to look at the clan head in reverence. Do you see that? Our clan head has self-restraint and wits, being able to see through the crux of the problem with a glance. However, before they were done revering him, they saw clan head Wang Hong turning around to look at Zhang Xian with a bundles of smile. Zhang Laosher, I am still young, just 42 this year. Can I acknowledge you as my master? Zhang Xian. Everyone else. Cough cough, let's talk about the matter of acknowledging masters in the future. In the end, Zhang Xian had to speak up to stabilize the chaotic situation. Turning towards Zhao Yanfeng once more, he asked, "Do you still think that I caused your cultivation to go berserk because I am incapable of teaching? I beg of Zhang Laosher to forgive me for repaying your grooming with ingratitude." Zhao Yanfeng hurriedly kowtowed to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, turning around to look at Elder Shang Chen, he asked, "Elder Shang Chen, do you still have anything else that you would like to say?" Elder Shang Chen's face stiffened. He was unable to explain the issue with the teacher qualification examination, and now that everyone believed that Zhang Laosher sending Zhao Yanfeng's cultivation berserk was to help him, what else could he say? His face was slapped on once more. Furthermore, it was the type that causes a swelling instantly. Impossible, impossible. How can he help others to break through so easily? By the side, Chao Xiong seemed to have gone dim-witted. His eyes were filled with confusion. This Zhang Xian Laosher had entered the academy at the same time as him, and all along, his results were superior to his. When did he become so incredible? Furthermore, to be able to help others break through so casually, even the elders and principal of the academy weren't capable of such a feat. How did he accomplish it? Chao Xiong Laosher intentionally slandered his colleagues, proving that he is lacking in ethics as a teacher. I will report this up to the teacher guild for them to revoke your teaching license. At the same time, the 100 god-slaying flogs will be carried out now. With the issue settled, Elder Mo waved his hands. Yes. Chao Xiong gritted his teeth. Even though he was unwilling to accept it, he knew that his fate was already sealed. Shang Bin, as a teacher, for your own benefits, you intentionally framed another teacher. Your teaching license will be suspended until further notice. After dealing with Chao Xiong, Elder Mo looked over at Shang Bin and Shang Chen. As for Shang Chen, as an elder, the head of the Education Bureau, not only did you not spare a consideration for other teachers, you intentionally made things difficult for them, even altering the results of the teacher qualification examination at your whim. You will be stripped of your position as an elder and the head of the Education Bureau. The issue will be reported to the Teacher Guild and a verdict will be passed down on your conduct. Chapter 80, How do I teach you? The elders from the Teacher Guild were of similar positions to the leaders from the Ministry of Education in Zhang Xian's previous world. They possessed the authority to revoke the position of the teachers of an academy. Elder Mo, seeing how we were friends for so many years, please spare me. Upon hearing the punishment, Shang Chen hurriedly said. At this moment, he felt his world crumbling. He was the one who got Elder Mo here. The initial intention was to have him strip Zhang Xian of his teaching license, yet, he only managed to crush his own legs with the boulder he moved. In the end, he was the one who was fired. Can the situation not be so damned? It's all your fault, you spoiled brat. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Looking at Shang Bin, he couldn't help but want to rush forward to send 2 kicks towards him to alleviate his rage. If not for this fellow being so adamant to bring trouble onto Zhang Xian, he wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Now, not only did the other party get away scot-free and he was relieved of his duty, most importantly of all, his reputation was in the gutters. It was to be expected that once the news of him oppressing other teachers and changing their results on a whim spread out, he would become a hated figure, one scorned by everyone else. He did not do it, but someone had to believe his words first. Of all people, you choose to do your own grandfather in. Spare you. Elder Shang, it is precisely because of our years of friendship that I have already spared you of your dignity. Otherwise, if I were to report you of oppressing your colleagues to the Teacher Guild, it is likely that you would be stripped of your teaching license as well. Elder Mo harumphed coldly. You better keep yourself in check from now on. Elder Shang knew what the other party was saying was true. Weakness surged through his body and he slumped onto the floor, sorrowful as though he had lost his parents. Zhang Laosher, we have troubled you today. For such a scum to appear among the teachers is a negligence on the Teacher Guild's part. After dealing with the trio, Elder Mo turned to look at Zhang Xian with an apologetic look. Don't worry about it. It is normal for 1 or 2 degenerates to appear occasionally. Zhang Xian waved his hand to show that he wasn't bothered by it. Seeing his attitude, everyone felt impressed with him yet again. Did you see that? That is the magnanimity that a teacher should have. Great, then I will be returning to the guild to settle these matters. I will make sure to give Zhang Laoshe an explanation on the situation. After which, Elder Mo glared hatefully at Elder Shang Chen for a moment before turning around to leave. Zhang Laoshe, let's go as well. You still have yet to teach me painting. At this moment, Chao Xiong was being beaten to the point of nearing death. Upon seeing the situation here had been settled, Bai Sun walked up to him with a grin. All right. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian walked out of the Enlightenment Will Tower along with the rest. To tell the truth, he barely scraped past this situation safely. Were it not for the Wang clan, Bai Sun and Huang Yu's timely arrivals, even if he could handle the situation, it would have taken him a lot of effort. Especially with the matter regarding Zhao Yanfeng. Actually, he wasn't entirely truthful about his situation. What Zhao Yanfeng suffered from wasn't innate sealed meridians, but innate narrow meridians. Innate narrow meridians, using the words of his previous life, meant that while others are an 8-car lane, you are a bicycle track. With such narrow meridians, it was natural that he would feel his body ripping apart when spiritual energy flowed through. In fact, his speed of cultivation would slow significantly, creating an upper limit onto his future achievements. However, there was an inherent difference between it and innate sealed meridians. The former, innate sealed meridian, was similar to having all kinds of nails along one's path, blocking the flow of spiritual energy entirely. On the other hand, innate narrow meridians, even though one's meridians were narrow, spiritual energy was able to flow through it, allowing one to cultivate without a problem. His cultivation going berserk did widen his narrow meridians, allowing him to cultivate even more easily. That was precisely the reason why his cultivation soared, allowing him to reach Jushi Realm Pinnacle. However, that incident also caused tremendous damage to his body. Jushi Realm Pinnacle was already his limit then. It was impossible for him to break through. In order to make it up for the other party, Zhang Xian made a move to help him break through. At the same time, he also cleared away the trauma his previous self had left in his body, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At the very least, after this incident, no one would use this berserk incident against him anymore. As for how he successfully helped Zhao Yanfeng break through, actually the theory behind it was simple. After flipping through all the books in the Compendium Pavilion, he had already formed the 1 Dan, 2 Dan and 3 Dan of Heaven's Path Divine Art. After cultivating it himself last night, he was well aware of the correct method to breaking through. Furthermore, given the superior quality Zhenqi in his body, it wasn't a difficult task for him to guide the other party to walk on the correct path to break through. From now on, I am no longer in danger of being expelled. With the burden off his heart, he heaved a sigh of relief. After transcending over, he had been in danger of expulsion. Even after he accepted several students, he still felt as though there were ominous clouds looming over him. However, at this moment, this threat had been entirely removed. Walking out of the Enlightenment Will Tower, he gave permission for Wang Yan to listen in on his class, just like Wang Tao, and only then did the Wang clan leave. As for Zhao Yanfeng, he stared at Zhang Laoshe. Clearly, Zhang Xian's capabilities have moved him and he hoped to be accepted under his tutelage once more. However, Zhang Xian immediately rejected this suggestion. What a joke! I am a transcender with a golden finger, someone who will become a Mingshi sooner or later. If I allow people to come under me and leave as they please, wouldn't that trample on my dignity? My previous self had left you berserk, whereas I have made it up to you by helping you break into Fighter 2 Dan. Our grudges have been settled, and I don't want to touch on that ever again. Rejected by Zhang Xian, depression reflected on Zhao Yanfeng's face. However, after a while, he seemed to recall something and resolution appeared in his eyes once more. Turning around, he followed behind Wang Yan and left. Huang Yu Xiaojie, may I know how one becomes an associate master teacher? Walking along the way, Zhang Xian couldn't resist asking her. After this incident, he realized that the only way to create his own place in this world and to not be trampled over by others was to become a master teacher. To become a master teacher, one had to become an associate master teacher first. Associate master teacher is more like a way to address someone. Unlike master teacher, one doesn't need to be assessed for it. It mainly depends on luck. As long as a master teacher has set his eyes on you and invites you to be his assistant, then you are already considered an associate master teacher. Huang Yu explained. Oh. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Actually, this associate master teacher was similar to the associate professors in his previous life. Even though they did not wield true authority and they were more like a spokesperson, they represented the dignity of a master teacher and possessed esteemed standing in society. You are an associate master teacher, then that bookstore. Zhang Xian looked at her doubtfully. He was astonished to hear that Huang Yu is an associate master teacher. Previously, when he saw that she was able to freely walk in and out of Master Lu Chen's residence, he knew that her identity was extraordinary. Just that, he didn't expect her identity to be so extraordinary. Furthermore, as an associate master teacher, her identity was even more prestigious than the elders of Hongtian Academy. There was no reason for her to open a remote bookstore in the market. I happened to catch Lu Shi's eye and became his associate master teacher, but as I am still way too young, I require some experience so as to better earn the trust of others. As such, I listened to Lu Shi's orders and chose a packed commercial city to open a small store so as to nurture my character. At the same time, I am also able to read more and become more knowledgeable. Huang Yu explained. Shi is similar to Lao Shi, just a shorter version. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Peering into the truth of matters was a field of knowledge by itself, and building rapport was a skill with great depth. Never underestimate small shop owners. Sometimes, these were the people who have the greatest understanding of human personality, unrivaled even by experts and academics. Sometimes, the best way to understand human nature and temper oneself was to go to the very bottom. As the daughter of the Teacher Guild's leader, Huang Yu was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. The reason why Lu Shi had asked her to do so was to groom her, as well as to give her more worldly experience. After chatting for a while, he gained a certain degree of understanding towards master teachers and associate master teachers. In this world, the path of teachers was highly respected. Teachers were highly regarded, even much more so than in his previous life. What apothecary, blacksmith, appraiser. Of the numerous occupations in the upper 9 paths, none of them could compare with master teachers. However, that was to be expected. Whether it's about cultivation or any other occupations, one required a teacher to guide them along. If one didn't even respect their teachers, how could they possibly improve? Right, what is Master Lu Chen testing you all on, for you all to have to study under me? After comprehending the social position of teachers, Zhang Xian listed another one doubt that was lingering in his head. Bai Sun was the young son of Jinan Wang, whereas Huang Yu was the daughter of the guild leader of the Teacher Guild, not to mention that she herself was an associate master teacher. Logically speaking, given their social positions, there shouldn't be any need for them to be tested by anyone else. Master Lu Chen has a painting that he has hidden for countless years called the Ink Daylily Canvas. The both of us want it, that's why Master intentionally set such a difficult question to evaluate us. Huang Yu explained. Ink Daylily Canvas. Zhang Xian frowned. The one drawn by the master painter Mo Chenzi, Ink Daylily Canvas. Neither of you two understand paintings. Why would you want it? In the books Zhang Xian looked through in the compendium pavilion, there were many records of this Ink Daylily Canvas. It was said to be an artistic treasure left behind by a master painter a century ago. It was an incomparably valuable painting. It is a gift. Huang Yu blushed. Gift? Zhang Xian came to a realization. She and Bai Sun had set their eyes upon this Ink Daylily Canvas at the same time and requested Master Lu Chen for it. The master agreed to gift it to them, but the prerequisites for it was that they had to pass his test first. The supposed test should refer to appraisal of paintings. Master Zhang, you have such deep understanding of painting, capable of seeing through the problems in it with just a glance. Can you teach us? Bai Sun stared expectantly at him. Indeed, please teach us. Huang Yu also looked over. Teach you too. The reason why he was able to appraise those paintings was due to the help of the Library of Heaven's Path. In reality, he didn't know a single thing about paintings, so how could he teach them? Looking at the expectant gazes of the two, Zhang Xian awkwardly scratched his head, unsure of what he should do. End of the first arc. Chapter 81, I would like to withdraw from your tutelage, 1. Hongtian Academy, Lu Sun's classroom. As a star teacher of the academy, his classroom was several hundred meters wide, as big as a massive football field. Students have lined up in rows after rows, and they numbered several hundred. As expected of Lu Laoshi, I have heard rumors outside that innumerable students find it an honor to become your student and they go all out to be admitted under your tutelage, but to think that it would be true. Looking at the number of students in the classroom, an elderly stroked his beard as he looked at a young man not too far away from him. The young man was around 26 to 27-year-old. Dressed in blue, he stood upright as though a spear that would pierce through the heavens, carrying a haughty aura with him. As for the elderly, if Zhang Bin is here, he would be able to recognize him. He was the master of Hongtian Pavilion, Elder Hong Hao. You have praised me excessively, Elder. I am just fulfilling my responsibility in nurturing them. They have overrated me. The young man chuckled. His words might be humble, but his attitude exuded self-confidence and pride. It is clear to see whether you have been overrated or not just by seeing the standards of the students. I have heard that over 70 of the top 100 students have been admitted into your class after applying for it. Furthermore, of the 200 new students you have accepted, there doesn't seem to be a single one who is placed beneath 500. Elder Hong Hao smiled as he stroked his beard. Yesterday, when he heard the figures, he was also taken aback. Despite being young, this Lu Sun Laosher had become the most radiant star teacher in the entire academy. Almost all the good buds among the freshmen had been taken by him. Such results, despite the long history of the academy, was rarely seen. It is my honor for students to be willing to apply for my lessons. Hearing praises from a fighter 7-den elder, Lu Sun Laosher swelled in pride. After which, turning around, he asked, Elder Hong Hao has always been a busy figure, so what kind of wind brought you here today? Could it be that you have something that requires my help? As long as it is within the scope of my abilities, I will give it my best. He didn't believe that a powerful elder like him would be here just to chat. Speaking of it, there is indeed something that I need to trouble you with. I have been old friends with your father and I watched as you grew up. I know that you are an upright person, so I came here to request you investigate a teacher for me. Elder Hong Hao said. Do not mention my father, he is a stubborn antique. Seeing how the other party was trying to play the emotion card, Lu Sun frowned. Which teacher do you want me to look into? Zhang Xian. Elder Hong Hao said. After that incident with Zhang Xian in his Hongtian tavern, his business was now negligible. Rage had already been burning furiously in his heart. If not in consideration for his identity, he would have already ran up to the dwelling of the other party to bash him up. Zhang Xian. You mean the one who scored 0 for his teacher qualification examination and sent Zhao Yanfeng's cultivation berserk? Lu Sun looked over. He had already heard of the various glorious deeds of that Zhang Laosher. Furthermore, he even accepted a student of his, so how could he not be aware of it? Indeed. Elder Hong Hao nodded his head. He is just a trash of a teacher, he would be fired sooner or later. Does Elder have a grudge with him? Lu Sun was puzzled. On one hand was an established elder that could vie for the academy's principal position, while on the other, a teacher who could be fired at any moment. The two lived in totally different worlds, so how could they be related to one another? It is just some minor matters. I have heard that the Education Bureau has issued an ultimatum to him. As long as he fails to accept any student this school term, his teaching license will be revoked and he will be expelled from the academy. Thus, I hope to trouble Lu Laosher to see whether you can accept those students of his under your tutelage. Elder Hong Hao revealed the purpose behind his visit. He had already looked into Zhang Xian's affairs before heading here, including the fact that he had recruited 5 students this school term. The other party was a teacher and this identity protected him, leaving the elder without a means to deal with him. However, the moment he lost this identity, wouldn't he be his to slaughter? Except under my tutelage. Lu Sun didn't expect the other party to look for him over such a matter. Indeed. As the star teacher of Hongtian Academy, you are probably the only one capable of doing so. As long as you reveal such an intention, his few students would most probably withdraw from his lessons and rush to come under you. Elder Hong Hao chuckled. Dealing with a teacher who has students under him is troublesome. If he has no students under him, then things wouldn't be that complicated. Ah. Lu Sun hesitated. There is nothing to hesitate about, have you forgotten about Zhao Yanfeng? If you allow Zhang Xian to continue teaching the students like that, history will just repeat itself and the lives of his students will be ruined. You are saving them by bringing them over. Elder Hong Hao immediately gave him another push upon seeing his hesitation. All right, I will help you on this matter. I will reveal my intention to accept the students under his tutelage. Today. Lu Sun nodded his head. Great. Elder Hong Hao's eyes lit up and excitement coursed through his heart. Now that Lu Laoshi had agreed to it, he could already clearly vision the disappointed and despairing face of Zhang Xian. Since he dared to leave Hong Tian Pavilion on the verge of closing down, he will slowly play with him and show him what true fear means. Just as he was rejoicing over it in his mind, pondering about what he should do to punish him, a new student rushed over. Lu Laoshi. Upon standing before Lu Sun, he knelt down. Wang Yan, what is wrong? Seeing this youngster, Lu Sun smiled and nodded his head. This Wang Yan was one of the few most talented ones of this batch of freshmen. Furthermore, he was the grandson of the second elder of the Wang clan, thus possessing an esteemed position. Even for him, he felt proud to accept a student of such standing. Lu Laoshi, I. Wang Yan, who just came over from the Enlightenment Tower, knelt onto the floor and he appeared to be conflicted. Have you met with some trouble in your cultivation? Free to speak. Seeing him stutter, Lu Sun spoke grandly. Lu Laoshi's knowledge is vast, not to mention that he is the most famous teacher in the entire academy. If you have any difficulties, feel free to speak of it. He is definitely able to solve it for you. Elder Hong Hao said with a smile as he stroked his beard. All right, I will speak then. Wang Yan clenched his jaws and continued, I would like to withdraw from your tutelage. I hope Lu Laoshi can fulfill my request. Withdraw from my tutelage. Lu Sun staggered. His eyes widened in disbelief. Other people fought with one another to be admitted under him, and yet this fellow wanted to withdraw from his tutelage. After teaching in Hongtian Academy for numerous years, he had never met with such a situation. Yes. Now that the word was out, Wang Yan heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly nodded his head. Do you have anything that you find hard to speak of, or were you threatened by someone else? Lu Sun couldn't resist asking. No, this is a choice I made of my own free will. Wang Yan said. You know that after withdrawing from my tutelage, no other teachers in this academy will accept you, right? Hearing that he made the choice out of his own free will, Lu Sun continued on. He was the most famous teacher in the academy. How could any other teachers dare to accept a student who withdrew from his tutelage? As long as I withdraw from your tutelage, I would be able to listen in on Zhang Xian Laoshi's lessons. This is an opportunity for me, so I hope Lu Laoshi can grant my wish. Wang Yan lowered his body. Withdraw from my tutelage to listen in on Zhang Xian Laoshi's lessons. Hearing those words, a constipated expression appeared on Lu Sun. With his mouth agape and eyes in perfect circles, he felt as though something had gone wrong with the world. Chapter 82, I would like to withdraw from your tutelage, too. Not just Lu Sun was carrying such an expression, even Elder Hong Hao felt the world spinning around him as he found it difficult to cope with the sudden turn of events. Wasn't Zhang Xian the worst teacher in the entire academy? Just a moment ago, he said that as long as he were to release word of his interest to accept his students, they would come rushing over. However, never in his dreams would he have expected that even before he could make a move, one of the students he held great expectations for had run over to him. It is one thing if the other party had accepted you, but to listen in on his lessons. The heck, are you sure? You aren't joking with me. That means that you don't have any position at all. Instead of being my direct disciple, you chose to ran over to listen into someone else's lesson. Lu Sun felt as though his face had been slapped hard and his complexion darkened. I hope that Lu Laoshi can fulfill my request. Wang Yan hurriedly pleaded. After a long period of time, looking at the serious expression on the other party's face, he knew that the other party was serious. With an awful expression, he said, You do know that Zhang Xian Laoshi had once caused a student's cultivation to go berserk. Even so, you want to listen into his classes. I am aware of it, but I would still like to. Wang Yan nodded his head, the determination on his face resolute. Just a moment ago, he got a glimpse of Zhang Laoshi's amazing capabilities that left even his grandfather in awe. At this moment, his heart was already with Zhang Xian. Seeing how determined the other party was, Lu Sun's complexion darkened even further. Gesturing to the few students by the side, he said, Bring Zhao Yanfeng over. A short moment later, Zhao Yanfeng arrived. Wang Yan says that he would like to withdraw from my tutelage to listen into Zhang Xian Laoshi's classes. Tell him how it was when you cultivated under him and let him know how foolish his decision is. Lu Xun flung his sleeves. Zhao Yanfeng didn't speak and instead, he knelt down and kowtowed continuously. What's wrong? Didn't you recount the situation frequently in the past? Lu Xun frowned. Zhao Yanfeng, as the student whose cultivation was sent berserk by Zhang Xian, had the greatest say in the matter. In the past, he often spoke badly about Zhang Laoshi, only to be stopped by him. Even though was granting him permission to speak now, he seemed reluctant to do so, as if something was plaguing his mind. Lu Laoshi. Actually, just like Wang Yan, I would like to listen in on Zhang Laoshi's lessons. Finally solidifying his resolution, Zhao Yanfeng said. You want to go as well? With a steeled face, Lu Xun almost stumbled to the ground. Didn't your cultivation go berserk because of him? Don't you resent him for that? Didn't you talk badly about him often? So why would you want to withdraw from my tutelage to listen in on his lessons? Lu Xun felt that he was on the verge of going insane. Zhang Laoshi is my benefactor. I feel extremely guilty for leaving him without bidding farewell the previous time. I hope that Lu Laoshi can fulfill my wish. Zhao Yanfeng said respectfully. Benefactor. Benefactor your head. By sending your cultivation berserk. Leaving without bidding farewell. It is clear to see that you were trying to escape from him, all right. Guilty. When you insulted Zhang Xian Laoshi every day, why didn't I see a single trace of guilt in you? Lu Xun felt like going on a frenzy. All right, all right. Since the both of you have made up your minds, I will withdraw you two from my tutelage then. Grabbing the 2 jade tokens over, he bit on his finger and dripped a droplet of fresh blood on the both of them. As the star teacher of the academy, Lu Xun was a proud person. Since these 2 students of his have already made up their minds, stopping them would only make them resentful of him. If so, he might as well simply let go of them. Thank you, teacher. Grabbing over the jade token and confirming that they were withdrawn from Lu Xun Laoshi's tutelage, Wang Yan and Zhao Yanfeng's eyes lit up simultaneously. The both of you aren't my students anymore, you can leave now. Suppressing his rage that was on the verge of erupting, Lu Xun waved them away. Yes. The 2 of them walked out. Damn it, damn it. Upon seeing them leave, Lu Xun roared. Who was he? The number 1 star teacher of Hongtian Academy. Countless students vied with one another to become his student and he had to contemplate carefully before making a choice among them. He thought that no one would be able to poach his students in the academy, but not just 1, but 2 students were poached from him in one go. Furthermore, if the one who poached these students from him were Wang Chao or Shen Bairu, he could let this matter drop. But for it to be the one who scored a 0 in his teacher qualification examination, the fellow who stood at the very bottom of the academy. The strong feeling of humiliation he was feeling made him feel frenzied. Not to mention, he had just agreed to Elder Hong Hao's request to poach the other party's students. Yet, before he could make a move, the other party had already succeeded in poaching his. If not for his propriety and his concern over his identity, he might even rush over to beat up this Zhang Xian. Zhu Hong. After venting his anger slightly, the rage Lu Xun felt cooled down slightly. He turned around to call for his student. A 16 to 17-year-old youngster walked out. Zhu Hong, the student who was ranked 4th in this year's entrance examination. He was one of the most talented students he had accepted this semester. Even though he was only 16, he had already reached Jushi realm pinnacle and was ready to break into the next realm at any moment. Deliver a war letter to Zhang Xian Laoshi for me. Lu Xun gritted his teeth. War letter. Hearing his decision, Elder Hong was taken aback. After which, he came to a realization and asked, could it be that during this freshman tournament, you hope to? Indeed. To dare to poach my student, I, Lu Xun, have never suffered such humiliation. Lu Xun Laoshi waved his hand. Then, clenching his fist tightly together, he continued, since he dares to make a move on me, then he should find a way to withstand my rage as well. After which, he retrieved a paper from the desk and wrote on it. Pass this to Zhang Xian, tell him that I will challenge him to a teacher evaluation during the freshman tournament half a month from now. Ask him if he dares to accept my challenge or not. If he dares not, tell him to never do such petty actions behind my back. Lu Xun flung his sleeves majestically. Every year, half a month after the acceptance of the freshmen, a freshman tournament would be held. This tournament allowed the students to showcase their talents and improvement. It was a stage for the students to show their worth as compared to their peers. As for teacher evaluation, it was a battle between different teachers. During a teacher evaluation, the two competing teachers would choose a few of their students and compete based on their cultivation realm, their battling prowess and theoretical knowledge, so as to ensure the effectiveness of the teachers' classes. Through such competition, the competency of the teachers were being assessed and evaluated. From the eyes of the outsiders, Lu Sun Laoshi proposing the challenge to Zhang Xian was a one-sided slaughter. Zhu Hong's eyes twinkled in reverence. The results of teacher evaluation affected the respective teacher's pride and honor. As a result, such challenges were usually held privately. Lu Laoshi was probably the only one who was confident and proud enough to send a war letter directly to another teacher Facian. As expected of his idol, he was simply too suave. Venting his discontentment whenever he is angered, not even needing to suppress his emotions at all, he was his role model. Go. Lu Sun ushered him. Zhu Hong nodded his head, turned around and left. Do you really intend to hold a teacher challenge? Elder Hong Hao walked over and asked. Not only so, I want to hold a bet with him. If he loses, all of the students under his tutelage will go to me. A glint flashed across Lu Sun's eyes. Ever since he became a teacher, his life had been smooth sailing. Just as he intended to make use of these qualifications to attract the attention of a master teacher, so as to rise up to the position of an assistant master teacher, he met with such an affair. If not for such thoughts of his, there was no reason at all for him to accept Zhao Yanfeng, who didn't have a high cultivation realm and had gone berserk once before. After all, he was a teacher, not a Samaritan. If he was truly a good person, he could have just accepted all students who applied for his classes. There's no need to select among them at all. It was all for the fame. He wanted to accrue sufficient reputation to become an assistant master teacher. If others were to hear that his student had withdrawn from his lessons to listen into the class of someone who had scored 0 for the teacher qualification examination, wouldn't his reputation go into the gutters? Thus, no matter what, he had to get back at the one who inflicted such humiliation on him. Chapter 83, The Arrogant Zhu Hong. Will Zhang Laoshi be okay? In the classroom, Zhao Ya, Wang Ying, and the others were worried. Chao Xiong Laoshi had applied for the Enlightenment Will trial to deal with Zhang Laoshi. Even though not many people knew of it yet, as his students, they still heard some news of it. Don't worry, we had been through Zhang Laoshi's lessons and we were all impressed with him. Lu Yang is impressed by him, so it is impossible for anything to go wrong. Jing Yang said. Of the 5 students Zhang Xian accepted, he was the one who was the most dissatisfied with Zhang Laoshi. However, after 2 lessons, he was already thoroughly impressed with him. Right now, even if Wang Chao wanted to accept him in, he would reject him flat out. Since this was the case with him, it was bound to be the same with Lu Yang as well. With such level of trust, how could Zhang Xian fail the test? In the midst of speaking, someone abruptly sent the metal door flying with a kick from outside. After which, a young man walked in haughtily. Where is your respected Zhang Xian Laoshi? Get him to come out. With both hands behind his back, the young man's eyelids rose slightly as he said those words. He intentionally emphasized on the words, Zhang Xian Laoshi. Not only was there not a single trace of respect in his expression, he seemed to be mocking him. Who are you? We don't welcome you here, so please leave. Upon seeing the other party speaking of Zhang Laoshi with such disrespect, not to mention that he kicked the door open, Zheng Yang's face darkened. Zheng Yang, don't be rash. He is the one who was ranked 4th in the entrance examinations, Zhu Hong. Recognizing the young man, Yuan Tao's fat body shook as he hurriedly pulled Zheng Yang back and whispered to him in a hushed voice. Zhu Hong. Not just Zheng Yang, even the faces of Zhao Ya and the others darkened. They have heard of this name before. Zhu Hong was reputed to have already reached Jushi realm pinnacle, and it was possible for him to break through into the next realm any moment now. Ranking 4th in the entrance examination, this clearly showed that his strength and talent were something they were unable to match up to. To be able to recognize me, looks like you aren't as dumb as I thought. This is a war letter from Lu Sun Laoshi. He wants to challenge Zhang Xian Laoshi to a teacher evaluation during the freshman tournament half a month later. So, who is going to accept this letter in his stead? Upon seeing the others recognize him, the edges of the young man's lip crept upwards. With a condescending look, he spoke contemptuously to them. This person was the one who just walked out of Lu Sun's classroom, Zhu Hong. He had long heard of Zhang Xian, the worst teacher in the academy who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination. As one blessed by the heavens and Lu Sun's prided student, he looked down on him. Teacher evaluation. Lu Sun Laoshi. In that instant, everyone's faces changed. Even though the ones to compete in the teacher evaluation were them, it was considered as a battle between the teacher's ability to guide their students. This concerned the pride of their teacher and very few people chose to hold it. Lu Sun was the academy's most famous teacher and there were countless experts under his tutelage. Why would he challenge Zhang Laoshi? Indeed, the petty actions Zhang Xian was doing behind Lu Laoshi had incurred his wrath and he had decided to teach him a lesson. I will be leaving the war letter here, pass it to him later. If you all dare not to accept the challenge, then admit defeat earlier and head to Lu Laoshi's classroom to apologize to him. Otherwise, prepare to be shamed. Zhu Hong threw the war letter onto the table and turned around to leave. Hold it right there. Before he could exit the classroom, Jing Yang dashed forward and blocked his path. You kicked the doors to our classroom and spoke of Zhang Laoshi so disrespectfully. Apologize, or don't blame me for being discourteous. A student had the responsibility to guard the honor of his teacher. This fellow was without a sliver of respect for their teacher. How could they allow him to do as he pleased, wanting to leave right after dumping that war letter? You want me to apologize? You need to have the capabilities for it first. Sneering coldly, Zhu Hong looked at him contemptuously and sent a kick at him. Jing Yang's skill with the spear was incredible, but his punching and kicking mastery were severely lacking. Furthermore, as his cultivation level was beneath that of the other party, before he could even react, he was kicked squarely in his chest and flew backwards, crashing heavily onto the ground. Audacious. Zhao Ya's face warped in anger. With a roar, she charged forward. Just like Zhu Hong, she was Jushi realm pinnacle as well. However, her fighting prowess was slightly inferior to the other party. After trading a few blows, she was struck on her shoulder and retreated backwards. After which, Wang Ying and Yuan Tao also charged forward. However, since even Zhao Ya, who was the strongest of them all, wasn't a match for him, how could they stand up against him? In a short moment's time, the four of them had sustained some injuries. They were enraged by the other party's actions, but they were helpless to do anything. They might have learned quite a few profound theories from Zhang Xian, but due to the lack of time, they still weren't a match for one who was placed fourth in the entrance examination. A bunch of trash. After defeating the crowd, Zhu Hong flung his sleeves and said, "This is just a small punishment." He should have thought of this possibility when he challenged Lu Laoshi. Tell him, if he doesn't dare to agree, hurry up and apologize, otherwise. Otherwise what? Before he could finish his words, a faint word echoed from the doorway. Along with Lu Yang, Zhang Xian walked into the classroom. Otherwise. Regardless of whether Zhang Xian was a trash or not, he was a teacher. As a student of the academy, he wasn't someone he could insult. Even though Zhang Xian had yet to fly into rage, Zhu Hong cowered backwards. Gritting his teeth, he harumphed, "Otherwise, prepare to lose in shame in the teacher evaluation. It is not your place to determine whether I would lose or win. Return and tell Lu Sun that I had accepted his war letter." Zhang Xian waved him away. Actually, he was a little dismal as well. After expending much effort to coax Wang Yu and Bai Sun to leave, he had intended to continue the lessons for a bit more. Yet, before he could enter the classroom, he heard the bellowing of this fellow. Lu Sun had challenged him. "You have a few hundred students under you. It is just a single Wang Yan who is coming to my lessons to listen in by the side, surely you don't need to make such a big fuss out of it. Furthermore, even if you wanted to dispatch a student to send a war letter you should at least choose someone reliable." This fellow, despite being a junior, he was acting so arrogantly. If not in consideration for my identity, I would have extinguished his life with a single slap. If not so, do you think that I would allow him to be acting so snobbishly here? That's for the best then. Farewell. Zhu Hong prepared to leave. Wait. Jing Yang struggled forward. He looked anxiously at Zhang Xian. "Zhang Laoshi, not only did he speak disrespectfully towards you and smashed our door, he even attacked us. If we were to allow him to leave like this, Wouldn't others just see us as easy targets in the future? Why? That thrashing wasn't sufficient for you? Humph. Despite being weak, you sure speak so arrogantly, you damned brat. With his head held up high, Zhu Hong's gaze swept across Xingyang, Zhaoye, and the others scornfully before sneering, just the shabby classroom and these few students. I don't care if that door really means anything much. After all, do you think anyone would secret listen into your lessons? Stop dreaming. Besides, you all would need more capable than that to keep me here. I will stand here, and if any of you think they're sufficiently skilled, come at me. At which, he paused for a moment before clasping his hands towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Laosher, as a teacher, surely you wouldn't stoop down to the level of attacking a student. Teachers had their own pride as well. If he were to really attack a student, he would be looked down by the others. This was also what the saying soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals meant. Even if a general were to defeat a small soldier, it wouldn't be something honorable for him. Calculating that it was unlikely Zhang Xian would make a move on him and that none of his students was a match for him, he was fearless. Zhang Laosher. Seeing Zhu Hong behaving so arrogantly, the faces of Zhaoye, Xingyang, and the others paled. They clenched their fists tightly together and an urge to charge forward and bash him surged through them. However, they also knew that they weren't a match for Zhu Hong. They had already fallen tragically in defeat previously. They would only make a shame out of themselves if they were to continue making a move against him. You want to teach him a lesson? Ignoring the conceited fellow, Zhang Xian turned to look at his students. Yes. All of them nodded their heads simultaneously. Seeing their expression, Zhang Xian casually waved his hand. Then, with a serious expression, he said, no matter what, he is Lu Laosher's student. It would be hard for me to account to him if he were to die. How about this, Yuan Tao, your strength is the weakest, and you have good self-control, go and beat him up into a pighead and have him compensate for our door while you are at it. Remember to hold back. Also, during the fight, you must remember to play fairly and not to go overboard. Don't wound the camaraderie you have as fellow students. Chapter 84, Pummeling Zhu Hong, 1. Upon hearing Zhang Xian Laosher's words, Xingyang and the others were on the verge of tears. Teacher, can't you tell? We aren't afraid of you being unable to account for the matter if we were to beat him to death, but that we are unable to match up to him. Yet, you still went on and chose Yuan Tao to fight in our stead. He is still at Fighter 1 Dan primary stage. How do you expect him to defeat his pinnacle expert before us? Beat me up into a pighead and compensate for your door. Ha ha. Zhu Hong laughed so hard that he almost failed to catch his breath. He knew what the level of strength the others were at when they crossed blows, especially for Yuan Tao, the one who scored the worst in the entrance examination. Yet, he dispatched him out to beat him up into a pighead. He had long heard that Zhang Laosher was terrible at teaching, but he didn't expect his eye of discernment would be so terrible as well. After which, with a trace of mock in his eyes, he declared, all right, if any of you can defeat me, not only will I pay for your door, I will compensate him with 1,000 gold coins. As the saying went, the poor studied while the rich trained. For Zhu Hong to possess formidable strength at such a young age, this showed the wealth his family possessed. 1,000 gold coins wasn't a small sum, but it was still something he could take out easily. You will compensate anyone who defeats you? Zhang Xian asked. Of course. With both of his hands behind his back, Zhu Hong sneered coldly with a smug look on his face. They have just crossed blows, and these people wouldn't be able to defeat him even if they were to cultivate for another decade. Your time to earn money has come. Zhang Xian waved his hand. Looking at his students, he said, Yuan Tao, it would be best for you to make a move first. Remember teacher's words, go easy with your blows. Yuan Tao's face knitted into lumps. This fellow is so powerful that even Zhaoye Xiaojie was unable to defeat him. How could I fight against him? If I say that you can win, you will win. Knowing what he was thinking about, Zhang Xian walked up to the podium and sat on the chair there. That is because you are my students. You are all Zhang Xian's students. Zhang Xian's students. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Hong burst into laughter once more. The name of Zhang Xian Laosher is indeed immense, almost rivaling with that of Lu Sun Laosher, but that's notoriety all right. I might find it difficult to win against the students of other teachers, but your students. Zhu Hong's face was filled with disdain. While he was chuckling scornfully, Yuan Tao jolted. Hot blood surged through his body and the bitter look on his face disappeared. That's right, despite the incredible capabilities of Zhang Laoshi, he is being mocked at this very instant. As his student, it is my responsibility to safeguard his honor. Even if it means my death, I mustn't allow him to be scorned by others. At this point, zeal sprouted in his heart and he no longer felt fear. Thus, he stepped forward, ready to make a move against him. Don't rush. Seeing that he was about to rush over, Zhang Xian waved his hand once more to stop him. Why? Does Zhang Laoshi intend to go back on his words? Zhu Hong snickered. Go back on my words? Zhang Xian shook his head. You are overthinking it. Yuan Tao is too incredible, it wouldn't look good on me if he were to kill you accidentally. How about this, Yuan Tao, come over. I will teach you 3 basic punching moves. 3 basic punching moves. Yuan Tao and the others were perplexed over what this teacher of theirs was trying to do. A last-minute training. Learning battle techniques right now. I'm afraid that it's too late. Zhu Hong was filled with contempt. What kind of joke is this? Every single battle technique requires countless hours of practice, training for days and nights, enduring the heat and cold, and only then will one be accomplished in it. Do you think that you can make them triumph over me by teaching them something at the last moment? Dream on. Teacher. Yuan Tao had the same thoughts as well. He walked forward hesitantly and reflected on his face was confusion. Yuan Tao was truly unable to comprehend the rationale behind Zhang Laoshi's actions. Assuming that Zhang Xian wanted to help them redress their grievances, his choice of sending Yuan Tao forward would only embarrass them further if he were to lose against Zhu Hong. Yuan Tao, trust our teacher. He must have an idea in mind for him to say such words. Lu Yang had witnessed the happenings in the Enlightenment Will trial with his own eyes. He knew how formidable this notorious Zhang Laoshi in front of them was and he had complete trust in him. He was able to help someone break through within 10 minutes for what that would have taken the other party half a year. With such capabilities, what else could he possibly be incapable of? All right then. Hearing those words, Yuan Tao clenched his jaws. Since he had been beaten up a while ago, the worst situation that could get was for him to be beaten up once more. Anyway, he had a thick skin and was resilient to beatings, so there was nothing for him to fear. The few of you should come over to learn it as well, it will help you all win the bet later on. Zhang Xian looked at Zhao Ye and the others. The 5 of them walked over. Look closely, this is the first move. Stretching apart his 5 fingers, Zhang Xian's left hand grabbed at the empty air before him. The movement was so simple that even ordinary humans could comprehend and execute it, needless to say, them, who were well versed in martial arts. The second move. Without a pause in his actions, Zhang Xian sidestepped from the left to the right. The third move. With his right hand clenched into the shape of a fist, he sent a downward punch towards the other party's chest. Withdrawing his fist, he straightened his posture. Zhang Laoshi, is that all? Seeing that there weren't any more movements to it, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhang Laoshi, you must be joking. These 3 moves are as trashy as the fighting methods of those ruffians outside, there isn't a single depth to them at all. We can achieve victory with these 3 moves. Are you sure you aren't joking? Zhao Ye and the others could feel tears welling in their eyes. Even Zhu Hong had his eyes widened in complete circles. He felt as though the world had gone insane. You declared that your students will beat me up into a pighead, so I thought that you will teach them some profound moves. What the heck is this toy? You call this battle technique? Furthermore, when you were teaching them, you didn't even try to conceal them from my sight. Teaching such trashy moves in front of me, do you take me for a corpse? All right, these 3 moves are extremely simple, so you all should have comprehended them already. Yuan Tao, go. As long as you use them well, defeating this fellow isn't a problem. Zhang Xian ushered him over. Yuan Tao's face was filled with bitterness. He knew that he wasn't a reliable person, but what Zhang Laoshi had just taught them was even more unreliable. He wouldn't even use these 3 moves in his usual fights against others because they were too lousy. There was not a single depth behind them at all. Even a dog could dodge those easily, not to mention a human. Go. Zhang Xian's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, with the emotions of a brave warrior charging to his death, Yuan Tao walked over to Zhu Hong and declared, "Let's get on with it. Are you sure you want to fight with me?" Zhu Hong looked at him as though he was looking at a fool. Truly eccentric teachers and students. If you could defeat me after learning 3 farmer brawling techniques, I should just kill myself. Humph. Ignoring the other party, Yuan Tao, who was already prepared to be pummeled, roared and lunged forward. There was no depth to the techniques he was using at all, and there wasn't much difference between his fighting style and those ruffians in the alleys. He didn't use the movements Zhang Xian had just taught him. In his perspective, since he was going to be beaten up, it was best for him to not to make a fool of himself. "You are courting death." With a cold sneer, Zhu Hong took a step back, dodging the other party's offense. At the same time, he pushed him with his palm. Flying straight out, Yuan Tao crashed onto the floor. However, due to his thick skin, he didn't feel any pain from the fall. He stood up and charged forth once more with clenched jaws. It hadn't been long since he started learning battle techniques. He didn't have time to comprehend or execute any techniques, and thus, he could only rely on the instinctive brawling techniques that he used in the past. These moves might work against those ruffians by the alley, but to Zhu Hong, a cultivator, it was as laughable as playing house. He had already decided to fight for Zhang Xian Laosher's honor. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not give up. In the midst of his charge to go all out against the other party, Zhang Laosher's voice rang by his ear. "The poor studies while the rich trains. As long as the poor has books, regardless of their condition, they are able to study." In fact, some went as far as catching fireflies or camping outside the rich households with light at night just to cram a little more in. If they were to strike it out big, they would be able to bring riches and glory back to their province/town. On the other hand, to learn martial arts, one has to first find a capable teacher. Furthermore, they would need money to feed themselves correctly to strengthen their body as well. Chapter 85, Pummeling Zhu Hong, 2. Jinchi Telepathy. "You fool, use the 3 moves that I have just taught you. Execute the first 2 moves inversely, use your right hand and right foot instead of your left hand and left foot. Execute the last move as it is, just change the fist into a finger strike and strike at the spot 3 inches lower. Remember, it has to be 3 inches. It mustn't be any more and or any less. One had to be at least Fighter 5 Dan to use Jinchi telepathy." Zhang Laosher's telepathy caused Yuan Tao's body to jolt. Somehow, he felt inclined to trust him. Let's just do it. Things are already bad as it is anyway. Without time to think too deeply into it, Yuan Tao decided to just go through with it. After all, it wasn't like he had any other ideas. Thus, without any hesitation, he did as the voice commanded him to. As a cultivator, switching a left-hand movement to the right was an extremely simple task. That left-hand grab turned into a right-hand grab, causing Zhu Hong to be taken aback. He tilted his head to dodge it and sent a punch back at him. However, before his fist could even reach Yuan Tao, the latter had already sidestepped from the right to the left, dodging his attack. Crap, he is using the inverse version of the technique. Zhu Hong immediately understood what is going on. Thus, he quickly withdrew his hands to cover his face. Previously, the third blow was a downward punch. Since his techniques were inversed, this move would be an uppercut instead. Furthermore, Zhang Xian had said earlier to beat him up into a pighead. He reacted extremely quickly and his movements were swift. However, it was a pity that Yuan Tao's third move wasn't inversed. It was still a downward motion, and furthermore, it was aimed 3 inches below what Zhang Xian had shown earlier. Before Zhu Hong could even react, he felt a stabbing pain at his waist and his entire body went numb. This is bad, he struck my Mingmen. How did he know where my Mingmen is? Zhu Hong's face turned deathly white. He had carefully guarded the fact that his cultivation Mingmen was in his waist from others. Previously, the 2 inverse movements used by Yuan Tao made him instinctively think of protecting his own face. Never would he have thought that the other party's true motive lied here. The moment his Mingmen was struck, his entire body went stiff as though he was paralyzed. This is a good opportunity. Seeing Zhu Hong's body go stiff, no matter how foolish Yuan Tao could be, at this moment, he knew that he had struck the other party's Mingmen. After yelling excitedly, he charged over. He would be a fool if he didn't exploit such a godsend opportunity. At this moment, the techniques of the alley ruffians that should have never reached Zhu Hong landed like torrential rain on Zhu Hong's face. Before he could recover, his vision went dark. Yuan Tao's massive punch had sent him to the floor. At this moment, his years of experience brawling gave him the upper hand. Without much hesitation, he leapt over and sat heavily on the other party's chest. His two fists smashed violently onto the other party's face. Recovering from his numbness, upon seeing a fatty crushing his body and striking his fist, Zhu Hong felt so dismal that he was about to vomit blood. He was an apprentice of Lu Sun Laoshi, an expert who was in the 4th place in the entrance examination. Yet, at this moment, he was being beaten up by the fellow who was last in the entrance examinations. He felt as though he was going mad. Scram! He tried to push the other party away, but the other party is simply too heavy. As though a tiny mountain, no matter how much effort he put into his arms, the other party didn't budge in the least. Furthermore, his fists were as hard as rocks and they smashed down on him relentlessly. Before he can finish his words, he felt his mouth getting more and more swollen as though a bun, and quite a few of his teeth had fallen off as well. Are my eyes deceiving me? Zhao Ye and the rest were flabbergasted by the sight before them. They had experienced Zhu Hong's strength a moment ago and they had confirmed that even they were not a match for him. Yet, Yuan Tao, the weakest of them all, was about to achieve victory against him at this moment. When did he become so incredible? However, the most shocking thing of all was that their teacher's 3 moves actually worked. Enough. Yuan Tao. I have already said that beating him up into a pighead is enough, don't kill him. Upon seeing Zhu Hong losing his human appearance under Yuan Tao's frenzied punching, Zhang Xian hurriedly stepped in to stop him. No matter what, he was an envoy sent over by Lu Sun. It wasn't appropriate for them to go too far. How awkward the situation would be if he were to be crippled under his pummeling. Other teachers, even the elders, would have to contemplate for a long moment before they could teach their students how they could counter their opponents. After all, a battle was constantly changing and evolving. However, Zhang Xian was different. Possessing the library of Heaven's Path, he was able to know in advance what battle techniques the other party would execute and what responses the other party would come up with. As such, through exploiting the flaws in their techniques, he was able to come up with a strategy to counter them even before the battle begins. Even though Yuan Tao's strength paled much in comparison to Zhu Hong's, if he were to know the other party's Mingmen and make preparations in advance, defeating him was an easy feat. After sending a few more fists at his face, Yuan Tao felt the anger he had accumulated being vented out. Only then did he stand up and get off the Zhu Hong's chest. At this moment, Zhu Hong was already no different from a pighead. His eyes were swollen red, and his entire face had bloated up. His dignified look from before had disappeared without a trace. You are despicable. Struggling up, Zhu Hong gritted his teeth and glared at Yuan Tao. In his view, this fatty must have been putting on a show. He intentionally feigned weakness so as to put him off his guard, before doing a sudden assault to achieve victory. Despicable. I am despicable, what about it? Do you want to give it another go? Yuan Tao didn't care about whether the other party thought if he was despicable or not. At this moment, he was still immersed in the exhilaration from bashing the other party up and stared back at him shamelessly. Seeing his fearlessness, Zhu Hong's complexion turned awful. Even so, he dared not to agree to his challenge. This fatty obviously knew where his Mingmen was. If he were to happen to strike it once more, he would just be beaten up again. Just as he was in a dilemma, Zhang Laoshi's words echoed in his ear. All right, you have already left the other party in such a state. Yuan Tao, you should give it a rest. Zhang Xian had a stern expression on his face. Good. Upon hearing those words, Zhu Hong heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to say some pleasantries and leave the classroom, he heard Zhang Laoshi speaking once more. Jing Yang, didn't you want to give it a try just now? Go on. Zhu Hong was taken aback. Didn't you stop him so that I can leave? Why are you asking others to get a go on me? After a temporary pause, a gleam of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. It's fine this way as well. Previously, that Jing Yang was the first to charge over, and given the fact that he was able to send him flying with a single kick, it was clear that his strength was subpar. Furthermore, given the experience he had with Yuan Tao, he should be fine as long as he guarded himself against the inversion the 3 moves. Besides, after getting pummeled so tragically, how could he account the situation after returning without repaying the favor back to them? At this point, even though he still held doubts, Zhu Hong gritted his teeth and sneered, "Come." "Fine." Jing Yang stepped forward. The two of them started crossing blows. Jing Yang, who was sent flying with a single kick previously, seemed as though he had eaten some incredible tonic. He flew around the field, refusing to face Zhu Hong directly. "I dare you to fight with me face on." Zhu Hong bellowed. Normally, even if Jing Yang were to skirt around him, he would have the strength to catch him and defeat him. However, he was just beaten to a pulp by Yuan Tao and his body is aching tremendously. It is almost impossible for him to land a blow on a Jing Yang, who was focusing all of his efforts on dodging his blows. "Sure." Upon replying, Jing Yang's left hand grabbed forward. After which, he sidestepped to the right. He used the first move as it is, inverting only the second move. After which, before the other party could react to the abrupt changes, he used his finger as a sword and jabbed straight at Zhu Hong's waist. Chapter 86, Pummeling Zhu Hong, 3. I knew you would react like this. Knowing that his three techniques would either be as it is or inverted, Zhu Hong was well prepared in reacting to both scenarios instantaneously. As the one who was the fourth in the Academy's entrance examination, he had undergone all kinds of major and minor battles. He might have let his guard down toward such a superficial technique, which allowed the enemy to get the better of him. However, now that he was guarded, how could the same trick possibly work again? Sneering coldly in his mind, he deflected Jing Yang's finger stab with his right hand, thwarting the enemy's attempt to strike his Mingmen. Just at the moment he was about to counterattack, he noticed that Jing Yang's attack below was actually a feint, and another fist was already right before him, aiming straight at his face. Before he could even react, he was struck squarely by it. The heck, how can you be so despicable? Retreating 2 steps consecutively, Zhu Hong's tears flowed down his face. Jing Yang's fist was much more formidable than Yuan Tao's. With a single fist, Zhu Hong was already on the verge of fainting. Despicable. There is no such thing as despicable in the middle of a battle. Jing Yang couldn't be bothered to continue speaking with him. After getting him with that single blow, he continued pushing ahead. As the finger on his left hand continued to jab at Zhu Hong's Mingmen, his other fist kept smashing down on the other party's face. The 2 different attacks came straight onto Zhu Hong consecutively. There was no hesitation behind the attacks, not even the slightest pang of conscience. Every time Zhu Hong decided to block, he realized that one of them was a feint. After a few went past his guard, his face had swelled up even further and his vision went blurry. He felt so frustrated and at the same time, stifled that he was on the verge of puking blood. Too shameless. Even if you all know where my Mingmen is, there should be no need for you all to constantly assault it, right? It is just like continuously checking a king in chess, is there a point to it? Where's your sportsmanship? My face is already swollen to such an extent, and yet you still smash on it mercilessly. Didn't you speak about playing fairly in the duel? Where is the fairness? Where is the justice? You still dared to say not to go overboard. Not to wound the camaraderie among fellow students. Where the hell is your boundary of going overboard? Stop. Knowing that he might die if he continued on like this, Zhu Hong could only suppress the pain he felt in his heart and hurriedly withdrew from the fight. I admit defeat. There was no other choice for him than to admit defeat. The other party knew where his Mingmen was, and the crux of it all was that his opponent had no decency at all. Attacking his weak point over and over again, how could he possibly cope with it? If he wasn't injured, he could have escaped his attacks by utilizing his movement techniques and seeking for another opportunity to counterattack. However, given how he could barely squint through the slits of his swollen eyes, if this were to go on, he might very well die here. It is good that you admitted defeat. Zhaoya, it's your turn. Zhang Xian said. Please enlighten me. Zhaoya walked over. Without even giving the other party time to react, she immediately attacked him frenziedly. Her attack routine was no different from Jing Yang's, striking either at Zhu Hong's Mingmen or his face. Zhu Hong cried. All right, Wang Ying, give it a try as well. After admitting defeat once more, even before he had the time to speak, Wang Ying walked over. After which, Lu Yang. Very quickly, each of Zhang Laosher's 5 students had pummeled him once. At this time, Zhu Hong's eyes were truly narrowed to only that of a slit, making him not much different from a blind person. All right, hurry up and pay up. 1,000 for each of us here, and taking into account the cost of the door as well, a total of 10,000. Yuan Tao walked forward. 10,000. There are only 5 of you here, how can it possibly add up to 10,000? Zhu Hong was about to go insane. Our door costs 5,000. Yuan Tao declared. 5,000. Zhu Hong's tears streamed freely down his face. 100 gold coins can probably be exchanged for 5 of these broken doors, and yet you are claiming 5,000 gold coins from me as reparation fee. Even scammers don't scam others like that. It's fine if you don't want to pay. Zhang Laosher, the few of us would still like to spar with this expert who was placed fourth in the entrance examination. I hope that teacher can grant our request. Jing Yang said. All right, but you mustn't go overboard when sparring among fellow students. Zhang Xian nodded his head seriously. Mustn't go overboard. Forget it. There's no need for it, I will pay for it, is that enough? Hearing Zhang Laosher replying with the words he said a moment ago, the edges of Zhu Hong's mouth twitched. How could he possibly dare to retort at a time like this? He quickly retrieved $10,000 notes over. He could feel his heart bleeding as he watched the other party take the notes from his hands. He might be from a wealthy family, but 10,000 gold coins were around what he had saved throughout these years. For him to lose all of his fortunes here because of this war letter. As though afraid that he might be pummeled to death, Zhu Hong swiftly escaped after paying the sum. A moment ago, he charged in here arrogantly, acting as though he was superior to everyone else. Yet, never would he have expected that he would be beaten to such a state. The moment Zhu Hong left, Jing Yang, Yuan Yao and the others stared at their Zhang Laosher, who was sitting at the center of the room, with eyes filled with reverence. The main reason why they were able to defeat Zhu Hong was thanks to the 3 movements that he had imparted them. To allow them to defeat a stronger adversary with just a few casual pointers, it was as though he knew what kinds of battle techniques the other party would use. How did he manage to achieve such an incredible feat? Lu Laosher, do you think that Zhang Xian will accept your challenge? Elder Hong Hao chuckled as he stroked his beard. Now that Lu Sun Laosher has made a move, Zhang Xian is surely in for a ride of misfortune. It is just a matter of time before his students are taken over, leaving him without a student under his tutelage once more. It doesn't matter whether he accepts it or not. If I don't show him the consequences of stealing my students, how can I, Lu Sun, uphold my dignity in Hongtian Academy? Lu Sun Laosher harumphed coldly. That's right. Elder Hong Hao nodded his head. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he saw a fellow with a completely swollen face, similar to that of a pig, walking in. Lu Laosher, please redress my grievances. The moment the person walked in, he started to bawl. You are. Lu Sun was a little startled by the unfamiliar visitor. I am Zhu Hong. The visitor took another 10,000 points of damage. Zhu Hong. Didn't I just send you to deliver the war letter? How did you land yourself in such a state? Hearing the other party identifying himself, Lu Sun took a closer glance and found certain traces of Zhu Hong on the other party's face. Surprised, he couldn't help but ask. How did you get into such a state just by sending a war letter? I was beaten up. Zhu Hong's tears gushed down from his eyes. Zhang Xian actually paid no regards to his identity as a teacher and attacked you. Lu Sun's face suddenly darkened. He abruptly stood up and a powerful aura burst forth within the classroom. He had already opened dozens of acupoints and was a true blue Pishue realm expert. No wonder he was a star teacher, his strength was already befitting for the position of an elder within the academy. Zhu Hong was the 4th strongest student among the freshmen, as assessed during the entrance examination. Even though this ranking system wasn't completely indicative of his fighting prowess, it still reflected his exceptional ability among the freshmen. There were no veteran students under Zhang Xian's tutelage. The only one who could have possibly left him in such a state was Zhang Laosher himself. It's the students under his tutelage. Zhang Laosher didn't have a move. Zhu Hong's face blushed crimson in embarrassment. Student. You mean Zhaoya, Jing Yang, and the rest. Since Lu Sun had already challenged the other party, He sent some students out to look into the students under Zhang Xian and realized that the students under him in this semester were, surprisingly, not that bad. They ganged up together against you. That isn't right. Their placings in the entrance examinations weren't too bad, but I have already guided you in your training personally. Your cultivation is just a step from breaking through into the next realm. Even if they were to gang up on you, they shouldn't be a match for you. The strength of Zhaoya and the others weren't too bad, but this Xu Hong was significantly stronger than them. These 2 days, Lu Sun had spent quite a bit of effort on him as well. In terms of individual fighting ability, there shouldn't be anyone beneath Fighter 2 Dan who should be a match for him. Even if the few of them were to gang up against him, Xu Hong should still be more than a match for them. How did he get beaten up to such a state in a short moment's time? Chapter 87, Is he really the worst teacher? Initially, they weren't a match for me when they ganged up on me. However, at this moment, Zhang Laosher came in. He taught them 3 movements and somehow, every one of them seemed to have powered up suddenly. The first one to fight me was Yuan Tao. Xu Hong explained everything that had just happened previously once. He even demonstrated the 3 movements which Zhang Xian had imparted them. Hearing his story and looking at the 3 movements Xu Hong demonstrated to them, Lu Sun and Elder Hong Hao stared at one another in disbelief. They doubted if their ears were playing tricks on them, and their complexion looked as awful as one afflicted by constipation. You mean to say, the Yuan Tao who was ranked the last in the entrance examination? Just these 3 moves and yet you weren't a match for him. You must be jesting with us. The results of the investigation that just came in earlier contained Yuan Tao's information as well. His parents died when he was young, and he had never learned any battle techniques or cultivation techniques. The only strength he had was his thick skin, granting him powerful defensive abilities. Even so, he scored the last in the entrance examination, thus clearly indicating his level of ability as compared to his peers. How can someone like that defeat an expert like you who was ranked 4th? Do you have to be so exaggerated? Furthermore, after taking a look at those 3 movements, they had confirmed that they were trash. Could those movements even be considered a battle technique? Even if the other party were to use it inversely, swapping their left and right, it should mean nothing at all. He despicably. Xu Hong recounted the happenings in the battle detailedly with a pained look. Looks like your Mingmen was exposed. Those 3 movements were only a distraction to attract your attention. Their main goal was your Mingmen. Lu Sun came to a realization after the other party recounted the entire incident. This student of his was too careless. Mingmen was the location where the strength of a cultivator gathers. It was the core of a cultivator's strength, and one had to guard it properly. For him to allow his Mingmen to be seen through so easily, he was truly too negligent. Finding an opponent's Mingmen didn't mean that one can defeat him with 100% possibility. After all, battles weren't just simple math, it involved one's reaction speed and ability to adapt to sudden situations. However, when 2 people of similar cultivation level were to fight with one another, it was still a dangerous scenario if the opponent were to locate one's Mingmen. It is impossible for those students of his to find your Mingmen and exploit that flaw of yours. It seems that this Zhang Xian Laosher isn't simple. Initially, I thought that it would be a simple and meaningless win. However, from the looks of it, things aren't as they seem on the surface. Interesting. As expected of the Academy's star teacher, Lu Sun swiftly analyzed the crux of the issue. Mingmen is a weakness of all cultivators. Usually, one would guard it properly, making it difficult for others to locate it. Furthermore, even if one were to locate an opponent's Mingmen, if one doesn't have the sufficient strength to stand up against one's opponent, it is still difficult for one to achieve a victory. It is as though giving an ordinary human a dagger. Even though the human knows that the other party would die with a single stab through his heart, he is still unable to defeat a boxing expert. If the few students of Zhang Xian could see through his Mingmen beforehand, they would have won against Zhu Yang from the very start. It is apparent that Zhang Xian had told them of it in secret. However, it matters not. I will find a way for you to break through to Fighter 2 Dan now. Once you succeed, your Mingmen will move and by then, you will be able to exact your vengeance. Waving his hand grandly, Lu Sun consoled him. A cultivator's Mingmen didn't stay at the same location. Depending on one's cultivation technique, cultivation realm, and battle technique, their Mingmen would be in different locations. At this moment, Zhu Hong's Mingmen was by his waist. Once he broke through Fighter 1 Dan, his Mingmen would move to another point. By then, he would be able to completely neglect those petty tricks of theirs. It was rumored that those who cultivate an incredible cultivation technique, upon reaching a certain powerful realm, would not have any Mingmen or weakness. It was impossible to find even if one were to jab every single spot of their body. Zhu Hong nodded his head. A while later, I will look for Elder Shang-Chen to ascertain the nominal role for the competition. Cultivate properly and don't disappoint me. When the time comes, I will allow you to exact vengeance with your own hands. Thank you, Lu Laoshi. Motivated, Zhu Hong regained his confidence once more. Right, Elder Hong Hao, don't you have a good relationship with Elder Shang-Chen? It should be much more efficient for you to deal with a trash teacher like Shang-Chen by knocking on the Education Bureau than looking for me. Upon recalling Elder Shang-Chen, Lu Sun couldn't help but look at him doubtfully. Back then, Elder Hong Hao was a serious contender for the position of the Academy's principal. He had amiable relations with many elders and Shang-Chen was one of them. Logically speaking, if he really had something against Zhang Xian, wouldn't getting the Education Bureau to make a move be much more convenient than seeking for his assistance? Actually, it isn't convenient for the Education Bureau to make a move under such circumstances. After all, we can't forcefully pull a student away from his teacher. If we were to do so and he complains up to the teacher guild, saying that he has been oppressed, wouldn't the matter just blow big? Elder Hong Hao replied. If a student were to acknowledge a teacher by their own will, even the Education Bureau had no rights to interfere in their choices. Most importantly, in his eyes, Zhang Xian was nothing more than a trash who had scored 0 for his teacher qualification examination. If so, was there a need to look for the head of the Education Bureau? He would be making a mountain out of a molehill. Of course, he couldn't say such words out loud. Otherwise, Lu Sun Laoshi would find his actions disrespectful. Actually, given Lu Sun's wits, it was likely that he had already guessed the truth. If it wasn't for 2 of his students being poached from his side, he wouldn't be bothered to interfere in these matters, needless to say, propose a teacher evaluation against Zhang Xian. As the both of them was in the midst of chatting, they suddenly spotted a young man walked over with widened strides. Lu Sun. Before the young man reached the duo, he had already shouted out Lu Sun's name. Oh, it's Wang Laoshi. What are you doing here? Lu Sun smiled. The one who came was the other star teacher of the academy, Wang Chao. The spear expert whom Zheng Yang wanted to acknowledge as his teacher. Elder Hong Hao. Upon reaching, Wang Chao noticed Hong Hao, who was sitting beside Lu Sun, and bowed. After which, he hurriedly turned to look at Lu Sun and asked, "Have you heard about the happenings with the Education Bureau?" Heard of what? Lu Sun was puzzled. You don't know about it? Elder Shang-Chen has been stripped of his position and is currently undergoing investigation. Wang Chao exclaimed. The teacher guild has just passed down the orders. Elder Shang-Chen has been stripped of his position and is undergoing investigation. What's going on? Not only was Lu Sun in a state of disbelief, even Elder Hong Hao was taken aback by this sudden news. How can the head of Hongtian Academy's Education Bureau be stripped of his position and undergo investigation all of a sudden without any forewarning? It is rumored that he had oppressed a teacher and lacked impartiality in his actions. Some also say that he was unfair when conducting the Enlightenment Will trial. Anyway, the teacher guild had been informed of these matters and he was immediately stripped of his position. Wang Chao said. Chao Xiong had caused quite a ruckus when he applied for the Enlightenment Will trial, so quite a few teachers knew about it. Oppress. Lack impartiality. Which teacher is so formidable to be able to prompt the teacher guild to make a move and drag Elder Shang-Chen off his authoritative position? Lu Sun couldn't help but comment. Elder Shang-Chen might just be a head of Education Bureau, but he had a powerful backing. Several elders in the teacher guild were his friends, so overthrowing him, not to mention doing it so thoroughly, should be an extremely difficult task. Elder Hong Hao could also infer that much, and he was curious to know which influential figure it is to be capable of wielding such power. According to the rumors, it is that trash of a teacher in our academy. Zhang Xian. Wang Chao pondered for a moment before replying their doubts. Zhang Xian. How is that possible? In that instant, as though their tails have been stepped on, Elder Hong Hao and Lu Sun leapt up simultaneously. Their eyes were widened to complete circles and they felt as though the world was going mad. Just by eating a few food, he was able to topple an established tavern with more than a decade of history behind it. Also, he was able to impel students to withdraw from the tutelage of the academy's #1 teacher. Furthermore, just casually teaching his students were able to beat the 4th-ranked freshman up into a pighead. Lastly, and the most shocking of all, he was able to topple the head of the Education Bureau, Zhang Chen. Zhang Xian, was he really the worst teacher in the academy? Chapter 88, Apothecary Guild. Alright, let's stop lessons here today. When you go back, cultivate based on what I have taught you all today. I don't wish to lose in the teacher evaluation half a month later. I also wish that your thoughts are the same as me. After talking a little more about cultivation in the classroom, Zhang Xian waved his hands to signal the end of the lesson. After interacting with the others these 2 days, he was gradually getting used to his profession as a teacher, and the disposition of a teacher slowly built on him. Yes, Zhang Laoshi. Zhaoye, Jingyang, and the others clenched their fists with reddened faces. After the previous incident, they knew that Lu Sun Laoshi had challenged Zhang Laoshi and they were the stakes in this challenge. If it was 2 days ago, they would have gone insomniac over the excitement of being able to come under Lu Laoshi's tutelage. However, at this moment, they were absolutely unwilling to acknowledge anyone except for Zhang Xian as their teacher, even if they were beaten to death. He was able to see through the flaws on them with a single glance, treat the disabilities of Zhaoye, Wang Ying, and the others, whip out profound cultivation techniques on a whim and even helping them find Zhu Hong's Mingmen, allowing them to easily achieve a victory over him. Zhang Laoshi seemed to possess a unique charm, causing them to be astonished and impressed at the same time, making it difficult for them to think of anything else. Goodbye, teacher. The few of them left the classroom. You said that Zhang Laoshi was able to strike 55 ding with a single punch. Even Bai Sun Xiao Wangye was trying to seek guidance from him. The moment they walked out of the classroom, the crowd couldn't help but to question Lu Yang about the happenings in the Enlightenment Will trial today. Lu Yang didn't hide anything and revealed everything that had happened. When the crowd heard that Zhang Laoshi actually possessed the strength of a Pishuer realm expert, the astonishment in every single one of their eyes could not possibly be faked. In that instant, their eyes glowed in reverence. When they heard about the shameless doings of the Education Bureau, every single one of them felt so indignant for Zhang Xian that they were about to erupt from the rage welling in them. Everyone, Lu Sun Laoshi's challenge is actually a good opportunity for us to cleanse Zhang Laoshi's reputation. After recounting the happenings in the Enlightenment Will Tower, Lu Yang scanned the faces of his fellow peers before continuing. Thus, I hope that all of us would train properly this half a month so as to win glory and honor for our teacher, as well as to forge a reputation for ourselves. Indeed, Zhang Laoshi is noble and magnanimous, so he might not be bothered with the slander of these despicable people. However, as his students, we have the responsibility to right his reputation. Zhaoye's beautiful eyes were twinkling, and a resolute gleam could be seen within it. I agree as well. The dense Wang Ying also gritted her teeth in anger. Zhang Laoshi had healed her legs for her, even specially creating a cultivation technique for her. Even if she were to crush her bones into powder, it would be hard for her to repay this gratitude. Count us in. Yuan Tao and Jingyang stepped forward as well. It's a promise then. This half a month, we will give our all into our training. Then, during the freshman tournament, we will make those who look down on Zhang Laoshi see. Unwavering determination reflected in Lu Yang's eyes. With a slow but powerful voice, he said that his students are the best. The battle half a month later. Unaware of his students' blazing morale, at this moment, Zhang Xian was seated in the staff room. A frown so deep that lumps formed could be seen on his face. He didn't worry much about Zhaoye and Wang Ying. Given their strong foundations, accompanied with the cultivation techniques that he has imparted them, their strength would definitely make a big leap half a month later. As for Jingyang and Lu Yang, they possessed acceptable talent and they were ambitious as well. As long as they were properly guided, it wasn't a problem for their strength to soar. However, Yuan Tao remained a factor of anxiety for him. This fellow is a wandering cultivator. He has no backing or connections whatsoever. In fact, he never really came into contact with cultivation techniques before, so it would be difficult for him to improve swiftly within half a month. Unless his ancient emperor bloodline awakens. A thought flashed through his mind. He had checked Yuan Tao's condition with the Library of Heaven's Path a few days ago. He had confirmed that he possesses the ancient emperor bloodline. As long as it was awakened, regardless of whether it was Yuan Tao's level of cultivation, his defense, or speed, they would all rise exponentially. This seemed to be the only plausible method for his strength to rise swiftly. But how can the emperor bloodline be awakened? The answer of his problem brought about another problem. The emperor bloodline was a type of bloodline passed down from the ancient times, and it was incomparably valuable. There were sporadic records of it, and most of those who know of it only knew of its name. Most probably, there wasn't a single person in Tianxian Kingdom who knew how to awaken it. There are normally 3 methods to awaken a person's unique constitution. Firstly, continue training the conventional method. Once one reaches a certain level, it is possible for their unique constitution to be awakened. This is the most reliable but lengthiest method. In fact, most people died even before they got a chance to awaken their potential. Secondly, one can also check the nature of the unique constitution and consume a pill corresponding to the attribute of the body. With powerful medicinal effects, there is a certain level of possibility for one to successfully awaken their unique constitution. Thirdly, forcefully awakening one's potential through special experiences, such as death or poison. There was an expert whose unique constitution awoke after his body was slashed over 70 times consecutively. There was also another one who, after being poisoned, bled from the 7 apertures of his body. After losing his breath for 3 days, his unique constitution awoke and he successfully resurrected. With a jolt in his mind, a book regarding unique constitutions floated into his mind, and a few methods of awakening them were written on it. After taking a look at it, dark lines appeared on Zhang Xian's face. The first and the second method is still acceptable, but what the heck is the third method? Either death or poison. What if one fails to awaken their unique constitution after being consecutively stabbed 70 times or consuming lethal poison and bleeding from their 7 apertures? If so, wouldn't they really die for sure? Looks like only the second method is viable. He rubbed his glabella. The third method was definitely out of question. On the other hand, with only half a month, the first method could not be relied on either. After thinking about it, it seemed that only the second method was the feasible one. Since that's the case, I should head over to the Apothecary Guild to take a look. Perhaps, I might find some suitable pills to awaken Yuan Tao's emperor bloodline and Zhao Ya's purine body. Standing up, he walked out of the staff room. If Zhao Ya and Yuan Tao were to awaken their unique constitutions, it was definite that their cultivation realm would soar. Almost all of the occupations of the upper 9 paths have their own alliance organization, such as the Teacher Guild, Blacksmith and Appraiser Guild, Formation Master Guild, Beast Tamer Guild and such. The apothecaries were no different as well. As one of the unique occupations in the continent, even though apothecaries paled slightly in comparison to master teachers, they were still of esteemed standing, and it was an occupation many looked forward to. After all, there wasn't a single cultivator who didn't want to break through his current realm, and didn't get injured. Most of the time, a cultivator would require the help of an apothecary to solve these problems of theirs. The pills that they forged boost the medicinal properties of the herbs, thus creating a greater effect on the cultivators. That's precisely the reason why the Apothecary Guild was extremely crowded. Every day, crowds of people would gather in there for inquiries and procurement of medicine. Zhang Xian's previous self had never been there before. However, as one of the greatest power within the kingdom, he still knew the rough position of it. After walking along the streets for an hour, he arrived at his destination. A magnificent building, as though a massive church. A board hung on top of the entrance, and 2 majestic words were carved on it, Apothecary Guild. Without much hesitation, Zhang Xian walked in. A vast lounge appeared before him the moment he entered. The interiors of the Apothecary Guild was bustling with people walking to and fro. I should either inquire with an apothecary or look up books on pills if I want to know what kinds of pills can awaken the emperor bloodline and purine body. Zhang Xian's main goal for coming here was to look into this matter rather than to purchase pills. There were only 2 methods for him to fulfill his objective here. However, he didn't know a single person in the Apothecary Guild, and it wasn't suitable for him to ask about it from others. In fact, even if he were to have an acquaintance here, it was unlikely for the other party to have heard of it. After all, Emperor Bloodline and Purine Body were extremely rare constitutions. On the other hand, looking for a specific information among countless books might be like searching for a needle in the middle of a deep ocean for the others, but for Zhang Xian, who possesses the cheat known as the Library of Heaven's Path, the situation was vastly different. Thus, making up his mind, he walked forward to the reception of the Apothecary Guild. Chapter 89, Wen Xue's Rage. Wen Xue was a receptionist at the front desk of the Apothecary Guild. Her greatest wish was to become an apothecary. However, it was a pity that she was lacking in talent, and even after numerous tries, she still had yet to pass the examination to become an apprentice. Helpless, she could only work at the front desk while trying her best to study. Working as a receptionist at the front desk of the Apothecary Guild might seem like nothing, but the income was truly not bad. She would get a commission on every pill sold, and while the commission isn't a large sum, the more pills were sold, the more she would earn. Thus, her salary in a single year tended to be 6 or 7 times of those working in the same job. However, despite the generous pay, she didn't want to stay in this job for a single day longer. It wasn't because of the difficulty of the job, but rather, her outer appearance. She was in her early 20s, the pinnacle of her youth and beauty. Furthermore, her parents had gifted her with a spectacular face. While it might not be top-notch, it could be considered as 1 in 100. Being beautiful should have been a blessing. As long as one was a woman, one would be proud of it. However, it would be a totally different matter if the woman were to work here. Often having to stand in the front lines in receiving customers, countless young masters of distinguished families would intentionally run over here to chat her up, coming up with all kinds of ridiculous demands. There were even a few who were incredibly persistent, visiting her every single day and using every single trick in the book, leaving her incredibly annoyed. However, as a salesperson, she wasn't allowed to chase them away. If she were to do so and her pursuers claimed that they were only here to purchase pills, she would be in for a lot of trouble. Let's hope that I will not meet those shameless flies today. Muttering under her breath, she tidied up her uniform and stood at the reception with a smile. Soon afterward, a young man walked over. This young man didn't seem too old, probably below 20. His complexion was well maintained, smooth and radiant even when compared to hers. "Mister, is there anything that you need?" Wen Xue flashed a businesslike smile at him. "Do you all sell books here?" "Those kind about the effects of pills that awaken unique constitutions," the young man said. The young man was Zhang Xian. As his previous self had never been here, he didn't know how the Apothecary Guild worked, so he could only inquire at the front reception. "Please head to the bookstore if you wish to purchase books, this is the Apothecary Guild." Upon hearing the other party's words, the smile Wen Xue was hanging on her face collapsed and her complexion turned awful. "Even if you want to hit on me, you should be more professional about it. Asking about books at the Apothecary Guild. Why don't you buy shoes at a restaurant?" "No, that's not it. I am here to look for books on the effects of pills, such books surely cannot be found in the bookstore." Not noticing the sudden changes that have occurred with the attitude of the female receptionist, Zhang Xian contemplated for a moment before asking again. "Since you want to put on a show, I will quietly watch your monologue." With her arms akimbo, Wen Xue's eyes emanated cold intent. Seeing the other party remaining silent to his words, Zhang Xian thought that she did not understand his words. Thus, he continued explaining, "Actually, I want to look for pills that can awaken unique constitutions. However, I am unsure of the herbs that are compatible with them, so I would like to browse through some books. Do you have any of them here? I am willing to buy them off you, or else, just borrowing them to take a look is fine as well." "I have already said, there isn't any. Now that I'm ignoring you, you become even more aggressive. Buying books and borrowing books. Do you think that you can fool a girl with such old lines?" Wen Xue has already decided that this fellow is here to cause trouble to attract her attention. Otherwise, who would run to the Apothecary Guild to buy books? Wasn't he looking for a beating like this? At this moment, Zhang Xian noticed the snappish attitude of the other party. He couldn't help but be bewildered by her queer actions. He didn't offend her, so why would she behave like this? It might be menopause. Shaking his head, he didn't allow the issue to linger in his mind. As a civilized and wise transcender, he couldn't be bothered to squabble with a woman over such a minor affair. If Wen Xue were to know of his thoughts, she would surely be driven mad. "I am just 20, okay. You are the one who is having menopause. How about this, the Apothecary Guild should have a book collection vault, right? Can you bring me over to take a look?" Know that it was impossible to explain his way through the matter, Zhang Xian mused for a moment and arrived at a solution. Regardless of whether it was the teacher guild or apothecary guild, they were established for the convenience of the respective occupations. Thus, it was natural for them to have a book collection vault in the building so that those treading on the path of these unique occupations and continue to study and improve. Even if the other party was unwilling to sell these books to him, as long as he was able to take a look around the book collection vault, he should be able to achieve his goals. Book collection vault. You still wish to enter the book collection vault? Seeing how the request of the fellow before her was getting more and more ludicrous, Wen Shui spoke in a sharp tone, "If you aren't here to buy pills, please leave." "Why, you are banning people from entering the book collection vault. How much money does it take to enter it? It is not like I am unwilling to pay for the entry." Zhang Xian was displeased. Was there something wrong with this woman? He was just here to inquire about some matter, and yet the other party reacted as though she had eaten gunpowder or something. Upon hearing the other party acting haughtily the way young masters of distinguished families do, viewing money as though dirt, Wen Shui was even more repulsed. So what if you have money? Do you think that money makes the world go round? Let me tell you the truth, the Apothecary Guild does have a book collection vault and it is split into basic and advanced tiers. Even the basic tier book collection vault requires one to be an apprentice apothecary before he is able to enter. Are you an apothecary? Or are you an apprentice apothecary? Apprentice apothecary. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. He didn't know much about the Apothecary Guild, but at the very least, he knew about the situation in the academy. The students have a compendium pavilion of their own and the teachers another one of their own, and the latter required a teaching license to enter. Otherwise, if everyone was allowed to browse through as they please, then those secret manuals could no longer be referred to as such. Furthermore, browsing through them was one thing, but if a student were to fancy a cultivation technique written in one of the books and cultivate it on a whim, who could they push the responsibility to if his cultivation were to go berserk? The Apothecary Guild should be the same as well. The rationale behind splitting the book collection vault into the basic and advanced tier and limiting the access to it to only those who have reached a certain standard was to prevent people from getting greedy and only pick out bits and pieces of it to form incomplete knowledge, which could prove to be dangerous. At the same time, they could also prevent the secret manuals from leaking out. Apprentice Apothecary. I am not it, but can anyone take the examinations? He was just an ordinary teacher who had never learned pill forging before. As such, it was impossible for him to be an apprentice apothecary. However, these were all just titles which one could take a test for, and to become a master teacher, he needed to accumulate even more knowledge. Examination. You wish to take the test to become an apprentice apothecary. At this moment, Wen Shui, who was absolutely certain that the other fellow is here to hit on her, seethed in anger. Seeing how the other party was continuing on with his facade and even declaring his intention to take the examination to become an apprentice apothecary, she could no longer suppress her rage any further. Fine. The test is over there, I will take you over right now. Aren't you good at acting? I will bring you over right now, let's see whether you can continue acting like this. Even though it was just an examination for an apprentice apothecary, it was similar to an assistant master teacher selection in the sense that it required one go through numerous trials, assessed on all kinds of basic knowledge an apothecary had to know. She had already taken the test for numerous years now, only to fail dismally. Yet, you, a playboy who has never gone for any lessons for the apprentice examinations or read any books on medicinal herbs or pill forging, hope to take the test as well. What kind of joke is this? Humph, if I don't expose your fraud and humiliate you in public, you might just take me as an easy target. Wen Shui's lips pouted as she harumphed coldly. The test is over there. Why? Chickening out. Wen Shui sneered coldly. Great. Seeing the other party behave as though she had eaten gunpowder, Zhang Xian shook his head. Just as he was about to follow behind her, he suddenly looked over with an awkward expression. Examination. What contents are tested in the apprentice apothecary examination? Do I have to read any books? Chapter 90, Examination Hall. It was one thing if she didn't hear those words. Now, upon hearing these words, Wen Shui felt as though someone was beating on her chest and she was on the verge of erupting. Hitting on me. I will tolerate it. Your intentional rambling. I will tolerate it as well. However, to win my favor, you should at least feign to be knowledgeable. You claim to want to be an apprentice apothecary, yet you are unaware of the basic contents that are being tested, not even knowing what books to read. Do you dare to shout those words out any louder? Why? You also don't know. Fine, I will ask someone else then. Seeing the intense movements at her chest as though it was a ventilation fan, Zhang Xian felt a little indignant and depressed. What is wrong with this lady? If you know about it, just explain it to me. Why do you have to make a big fuss over everything as though you just had a seizure? Seeing how the other party was behaving as though saying, if you don't know anything, don't confuse me, Wen Shui almost turned insane. Fine, continue putting on your facade then. We will see in a while how you embarrass yourself. In the examination to become an apprentice apothecary, one has to remember the medicinal properties of over 100,000 of medicinal herbs, as well as the history and founding of apothecaries. Forcefully suppressing the rage from erupting, Wen Shui started to explain. Apothecary was a job that involves medicinal herb. If one was incapable of even identifying and differentiating the herbs, how could one forge pills? The continent was vast and boundless. There were countless medicinal herbs in it, and even though 100,000 might seem like a huge quantity, it could only be considered as the basics. Despite accompanying medicinal herbs their entire life, some apothecaries were still unable to recognize quite a few of them, needless to say, the apprentices. Just these. That's simple. Where can I find books on medicinal herbs? I will take a look on them right now. Upon hearing the explanation, Zhang Xian was taken aback by the simplicity of the examination. As long as there were books on it, the Library of Heaven's Path was able to compile books inside his head and be stored in his brain as his knowledge. As long as only these contents were tested, the examination could be considered as easy to him. After all, this was an ability much more incredible than photographic memory. Simple. The corner of Wen Shui's mouth twitched. If not in consideration of the fact that the other party was a customer and she was only a receptionist, she would have long assaulted him. Just remembering 100,000 medicinal herbs was an extremely daunting task. Furthermore, every single medicinal herb had different traits and different reactions would arise when different medicinal herbs were mixed with a specific medicinal herb. Even though Wen Shui self-acknowledged that she had a good memory, she was still unable to remember them all even after several years, and she would easily get confused between the different herbs during the examination. He, a playboy who only knows how to flirt with girls, actually said that the test is easy. Continue acting. I'll see how you intend on wrapping up the situation later. There are books on sale at where the apprentice apothecary examination is held. Come with me. Upon coming to a conclusion that the other party was intentionally bragging to capture her attention, Wen Shui's rage calmed down slightly. Sneering coldly, she led Zhang Xian over. Soon, they arrived at a spacious room. At the top, 2 words, Examination Hall, was written. A middle-aged man was sitting by the entrance while reading a book. The examination hall was a place where apprentice apothecaries were being tested. As such, outsiders were usually forbidden from entering the premises. This middle-aged man was also one of those who wished to become an apprentice apothecary. Even after persisting for over 20 years, he had still yet to succeed. Similar to Wen Shui, he was studying alongside his work. For someone to be unable to pass the examination even after 20 years, the difficulty of the examination was clear to see. Uncle Li. Wen Shui stopped before the middle-aged man and greeted him. You're here. Are you here to buy books or for the examination? The middle-aged man named Uncle Li raised his head and smiled. Not me, it is this Mr. over here. He says that he wishes to take the apprentice apothecary examination. Sneering coldly in her mind, Wen Shui pointed to Zhang Xian. Didn't you say that you want to take the examination? Fine, I will register you right now. Let's see how you intend to resolve the situation given how ignorant you are. The questions for the examination are brainstormed by the apothecaries themselves. Yet, you dare to charge in here despite not knowing anything at all. This is equivalent to challenging their dignity. Let's see how you cry after you incur their wrath. You wish to take the examination. The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Xian and frowned. He had studied for 20 years and yet, he had yet to pass the examination. This fellow looked barely 18 to 19 and he intended to take the examination. Yes. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Only when he became an apprentice apothecary could he enter the Apothecary Guild's basic tier library to browse their books. Without a choice, he could only give it a try. If the other two were to know of his thoughts, they would definitely spurt blood and die from excessive blood loss. All of us study every day to memorize those contents, spending several decades of efforts only to end in vain. Yet, despite not reading a single book, you intend to go for the examination, not to mention just to give it a try. Are you sure it is okay to be acting cool like this? The registration fee is 2,000 gold coins. If you pass the examination, the money will be refunded to you. However, if you fail, the money will be the Apothecary Guild's. This is to prevent others from wasting resources here despite not knowing anything at all. Upon seeing him confirm his intention, the middle-aged Uncle Li mentioned the rules for the registration of the examination. All right. Zhang Xian casually whipped out 2,000 dollar notes and passed it over. After the treasure speculation and the incident with the scammer Yang Mo, he had earned quite a wealth. 2,000 gold coins meant nothing much to him. As expected, he is a rich playboy. Seeing him hand over the money so casually without a shred of hesitation, Wen Shui was even more ascertain of her judgment. 2,000 gold coins. If it was them, they would have to work for quite a period of time before they could whip out such a sum. This fellow was obviously doing this to catch her attention. To hand over this sum of money so easily, what could he be if not a playboy? However, it was a pity that he used the money incorrectly. Not only would it not generate the effects he had intended, he would also become a laughingstock. Taking the money over, Uncle Li nodded his head and passed a personal particulars form to Zhang Xian. After which, he said, "It just happens that there is an examination that will be held today. However, there is still 4 hours before its start, so you just have to return within 4 hours. 4 hours. A trip from the academy toward here took an entire 2 hours, so naturally, he couldn't head back now. Looking at the middle-aged man, he asked, "Is there any books for those taking the apprentice apothecary examination? Can I take a look at them here? You wish to do a last-moment sharpening of your knowledge?" "Sure. That room is full of books, so you can feel free to pick any book of your choice. However, studying 4 hours from the examination seems a little too late." As he spoke, Uncle Li pointed towards Zhang Xian's back. Turning around to take a look, he saw a huge collection of books filling up dozens of bookshelves behind him. From the looks of it, there were at least 10,000 books over there. So many. It was no wonder that the apprentice apothecary examination wasn't easy. Just finishing these books were enough to tire a person to death. Needless to say, remember them. I will just take a casual look. I won't be buying any of it. At which, Zhang Xian walked into the room. To him, there was no point in purchasing books. Just by flipping through it, he was able to imprint the knowledge into the library to become his own, so there's no use in buying them. Seems like you are quite tolerant. Today, I will go all out with you. Let's see how long you can keep up your facade for. Seeing how the other party walking in and saying that he would take a look even after seeing so many books stacked on the bookshelves, Wen Shui didn't leave and instead, sneered coldly at his back. To tell the truth, she had seen many shameless people, but she had never seen such a shameless person. Despite not knowing anything at all, he brazenly registers himself for the apprentice apothecary examination. Not only so, he still publicly declares that he is going to study. If it wasn't to put on an act, anyone who sees the amount of book on the bookshelf would feel a little conscience-stricken upon seeing that number of books and think that it is an impossible mission. Nearly 10,000 books. It takes nearly half a day just to move them all, needless to say, to read them. Since you are so shameless, I will quietly watch by the side at how you will continue to act cool. Even if my wage today is deducted, I must see you make a fool out of yourself. Let's see how you will deal with the embarrassment 4 hours from now. Wen Shui's wrath had been incurred quite a fair bit, and she intended to go until the end with that fellow. Chapter 91, 3 Rounds of Examination. In his previous life, Zhang Xian was a bachelor and had never dated anyone. Thus, he was incapable of guessing the thoughts of a woman, needless to say, fathom that he had infuriated the receptionist Wen Shui to the verge of exploding in a mere 10 minutes. However, even if he were to know, it didn't make a difference. After all, beauty cannot be eaten anyway. Besides, you are thousands of miles off in comparison with Shen Laoshi and Huang Yu, so where does your self-confidence come from? At this moment, he didn't have any spare effort to be thinking about these though. After walking into the room, he headed to the first row of the bookshelves, casually grabbed a dozen of books and lightly flipped through them. After which, he hurriedly placed them back in position before doing the same with another dozen of books. Along with the ceaseless sound of book flipping, books were swiftly being compiled in the library of Heaven's Path. Zhang Xian read the book as he imprinted them in his head. He could tell that it was just as the receptionist said, these were all the most basic knowledge that an apothecary needed to know. It contained the methods to differentiating different medicinal herbs, their detailed explanation, properties, types, effects when put together with other herbs and whether the effects would be in conflict with one another. If he had to memorize them manually, he would surely find it difficult to accomplish even when he tired himself to death. It was no wonder that the position of apothecaries was so well respected. Just to become an apprentice, they had to put in a lot more effort than the other occupations in order to remember this vast amount of knowledge. What is he doing? Wen Shui had been wanting to see Zhang Xian make an embarrassment out of himself. However, at this moment, looking at him flip through the books, seemingly without the intention to study them, her beautiful eyes blinked in incomprehension. Perhaps he is just trying to look for a specific book to read. Ignore him. The middle-aged man unclely glanced at him before picking up a book and passed it over to her. Take a look at it as well. Time is precious. One additional sentence memorized may just happen to be the determining factor in the results of the exam. Wen Shui nodded her head. Grabbing the book, she started to absorb herself in it. All occupations required one to have unwavering determination to study. It was impossible for one to soar to the heavens in one go, and apothecaries were the same as well. When forging pills, a single formula tended to require more than 100 of medicinal herbs. If one were to fail in recognizing even a single herb, it would cause all of the herbs, which they spent countless gold coins to buy, become useless trash. Thus, it was especially unbecoming for an apothecary to be ignorant or negligent. Soon, 4 hours passed. At the same time, Zhang Xian happened to be flipping through the last few books on the bookshelves as well, and he heaved a sigh of relief. It is no wonder that master teachers are so rare. Not speaking of any other occupations, just apothecary itself is such a profound occupation. An epiphany struck Zhang Xian. Teachers, the imparter of knowledge and heritage, were required in every single occupation. Formidable master teachers were well versed in all occupations. That was to say, not only could a master teacher guide a person in his cultivation, he was also able to offer pointers in pill forging, smithing, formation, and such. This was precisely the reason why the occupation was so well respected and was regarded as the top of the upper 9 paths. Initially, Zhang Xian thought that pill forging would be an easy task. As long as one possessed the pill formula, followed it step by step and added in the herbs systematically, the pill should be formed. However, from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case at all. The maturity of a medicinal herb affected the herb's properties as well. As such, when it is added along with other herbs, it would result in all kinds of different reaction. If one only knew the sequence to adding the herbs, it was impossible for them to successfully forge the pill they are aiming to create. Just pill forging itself was such a complicated process. It was truly amazing how the more formidable master teachers were able to wield the knowledge of numerous occupations at the tip of their mind. Upon walking out of the room, Zhang Xian saw Wen Shui standing not too far away with a cold and supercilious expression. You must have thought that I wouldn't be here. What matter of mine is it whether you are here or not? Zhang Xian looked over speechlessly. I only want to take the apprentice apothecary examination. Your presence shouldn't make a difference at all. Continue acting then. I'll see how you will cry in a moment's time. Wen Shui gritted her teeth. The examinations are about to begin, let's go in. The middle-aged man ushered him in. Ignoring the self-assuming woman, Zhang Xian walked into the room. The room wasn't large, just a few dozen meters square large. There were a few people who were already seated inside, and what was common of them all was that a nervous expression painted their faces. Soon, an elderly walked in. That is the only one-star intermediate-stage apothecary of Tianxian Kingdom's Apothecary Guild, Senior Ouyang Cheng, as well as the head of Tianxian Kingdom's branch. That's right. I thought that it would be Apothecary Du Men. I didn't expect that it would be him. Crap, I heard that he is reputed to be strict. Now, all possibility of passing the exam by luck is gone. Upon catching sight of the elderly, despondent expressions appeared on the faces of the few seated in the room. Just like master teachers, apothecaries were classified based on stars as well, and 1 star was the lowest rank. Even so, given how Tianxian Kingdom didn't even have a 1-star master teacher, possessing a 1-star apothecary was already not bad. Ignoring the mutterings of the crowd, Ouyangqing walked into the room, swept through the room with his gaze and said, "I'm sure you all are confident in your abilities to join in this examination." Everyone felt a little awkward. No one dared to say that they were 100% certain that they would pass the examination. "Since all of you are here for the examination, I will make things clear. If I were to catch any of you cheating, you will be banned from the examination for life." Ouyangqing gestured grandly, creating an intimidating aura. "Yes." The crowd nodded their head hurriedly. Seeing them agree to it, Ouyangqing nodded his head in approval. "Now that I am done with the rules, I will talk about the contents of the examination. There are 3 rounds to the examinations. Firstly, written paper. Questions on medicinal herbs will be randomly tested in it, and one can only be considered to have passed if he were to be right for at least 90% of the questions. Secondly, medicinal herb discernment time trial. You will be given a few herbs, and within a fixed period of time, you have to determine what herb it is and what kind of properties and effects it possesses. The requirements for this test is higher, and one has to be 100% correct. The third test is much more easy, cultivation realm inspection. One must be at least Fighter 3 Denjinchi realm pinnacle. Why is there such a requirement? Simple, as an apprentice apothecary, one would be sent to do odd jobs for an apothecary. If your cultivation realm is too lacking, how can you have the strength to move cauldrons or to swiftly differentiate herbs? Those who were for the examination had been studying for numerous years, so they were well aware of the flow of the examination. Only Zhang Xian was foreign to it. However, after hearing the explanation, he came to a comprehension. It's actually quite simple. As long as I were to get everything right, I will be able to pass the examination. It isn't as difficult as I thought it would be. Since everyone has understood the rules and the contents of the examination, let's start with the first round, written paper. The duration is 2 hours. After which, Ouyangqing passed the examination paper down. After taking a look at it, the corners of Zhang Xian's mouth twitched. The test paper was a thick stack consisting of at least several dozens of paper. Several dozens of test paper within 2 hours. Why did this scene seem weirdly reminiscent to that of his previous life? He didn't expect that after becoming a teacher upon transcending to a foreign world, he would still have to undergo examinations. He found the situation a little peculiar. "You may begin answering the question." After giving out the papers, Ouyangqing ignored the rest of them and stood coldly at one corner with his hands behind his back. Even though he wasn't looking at the examinees, if someone were to cheat, the perpetrator would surely be discovered and expelled from the examination hall. However, it didn't really matter to Zhang Xian since he didn't have any intentions to cheat anyway. Lowering his head, his attention focused onto the test paper. Flaws. Upon picking up the paper, he shouted out loud in his mind. Then, his mind jolted and a book appeared. After taking a look, Zhang Xian was at a loss of whether he should be laughing or crying. Written in the book was, Tianxian Kingdom Apothecary Guild's Apprentice Apothecary Test Papers. Made from a 1mo craftsman in Bai mill using straws. Flaws. Number 1, the quality of the paper is too inferior, making it unsuitable for storage. Also, it attracts bugs easily. Number 2, it doesn't hold onto ink very well, making it easy for it to smudge. The heck, what I want are answers, not the flaws of the material of this paper. Suppressing the urge to vomit blood, Zhang Xian ignored the book and focused on the questions on it instead. Chapter 92, Just Give Up. Describe the different classification of green-leafed grass and the unique traits of gray earth flower. How many medicinal herbs can the swinny heart leaf be complemented with? Questions filled the examination papers densely. Just like the receptionist when Shui said, they were all related to medicinal herbs. Search. Upon seeing these questions, Zhang Xian's mind jolted. Different books came flying over from the shelves and stopped right before him before flipping open. The green-leafed grasses have different stems and can be classified as purple stems, yellow stems, and black stems. The unique traits of the gray earth flower are. As he looked at the contents of the books in his mind, Zhang Xian's hands moved quickly as he swiftly answered those questions. He was used to using mechanical pens in his previous life, and as such, brush was a difficult tool for him to use. However, as his previous self had specially learned how to use it before, his handwriting was still legible. As he was filling in the blanks and reading through the questions too quickly, the sound of pages flipping echoed through the air. Other people depended solely on their memories to answer questions, and as such, they had to struggle hard to jot the respective knowledge in their minds. On the other hand, with the Library of Heaven's Path in his hands, he was able to obtain the answer to the questions instantaneously without even thinking. It was no different from copying from the answer key. The speed he was going through his paper had left others with gaping mouths. Upon scanning the surroundings to see how the examinees were faring in the examination, Ouyang Qing caught sight of Zhang Xian and frowned. His face darkened. Looks like it is another scion trying his luck. In every apprentice apothecary examination, there were quite a few people who joined the examination to try their luck despite knowing that it was impossible for them to pass. These people tended to be from wealthy families and cared not for the 2,000 gold coins entrance fee. They just hoped to analyze the type of questions so that they could memorize content specifically against those questions. Ouyang Qing despised such people. These people hoped to make it big without putting in effort. How can one possibly become an apprentice apothecary without memorizing the 100,000 types of medicinal herbs, relying on sheer luck instead? The type of questions and the question itself changes in every single examination. There hasn't ever been a reused question before, so it doesn't matter how many times you come. Looks like it is about time to clamp down on those who are coming for the examination with this kind of mindset. Otherwise, if they were to come for the examinations every time just because they have the money to do so, we will become the laughingstock of the other occupations. Flinging his sleeve, he harumphed in his mind. Although it was impossible to test the unique properties and traits of the 100,000 medicinal herbs in the test paper, the questions in the paper were varied and the scope was wide. If one didn't have a deep understanding of medicinal herbs and their properties, it was impossible to score 90% and above. Given Zhang Xian's young age and his random flipping and answering of the question without contemplating deeply into them, he was immediately labeled as an opportunistic and indolent scion. The greatest taboo of an apothecary was to pretend to be knowledgeable despite being ignorant. If one were to be negligent and make an error, even if it was just a seemingly slight one, it could cause person's death. That was precisely the reason why the examinee's personality, attitude, and meticulousness were being assessed on top of the 3 rounds of tests of the apprentice apothecary examination. A fellow like the one before him who flipped through the papers and filled them in casually without reading the question properly was surely one who has an attitude problem. Without even marking the papers, he had already given Zhang Xian a failing grade in the depths of his heart. This wasn't because he was being too assuming. Have you ever seen a person who answers a question without even reading through it properly? Have you ever seen a person whose brush goes flying about the paper without even requiring to muse over the problem? An answer without contemplation is surely nonsense. No one else would have the confidence to have answered all the questions accurately. In less than an hour, Zhang Xian had finished filling in the several dozens of paper. Sighing a breath of relief, Zhang Xian looked through the paper once more and upon confirming that there was no problem in it, he submitted it. Submitting the paper so quickly. Perhaps he knows that it is impossible to pass, so he decided to simply give up. Sigh, to tell the truth, the examination is too difficult. It is normal to give up. Giving up the examination is nothing much, but the problem is that the examiner is Senior Ouyang. I think this lad is in for a ride of misfortune. Upon seeing Zhang Xian handing the papers over, a commotion broke out among the examinees. For a 2-hour paper to be submitted in less than an hour, this was something unprecedented in the apprentice apothecary examination. Everyone thought that it wasn't that he was finished with the paper, but rather, he was incapable of answering it and did not have the confidence to continue on with it. When will the next round of examinations begin? Ignoring the commotion of the crowd behind him, Zhang Xian passed the papers over to Ouyang Qing and asked. Time would be required in the marking of the papers after the papers were collected. If he knew what time the next examination would be held, he could wait at the predetermined location beforehand. It was one thing if he didn't ask, but upon hearing these words, Ouyang Qing felt rage flurrying within him, threatening to burst from his body. Given how ignorant you are, filling in everything so arbitrarily, even if there is a next round of examinations, it should have nothing to do with you. Only those who pass the first round of the apprentice apothecary examination can carry on into the second round. Given your standards, you still dare to inquire about the next round of examinations. Are you daydreaming? However, no matter what, he was a formal apothecary. Even though he was angry, he wouldn't stoop down to the level of venting his anger on a small figure who had yet to even reach the level of an apprentice. Gesturing outwards, he said, "Wait outside. If you were notified, it would mean that you have passed the examination. If not, you can return home." "Oh." Zhang Xian nodded his head and walked out of the room. Arrogant. After his departure, Ouyang Qing crushed his paper into a ball and threw it into the corner. There was no need to read the papers of such people, it would just add to his wrath. Zhang Xian walked out of the room. Possessing the library of Heaven's Path, those questions in the exam that tested one's knowledge could not be any easier for him. "You have submitted your papers. Isn't the test a 2-hour one? Why are you out in a single hour?" Upon seeing him walk out of the examination hall, the middle-aged man Uncle Li was astonished. The number of questions in the apprentice apothecary examination was massive. He could only barely finish the papers every time within the allocated time for 2 hours. In fact, he didn't even manage to read a few questions, resulting in inaccurate answers and his failure in the examinations. Wasn't it too fast for him to walk out in just a single hour? Do you even have to ask about it? He must have found the paper too difficult and gave up on it. Wen Shui scoffed. "Despite not knowing anything at all, you insisted on wanting to take the apprentice apothecary examination. You should know how tough the exam is now." Hee hee. Despite hearing her contemptuous words, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to explain. Besides, even if he were to explain, the other party wouldn't believe it. Rather than wasting his effort to explain it to them, he might as well wait for the results. By then, everything would be clear. Why? Conscience-stricken. If you don't have the capabilities, you shouldn't be feigning so. See, now you can't continue on with the act any longer. In Wen Shui's eyes, that expression on Zhang Xian's face was one who is embarrassed. If there is something wrong with your head, you should hurry and get it checked out instead of nagging here. Zhang Xian was a little speechless. From the moment they met, this woman seemed to be all out against him, as though he had done something unbecoming to her. She must really be sick. No matter how hard Zhang Xian tried to jog his memory, his previous self didn't seem to be acquainted with her either. Since they were unacquainted, why was she looking for trouble with him? Zhang Xian was stumped. Initially, she thought that this fellow would find the nearest hole to hide out of shame upon being exposed. Yet, this fellow still brazenly dared to say that there was something wrong with her head. "You are the one who is sick. Your entire body is full of sickness." Wen Shui's breathing quickened due to her anger. Her proud chest undulated up and down and she looked as though she was on the verge of erupting. "Oh, I know." A thought flashed through Zhang Xian's mind. He finally understood why the other party kept provoking him. With a bemoaning look in his eyes, he shook his head and with a sincere voice, he said, "Your provocations won't attract my attention and win my fancy. Such thinking is childish. Let me tell you straight on, this will only incur my ire." At this point, he sighed. "I only like gentle and elegant ladies. It is impossible for me to like you, so just give up." Chapter 93, Marking the Examination Papers. In his previous life, when he was a middle schooler, he once had a crush on a girl and intentionally tried to perform before her even if it meant going against her. This was all just to capture her attention. From the very beginning, this woman had been going against him no matter what he did. It was highly probable that she might be up to the same thing as well. Otherwise, was there a need for her to treat him with such ill attitude? "Sigh, you aren't ugly yourself, there must be many males pursuing you, so why must you get so obsessed over me?" Zhang Xian felt incomparably complexed. Looks like being pursued by others wasn't anything good either. The pressure on a transcender was as heavy as a mountain. "Give up." Wen Shui staggered. She felt a mouthful of fresh blood regurgitating in her mouth, threatening to spit out at any moment. "You were the one who was trying to attract my attention to get on my good books, all right. When did I become the one who intentionally caused you trouble? Explain yourself. What does that look of pity mean? What the heck do you mean by that I should give up on you? No matter what, I am a beauty who is pursued by many. How did it turn out as though I am unable to be wedded and had to latch onto you?" Grinding her teeth, Wen Shui's face twitched and the wrath raging within her was on the verge of erupting. Just when she was about to lose control over her emotions and attack this self-assuming man, the young man shook his head, walked towards a bench by the side and sat on it. His footsteps were light and inconspicuous. "Wen Shui, this is the entrance of the examination hall. If an apothecary were to see it, it would be difficult for you to take the exam in the future." Uncle Li spoke up. "Yes." Upon hearing his words, Wen Shui could only forcefully suppress the rage within her and sit down quietly. This was the entrance of the examination hall and apothecaries often appeared here. If they were to see her fighting out of rage with another person, she would definitely leave a bad impression with them. If so, it would be difficult for her to pass the apprentice apothecary examination in the future. "Fine, I'll let you off for now. When the results come out later on, look at how I'll teach you a lesson." Glaring coldly at the self-assuming fellow, Wen Shui clenched her jaws furiously. Couldn't be bothered with this woman who had a crush on him. Zhang Xian sat on the bench and began to organize the knowledge within his head. Most of the information on the medicinal herbs were the crystallization of the knowledge of numerous predecessors, so there weren't many mistakes in them. Zhang Xian isolated the remaining few mistakes and studied them carefully. When his consciousness was still absorbed in the library of Heaven's Path, the examination came to an end. It was finally time for everyone to submit the papers. Wait at the entrance. Those who passed the examination will be notified to attend the next round. Ouyangqing shook his hand and chased out the crowd. Picking up a brush, he started to mark the papers one by one. As he marks, his eyebrows slowly knitted together and his complexion darkened. "Brother Ouyang, how is it? Is there anyone who passed the examinations this time? I happen to need an apprentice." Just when he was done marking all of the papers, a middle-aged man walked in. The other one-star apothecary of the Apothecary Guild, Du. Man. Pass. Look at these answers are all gibberish. If they were to be accepted as apprentices, the Apothecary Guild will be shamed. Putting the brush by one side, Ouyangqing picked up the stack of the marked examination paper and lashed out furiously. "Let me take a look." Duman walked to the table and flipped through the marked examination paper. In a short moment, he frowned a well. In their perspective, the questions in the examinations weren't too difficult. However, the answers the examinees wrote in were all around the place. They even answered the properties of common medicinal herbs wrongly. If these kind of people were to accepted by apprentices, it would definitely stain the reputation of the Apothecary Guild. What's wrong with this paper? Brother Ouyang, you didn't mark this one. He was unable to find a single satisfactory one even after flipping through 7 to 8 papers. Suddenly, Apothecary Duman caught sight of the crumpled examination paper by the desk. The answers on the paper weren't marked at all. It is the paper of a playboy, so the results must be even worse than the others. It is clear that he wouldn't pass even if I don't look through it. Rather than get angry while marking it, I might as well just leave it there. Remembering the fellow who sped through the paper, Ouyangqing's mood took a dive. A fellow who submitted his papers after answering the questions for an hour, it is obvious that he won't pass the examinations. There's no need to mark the papers at all. What is going on? The previous 2 examinations, there were at least 3 to 4 people who were able to pass the first round. Yet, this time, after spending so much time marking the paper, only 2 people were qualified for the next round. The scripts of the other examinees were all a mess. Playboy. Let me see what kind of script would cause you to determine his failure without even looking at it. Duman shook his head with a smile on his face as he casually flipped open the papers. A moment after his gaze falls on the paper, he exclaimed in shock. Voila! Voila! As the sound of the flipping of papers echoed in the room, the shock on Duman's face deepened. His nonchalant expression gradually turned grim. What's wrong? Are the answers provided by this fellow too ridiculous? Taking the expression of his colleague in sight, Ouyangqing harumphed. Just an ignorant playboy who makes use of his money to join the examination. He truly has no respect for the Apothecary Guild. That's not it. Brother Ouyang, take a look at it. Hearing the furious complaints of the other party, Duman hurriedly interrupted him and passed the paper over to him. What's there to see? No matter what, it is a fail. Muttering for a bit, Ouyang lowered his head to look at the papers. With a single glance, his eyes widened into complete circles just like how Duman's did a moment ago. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Oh!" Flipping over to the second page, Flipping over to the third page, "Ah!" Flipping over to the fourth page, "The heck!" Many different expressions flashed through his face, but even so, he continued flipping through the paper quickly. Very soon, he finished looking through the dozens of paper-thick script. Ouyang's eyes almost fell to the floor. He stared at it with a look of disbelief. How can this be? Not a single error. Indeed. For there to not be a single error. We intentionally left a few difficult questions at some parts, and even if I were to answer it myself, I would have most probably fallen into those traps and commit a mistake. Duman's face was also filled with incredulity. The reason why he was so confident with the paper was because the questions on this paper were rather abstract, such that even official apothecaries like them would be unable to derive the correct answer without jogging their memory, logically rationalizing from it, and even flipping through the books to double-check their contents. However, not only was there not a single mistake in the answers, they were actually phrased out extremely succinctly. How was this possible? There isn't a single mistake in this paper. Brother Ouyang, why were you so certain that he would be unable to pass the examination? After getting through the shock, Duman couldn't help but ask him. There was never a candidate in the Tianxian Kingdom Apothecary Guild who answered the examination paper so well before. For Brother Ouyang to fail such a genius without even looking at his script, he was too rash. Ouyang's face flushed. He felt so embarrassed that not a single word came out from him for a very long time. He was known for being strict and meticulous, earning the respect of many through such. Yet, today, the slap on his face stung as though it was on fire. He clearly saw the fellow finishing the paper in less than an hour without putting much effort into it. How did he get it all right? Even he was unable to accomplish such a feat with that speed. Could it be that the fellow's knowledge had already exceeded that of his? To label a person whose knowledge of medicinal herbs exceeded his as a playboy and a failure. The heck, can reality not be so damned? Ouyang felt his entire body go stiff, as though constipated. Chapter 94, Discernment Time Trial. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian opened his eyes. After a moment of studying, his knowledge of medicinal herbs had deepened significantly. The knowledge in the books he flipped through in the room back then had finally assimilated into his mind and became his. Not only could the Library of Heaven's Path replicate secret manuals and compile the Heaven's Path divine art, it could also hasten the rate which one learnt new knowledge. Deng 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 deng. A series of footsteps could be heard. It is apprentice Zhu Huahua, he passed the examination half a year ago. Didn't he become apothecary Duman's apprentice? Indeed, he must be here to announce the results. I hope that I am able to pass the examination. Upon seeing the owner of the footsteps, the people outside the examination hall quickly stood up. The results are out now. Finally, your facade will be exposed. Let's see whether you can continue on with the act then. Wen Shui sneered as she glanced coldly at the young man beside her. To tell truth, if she didn't know that this fellow was a playboy scion in advance, she would have thought that he might actually possess true capabilities. That was because his acting was way too realistic. In the 2 hours after the examination, he sat on the bench without moving in the least. He truly went all out just to attract her attention. However, it was useless. He had already offended her thoroughly a moment ago. It was impossible to change her perception of him now. There are 3 people who passed the first round of examinations. The apprentice named Zhu Huahua walked out of the examination hall with a sheet of paper in his hand. He began to read out the names written on it. Firstly, Sun Tao from Liyuan City. 91 out of 100. Ah, me. I passed. The moment the voice sounded, a young man leapt in joy. His response attracted countless looks of envy from the other examinees. Even though he had only passed one of the 3 rounds, he was at least a step closer to becoming an apprentice apothecary. Even Wen Shui's eyes were twinkling in respect toward him. Second, Qian Wenmen from Ziyun City. 90 out of 100. It's me. Upon hearing the words, another person stood up with a flushed face. Finally, Zhang Xian from Tianxian City. Suddenly, Zhu Huahua's face warped in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and stared at the paper once more. Only now did he confirm that his sight wasn't playing tricks on him, and with a trembling voice, he said, 100 out of 100. What? 100 out of 100. That means. He answered every single question correctly. How is that possible? To be able to achieve a perfect score for such a difficult paper, who is this expert Zhang Xian? Right, who is it? Upon hearing that the third person who passed the examination achieved a perfect score, the entire area exploded into commotion. Everyone looked around to find the person named Zhang Xian. All right, the 3 people who passed the first round, enter the examination hall for the second round. Zhu Huahua interrupted the commotion and walked into the room. The 2 persons whose names were called previously also hurriedly followed behind him. Zhang Xian stood up as well. The names of the 3 people who passed the examination has already been announced. Why, are you still not going to admit your incapability? Seeing him stand up, Wen Shui sneered coldly. However, a thought suddenly flashed through her mind and she stopped halfway through her words. Her eyes widened into complete circles and with a quivering voice, she asked, "W.H. What is your name?" Zhang Xian. Couldn't be bothered with this shallow woman, Zhang Xian turned around and walked into the examination hall. Zhang Xian. He is Zhang Xian. The one who scored 100 out of 100. Wen Shui shuddered and her face paled ghastly white. In this instant, she felt as though a clown, making a fool out of herself. She kept saying that the other party was putting up a facade and had no abilities whatsoever. In the end, he proved her wrong with an unprecedented perfect score. Are you for real? Didn't you know nothing at all before the examination? Weren't you ignorant of what was being tested? You liar. You big liar. Acting as though an ignorant fool, only to score a full mark. Brother, you must be joking with me. Wen Shui felt a burning sensation on her face and she felt herself going insane. The fellow who simply flipped through all of the books just now, got a perfect score. At the side, Uncle Li's eyes were about to fall to the ground at any moment now. Just a moment ago, he was thinking that perhaps the other party was here to play. He didn't expect the other party to be such a formidable character. He had never passed the examination despite taking the test frequently ever since he was a teenager. Yet, this fellow received a perfect score in his first attempt. Truly, comparisons between fellow humans were what that turned out to be the most infuriating. It's that fellow who handed up the papers after an hour into the examination. I thought he had given up, to think that he had obtained a perfect score. Too incredible. Getting all of the questions correct in just an hour, how did he study to reach such an incredible level? The other examinees also recognized him and a dizzy spell assaulted them. Oblivious to the shock and disbelief of the others outside, Zhang Xian sat down before the desk once more. On the table before him, several rarely seen herbs that could not be seen in the market were laid out before him. There is a total of 10 medicinal herbs on the table. Before this incense burns out, you have to write out its name, properties, and its uses out. For this round, you have to achieve a perfect score to pass. 15 minutes. Standing at the front, Ouyang Qing gestured, the time starts now. In the second round, medicinal herb discernment, 1 had to achieve a perfect score to pass. That is to say, if one recognized even a single of the 10 medicinal herbs inaccurately, one would be disqualified. Zhang Xian looked at the first stalk of herb. It had a green flower, a green stem, and green leaves. Green mane grass. Upon recalling such a plant being recorded in the books, a name floated into his mind. Following closely behind, the description of green mane grass appeared before him in the Library of Heaven's Path. He casually jotted it down. After he was done with the first one, he proceeded on to the second one. Even though these medicinal herbs were not commonly seen, to him who had an archive in his mind, the examination wasn't difficult at all. Soon, he finished writing down the information of 9 of the plants, with only a single one remaining. This was a bizarre plant with a yellow flower, a gray stem, and white leaves. Just as he was struggling to figure out what plant it was, a thought flashed through his mind and he froze. Smiling bitterly, he patted his forehead. Why didn't he think of it earlier? With the cheating machine called the Library of Heaven's Path, he didn't have to go through so much trouble to discern the medicinal herbs. He stretched out his hands and gently picked up the medicinal herb. A book appeared before him and a detailed explanation of the medicinal herb was compiled within the book, with all of its strengths and flaws recorded within. He casually copied it onto the paper. Then, he touched the other 9 of the herbs to double confirm his answer. The results were exactly as how he discerned it, except for a particular stalk. Zhang Xian knew that it is impossible for the Library of Heaven's Path to make a mistake, and thus, he edited his answer. The incense had barely burnt halfway through by the time he was finished. He passed the answer sheet. Previously, Ouyang thought that Zhang Xian was here to fool about, so he didn't have a good opinion of him. However, upon seeing him achieve a perfect score in the first round of examinations, he dared not underestimate him any further and hurriedly picked up his paper to take a look. Apothecary Duman walked over by the corner to look at the paper as well. The answers on the paper were all correct. They nod their head in satisfaction as they browsed through his paper. Not just the name, even the properties, unique traits, and uses of the medicinal herb written in the script of the young men were flawless. Just as they were certain that he would pass the examination and were about to offer him compliments, they suddenly paused simultaneously and stared intently at his paper once more. All right, there is only one person who passed the second round of examinations. I will announce his name now. Soon, after the remaining 2 candidates handed in their papers, Ouyang swiftly marked their papers. Then, his gaze swept through the surrounding as he announced the result: Sun Tao from Liyuan City. Chapter 95, Dragon Scale Grass. Me. Sun Tao clenched his fists delightfully. Turning around, he looked at Zhang Xian and the other candidate. His neck was tilted upwards as he emanated an aura of superiority. After getting through the first 2 examinations, his identity as an apprentice was already confirmed. Ignoring the incomparably narcissistic Sun Tao, upon hearing his name wasn't announced, Zhang Xian frowned. That shouldn't be. He had double-checked all of his answers with the Library of Heaven's Path, so it was impossible for him to have committed an error. Why did he fail? Master Apothecaries, may I know where did I go wrong? Unable to contain his doubts, Zhang Xian stepped forward. Why? Are you going to challenge the 2 masters' evaluation? A mistake is a mistake. You must have identified a certain medicinal herb inaccurately or made a mistake while writing your answer down. Sun Tao stepped before him, flung his sleeve and lectured him as though an earnest teacher: study hard after you return. Theoretical knowledge are different from the practical knowledge after all. Your theoretical answers are not bad, but if you are unable to recognize the medicinal herbs, you are still unable to become an apprentice apothecary. His voice was deep and his actions were refined. Lad, weren't you gleeful just now? It is shocking that you are able to achieve a perfect score in the written examination, but it is useless. You have identified the fish scale grass erroneously, stating it as dragon scale grass instead. Seeing his doubtful expression, Ouyang explained. However, don't be disheartened. Just the very fact that you were able to achieve perfect accuracy in your written examination shows that you have reached an acceptable level of understanding towards medicinal herbs. As long as you observe and study medicinal herbs properly from now on and integrate your knowledge together, you will surely pass the examination the next time around. Indeed, you are still young. There is no need to hurry. As long as you continue to learn humbly and integrate your theoretical knowledge with your technical skills, you should be able to become a true apprentice apothecary very soon. Apothecary Duman also chipped in. If it was anyone else, the 2 would be less than bothered to explain. However, the person before them had just achieved a perfect score. Even the 2 of them felt that it was a pity for him to fail this round. You mean this? Zhang Xian finally understood why he failed the second round of examination. He headed to the table and picked up the stalk of medicinal herb. Studying it carefully once more, he asked, "Are you sure that this is fish scale grass?" Of course, its stem is similar to that of fish scale and its leaves are gray color. What else could it be if not fish scale grass? Before Ouyang and Duman could answer, Sun Tao quickly spoke out proudly. Fish scale grass was an extremely rare herb and its traits were as what Sun Tao said: fish scale-like stem and gray leaves. Even though it was rare, information on the herb was recorded in the books. The one that Zhang Xian identified inaccurately previously was also this herb. Could it be that it isn't? Ouyang clearly agreed with Sun Tao's judgment, and he stared at Zhang Xian with a doubtful expression. Of course not. Zhang Xian shook his head. Aren't the two apothecaries a little too rash to use a herb which you both aren't sure of in an examination and conclude that I have failed the test? Audacious. Thinking that the young man before him was trying to win praises by starting a commotion, he quickly interjected. How could the questions come up by the master apothecaries be wrong? Stop spouting nonsense here. After passing the examination, it was highly likely that he would become the apprentice of one of the two apothecaries here, so he had to fawn on them in advance. It is easy to tell whether it is nonsense or not. There are books in the room outside the examination hall. May I busy someone to fetch a book on the bottommost of the 7th shelf here? Couldn't be bothered to argue with this fellow, Zhang Xian calmly said so. Hua Hua, fetch the book here. Ouyang Cheng and Du Men traded gazes for a moment before the latter ordered his apprentice to fetch the book. The apprentice apothecary who brought the candidates into the room nodded his head before walking out. In a moment's time, he returned with a book on unique medicinal herbs, the one that Zhang Xian had described previously. Flip to the 17th page, there is a detailed description on fish scale grass there. Zhang Xian said. The apprentice Zhu Huahua couldn't resist the urge to flip the book, and in the next instant, information on fish scale grass appeared before him. He can even remember this. The two apothecaries, Ouyang Cheng and Du Men, glanced over and their bodies shuddered, revealing their incredulity. Fish scale grass was an ingredient that they took randomly, and no one knew about it beforehand. As such, it was impossible for anyone to cheat. To be able to remember which book holds the description of the medicinal herb, which page the description is on, and where the book was placed. His memory is nothing short of incredible. May I trouble you to recite the introduction on fish scale grass? Ignoring their shock, Zhang Xian carried on. Fish scale grass usually grows in marshlands. It is named as such due to its unique fish scale-like stem. Its entire body is gray and there are slight white spots on top of the leaves. The scales on mature fish scale grasses are around the size of a soybean. The voice of the apprentice apothecary, Hua Hua, gradually faded away as he recited the introduction. Because, even him, had realized that there were many differences between the fish scale grass on the table and what was described in the book. There are faint white spots on the top of the leaves of fish scale grass, but this herb doesn't have any of it. The scales of a mature fish scale grass should be around the size of a soybean, but the scales on this herb are around the size of a fingernail. It is clear that it is significantly larger than what is being described. Zhang Xian carried the herb up and explained the traits one by one. Ouyang Cheng and Du Men hurriedly grabbed the book from Zhu Huahua's hands and browsed through it. They discovered many differences between what was being described in the book and the herb in Zhang Xian's hands. Since it isn't fish scale grass, it should be something that is similar to it. Of the numerous medicinal herbs, the only thing that resembles it is the dragon scale grass that I had written down in my script. If you all doubt the existence of this medicinal herb, you all can send someone to the room again, and on the right upper corner of the 4th shelf, there should be a famous work by Senior Lu Dexian. The herb is described in detail on the 54th page. Lu Dexian was an extremely famous apothecary 30 years ago. He had entered many barren and treacherous lands to discover new herbs, and he had contributed much to the apothecary society. Of course, if you still doubt that the herb is dragon scale grass, I have a way to discern it for sure. Zhang Xian smiled. Fish scale grass is a warm medicinal herb. A milky white liquid will flow out if its stem is broken. On the other hand, this herb is a cold medicinal herb. If it is cut apart, a pale yellow liquid that emanates cold moist air will flow out. The two apothecaries are expert at using herbs, so you should be able to discern it easily. Du Men shot a gaze at Zhu Huahua to get him to look for the book once more. At the same time, he exerted a force on his hands and lightly tore the plant apart. The stem of the fish scale grass in his hands was torn apart and a pale yellow liquid flowed out slowly, emitting frigidity into its surroundings. It is as he says. The duo staggered. It is exactly as what the other party said. To think that this medicinal herb isn't fish scale grass. At this moment, Zhu Huahua returned with a book in his hand. At the 54th page, records on the dragon scale grass could be found, and the traits stated in the book tallied perfectly with this medicinal herb. Despite being an examiner, to think that a candidate would end up correcting their mistake. Ouyang Cheng and Du Men felt a fiery sensation on their face. The room went deathly silent. Everyone stared at the young man before them as though they were staring at a monster. The heck, remembering the difference between dragon scale grass and fish scale grass can still be considered minor, but to remember the exact book and page, as well as where it is placed on the shelves. You are about to break through the heavens. Are you sure you are still human? Sun Tao, who had just mocked Zhang Xian in an attempt to perform before the apothecaries, stood rooted to the spot in a daze and his body trembled uncontrollably. An urge to cry overwhelmed him. Damn it, if only I knew that the other party had such outstanding memorization ability, I wouldn't have tried to look knowledgeable even if I was beaten to death. This time, not only did he fail to look knowledgeable, he looked like a fool. If there was a burrow in the ground at this moment, he surely would have dived in at this very instant. Chapter 96, I will give it a try. It's dragon scale grass. We have made a mistake. After a long moment, Ouyangqing said with a bitter smile on his face. As a famous apothecary in Tianxian Kingdom, he had been the one to teach others all along. He didn't expect to be the one taught today. Since it is dragon scale grass, you are the only one who passed the second round, medicinal herb discernment time trial. As long as your cultivation realm is Jinqi realm pinnacle and above, you are officially an apprentice apothecary. Upon hearing these words, Sun Tao was on the verge of bursting into tears. He was probably one of the most tragic candidates ever. His qualification as an apprentice apothecary was cancelled in less than 10 minutes after its announcement, and it was passed on to someone else. Does reality have to be so damned? Does reality have to slap on my face so forcefully? However, even though he still felt discontented with the final verdict, having witnessed Zhang Xian's fearsome memorization ability, he could only swallow his tears back in. To take the examination with this kind of freak, he had to concede to him even if he didn't want to. Later, when the examination ends, I will look for a secluded location and find an opportunity to beat him up. After all, I am nearing 30, 10 years older than the other party. My cultivation realm should be higher than his. Fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm pinnacle, it should be more than enough to teach him a lesson. As such a vile thought appeared in his mind, he immediately heard the voice of the other party. My current cultivation realm is Fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm pinnacle. After which, Zhang Xian revealed his level of cultivation. Guangdang. Sun Tao fell to the floor. Do you need to be so terrifying? Not only is your memory so frightening, your fighting prowess just has to be the same as well. To think that I wanted to teach you a lesson, it is lucky that you revealed your cultivation realm now. Otherwise, I would surely be reduced to the state of a snake melon. All right. Congratulations on joining the ranks of apprentice apothecaries. Seeing that his cultivation realm fitted the regulations as well, Ouyangqing went straight to the point and drew out an emblem from his embrace. This is the emblem of an apprentice apothecary. With this, you can enter the guild's basic tier book collection vault freely. You will also enjoy special privileges and priority when purchasing pills from the guild. The apothecary guild usually sold pills to the outsiders at an exorbitant price. On the other hand, those among their ranks would receive a huge discount when purchasing pills. Even though he was just an apprentice apothecary, he could be considered as a member of the guild. Zhang Xian grabbed the emblem from Ouyangqing's hands joyfully. The reason why he exerted so much effort to gain the identity of an apprentice was so that he could enter the book collection vault. Finally, he had achieved his aim. Also, upon becoming an apprentice, you can choose to follow an apothecary so as to better come into contact with pills and study them. Given your talent, I believe that you will be able to become a true apothecary in a few years' time. Ouyangqing stared expectantly at Zhang Xian as he said these words. It was very clear that he hoped to admit Zhang Xian as his apprentice. This young man had astounding memorization ability, not to mention his incredible talents. As long as he was guided carefully, he should be able to achieve high heights soon. Having such an apprentice would help boost his fame. Duman, who was standing by the side, had the same intentions as well, and he stared at him with glowing eyes. Looking at the gazes of the two, Zhang Xian shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, but I do not have any intention of becoming the apprentice of any apothecary for the time being. No matter what, he was a teacher of Hongtian Academy, as well as a transcender. How could he become an errand runner and apprentice of someone else? It would be a joke if he were to. After becoming an apprentice, one had the choice to choose whether he wanted to come under an apothecary or not. Looks like I was too anxious. You have just become an apprentice, so there's no need to think too much into it. You can make a choice after contemplating over the matter properly. Upon Zhang Xian's rejection, Ouyang Qing realized that he was a little too hasty and he flashed an embarrassed smile. Indeed, you should consider it carefully. It is easier to learn under an apothecary, and you would be able to become a true apothecary faster through so. Duman nodded his head in agreement. Knowing the intentions of the other party, Zhang Xian nodded his head in response. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, "Is there any pills in our apothecary guild that can awaken special constitutions?" He had asked a receptionist previously and she didn't seem to know. However, these two over here were true apothecaries of the guild, people of respectable standing. They should at least know a little more than her. Pills that awaken unique constitutions. Ouyang Qing and Duman stared at one another for a moment before the former replied, "There is, but different constitutions require different pills to awaken. If one were to erroneously consume a wrong pill, not only will the constitution not be awakened, it might even result in severe side effects." Having browsed through related books, Zhang Xian understood this fact and continued, "Then, are there any books relating to unique constitutions and the pills required to awaken them? Can you allow me to take a look at them?" Yuan Tao possessed the emperor bloodline, and before his unique constitution awakened, it was safer for him for fewer people to know of it. These two apothecaries seemed kind on the surface, but a human's heart was unfathomable. It was hard to say whether revealing the fact to them would bring about a series of trouble. Thus, it was best for fewer people to know of his emperor bloodline. Therefore, he phrased it as a unique constitution and did not reveal any other details about the matter. At most, they would only surmise that he was the one consuming the pill. There are quite a books on them, but they are all in the advanced tier book collection vault. According to the rules, only certified apothecaries are allowed to enter and look through them. Not even I have the qualifications to loan them to you. Ouyang Qing shook his head. What he said is true. Pills and unique constitutions are something that only qualified apothecaries will research. As such, it is placed in the advanced tier book collection vault. If you really want to take a look at it, you should choose to become the apprentice of one of us. With your talent, you should be able to attempt the examination for a 1-star apothecary within a year's time. Once you succeed, is there still anything that isn't for your browsing? Apothecary Duman made use of this opportunity to help him analyze the situation. Furthermore, a true apothecary is granted with generous privileges in all apothecary guild. Regardless of whether it is the purchasing of pills or scavenging for herbs, your needs will be prioritized over outsiders. You should consider it carefully. It will be slower if you try to fumble your way through to become an apothecary. Even with your superior talent, it is hard for you to succeed even in a few years' time. They cannot be loaned. Bitterness cloaked Zhang Xian's face. Didn't this mean that his hard work has been in vain? He had wasted quite a bit of time and effort to pass the examination to become an apprentice apothecary. If Sun Tao, Wen Shui, Uncle Li, and the rest were to know his thoughts, blood would definitely spurt forth from their mouth. We spend a minimum of 6 to 7 years memorizing the content in those books, and we haven't even passed the examinations yet. All in all, you have only spent 4 hours. Do you know that 4 hours ago, you don't even know what an apprentice apothecary is? You call this hard work? You dare to call this hard work? Then what is ours called? Indeed. If you wish to look at the books of the advanced tier book collection vault, you have to become an apothecary. This is a rule by the headquarters. If you truly wish to find out how you can utilize pills to awaken unique constitutions, you should first think of a way how you can become an official apothecary. Ouyang Qing said. In his opinion, the only way one could become an apothecary quickly was to learn behind a true apothecary. He was the best apothecary in the entire Tianxian kingdom, who else could Zhang Xian choose if not him? Just when he was about to offer an apprenticeship to Zhang Xian, he heard the other party speaking up. Since only an apothecary can read books from the advanced tier book collection vault, then, how does the examination an apothecary work? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment. Let me give it a try. That decision is a wise one. As long as you follow me, I will expend all my effort in grooming you. What? Halfway through his words, Ouyang Qing realized what Zhang Xian had just said. His voice choked in his throat and his eyes, which were fixated on the young men before him, widened as though they were about to pop out from their sockets. What? What did you just say? Chapter 97, Pill Debate. Give it a try. Not only Ouyang Qing felt as though the world was going mad, Du Men and the rest also felt faint. Brother, do you take apothecaries to be like the cabbages and cucumbers sold in the market, so easily obtainable? Give it a try. Are you playing with me? As one of the highest standing upper nine path occupations, who didn't study for numerous years and put in effort multiple folds of that imaginable to an ordinary person to join their ranks. Yet, you said to give it a try. Your head. Do you know the content of the examination? Do you know how can one become a true apothecary? Cough, cough, cough. Ouyang Cheng's body staggered and he suppressed his urge to vomit blood. He looked at Zhang Xian seriously and replied to him, to become an apothecary, one must be more than capable of knowing and discerning medicinal herbs. One must also learn to formulate medicine, extract and refine the essence of which, condensate and forge it into a pill and many more. Just pill forging itself contains several thousands of methods to do so. It isn't that easy to pass the examination. Indeed. Furthermore, one must possess sharp control over the flame in pill forging. If an error were to occur in any of the sequences, it would end in failure. Only by learning seriously and practicing continuously will one succeed. It is impossible for one to become an apothecary with a moment's effort. Du Men added. So complicated. Zhang Xian felt helpless, so it's impossible for me to achieve it in half a month's time. The freshman tournament would be held in half a month. His purpose here was simple, that was to find a pill that could awaken Yuan Tao and Zhaoya's unique constitution so that their cultivation would soar by leaps and bounds and they would be able to achieve victory then. Thus, he had to settle this matter in half a month's time. If he wasn't able to, what's the use of him becoming an apothecary? After his conversation with Wang Yu, he had already decided on a goal. That was to become a master teacher. This time, Lu Sun Laosher's challenge was an opportunity as much as a threat. If he was able to emerge victorious, it would prove his capabilities and it was likely that he would catch the eye of a master teacher. Similar to an apothecary, if one wanted to become a master teacher, they must become an assistant master teacher first. This was a process that they must go by. If one wasn't valued by a master teacher, how could one become an assistant master teacher? Half a month. Hearing his words, the crowd went speechless once more. Which apothecary wasn't an apprentice apothecary for many years before daring to take the examination? Yet, right after becoming an apprentice, you wish to take the examination for an apothecary. Half a month some more, you must be joking. Especially for Sun Tao and Zhu Huahua, they were just barely suppressing the urge to throw their shoes at him. Brother, is it really all right for you to be putting on an act like this? It is even more difficult to become an apothecary than an apprentice. You should have already seen the others struggling so furiously just to become an apprentice. Becoming an apothecary in half a month. I think you should just keep it to your thoughts. Zhang Xian, don't be too ambitious and complacent. You are barely 20, and becoming an apothecary at 30 is already something unprecedented in Tianqian Kingdom. 15 days is an impossible goal. I advise you to study normally, proceed on step by step and don't think too much into the future. Ouyang Qing offered his earnest advice to Zhang Xian. This fellow is talented, but he is way too impatient. To want to become an apothecary in half a month. You must be daydreaming. All right, since it is so troublesome, then I will not take the examinations. I will look for another way then. Upon listening to the words of the other party, Zhang Xian shook his head. He didn't have much interest in becoming an apothecary. Possessing the heaven's path divine art, breaking through was like eating and drinking to him. Pills were completely unneeded to him. If so, what was the use of becoming an apothecary? If not for Yuan Tao, he wouldn't come here at all. Thinking that Zhang Xian had given up because he had found it bothersome, Ouyang Cheng and Du Men quickly tried to persuade him otherwise. There are many occupations in the world, an apothecary is considered as one of the noblest. You possess such incredible talent and you have also specially taken the trouble to study the medicinal herbs. Wouldn't you have wasted years of your efforts if you were to not become an apothecary at this point? Years of my effort. Zhang Xian blinked. It was just 4 hours, where did the years you speak of come from? I still have other matters to attend to. Since becoming an apothecary is such a complicated process, requiring one to learn how to formulate pills, it is unlikely that I am able to grasp the technique of such within a short moment. I will just give up on it. Without much hesitation, Zhang Xian shook his head. Calm down, there is more than one way for one to become an apothecary. Actually, there is another way other than pill forging. Ouyang suddenly recalled something and spoke. Given your formidable memory, this method might be more suited for you. It can't be that you are referring to. Astonishment appeared on Du Man's face. Indeed. Ouyang nodded his head. But you should consider the consequences. If he fails, the penalty will be harsh. He might even lose the opportunity to ever take the examination to become an apothecary. Du Man was filled with anxiety. I know, but this is the only way one can become an apothecary quickly. Otherwise, one would have to walk the conventional path of practicing routinely. Given the countless medicinal herbs and each of their unique properties, it is nigh impossible for one to succeed in a short period of time. But there are no buts. We are only responsible for informing him of the possibility. The choice is up to him. Ouyang shakes his head. What is this method you speak of? Upon seeing the commotion between the two, Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask. There are actually two methods for one to become an apothecary. The first method is the usual one, pill forging. As long as one is able to forge a grade 1 pill, he will be able to become a 1-star apothecary. This is the standard and traditional method. Without hesitation, Ouyang started to explain. The second method is not pill forging but pill debate. Pill debate. Zhang Xian was bewildered. Not just him, even Zhu Huahua, Sun Tao, and the others seemed to have never heard of it, and a perplexed expression appeared on their faces. Indeed. You all should have heard of the noblest occupation of the upper 9 paths, master teacher. The crowd nodded their heads. Those who knew of the lower, middle, and upper 9 paths naturally knew of master teachers. This was the highest-ranking occupation of the upper 9 paths, and their social position was superior to that of the apothecaries by numerous folds. The more formidable master teachers can offer pointers beyond that of cultivation, pill forging, smithing, formation creation, and such are all possible for them. Ouyang explained. However, one has to expend quite a lot of time just to become a master teacher, so how can they have the effort to spend on learning pill forging and smithing to become an apothecary and blacksmith? At the same time, if they do not join their ranks, how can they be qualified to teach them? To deal with such a situation, a unique examination method was created, pill debate. It is clear to see from us apothecaries that one requires a lot of practice, forging pills ceaselessly, to become a true apothecary. However, master teachers do not have the time to waste on doing so. In fact, all he needs is to comprehend and integrate the knowledge of pill forging. That is to say, he doesn't really need to learn how to forge pills. As long as he has complete knowledge of the theory, he is able to successfully become an apothecary. Of course, the examination isn't easy. It requires one to debate with 10 true apothecaries about the various aspects of pill forging, and one could be disqualified with just a single mistake. Furthermore, a huge penalty will be enforced on one if that happens. Ouyang slowly explained the other method of becoming an apothecary, pill debate, to the others. Chapter 98, I want to debate pills. Oh. There is such a way too. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Without years of practice, he knew that it was impossible for him to successfully forge a grade 1 pill. However, pill debate was different. With the Library of Heaven's Path, as long as there were sufficient books and knowledge, learning was an easy task for him. This method may seem simple, but even master teachers would rather learn to forge pills than to resort to this method. Noticing the excitement in the other party, Ouyang interjected and shook his head. Why? Zhang Xian was confused. If one was able to pass the examination based on theories itself to become an apothecary, there should be no need for them to waste their time to learn to forge pills. To tell the truth, it is impossible for one to possess an in-depth understanding into an occupation without trying it hands-on. No matter how much theory one learns, if one doesn't verify them practically, no one can guarantee whether they are right or not. For one who isn't even an apothecary yet to debate with a true apothecary based on knowledge one learnt off the books. Who do you think will win? What one could learn from the books was shallow, to understand the essence of which, one needs to experience it firsthand. This was a famous maxim expressing the utmost truth. How could one ascertain whether something was right or wrong just by theories itself without trying it out? With just a single error, the entire pill forging would end in failure. One erroneous move would make a great difference. Ever since pill debate was created, more than thousands of master teachers had undergone it, and they were all incredible geniuses. Their knowledge of pill forging exceeds that of any apothecary. However, it is a pity that most of them ended up in failure. Of the thousands of master teachers, the ones to succeed might not even exceed the number of fingers on a single hand. Ouyang Qing sighed. Not exceeding the number of fingers in a single hand. Zhang Xian was taken aback. Out of 1,000 people, not even 5 of them succeeded. This success rate is way too low. Indeed, there is a huge difference between theories and practical. This is precisely the reason why, even though pill debate remained a possible way for one to become an apothecary, not many people used it, and it was gradually forgotten. Pill debate might seem easier than pill forging, but in reality, the difficulty of which was much greater. Without practical experience, how could one succeed in it with just theories? If one didn't have a single mistake in his theory, that meant that his practical should be excellent as well. If so, rather than engaging in a pill debate, he might as well just go for the pill forging method. It would be much easier that way. Others may be unable to. But I can. Ignoring the lamentations of the other party, Zhang Xian's motivation surged and his eyes glowed. Pill debate might be much more difficult for others, but for him, it was nothing short of easy. With the Library of Heaven's Path, he was able to identify errors and flaws directly. Just basing on theories itself, others were unable to tell whether something was true or not. On the other hand, with a single look via the Library of Heaven's Path, everything was clear to him. Conducting a pill debate with this, it was impossible for him to make an error. He could definitely pass the test easily. Since there's such a method, I have decided to try becoming an apothecary through pill debate. Thinking such, Zhang Xian declared without much hesitation. Initially, he thought that he would be able to persuade the other party to give up after saying so much. He didn't expect his words to cause him to become even more resolute. Ouyang Qing was speechless. Do you know the consequences of failing a pill debate? Consequences? Yes. Pill debate requires the presence of a minimum of 10 apothecaries to conduct a debate. All these apothecaries are people of high standing, and if there isn't any price to pay for failure and everyone were to go on and try it, wouldn't they tire themselves to death? Ouyang Qing said. Thus, the guild had set a rule regarding such. If an apprentice who applied for pill debate were to pass the test, nothing would occur. On the other hand, if they were to fail, they will have to pay every single apothecary 100,000 gold coins. On top of that, they will have to suffer 100 god-slaying flogs as punishment. Also, they will be banned from taking the examinations to become an apothecary for a decade. Zhang Xian was speechless. This punishment was truly severe. Given that a pill debate required at least 10 apothecaries, if he had to pay each of them 100,000 gold coins, that meant he would have to fork out 1,000,000 gold coins in total. To an apprentice apothecary, such money was an impossibility among impossibilities. Perhaps, they might not even be able to earn that much money in their entire life. God-slaying flog was a type of punishment. Depending on the cultivation realm of the person, it would exert a different force. 100 god-slaying flogs, even with his current strength, after he was done with the punishment, he would probably be unable to climb out of bed for a month or two. As for the third penalty, a human's lifespan was only around several decades. To be banned from the examinations for a decade, it was equivalent to keeping one away from medicinal herbs and pills for 10 whole years. Basically, this would create an upper limit on a person's future achievements as an apothecary, even if they decided to continue treading on the path. Not only are the consequences severe, it is also a daunting task to pass a pill debate. This is the reason why no one dares to even try it. Based on what I know, there hadn't been a pill debate in Tianxian Kingdom and the dozen or so kingdoms around it for the past few centuries. The dissuasion in Ouyang Qing's tone was clear. Given your talents, I think you should just go the conventional route and learn pill forging instead. Pill debate isn't a suitable option. I have already decided to go ahead with pill debate. I hope that Master Ouyang can help me make the necessary arrangements. Zhang Xian shook his head in response to his dissuasion. What a joke! If pill debate can make me an apothecary, I have to go along with it. Otherwise, it would take an inestimable amount of time for him to learn pill forging or that sort. Not to mention how he didn't have sufficient time on his hand, he didn't have the effort to waste on it either. Make the necessary arrangements. It can't be that you wish to carry it out now. Master Ouyang staggered. You just became an apprentice apothecary. You don't even know what pill forging is yet, and you want to undergo a pill debate. Are you for real? Are you sure you aren't jesting with me? Do you know the contents of a pill debate? Do you know what the apothecaries will ask you about? You have just barely become an apprentice and you have yet to go through the systematic education to undergo a pill debate now. Duman, who was standing by the side, was also at a loss for words. I can go to the basic tier book collection vault now, right? I can study those that I do not know now. Seeing the anxiety on the other party's faces, Zhang Xian quickly explained. Study. Duman, Ouyang Cheng, and the others were on a verge of tears. Brother, to think that you will remember to study. You have just become an apprentice apothecary. Despite not having visited the book collection vault before, you wish to undergo a pill debate. Are you very certain that you aren't pulling my leg? There are hundreds of thousands of books in the book collection vault, and it is impossible to finish looking through them without 3 to 5 years of intense effort. Without even paying it a visit, you wish to undergo a pill debate. Are your guts too inflated or is there a problem with your head? I will head to the book collection vault to study later on. Don't worry, it won't take too much time. As for the pill debate, I will be troubling the two of you. Zhang Xian said. Study later on. Everyone felt faint-theaed. Do you intend to study last minute? Undergoing a pill debate without studying. To be able to do something so brainless, how did this fellow manage to become an apprentice apothecary? Rest assured, I know the severity of it. I won't do anything I am unconfident of. Just go ahead and make arrangements, I have to start reading now as well. Seeing the crowd rooted to the spot, Zhang Xian continued. Know the severity. Won't do anything you are unconfident of. Your head. Do you know what a cauldron looks like? Do you know whether a pill is round or square? Do you know how do apothecaries extract the essence from medicinal herbs? You don't know a single thing at all, yet you want to take the examination for an apothecary, not to mention a pill debate. Are you sure that you are confident? All right. Upon his insistence, Ouyang Cheng and Duman knew that they were unable to convince him otherwise at this point. Trading glances, they shook their heads. I will make arrangements now, but it will take some time to gather so many apothecaries. So, I will set the pill debate to be at tomorrow afternoon. During this period of time, you better carefully contemplate over the matter. Otherwise, once the pill debate starts, you won't be able to back out. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Then, he flung his sleeves with a confident expression and took 2 steps toward the entrance before abruptly turning around. I forgot. Where is the basic tier book collection vault? Ouyang Cheng. Duman. Sun Tao and Zhu Hua. Chapter 99, A completely stunned Ouyang Cheng. Ouyang Cheng and the others felt their insides crumbling apart. To not even know where the basic tier book collection vault was and to choose to undergo the difficult pill debate, they were starting to suspect whether this fellow's head was once crushed by a slammed door. However, since the other party's determination was resolute, there was no point trying to persuade him otherwise at this point. After revealing the location to Zhang Xian and watching as he left, Duman looked toward Ouyang Cheng and asked, Isn't he being too reckless? He is being reckless, but didn't you see that he is full of confidence as well? Ouyang Cheng said incredulously. It is truly a wonder where all that confidence came from. Could it be that he doesn't understand the fearsomeness of pill debate? Speaking of such an examination method, Duman shuddered. Even though I am a 1-star apothecary, it is definitely impossible for me to pass the pill debate. Pill debate was something extremely terrifying. It was equivalent to challenging the 10 apothecaries with the knowledge of one. No matter how deep and vast one's knowledge was, how could they compete with that of 10 people? Furthermore, the main problem is that You have never forged a pill before. This is equivalent to the difference between a biologist and a butcher when trying to explain how to slaughter a pig. No matter how excellent your theories are, without trying it out, Hansen, it is difficult to succeed. We have already put it out so clearly, it is impossible for him to not to understand. Ouyang Qing shook his head. This person is truly an enigma. Indeed. In the first round, he achieved a perfect score. In the second, not only was his paper flawless, he even turned around to correct our mistakes. Furthermore, he is still so young. It is truly a wonder where his memorization and reasoning abilities came from. Recalling what that had happened a moment ago filled Duman with shock. The performance of the fellow previously was simply too outstanding. In terms of the ability to discern medicinal herbs, he was probably an entire level higher than them. An apprentice apothecary that was more knowledgeable than an apothecary himself. Without witnessing it firsthand, it was something no one would believe. Actually, it is not that difficult to know where his self-confidence came from. Didn't he go to the book collection vault to study? We can send someone over to follow him. It will just be a matter of time before he gives his secret in. Ouyang Qing said. Since he dared to undergo the pill debate, he definitely possessed vast and deep knowledge of pill forging. As long as they sent someone to follow behind him, it should be possible for them to unravel his secret. You're right. Duman nodded his head. Gesturing with his hands, he commanded his apprentice, Hua Hua, go and see what he is doing in the basic tier book collection vault. Try to keep your movements silent and inconspicuous so as to not be noticed by him. Yes. Zhu Hua Hua headed to the basic tier book collection vault. Not long later, the apprentice apothecary returned with a peculiar expression on his face. Why? What is he doing? Is he reading some remote pill forging method? Ouyang Qing stared at him. Apothecaries that participated in the pill debate would definitely come up with extremely difficult and remote questions, making it hard for others to answer. If one wanted to pass the examination, not only must they possess vast knowledge, they must also have a deep understanding of these remote pill forging methods as well. He isn't. Zhu Hua Hua's eyes swam around, as though still in a state of disbelief over what he just witnessed. He is flipping books. Flipping books. Perhaps he is looking for a specific book. Say, what is he flipping through? Ouyang Qing continued his interrogation. When I was there, he was flipping through basic pill forging books on the shelves. I secretly took a look. They were basic pill forging methods, how to extract the essence of medicinal herbs, preserving medicinal properties, guide to moving cauldrons, and books of that such. I was afraid of getting discovered, so I dared not get near to him. Zhu Hua Hua pondered for a moment before replying. Basic pill forging methods. How to extract the essence of medicinal herbs. Preserving medicinal properties. Guide to moving cauldrons. This. Duman and Ouyang Qing stared at one another, dumbfounded. Those are the most basic books for apprentice apothecaries, all right. They are knowledge that all apprentice apothecaries need to wield, just like how a human can walk and eat. This fellow is going to undergo pill debate tomorrow, and yet he is flipping through such books only now. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? This is as though after challenging the top swordsman under the heavens to a duel, you suddenly recall that you had to buy a sword and learn how to use it. Are you for real? Are you certain that he is reading these books? Unable to believe it, Ouyang Qing asked once again. I am not certain. He doesn't seem to be reading but flipping. He flips all the book that he passes by. I have no idea what he is doing. Zhu Hua Hua was on the verge of tears. He truly had no idea what the other party was doing. It was as though he was a lunatic, flipping all the books from the first row of books all the way over. He didn't seem to be reading through them or searching for a specific book. So what in the world could he be doing? Flipping books. All of the book that he passes by. Ouyang Qing and Duman blinked their eyes. Why did it sound like nonsense to them? How is he flipping through them? Show us. Duman said. It happened that there were quite a few books in the room as well. Zhu Hua Hua walked in front, grabbed a dozen of books and flipped through them. The sound of the flipping pages echoed in the room. You're done. Seeing that there were no actions after he was done flipping through those books, Ouyang Qing and Duman's eyes enlarged into perfect circles, unable to comprehend the situation. Yes. Zhu Huahua nodded his head. Just like that, after he's done, he moves on to the next shelf. Ouyang Cheng and Duman stared at one another and saw the frenzy in the other's eyes. They thought that this fellow went to the basic tier book collection vault to study, but in the end, he was there just to flip through books. Furthermore, no matter how fast others flipped their books, they would at least try to see what was in it. Yet he. What in the world can one see flipping through the book at such speed? Putting aside the contents in the book, he probably doesn't even know what the book is about. It can't be that. He wishes to see what material the books are made of so that he can burn them down. After a long while, Duman squeezed out a few words. Other than to burn these books, he truly had no idea what the use of flipping through all those books like that was. Impossible. Even though there aren't any secrets of the Apothecary Guild in the basic tier book collection vault, it isn't something that one can burn down casually. As an apprentice apothecary, he shouldn't be that rash. Ouyang Cheng shook his head. Even though Du Man's words seemed a little absurd, he was truly at a loss for a better explanation. His frown caused his forehead to wrinkle into large lumps. Then, what do you think is going on? What is he trying to do? Du Man couldn't help but ask his colleague. Ouyang Cheng's face reflected nothing but confusion as well. He had never heard of such a freak in his entire life, needless to say, C1. Could it be? Is he trying to look for a specific book? Furthermore, the book is made of a special material such that one can only identify it through touch. After a long moment of silence, he came up with a new theory. That's possible. The two of them sat before the desk, frowning at one moment and showing a bitter expression at the other. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to figure out the secrets of Zhang Xian. In a few short moments, they had come up with all kinds of reasons, generating excuses sufficient to last them for an entire lifetime. Even so, they were still oblivious to what the other party was trying to do. In between, Zhu Huahua paid the book collection vault several visits and reported on the other party's situation upon returning. Upon hearing that his movements had never stopped, and he was still flipping through the books, not even sparing books like what are pills, the types of medicinal herbs and their classification, do you need cauldrons to forge a pill? Several emotions flashed across their faces: bewilderment, dilemma, contemplation, confusion. At this moment, they realized that there was still capacity in their minds to generate more peculiar excuses. Chapter 100, Yao Han's Doubts. When Zhang Xian was still at the Apothecary Guild, Zhao Yu returned to her living quarters. Finally, I am able to solve this problem of mine. Holding the medicinal herb that Zhang Laosher gave her in her hands, her excitement was apparent on her clean jade-white face. Discomfort had been torturing her since childhood, and she was already finding herself unable to endure it any further. Upon hearing that there was a solution to her problem, she could no longer sit still. I have to grind this medicinal herb into powder before swallowing it with water. Just as she was about to find something to grind the medicinal herb, she heard footsteps and butler Yao Han walked over sneakily. Xiaojie, I'll be leaving. No one has brought you any trouble, right? Xiaojie, young mistress. After offending the grandson of Elder Shang Chen and fighting with several teachers in the academy, he decided to leave the academy to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon seeing that it was about time for Zhao Yu's classes to end, he came back to find her. Brought me trouble. Who would bring me trouble? Zhao Yu stared at Yao Han. I say, Uncle Yao, you should stop being so sensitive. Zhang Laosher truly treats me well, and he is actually a capable teacher at that. Please stop troubling him. She knew her father's butler didn't trust Zhang Laosher, thus she tried to persuade him otherwise. Treat you well. Xiaojie, you have been living in the city since young, so you have never seen how vile a human's heart can be. Yao Han harumphed. Before he could finish his words, his eyes happened upon the medicinal herb in Zhao Yu's hands. His entire body froze before he started trembling uncontrollably. Xiaojie. That medicinal herb in your hands. Where did you get it from? This. Lowering her head to ascertain what Yao Han was looking at, Zhao Yu lifted the medicinal herb up and said, Zhang Laosher gave me this. I have been feeling unwell recently, so he passed me this to have me grind it and consume it. Zhang Laosher gave you this. How is this possible? How can a poor teacher like him? Yao Han was unable to believe the situation unfolding before him. What's wrong, Uncle Yao? Is there something wrong with this medicinal herb? Zhao Ye knew the other party was of reliable character and there had to be a reason for that expression of his. No, it's not that there's something wrong with the herb but that it is too valuable. If I'm not wrong, this is Frigid Sun Mother Grass. Yao Han exclaimed. Frigid Sun Mother Grass. Zhao Ye was lost. It's the mother grass of frigid sun grass. Its effects are 10 times greater than that of frigid sun grasses. Frigid sun grasses aren't valuable, but this thing is extremely expensive. Back then when I was traveling around the kingdom alongside the city lord, I once had seen one and a single stalk was priced above 100,000 gold coins. Upon hearing how valuable the herb was, Zhao Ye was taken aback. Uncle Yao, are you not mistaken? I am not mistaken, this is definitely frigid sun mother grass. It is the most valuable medicinal herb that I have ever seen, so I have a deep impression of it. How can I possibly be wrong about it? Yao Han took another glance at it to confirm his conjecture. Frigid sun mother grass. 100,000 gold coins. Zhao Ye's slim body trembled. You said that Zhang Xian. Zhang Laosher gave it to you. Yao Han dared not to believe it at all. As he spoke, he even changed his method of addressing the other party from Zhang Xian to Zhang Laosher. Isn't he the worst teacher in the academy? Isn't his wages the lowest among the teachers? To gift such a valuable medicinal herb so simply. Indeed. Zhao Ye nodded her head. Back then when Zhang Laosher passed her the herb, he threw it casually to her as though it wasn't anything valuable at all. In fact, it wasn't even packaged, so all along, she thought of it as such. 100,000 gold coins. That is sufficient to buy a residence in the capital. Furthermore, a huge one. When others presented a gift, they would make a big fuss over it so as to make the whole world know how valuable their gift was. Yet, this Zhang Laosher created a cultivation technique just for her and gifted her such an expensive gift without demanding credit for it. He was completely nonchalant about it, and if it wasn't for Uncle Yao recognizing the herb, she would have just treated the herb as something invaluable and consumed it just like that. Zhao Ye felt moved and her eyes reddened slightly. I can't accept this. It's too valuable. Zhao Ye's slim body straightened and resolution appeared in her eyes. She hoped to solve the problem plaguing her, but as a student, she couldn't bear to receive continuously from her teacher without repaying him. Usually, it was the students who gave their teachers gifts to please them. Yet, Zhang Laosher had given so much to them. It was one thing if she didn't know about it, but now that she realized it, she wouldn't be a human if she accepted his gifts nonchalantly. Uncle Yao, how much money do you have on you? Zhao Ye turned around and asked. Only 20,000. Yao Han flipped through his pockets and retrieved several notes. He might be the butler of Bayou City, but his mission this time was only to escort Xiaojie to the academy, so he didn't bring much money. Give it to me. Grabbing it over, Zhao Ye didn't hesitate and dashed out. Feeling fretful, Yao Han hurriedly followed behind her. Soon, they arrived at the classroom, but no one was in sight. There was also no one at Zhang Xian's dormitory. Upon seeing Xiaojie so panicked, Yao Han utilized some of his connections and swiftly, he was informed that Zhang Laosher was at the apothecary guild. Before leaving, Zhang Xian didn't try to conceal his destination. As the butler of the city lord residence, it was normal for him to possess such connections to gather information. Apothecary guild. Could it be that Zhang Laosher bought this medicinal herb there? Zhao Ye clenched her fist. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her jade teeth and said, Uncle Yao, let's go and find Zhang Laosher. If she didn't pass this money to the other party, she would feel too embarrassed to accept this herb. If someone treated her so selflessly, she would do the same to him. How could she, Zhao Ye, consume such an expensive medicinal herb nonchalantly now that she knew of its value? Soon, she arrived at the apothecary guild. Now that they were here, it was easy to find news on him. It didn't take long for the duo to find Wen Shui, who still had an awful look on her face. You mean Zhang Laosher is currently taking the apprentice apothecary examinations? Zhang Laosher. You're saying that playboy Zhang Xian is a teacher? Wen Shui was bewildered. After a moment, she recovered and nodded her head. He is currently taking the apprentice apothecary examination. Zhao Ye and Yao Han exchanged gazes. Disbelief was especially apparent on Yao Han's face. An apprentice apothecary has to memorize the properties of medicinal herbs, and there is at least 100,000 medicinal herb they have to remember for the examination. Without several years of studying, it is impossible for one to pass the examination. Zhao Ye might not know too much about apothecaries, but as the butler of Bayou City Lord residence, Yao Han was well aware of it. Naturally, he understood the difficulty in becoming an apprentice apothecary. A young and incapable teacher went to take the apprentice apothecary examination. He probably failed, right? I know that this examination is difficult. Yao Han couldn't help but ask her. Fail. Initially, I shared your thoughts. Upon recalling the earlier occurrence, Wen Shui still felt incredulous. She bit her lips and harumphed. There are 3 rounds to the apprentice apothecary examinations. The first round is written paper, and not only did he pass, he even achieved a perfect score. Currently, he is undergoing the second round. Perfect score. Yao Han's body swayed. The first examination assessed a candidate's understanding of the traits and properties of medicinal herbs. Many people found themselves halted by this barrier. Yet, this teacher whom he had always thought of as a trash successfully passed the examination, achieving a perfect score even. To casually gift someone a medicinal herb worth 100,000 gold coins, to induce Xiaojie to become his student so willingly and to achieve a perfect score in the first round of the apprentice apothecary examination. Is he really the trash of the legends? For the first time, Yao Han doubted the rumors circulating around outside. Chapter 101, Zhao Ye is moved. As Xiaojie was adamant to acknowledge Zhang Xian as her teacher, Yao Han had been looking into Zhang Xian's background these few days. This Zhang Laoshe was once known as a genius, reaching Fighter 3 Denjinchi realm by 16 years old. However, his legacy stopped there. He had been stuck at that cultivation realm ever since, and as time passed, the genius became trash. At 18 years old, he took the teacher examination and passed in one go, thus becoming Hongtian Academy's youngest teacher. Back then, his name rang brightly, incurring the envy of numerous teachers. Initially, they thought that this young teacher would be able to produce good results and soar to great heights. Yet, the reality was cruel. After news of the cultivation of his student going berserk spread out, all of the students he admitted withdrew from his lessons and he was left alone. Eventually, he even scored a 0 for his teacher qualification examination, causing his reputation to sour further. Thus, Hongtian Academy's youngest teacher became a joke and the greatest trash. These rumors were everywhere. So he thought that it was just a moment of folly on Xiaojie's part, but as long as he properly enlightened her, she would realize her mistake and see through the true nature of this trash of a teacher. At this moment, upon hearing that he scored perfectly for the first round of the apothecary examinations, his deep-rooted thoughts started to waver. Apothecaries had to have an in-depth knowledge of medicinal herbs and also a deep understanding of the human body. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to concoct pills suited for cultivators. So, how could someone who passed the first round of the apprentice apothecary examination possibly cause a student's cultivation to go berserk? No matter how good he is in theories, it is useless if he is unable to utilize them practically. The second round of the examination is medicinal herb discernment time trial. Of the 10 medicinal herbs, if he were to get a single one of them wrong, he will fail the examination. Wen Shui harumphed furiously. She still felt resentment toward Zhang Xian. Initially, she thought that he was a playboy intentionally acting to attract her attention. In the end, he turned out to be someone capable, causing her face to burn in embarrassment and become unable to face the other party. At this point, they saw 2 people walking over. They were the 2 out of the 3 who passed the first round of examinations, Sun Tao and Qian Wenman. How is it, did you 2 pass the examination? Wen Shui hurried forward and asked them. As frequent candidates for the apprentice apothecary examinations, they were well acquainted with one another. No. The both of them shook their heads in disappointment. They felt discontent, but this loss was something they could concede. After all, they had to concede even if they didn't want to. The other person scored full marks in the first round, and in the second, he was even able to point out the mistakes of true apothecaries. His abilities were way beyond their imaginations. Then, what about Zhang Xian? Upon hearing that they didn't pass the second round, Wen Shui couldn't help but ask once more. He passed. He is an apprentice apothecary now. Sun Tao said. Apprentice apothecary? Wen Shui's small stature staggered. Previously, when she was conversing with the other party, it had been clear to her that that fellow had zero understanding of medicinal herbs and such. In fact, he wasn't even clear on what an apothecary was. Initially, she thought that it was a joke for him to register for the examinations, so she was filled with disdain toward him. Yet, not only did he pass the round of examinations, he even went on to bash through the remaining 2 to successfully become an apprentice apothecary. This slap caused a fiery and stinging sensation on her face. She had toiled for so many years, only to remain blocked out in the very first round. Yet, the other party became an apprentice apothecary so easily. She even mocked the other party for his thick skin. Where did her confidence originate from? That. When will Zhang Laoshe come out? Zhao Yu looked around but didn't see Zhang Xian anywhere. Thus, she asked the 2. She wasn't as surprised as Wen Shui was. That's because the image of Zhang Laoshe in her heart was omnipotent, and becoming a mere apprentice apothecary should mean nothing at all to him. He went to the book collection vault. He intends to return tomorrow afternoon to undergo pill debate to become a certified apothecary. Sun Tao still found the situation unbelievable even as he said these words himself. How much guts did it take for him to choose to undergo pill debate right after becoming an apprentice apothecary? Undergo pill debate to become a certified apothecary? Wen Shui staggered and her eyes were about to pop out from their sockets. Giddiness filled her head. Tomorrow afternoon. Are you for real? Why does it sound like a joke to me? Also, what in the world is a pill debate? Pill debate is another method for one to become an apothecary. One has to debate with 10 official apothecaries and emerge victorious over them. Seeing the perplexed looks of the crowd, Sun Tao explained. This examination is even more difficult than pill forging and the penalties upon failure are much greater. At this point, he shook his head subconsciously. I have once read of pill debate in the books. The difficulty of it is much greater than the pill forging examination. One needs to triumph over 10 official apothecaries in terms of knowledge on practical aspects of pill forging. It is an exceptionally difficult test. Uncle Li suppressed the shock he was experiencing and nodded his head to affirm what Sun Tao said. At the same time, he couldn't help but be baffled. He is able to become an apprentice apothecary at such a young age, so he shouldn't lack time. Why is he so anxious such that he had to choose to undergo pill debate? He could just tread upon the normal route to learn pill forging. After all, the consequences of failing a pill debate is difficult to bear. His accomplishment of becoming an apprentice apothecary under 20 years old was an incredible feat even when taking the previous 1,000 years of history of Tianqian Kingdom's apothecary guild into account. He wouldn't lose out much to slow down and learn pill forging properly. There was no need for him to put himself at risk by undergoing pill debate. One must know that the difficulty of pill debate was several times that of pill forging and successes were rare. I'm not sure too. He seems to be looking for books regarding unique constitutions. However, these books are only available to certified apothecaries. Sun Tao mused for a moment and recalled the conversation between Zhang Xian and Ouyang Cheng. Oh, he also mentioned something about half a month. It seems that there is something urgent that requires him to become an apothecary within half a month to find those books. Half a month. Unique constitution. While Wen Shui and the others simply found the situation baffling, Zhao Yu paled and trembled uncontrollably. She had a unique constitution, pure Yin body. This was something that Zhang Laoshe told her. Half a month, wasn't that the day of the freshman tournament? To be rushing to accomplish it within half a month. Could it be that Zhang Laoshe intends to awaken her unique constitution to raise her strength? After all, a unique constitution held no might if it wasn't awakened. It must be it. Clenching her fists tightly, Zhao Yu suppressed the emotions in her heart. She looked at Uncle Li and asked, Senior, you said that the penalties upon failure are great, may I ask what the penalties are? This. I'm not too sure either. Uncle Li shook his head. He had only read of pill debate in the books, so he wasn't really aware of the penalties. Oh, I know. Master Ouyang had spoken of it previously. Sun Tao contemplated for a moment and said, there is a total of 3 penalties. Firstly, one has to pay each apothecary with 100,000 gold coins, so that's a total of 1,000,000 gold coins for the 10 of them. Secondly, he has to suffer 100 god-slaying flogs. Thirdly, he is banned from the apothecary examination for 10 years. 1,000,000 gold coins. 100 god-slaying flogs. Banned from the apothecary examination for 10 years. Zhao Ya's body trembled even more intensely. This punishment was way too severe. In order to help her awaken her constitution, Zhang Laoshe was willing to go through so much peril. Teacher. Thank you. Even if I, Zhao Ya, were to be smashed to smithereens, it would be difficult for me to repay this gratitude. Unable to hold back her billowing emotions any longer, tears streamed down from Zhao Ya's clean jade-like face. Chapter 102, To the Top of the World. Who? It's finally done. Zhang Xian had been flipping through the book since afternoon, and it was already around 10 at night. Finally done with his work, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. There were all kinds of books on in the basic tier book collection vault, and they were all regarding pill forging. Even though his cultivation realm had risen by leaps and bounds recently, flipping through the huge collection of books still caused him fatigue. After flipping through all of the books, he confirmed that there were no books regarding unique constitutions in this book collection vault. Naturally, he was unable to find an answer to his question. That was to say, he had to become an apothecary to look through the advanced tier book collection vault to achieve his goals. This knowledge should be enough for the apothecary examination. Even though the Apothecary Guild in Tianxian Kingdom was only a small branch, it had the powerful headquarters backing it. As such, even if the country were to fall, the guild would not. After a duration of several centuries, perhaps even a millennium, even a basic tier book collection vault would contain a vast amount of knowledge in it. Even a true apothecary couldn't possibly finish all of the books and assimilate all knowledge in them for his own. However, Zhang Xian was able to do so. With this much knowledge, if he were to claim to be the second most knowledgeable person in pill forging in Tianxian Kingdom, no one would dare to claim themselves to be the first. Of course, this was all just theory. If he were to really try it, putting aside pill forging, he might even have difficulty starting the fire. I should go and grab a bite. Fondling his protesting stomach, Zhang Xian stretched his back and walked out of the book collection vault with widened strides. Right after eating breakfast, he went to lessons, underwent the Enlightenment Will trial and took the apprentice apothecary examination. After busying himself for an entire day, his stomach had already started growling furiously long ago. If not for the rise in his cultivation realm and enhanced physical body, he might have found himself unable to persist on for that long. The basic tier book collection vault was inside the examination hall for apprentice apothecaries. Walking out, he saw Ouyang Cheng and Duman sitting inside. They were holding brushes in their hands, seemingly scribbling something on a piece of paper, and bewilderment, dilemma, contemplation, and confusion could be seen on their faces. What are you all doing? Seeing the two apothecaries in such a state, Zhang Xian walked over curiously. Ah. The both of them were trying to figure out what Zhang Xian was doing. Upon seeing him walk over, the both of them were taken aback. They hurriedly used their hands to cover the contents of the paper on the table. Zhang Xian lowered his head to take a look. A few words come into his sight. Speculation on his motive for flipping through books in the book collection vault. Number 1, act cool, 30 votes. Number 2, boredom, 1 vote. Number 3, investigating the material of the books, 1 vote. After reading the first few lines, black lines streaked across Zhang Xian's face. Is this about me? He was the only one flipping through books in the book collection vault previously. It is definitely about me, but what the heck do the votes mean? Furthermore, why is act cool in the first place, and the number of votes on it? Cough cough, we were just curious of your actions of flipping through the books in the book collection vault. Thus, we couldn't help but discuss it. Exposed, Ouyang Cheng suppressed his embarrassment and revealed the truth. Ouyang Cheng has a reputation for being a strict and stern apothecary. To think that he would be hiding in the room with another apothecary to discuss the motive behind an apprentice apothecary's action of flipping through books, even getting others to vote on it. No one would believe it even if word was to spread out. I wanted to look for a book. I wasn't able to find it, so I continued flipping through all of the books in the vault. Zhang Xian casually answered. He mustn't reveal the truth about the Library of Heaven's Path, but his action of flipping through the books was indeed a little bizarre, so it couldn't be helped that others would hold suspicion toward his actions. Looks like he had to be more careful in the future. Even so, he was just flipping through books. Others might hold doubt toward the intention behind his actions, but at most, they would just be unable to make heads or tails out of his actions. It was impossible for them to suspect the possibility of an existence of a massive library in his head. Such a simple answer. Upon hearing the answer, Ouyang Cheng and Duman looked constipated. They had been discussing the matter for an entire afternoon, even skipping their meals to do so. They thought that there was some special significance behind his actions. Never would they dream that the answer was so simple. What else would it be if not for that? Zhang Xian asked. It would do as long as it didn't involve the revelation of the existence of the Library of Heaven's Path. He could tell a lie without feeling embarrassed over it anyway. All right then. Ouyang Cheng shook his head helplessly. After investigating and analyzing the issue for an entire afternoon, he didn't expect the other party's answer to be so simple. Thus, to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation, he could only change the topic. I have already informed the 10 apothecaries about the pill debate. They will be here tomorrow, so make preparations for it. It will be conducted here tomorrow afternoon. Great. Zhang Xian nodded his head. After asking a few more questions about how the pill debate would be conducted, he turned around and took his leave. After walking out of the room, he heard Duman's voice ringing behind him. You lost, pay up. I lost, but you didn't win either. You wagered most of your money on him acting cool. Ouyang Cheng said with a displeased tone. Zhang Xian staggered. You all are respectable apothecaries, all right. To gamble over me. Furthermore, acting cool. Your head that I am acting cool. With a stifled sensation at his chest, Zhang Xian walked to the entrance of the Apothecary Guild and caught sight of Xiaoya and the others. Why are you here? Bewilderment flashed across his eyes. This is the Apothecary Guild, not the Academy. Why would Xiaoya be here? Zhang Laoshe, thank you. Upon seeing him, Xiaoya could no longer suppress the emotions in her and kneels to the floor. Gratitude reflected in her eyes. Stand up, stand up. What are you thanking me for? Zhang Xian frowned. What happened to this lass? Kneeling down upon seeing me. Could it be that her illness is cured? At this point, he asked, have you eaten the frigid sun mother grass yet? How are its effects? Upon hearing frigid sun mother grass, Yao Han, who considered the possibility of whether Zhang Xian was ignorant of the value of the herb before gifting it to Xiaoya, trembled. It looks like he knows the herb. If so, he should know the value of it as well. To give such a valuable herb to his student so casually, and to put himself in peril by taking the apothecary examination for the sake of awakening his student's unique constitution. Regardless of how Zhang Xian's lessons were, just this responsibility of his was sufficient to leave him in awe. Zhang Laoshe, I apologize for my previous insolent attitude and doubting your kindness. Please forgive me. Yao Han stepped forward and bowed in apology. His previous actions were truly laughable. How can such a responsible teacher be inadequate in his teachings? Seems like the rumors outside are untrue after all. Upon seeing the both of them behaving like that, Zhang Xian blinked his eyes. Can anyone tell me what is going on? I had only taken an apprentice apothecary examination, why are they suddenly behaving so bizarrely? Soon, he made sense out of the situation. Actually, his reason for coming here wasn't just to awaken Xiaoya's unique constitution, it was more for Yuan Tao instead. He didn't expect such a simple action to induce such feelings of gratitude in her. However, he came to a realization after contemplating over the situation slightly. In the perspective of others, pill debate was something that was likely to end in failure. It was a huge risk to take, and yet he chose to proceed ahead even so. In their eyes, he had become a teacher who could give up his all and bash through all obstacles just for his students. Just this sentiment itself was priceless. Upon understanding this all, Zhang Xian was at a loss for words. His actions had moved Xiaoya. But similarly, the other party's actions had also moved him. In the past, he had only treated these students as anchors to prevent him from getting expelled. However, at this moment, he realized the simple fact that all humans have emotions. They would treat you like how you treat them. The children's desire for knowledge and the gratitude they felt toward him made him understand the responsibilities of a teacher and the heavy burden they shouldered. Don't worry. As my students, I will bring you all to greater heights, all the way to the top of the world. Clenching his fists tightly together, Zhang Xian made a solemn vow. At this moment, he had finally made his metamorphosis from a transcender to a teacher. The moment such a thought appeared, at the apex of the library of heaven's path, an intense peal sounded and a golden book formed. However, Zhang Xian didn't notice it. Chapter 103, Fighter 6 Den Pishue Realm. Zhang Laoshi, I don't have sufficient money to pay for the frigid sun mother grass now, so I will pay you a portion first. Treat it as our Bayou City buying it from you. After all, we can't expect you to go bankrupt while teaching Xiaojie. Oblivious to the changes that had occurred in Zhang Xian, Yao Han stepped forward to pass over banknotes worth 20,000 in total. There's no need for it. It's just a medicinal herb, it's just a small affair. Zhang Xian shook his head. The responsibility of a teacher had just dawned on him, so how could he accept money from a student at this moment? Furthermore, it was just a stalk of frigid sun mother grass. Frigid sun grass was only worth 100 gold coins per stalk, so a frigid sun mother grass shouldn't be worth much either. His fortune counted in the millions, so why would he bother about that petty sum? Furthermore, he obtained this stalk by acting cool, not even spending the least bit of money on it. His heart didn't ache giving it away like this. Upon seeing his resolute determination, Yao Han could only keep his money. Feeling impressed, he commented, Zhang Laoshi, I'm really impressed by your generosity. To give a herb worth 100,000 gold coins just like that, it's laughable that I've thought that you were trying to scam our Xiaojie. What? Worth 100,000 gold coins? Zhang Xian's lips quivered. This frigid sun mother grass is worth 100,000 gold coins. If I knew that it was worth 100,000 gold coin, I should have accepted your money. Other people gave presents to their teachers in a show of filial piety, so why was it that when it came to him, he was paying them instead? Yes. Yao Han looked over with a peculiar expression. Could it be that Zhang Laoshi doesn't know of its price? Even though his heart was bleeding, he knew that he couldn't retract his words at this point. As such, he assumed a stern face once more. With an arrogant aura that treated all worldly objects contemptuously, he said, Of course not, money means nothing to me at all. Xiaojie is my student, and a herb worth 100,000 gold coins is but a small matter. If it's beneficial to her, there's no need to hesitate over mere money. Since what's done is done, he could only go ahead and sell her the favor. Xiaojie has truly found a good teacher. Seeing his attitude, Yao Han was truly in awe of him. No wonder Xiaojie kept praising him. Just his morals itself is sufficient to send others in awe like me. Standing by the side, Wen Shui looked on the situation in embarrassment. If only there was a burrow here, she would have dived in immediately. The other party was such an upstanding and noble teacher, yet she mistook him as a pursuer of hers, treating him disdainfully. Her actions were truly laughable. Thankfully, he had a generous heart and was indifferent to her rudeness. Otherwise, his identity as an apprentice apothecary was more than sufficient to have her permanently expelled. Let's return. I have to prepare for the pill debate tomorrow as well. A single act had cost him 100,000 gold coins. Besides, the money wasn't anything much. After all, Bayou City was paying for it, not Xiaojie. Suppressing the urge to cry, Zhang Xian walked out to the streets. By the time he returned to the academy after having dinner, it was already nearing midnight. Since I'm not tired yet, I should look into how I can break into Pishue realm. In his previous life, he was a nocturnal owl. Furthermore, given his level of cultivation, his physical condition was much better than how it was back then. Even though it was already late at night, he wasn't tired in the least. After exposing the might of a Pishue realm expert in the Enlightenment Tower today, the academy should be making a move soon to confer him the title of an elder. Upon becoming an elder, he would be granted entry into the Elders' Compendium Pavilion. By then, he would be able to obtain sufficient Fighter 6 Den secret manuals to perfect his Heaven's Path divine art. Of course, before then, studying it was okay as well. After all, he had duplicated quite a few secret manuals from Master Lu Chen's residence. Even though only a partial of the words were true and as such, unable to be linked together to form a complete version, it was still worth studying. With a jolt of his mind, a dozen books or so which he saw in Master Lu Chen's residence appeared in his consciousness. Actually, Pishuer realm cultivation isn't very difficult. The only difficulty one will face is the sequence of breaking through the acupoints. After scanning through the numerous manuals, Zhang Xian came to a realization. It is said that there are 108 acupoints on a human body. However, only 72 of which can be opened. Furthermore, there is a specific sequence to opening these acupoints. Everyone's physical body is different, and as such, there is a different sequence for everyone to follow to achieve optimal results. If one didn't find the correct route, it's likely that they might only be able to open 30 to 40 acupoints and be stuck there for the rest of their lives. It's just like cleansing the silt and mud off a river. Only by cleansing from the upper stream can the river be cleansed entirely. If one were to start from the center, not only will the river not be cleaned thoroughly, it may even cause a blockade. This is precisely the reason why the first acupointment to open is important. If one were to get it wrong, it will have disastrous repercussions. This book Golden Flame Technique says that the first acupointment to open should be the Shenli acupointment. Only with strength can one break through the other more important acupoints. On the other hand, this art of sun adaptation says that one should start from the Zhongshu acupointment because it is in the direct center of the human body. The acupointment one should start with was different in every single book, and each of their reasoning seemed logical. Others might end up becoming confused upon reading through all these, but Zhang Xian possessed the library of Heaven's Path. With but a single glance, he knew that all of it were false. Being unable to find the correct acupointment is equivalent to being unable to find the source of a river. If an error was to occur from the very start, it would be difficult to push on afterward. Forget it. After studying for a moment longer, Zhang Xian realized that none of the manuals held the correct answer to the first acupointment he should break through. Just when he was about to give up, an idea popped up in his mind. If what is recorded in all these books are false, and given that a human only has 108 acupoints in total, if I were to try them one by one, wouldn't I be able to figure out the sequence of which I should open up my acupoints? The method to break through acupoints was simple, one just had to use their zhenqi to surge through it. The main problem was the sequence to doing so. Since these were all wrong, of the 108 acupoints in his body, there had to be a correct one. Other people might be unable to try them one by one, but such a problem didn't exist for him. As he possessed the library of Heaven's Path, after eliminating all mistakes, what was left should be naturally correct. Give it a try. At this point, Zhang Xian didn't hesitate any further. Picking up a brush and paper, he wrote out the 108 acupoints on a human body out and cancelled away the incorrect first acupoints from the various secret manuals. From it, followed by the other acupoints that were proven to be in the correct positions for him in the sequence listed in the books. After which, only 20 acupoints were left of the 108. However, there was no need to worry. Zhang Xian hand-copied a manual and alternated the 20 acupoints in the first acupointment within the sequence one by one. A new secret manual appeared in the library of Heaven's Path, displaying the errors and flaws of it. At his 13th try, his mind jolted and the secret manual reflected the first acupointment that had no flaws. Haha, I've succeeded. To think that it would be the Xinqiao acupointment. Since the library of Heaven's Path has not pointed out any errors in it, it means that this is the first acupointment I should break through to enter Pishuer realm. Xinqiao acupointment is a hidden acupointment in a human body. Without pure zhenqi, it's impossible for a fighter 5 Den pinnacle to open it. No wonder it isn't written in any of these manuals. After verifying the first acupointment he had to open, Zhang Xian was filled with excitement. Xinqiao acupointment was located in the depths of one's heart. It was reputed as one of the 36 locked acupoints. Without sufficiently pure zhenqi, not only would one be unable to open it, one's cultivation might even go berserk while attempting to open it. If not for the verification by the library of Heaven's Path, he would have never believed that this would be the first acupointment he needed to open. It was no wonder that he was unable to find the correct sequence in the manuals he duplicated. To think that the correct acupointment for him to start with was one of the locked acupoints. From the looks of it now, even though it was termed as locked acupointment, but with the correct sequence, one would be able to break it open. Chapter 104, Fighter 6 Den Pishuer Realm, Second Half. Let's begin. Everything else went easy after discovering the correct acupointment. the method to breaking them open was about the same. Without much hesitation, Zhang Xian directed the Zhenqi in his body towards the Xinqiao ache appointment. Not long after, there was a loud explosion and Zhang Xian's body swayed uncontrollably. Instantaneously, Zhang Xian felt a qualitative improvement in his mental state. Regardless of whether it was his vitality or his reaction speed, they improved by leaps and bounds. He had successfully broken through Fighter 6 Denpishuer realm. If he closed his eyes at this instant, he could sense radiance emitting from an ache appointment within his body, like a star in the middle of a dark night. Goo goo goo. With the ache appointment opened, spiritual energy immediately gushed in, inducing a rise in his strength by a single ding. Sensing the changes in his body, Zhang Xian knew that he had successfully accomplished a breakthrough to the next realm. Even without cultivation technique manuals, I can always try to fumble around for the correct part by experimenting with every single possibility. Even if there are 10,000 possible routes in my cultivation, as long as I toss out all of the erroneous ones, I will eventually find the correct one. His eyes twinkled with excitement. It was just a conjecture he came up with abruptly, so he didn't really expect to succeed. Of course, such a method was only possible for Pishuer realm. There was a total of 108 acupoints in the human body and they were all fixed in place. Thus, it was possible for him to try them one by one. However, if he really tried to create a cultivation technique of his own out of nowhere, even with the Library of Heaven's Path, he would surely tire himself to death. Actually, Zhang Xian didn't know that the reputation for the 36 locked acupoints didn't come from nowhere. Without the purest Zhenqi, it was impossible for one to break open the acupoints. Using a simple analogy, if the other acupoints are paths, the 36 locked acupoints are pinhole-sized paths. Impure Zhenqi is like muddy water. Even though it can flow through the other paths with ease, it is an impossible task for it to pass through the pinhole-sized paths. Just the silt in the muddy water itself is sufficient to plug up the path. If one tries to break through it forcefully, they might end up crushing their ache appointment instead, causing an imbalance in their body, and ultimately, death. Zhang Xian cultivated the flawless Heaven's Path divine art and his Zhenqi had no impurities in it whatsoever, like completely pure water. Even when facing pinhole-sized paths, it could easily pass through to break open the ache appointment successfully. I should continue with the second ache appointment. With a single successful experience, Zhang Xian continued to look for the second ache appointment. After a while, the second ache appointment was successfully opened as well. The hardest part of the Pishuer realm was in finding the correct sequence to open the acupoints. As long as one found it, breaking through the Pishuer realm was an extremely easy task. Zhaoya's residence. Yao Han was sitting at a distance not too far away from Zhaoya. Xiaojie, tell me about this Zhang Laoshe and your physical condition. Why do you need to consume the medicinal herb? Initially, he was prejudiced against Zhang Xian, but after seeing him put himself in peril for his students and gifting a medicinal herb worth 100,000 gold coins so casually, he couldn't help but doubt the notions he had of him. His actions might be a facade, but that tranquil and nonchalant aura of his and that disposition of an enlightened expert couldn't be feigned. How could one who possessed such aura, disposition, and morals possibly be a villain who fooled women? Looked like he had been mistaken from the very start. Furthermore, Xiaojie had been healthy all along. Why did she need to consume this medicinal herb? Not to mention, such an expensive and valuable one. Filled with doubt, he couldn't help but bring them up upon reaching her residence. Zhang Laoshe. Initially, I was prejudiced against him as well until I saw his capabilities personally and listened to his lectures. Zhaoya started to recount everything that happened ever since she met Zhang Xian. Upon speaking about her physical illness, her face flushed red. In the past, she would definitely be too embarrassed to speak of it. She would wonder if she had problems with her innate nature and her body. However, upon getting the truth of the matter from Zhang Laoshe, she managed to get past that barrier of hers. For a person possessing pure Yin body to cultivate a pure Yin cultivation technique, it resulted in Yin energy accumulating in her body, and if not for her outstanding mental resilience, she would have given in long ago. Pure Yin body. Xiaojie has pure Yin body. To think that we were unaware of that. We even made you cultivate the white jade pure maiden skill. Upon hearing the symptoms and pain the girl had undergone throughout the years, Yao Han's face paled. He was of the same generation as Zhaoya's father and he had long seen Zhaoya as his own daughter. If not for Zhang Laoshe seeing through to the crux of the problem, Xiaojie might still be trapped in the quagmire of pain, unable to pull herself out of it. Unable to see through this all despite being a senior who had been beside her all this time, he felt intense self-reproach and remorse. Back at the Apothecary Guild, he had heard her say that she had a unique constitution. Back then, it wasn't convenient for him to ask about it. Never in his dreams would he imagine that it was of this kind, and that such aftereffects would occur upon cultivation, a pure yin cultivation technique. Since this Zhang Laoshe is so capable, why would his reputation be so? After listening to the words of the young girl, this Zhang Laoshe seemed to be an incredible figure of great capabilities. However, if he were that incredible, his reputation should have long ago rung far and wide. Why would the results of his investigation be that he had failed the teacher qualification examination and even caused a student's cultivation to go berserk? Today, due to Liu Yang's affair, the Education Bureau conducted an Enlightenment Will trial. Zhao Ye went on to talk about the incident that occurred at the Enlightenment Will Tower. What? You mean, it was due to Elder Shang Chen's intentional oppression that his reputation is so poor? Zhang Laoshe, in consideration for the image of the academy, didn't expose him. His strength is already that of Pixue realm pinnacle. Yao Han shuddered. If he didn't hear this news firsthand, he would have never believed it. For the head of the Education Bureau of an established academy to be so shameless. On the other hand, for Zhang Laoshe, to be such a noble person. Looked like he was indeed mistaken. Not just him, everyone was mistaken about him. I have never seen Elder Shang Chen, but Shang bin Laoshe, who is his grandson, is interest-motivated and vicious. Naturally, his grandfather can't be any better. If anyone else heard such rumors about the head of the Education Bureau, they would definitely doubt the reliability of the news. However, Yao Han didn't have the slightest hesitation in believing Zhao Ye's words. He had never met Shang Chen, but he had met Shang Bin. The wounds on his face were the doing of the other party. Since the grandson was of such character, how noble can the grandfather be? Birds of the same feathers flock together. Uncle Yao, now that you know about Zhang Laoshe's affairs, I hope that you can be more respectful to him from now on. After concluding her explanation, Zhao Ye looked at Yao Han with a grim expression. Rest assured. Your uncle isn't a foolish person. I know what to do from now on. Yao Han nodded his head. The next instant, his expression darkened. The authoritativeness and self-confidence of the butler of a powerful family exuded from him as he continued, however, this Shang Chen and Shang Bin had caused me to bear misunderstandings about Zhang Laoshe, not to mention how they soiled his reputation. I must converse with the city lord and have them punished. Yeah. Such vile people deserve to be punished. Zhao Ye nodded her head. She was unlike Wang Ying. Wang Ying had a docile and honest nature while she, as the daughter of a city lord, possessed a valiant disposition. Otherwise, she wouldn't have barged into Zhang Xian's classroom angrily upon hearing others praise him. This was precisely the reason why, upon hearing Yao Han say that he would teach the duo a lesson, she didn't hesitate and immediately nodded her head in agreement. If not for this head of the Education Bureau, Zhang Laoshe wouldn't suffer such injustice and be viewed mockingly and contemptuously by the rest of the world. Otherwise, given his capabilities, how could he possibly be unable to recruit any students? They must be taught a lesson, and a severe one at that, one that will send their reputation down the drain. Uncle Yao, I will be troubling you to spread this information. The more people know of it, the better. At this, Zhao Ye issued a command. Yes. Yao Han nodded his head. Chapter 105, New Worries, First Half. Pipa. Pilai Pala. Throughout the entire night, the sound of him breaking through in his cultivation could be heard every now and then as his strength soared continuously. To think that the night would be over in a flash. Finally, Zhang Xian opened his eyes. The sun had already risen. Despite going without sleep the entire night, not only did Zhang Xian not feel fatigued, he even felt revitalized instead. With the level of purity of his Jinqi and the uniqueness of his Heaven's Path divine art, breaking through his cultivation realm was an extremely easy task. It was just that it took time for him to identify the correct acupoints. Even so, in a single night, he had opened over 20 acupoints. Going by conventional standards, a fighter could only open 72 acupoints in their entire body. Every 18 acupoints opened was considered a tier. That was to say, if one opened 118 acupoints, he was in Pishuer realm primary stage, 1936 acupoints for the intermediate stage, 3754 for advanced stage and 5572 for pinnacle. However, due to the low purity of Jinchi that most people possessed and incorrect sequence they opened their acupoints in, the cultivation of most people stopped progressing after opening 30 to 40 acupoints. The only way for them to grow stronger was to try to break through Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm. As a result, the classification above remained in theory. Based on Tianxian Kingdom's standards, Pishuer realm basic stage was classified as opening 110 acupoints, intermediate stage 1120, advanced 2130, and pinnacle 31 and above. As long as one opened 31 acupoints and above, regardless of whether it was 31 or 72, they were all considered as Pishuer realm pinnacle in Tianxian Kingdom. When Zhang Xian was still at Dingli realm pinnacle, he already possessed 8 ding of strength. After recultivating his first 3 cultivation realms, his strength was boosted by 12 ding. Adding them up together, he possessed a total of 20 ding of strength before breaking into Pishuer realm. After opening 20 acupoints, just taking into account Jinchi itself, he possessed 40 ding of strength. That was equivalent to a Pishuer realm pinnacle expert. Other people had difficulty opening a single acupointment in the course of half a month while he opened 20 of it in a single night. Furthermore, 90% of the time was spent on researching the correct sequence. No one would be able to believe that it was possible for one's cultivation realm to soar that rapidly. However, if the flawless heaven's path divine art didn't have such effects, it wouldn't be worthy of the word perfect. After grabbing some food to eat, he headed to the classroom. You're saying that? In order to find a way to awaken your unique constitution, Zhang Laosher was willing to undergo pill debate to become an apothecary. In the classroom, Zhao Ye revealed what had happened yesterday to Wang Ying and the rest. Zhang Laosher had created cultivation techniques for us, and now he is putting himself at risk for our welfare. No matter what, we must achieve good results in the freshman tournament. Otherwise, we would have truly let down Zhang Laosher, and his efforts to groom us would be in vain. The eyes of Jing Yang and the others burned passionately. Even the usually lazy Yuan Tao was agitated. Warriors died fighting to protect their soulmates. Zhang Laosher had done so much to protect them. If they still knew none of the gratitude at this point, they would truly be ingrates. No, I have to start cultivating right now. Me too. In an instant, zeal consumed everyone and only a single goal retained in their minds. That was to bring glory to Zhang Laosher by astonishing everyone with their strength in the freshman tournament. What is wrong with them all? Upon walking into the classroom, he saw that not only were all his students present, every single of them were cultivating seriously and diligently. Zhang Xian found the situation slightly queer. Was there something wrong with these fellows? Teacher. Just when he was about to start his lessons, he saw Wang Tao, Wang Yan, and Zhao Yanfeng walking over. Zhang Xian had already agreed to have Wang Tao and Wang Yan listen to by the side of the class. However, why was Zhao Yanfeng here too? I impertinently made my own decision to withdraw from Lu Laosher's tutelage. If my decision had caused you trouble, please punish me. As soon as Zhang Xian walked into the classroom, Zhao Yanfeng immediately confessed. Hearing these words, Zhang Xian came to a realization why Lu Sun picked a fight with him out of nowhere. So this was the reason. Despite being the most reputable star teacher in the academy, 2 students of his withdrew from his lessons to listen to the lessons of the worst teacher. No matter who it was, they would definitely find this situation unacceptable. How could he continue teaching other students in the future if word were to spread out? How could he win his students' trust like this? All right, you can listen to my lessons. Since the matter had already happened, if he sent Zhao Yanfeng back, others might think that he was afraid of Lu Sun. As such, he could only pretend to be unaware of the matter. In any case, he wasn't obliged to offer pointers to students listening in his lesson. They were free to leave if they want to, and it wouldn't really waste any time of his. Stop for a moment. You all should have already tried to cultivate the cultivation techniques I passed you all yesterday. Ignoring the trio, Zhang Xian turned his attention to Zhao Ye, Wang Ying, and the others. We have. The eyes of his students glowed in excitement. The cultivation technique Zhang Laosher had created for them was incredible. With just a single night of training, they felt the energy within their body growing stronger. Just the effort of a single day was comparable to what they achieved in 10 previously. As such, they felt even more impressed with the teacher before them. Let me see your punching routines. Wang Ying, we'll start from you. Zhang Xian turned his gaze over to her. Wang Ying stepped forward and swiftly executed a punching routine. Not bad. After which, Zhang Xian casually offered some pointers and pointed out a few flaws in her cultivation. The same occurred for Zhaoye, Lu Yang, and the others. All in all, the speed at which his 5 students were cultivating it were rather fast. In fact, it was an astonishing speed compared to other students. Even so, if they were to continue at this pace, there would still be a significant gap between his students and Lu Sun's. Lu Sun was a star teacher of the academy. Those who studied under him were basically the top students of the entire academy. The entrance examination assessed a student's overall performance and their potential. Zhaoye, Wang Ying, and the others were only able to squeeze into the top 100 via their potential. If one were to only consider their fighting prowess, only Zhaoye was better off among the 5 of them. The other 4 would probably be ranked below 500. This was especially true for Yuan Tao. His placing in the entrance examination was reflective of his strength. It was impossible to have the several hundred of students under Lu Sun fight with the 5 students of his. That would be unfair. As such, he would pick 5 of them out to fight with them. To choose the top 5 out of several hundred powerful students, it was clear to see how difficult it would be for Zhaoye and the others to triumph over them. Putting aside the others, the top 3 students of the entrance examination had come under his tutelage and all 3 of them had already broken into Fighter 2 Dan. Given how the 5 of them were unable to defeat Zhu Hong, who was ranked 4th, despite ganging up against him, how could they possibly deal with the other 3 individually? Even though potential, talent, and personality could help to boost a student's ranking in the freshman tournament, what was valued the highest was still strength. Without strength, everything else was empty talk. Once they lose on the sparring field, all of the former would be negated by the others. Wang Ying's legs has just recovered and her body hasn't adapted to the changes in her body yet. As such, she is unable to utilize her strength properly. With 2 months of rest, her condition should improve, but half a month. That is too difficult. Jing Yang has just escaped from his trauma, allowing his mastery of the spear to improve rapidly. However, it's possible for weapons to be banned in the freshman tournament, given the nature of it as a sparring contest. His advantage might very possibly become his downfall. I have to find a way to boost his bare-handed fighting skills within this period. Also, it will take at least half a month for the condition of Liu Yang's right arm to improve, and by then. Time is truly lacking. Looking through the conditions of the few via the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella and his worry reflected on his face. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.